Upon opening his eyes, Lin Linkai found himself back at the farewell banquet following the college entrance examination in 2013. Could it be that I am required to confess to the school beauty? Having been reborn, who still confesses? Just as Lin Linkai was about to leave the banquet, seeking to abandon all pretense, he unexpectedly encountered the twin sister of the school beauty. By an uncanny twist of fate, he passed her test and inexplicably became her boyfriend. Kai Kai, I give you a chance. Earn 5 million to marry me. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Linkai came to realize what he had missed in his previous existence and the disparities between individuals. With the opportunity of rebirth, he vowed not to squander his youth, but to live it passionately, ensuring his name would be indelibly etched in the annals of history. Chapter 1. The Twin Sister of the Class Flower. The protagonist, Lin Linkai, reincarnated from November 30th, 2023 to the evening of June 27th, 2013. Hey, don't move. I'm not drunk yet, Lin Linkai mumbled, pinching his thigh to rouse himself from his stupor. If you're not drunk, that's good. I brought you what you wanted. A bouquet of roses was handed to Lin Linkai, and as he gazed at the familiar yet strange faces before him, confusion washed over him. Why are all 7 of my roommates here, and they seem to have grown younger? Wasn't I attending the wedding banquet of the class flower? This venue. Wait, why are there no wedding decorations? Before Lin Linkai could ponder further, he was forcibly pulled from his seat and urged to step forward. Begin your performance. Hurry up and confess. Don't say your brothers didn't provide you with an opportunity. The others returned to their seats, ready to witness the spectacle, leaving Lin Linkai standing alone, bewildered. As he focused, he spotted a youthful girl before him, her appearance radiating innocence and charm. Memories surged in Lin Linkai's mind. This was a scene from a decade ago at the farewell banquet, and the girl before him was He Yiman, the class beauty and the bride of the wedding he had just attended. Looking down at his own suit, disbelief washed over him. Was this a dream? Under normal circumstances, he would confess to He Yiman, presenting the roses procured by his roommates. He Yiman would initially refuse gently, but he would persist, wanting to know why, claiming he could improve. Eventually, He Yiman, exasperated, would bluntly state that he, a mere student from a second-tier university, was unworthy of her, a prosperous girl from a prestigious institution. She would advise him to recognize his place and abandon any lofty fantasies. The result would be laughter from the entire class, leading to his public humiliation. Even the teacher would struggle to suppress a chuckle, ultimately advising him to settle for being an ordinary person and not to overreach. Since this was but a dream, Lin Linkai decided to act boldly and seize the moment. Under the watchful eyes of all, he approached He Yiman. He Yiman, these flowers are for you. As he presented the flowers, everyone anticipated his confession, and He Yiman braced herself to firmly reject him. In an unexpected turn, Lin Linkai stepped forward, enveloped He Yiman in his embrace, and kissed her lips passionately. This sudden display left everyone in shock. All the boys felt their hearts shatter. He Yiman, the class beauty, was the object of their unspoken affections, and here she was, being kissed right before their eyes. Lin Linkai's roommates thought he had gone too far in his drunken state. Even He Yiman was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an audacious act. Lin Linkai, not sensing any resistance, continued to kiss her. After a moment of stunned silence, He Yiman regained her wits. Oh no, my long-preserved first kiss has been stolen by Lin Linkai. Furious, He Yiman pushed him away and stomped on his foot. The sharp pain jolted Lin Linkai back to reality. This was not a dream. He had truly been reborn. Having just acted bravely, he decided to be courageous once more to eye in the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lin Linkai lifted He Yiman again, planted another kiss on her cheek, and hurriedly fled toward the exit. Enjoy your meal, everyone. I have matters to attend to at home. I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Ah, you scoundrel, He Yiman shouted in anger, stamping her foot and hurling a cup at Lin Linkai, then trampling the roses he had given her. Lin Linkai, this is utterly unacceptable. Even the teacher could hardly bear to watch. Yiman, say the word, and I will call his parents and reprimand him. Though the teacher said this, he had no desire to escalate the situation. Sending Lin Linkai to the police for a few days would be too severe. Let it go. He meant to confess and drank too much. His mind is clouded, said Zhong Jiajun, one of Lin Linkai's roommates, coming to his defense. He Yiting's father was a wealthy businessman with billions to his name. Dealing with Lin Linkai would be easy for him. Fine, I'll sever ties with Lin Linkai from now on. Fuming, He Yiting declared, returning to her seat in a huff. Lin Linkai longed to regain his composure and discern whether this was indeed a dream. Leaving the private room, he made his way to the restroom. He stepped into the men's room, inducing himself to vomit, then approached the sink, turning on the faucet to wash his face, striving to awaken his senses. After several washes and gazing into the mirror at his youthful and handsome visage, Lin Linkai finally accepted the reality of his rebirth. He had returned to a decade ago. Memories flooded back, creating a mental palace filled with recollections of the subsequent 10 years. Goodness, with such clear memories of the past decade, how could I not comprehend? I might as well live-stream myself doing a handstand. Moments later, as Lin Linkai prepared to return to the private room, a drunken girl stumbled out of the adjacent ladies' room. Wait, He Yiting, you're drunk too? When did you go in? I'm He Yiman, Lin Linkai. I heard your roommates say you were planning to confess to my sister today, right? So, did you fail and come here to cry? He Yiman grinned at Lin Linkai. A jolt of realization struck him. The person before him was He Yiting's twin sister from the neighboring class. If He Yiting was challenging, perhaps he could navigate this situation by winning over He Yiman instead. Chapter 2. Taking He Yiman home. I absolutely did not cry. Please, you didn't cry, yet you're washing your face. What a charade. Oh no, I'm really drunk. You, young man, I command you to take me home. The effects of alcohol left He Yiman feeling dizzy and unwell. Just as she finished speaking, she began to topple, and Lin Linkai quickly caught her. Hey, He Yiman, which building is your kindergarten villa in? Wake up. Didn't you say you want to find your sister? Lin Linkai shook her gently, aiming to rouse her. Ah, no, we cannot go to my sister's place, nor to my home. We must go to yours, do you understand? I cannot allow my parents or sister to discover that I am intoxicated. This is also not feasible. Bringing a girl home would be difficult to explain to my parents. Lin Linkai remarked, to his surprise. He Yiman, who had just regained consciousness, fell back asleep once more. Hey, this is truly outrageous. Are you not tempting me to engage in mischief? If you wish to win me over, it should be done with honor. With a sigh, Lin Linkai hoisted He Yiman onto his back and sent a message to his homeroom teacher, informing them of his early departure. He remembered that his parents were out today, indulging in their favorite activities, leaving their home vacant. Thus, taking He Yiman back for a strategic endeavor posed no problem. Lin Linkai's residence was not far from the restaurant. He typically arrived within a mere 10 minutes. As he traversed the uneven path, He Yiman, resting on his back, quietly opened her eyes, feeling the firmness of Lin Linkai's shoulders, which provided her with a sense of security. Earlier that day, she had attended her class's teacher appreciation banquet at another venue within the hotel. It seemed her close friend had been bribed, persistently urging her to drink. Only when someone confessed their feelings for her did she realize something was amiss. Lin Linkai had been pursuing her sister for 3 years. Generally, he was quite reliable. When she had previously sought his help, he had complied out of respect for her sister and executed the tasks flawlessly. This time, enlisting his assistance should pose no issue. Before long, He Yiman drifted back into slumber. Lin Linkai made his way back to his home in the urban village with heavy footsteps. His parents worked in the Fanyu district of Guangzhou City and rented a 2-bedroom apartment in this village. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Linkai retrieved his keys and opened the door, confirming that the house was indeed empty. After closing the door, he carried He Yiman into his room. The sound of the door closing stirred He Yiman awake, yet she kept her eyes tightly shut, intending to test Lin Linkai to see if he would act upon her. Once Lin Linkai gently placed He Yiman onto his bed and covered her with a thin blanket, he wrestled with an internal conflict, debating whether to act like a beast or something even less noble. After deliberation, he approached He Yiman, planting a delicate kiss on her forehead, then adjusted her blanket and turned on the fan before exiting the room. As he gazed at the closed door, He Yiman opened her eyes and muttered, He truly is a coward, daring only to steal a kiss. Confirming her safety, He Yiman succumbed to sleep once more. In the living room, Lin Linkai began to explore his memory palace, a repository of vivid recollections amassed over the past decade, encompassing stocks, futures, the World Cup, and lotteries, none of which he had overlooked. With this knowledge, how can I not soar? I refuse to be thwarted. Lin Linkai was elated, brimming with excitement. Yet, his most pressing concern was not to amass wealth or to embrace love, but rather to salvage his crumbling family. Currently, his parents were still in love, enjoying a brief escape into their own world while he attended the banquet. However, fate was poised to alter dramatically in the coming days. It all stemmed from his father, Lin Guohua. In pursuit of unrealistic dreams of wealth, was about to gamble away their hard-earned savings of over 200,000 yuan in the stock market. The following afternoon, Lin Guohua would invest in a stock, Longwang Electra Drive, that he would regret for a lifetime. That on June 28, 2013, this stock had surged slightly at the opening, having recently reached its limit up, which led Lin Guohua to buy 2/3 of his position. However, by the end of the afternoon, it plummeted, resulting in a staggering loss of 12%. When the market reopened on Monday, July 1st, he had no time to check during his commute. Upon arriving at work and logging into his computer, he discovered further declines. Unable to bear it, he cut his losses. In total, he suffered a 20% loss, which equated to a staggering 40,000 yuan. When his mother, Chen Yuhan, learned of this, she was furious and demanded Lin Guohua withdraw from the stock market for good. Yet Lin Guohua remained resolute, believing that the stock he had just sold was rebounding that evening, leading him to think his judgment was sound, merely lacking patience. If he were to reinvest in Longwang Electra Drive, he might recover his losses. However, he felt that since it had already rebounded, there was no profit to be had and promptly shifted to another stock. This new investment also plummeted, and he resolved to hold on, unwilling to sell off at a loss. Days passed, and his account balance fell by more than half. This incident led to a complete rupture between Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan, resulting in their divorce. The dissolution of his parents' marriage profoundly impacted the newly adult Lin Linkai, compounded by the blow of a failed confession. He fell into a state of despair, neglecting his studies, frequently skipping classes, and ultimately being expelled in his third year. In the years that followed, Lin Linkai drifted aimlessly, becoming a dreamer like Lin Guohua, spending the few tens of thousands he had saved in the stock market, riding the waves of gains and losses for a decade. As he approached 30, he found himself accomplished in nothing, ultimately witnessing the woman he cherished marry another. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Linkai recognized that, despite the stock market's perils, it also represented the path to his resurgence in this new life. His most urgent task was to prevent Lin Guohua from purchasing Longwang Electric Drive the next day. Furthermore, he needed to devise a plan to secure funds from his father to trade stocks himself. With his memories of 7 to 8 years in the market, Lin Linkai believed he could earn substantial profits. He was determined that, following his memories, he could not possibly incur losses. With his decision made, Lin Linkai retrieved a pen and paper from his backpack and began drafting plans for profitable ventures in the future. First, he would persuade his father to provide capital, avert disaster, and then venture into the stock market for a profitable haul before exploring the cryptocurrency realm. Come September next year, the place he was currently residing was set for demolition, so he needed to devise a strategy to purchase it from the landlord. After a thorough planning session, Lin Linkai returned the notebook to his desk drawer. Noticing the time was already 10 o'clock, he took a shower and then returned to his room to sleep. His bed was ample. It was his home. After all, why should he sleep on the sofa? Thus, Lin Linkai lay down beside He Yiman, ready to rest. The next day, upon waking, Lin Linkai discovered He Yiman sprawled across him like an octopus. What a wonderful girl she was, but alas, he could only temporarily possess her. Sunlight streamed through the window, rousing both Lin Linkai and his companion. He Yiman, squinting against the bright light, slowly awakened to find herself embracing Lin Linkai as she slept. Ah, Lin Linkai, did you not sleep on the sofa? How did you end up in the room? He Yiman exclaimed sharply. Miss, this is my home. Why should I be relegated to the sofa? Lin Linkai replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You. He Yiman was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 3. The Enigmatic Dragon. After a moment of contemplation, He Yiman meticulously reorganized her words. Your family is no exception. Can you not let me have my way? I am a girl, and you cannot take advantage of me. Just look closely. Who is truly taking advantage of whom? Lin Linkai retorted helplessly. At that moment, He Yiman realized she was still draped over Lin Linkai, embracing him. Well, what of it? I shall take advantage of you. And I could be even more audacious. She teased. You are rather timid. Last night you were less than beastly. No, I must bolster your courage and transform you into a true beast. After careful consideration, He Yiman resolved to reward Lin Linkai for passing the test of the previous night. She decided to take him for a thrilling ride. The two of them meandered around a Kinuma mountain for over half an hour before returning to their starting point. Only after indulging in the privileges of a boyfriend, if not a husband, did Lin Linkai realize how fortunate he was. Well, this is where it ends for today, Lin Linkai. That will be your reward. You must strive harder from now on. Failing to confess to my sister is not the end of the world. What is truly alarming is if you give up on yourself. Had I not merely secured a second-tier university admission, I would look down upon you. So exert yourself. Without effort and achievement, we may not have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell. After relishing the exhilarating ride, He Yiman tidied her belongings, made a brief visit to the restroom, and departed from Lin Linkai's home. Reflecting on He Yiman's parting words, he understood that he could no longer languish in complacency but must, instead, rise to the occasion and astonish the world. Lin Linkai tidied his room, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and took a little money to purchase breakfast. Shortly after 10, his parents returned home. Shin Yuhan was quite curious. Where has our son gone? Just wait a moment. He might be out having breakfast, came the reply. Honestly, what time is it? Still outside. Did we not agree to go out for lunch together and then travel? Shin Yuhan shook her head in disapproval. The couple waited on the sofa for quite some time before Lin Linkai finally returned. What mischief have you been up to, Lin Linkai? Shin Yuhan immediately inquired upon his entrance. Of course, I was simply having breakfast, Lin Linkai quickly responded. Very well, from today onwards. You shall be responsible for washing your own clothes. You are no longer a child. Yes, Lin Linkai acquiesced, turning to see his father, Lin Guohua, engaged in stock trading on the computer. On the screen was prominently displayed the stock of a certain electric company. Today is not a good day to buy this stock. Lin Linkai rushed over, and, just before his father confirmed the purchase, swiftly seized the mouse and closed the trading window. Lin Linkai, what are you doing? Lin Guohua exclaimed in anger. These are the carefully selected stocks he has chosen. After much effort, the buying opportunity has finally arrived. Missing it would mean lesser gains. Dad, this stock is not viable. We cannot purchase it today. Step aside, you child. Don't think that just because you've read a few more books, you're any wiser. Do you comprehend candlestick charts? Do you understand chip analysis? What do you know about stocks? Lin Guohua forcefully shoved Lin Linkai aside, intent on proceeding with his transactions. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Linkai was resolute in preventing Lin Guohua from making that purchase. With a determined heart, Lin Linkai swiftly powered down the computer. As the screen darkened, Lin Guohua was consumed by fury. Lin Linkai, what has gotten into you today? Are you attempting to rebel? Just graduated from high school, and you think you can challenge your father? Lin Guohua rose, momentarily tempted to strike Lin Linkai. Dad, I have insider information from a classmate. This stock, the Wulong electric drive, is definitely not to be bought today. It will surely hit the limit down this afternoon. Lin Linkai asserted firmly. Insider information? Where are you getting all this? Who told you? Sun Li Chao. Lin Linkai replied hurriedly. Lin Guohua was well aware of Sun Li Chao, the son of a wealthy company owner. Is that true? Aren't you at odds with him? Don't try to deceive me. I swear, during the farewell dinner last night, he mentioned that this Wulong electric drive will hit the limit down this afternoon and continue to decline on Monday morning, only to rebound in the afternoon. Lin Linkai stated with utmost seriousness. Fine, we shall see. If this stock does not hit the limit down this afternoon, you will regret it. Lin Guohua retorted menacingly. I guarantee it will hit the limit down. I'm off to do some laundry. Lin Linkai confirmed once more, silently praying that the scenes from his memory would not change. Observing the argument between father and son, Shin Yuhan chose to ignore it and retreated to her room for a well-deserved rest, having stayed up late the previous night. Meanwhile, after leaving Lin Linkai's home, He Yiman wandered the streets, feeling quite famished. She began to regret her decision to act so bravely and leave in a huff. Now, she realized she had no money on her, and her phone was out of battery. The distance to her villa was still quite far. After some hesitation, He Yiman resolved to seek Lin Linkai's assistance, hoping he could help her with lunch and give her a ride home. Chapter 4. Parents return after walking for a while. He Yiman spotted a motorcycle taxi driver at the intersection and quickly approached. Given the option, she still preferred not to return to Lin Linkai. Motorcycle driver. I need to go to kindergarten. 10 yuan, the driver replied coldly. The young lady, beautiful as she was, seemed quite rude. Others would have shown him more respect. I have no money. Could you give me a ride first? Once we arrive, I will have someone pay you. He Yiman said awkwardly. No money? What do you expect to ride in? Walk back. The security at kindergarten won't even allow us to take a motorcycle taxi. The motorcycle driver flatly refused. If it were a more polite young lady, perhaps he would have relented, but not this time. With no other option, He Yiman had to turn back. Walking for over 10 minutes until she reached the bottom of Lin Linkai's apartment. After a moment of hesitation, she ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Lin Guohua, who was watching a football match in the living room, immediately rose to open the door, thinking it was the landlord come to collect rent. Oh, little girl, are you He Yiman, Lin Linkai's classmate? Upon opening the door, Lin Guohua recalled having seen this girl during the last parent-teacher meeting. Yes, hello, uncle. I came to find Lin Linkai. He Yiman thought to herself that this wouldn't be a problem and accepted his invitation. All right, come in and sit down. Lin Guohua welcomed He Yiman inside and called out towards the bathroom. Lin Linkai, your classmate He Yiman is here to see you. Oh, got it, Lin Linkai replied, his mind swirling in confusion. How could He Yiman possibly come to find him? Was she here to confront him? When he emerged from the bathroom, he was met with the sight of He Yiman in her familiar attire. What brings you here? He Yiman, feeling embarrassed, remained silent. As soon as Lin Linkai stepped out, she quickly pulled him into the room and leaned closer to his ear, lowering her voice. I'm starving. Hurry and get me something to eat. Also, my phone's dead. Please charge it for me. She then produced the latest iPhone 5. Just sit tight. I'll go get some hot water. How about some biscuits to tide you over until lunch? Lin Linkai suggested. All right, but what about my phone? This is a problem. Your iPhone uses a different charging cable than my old phone. However, you can use my phone to call your family and let them know you're safe. Lin Linkai shrugged. Fine. He Yiman, feeling quite helpless, picked up Lin Linkai's phone from the bedside table and called her mother. The call connected quickly, and on the other end, Lu Miling, a housewife, was frantic. Her younger daughter had been gone for too long, and her phone was off. As soon as she received a call, Lu Miling answered eagerly. Who is it? Mom, it's me. Where on earth have you been? Have you encountered any danger? Why haven't you come home? Lu Miling asked anxiously. Mom, I'm at a classmate's house. My phone died, and I'm using my classmate's phone to call. I'll have lunch here and then come back. At a friend's house. Well, honestly, next time call back earlier. You made me worry for no reason. Honestly, you should learn from Lu Miling. Before Lu Miling could finish her sentence, He Yiman directly hung up the phone. She despised being constantly compared to her sister, He Yiman, by her parents. Ah, this child, truly. Upon realizing the call had ended, Lu Miling understood the child's feelings and decided to let it be. She felt that it was entirely normal for He Yiman to stay over at a friend's house after playing late the previous night. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai had stepped out of the room the moment He Yiman was on the phone and went to the living room to pour her some hot water. Linkai, have you managed to charm that young lady into being your girlfriend? She went straight into your room, and it seems like you two are quite familiar? Lin Guohua inquired with curiosity. That's not true. Don't say such things. She's just a friend. That girl is rather attractive. Are you not interested? Of course. I find her appealing, but she doesn't fancy me. Please don't scare her away. Lin Linkai quickly whispered a warning, fearing his father might say something awkward that would displease He Yiman and drive her away. Those who understand, understand. All right, do your best, I support you. Lin Guohua smiled with paternal pride, secretly pleased that his child was maturing and seeking a girlfriend. In his delight, he stopped watching television and went into the room to share this news with his wife. Lin Linkai prepared the hot water, fetched some cookies, and returned to his room. Here, have a bite, but don't eat too much. Later, I'll take you out for a feast. All right, I got it. Exhausted and hungry, He Yiman took the items and immediately began to eat. After gulping down a large sip of water and consuming 2 packs of cookies, she felt somewhat satisfied. Yiman, why didn't you just go home directly and returned here? You're asking knowingly, aren't you? Fine, I understand. Lin Linkai speculated that her phone had run out of battery, leaving her unable to contact anyone. As long as you understand, you need to take me home this afternoon. Sure. Lin Linkai was also curious about what kind of family He Yiman came from, as they seemed quite affluent. Why is there not even an air conditioner here? I'm absolutely sweltering. He Yiman complained. My parents' room does have an air conditioner, but I spent most of my time boarding at school, so they didn't arrange one for my room. TSK, that still sounds poor. He Yiman adjusted to a more comfortable position and continued to recline. Hearing her comment, Lin Linkai became acutely aware of the urgency to earn money, but he knew that this was not something that could be rushed. Yiman, let us exchange contact information. Why? Are you going to miss me? Do you wish to be with me in the future, like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? Yiman, I've already had a taste of that swan meat, and I'm still indulging. I wish to continue enjoying it in the future. Lin Linkai found himself somewhat infatuated with the enchanting He Yiman. Humph, you sycophant. Are you no longer pursuing my sister, and now seeking me instead? He Yiman let out a cold snort. From now on, I shall care for nothing regarding He Yiting. You shall be my sole focus, He Yiman. Humph, I hope you uphold your words. You will be my male confidant. Don't say I haven't given you an opportunity. Before I turn 28, if you can earn 5 million, you may come to my home to propose. This money is not for you. You merely need to demonstrate to my parents that you can support me. He Yiman mused that snatching such a handsome fellow from her sister was rather pleasing. Very well, Lin Linkai acquiesced. A mere 5 million should be attainable this year. However, he couldn't be certain about the promise that he would cherish only her. Having been reborn, he thought it wise to be a bit carefree, for now. He would charm her into his grasp and deal with future matters later. You've got some courage. Do you know what 5 million signifies? You graduated with a bachelor's degree at 22, and even if you earned 10,000 monthly, after 6 years of relentless toil, without a single indulgence, you'd only accumulate 720,000. Stop this nonsense. Can you not be a tad more realistic? He Yiman was not particularly optimistic about Lin Linkai. Working a job is not an option for me. I could never earn substantial wealth through employment. I intend to take a gamble. Recently, I've been studying the stock market and Bitcoin, Lin Linkai stated earnestly. 9 out of 10 in gambling lose. Are you not aware? In the stock market, 9 out of 10 face ruin, many losing everything, some even resorting to despair. Should I then adhere to the conventional path of studying diligently and working, thus rendering my connection with you impossible? For you, I am willing to take this risk. Even if the odds of success are merely 10%, it is better than letting the opportunity slip away. Observing Lin Linkai's earnest demeanor, He Yiman found herself believing that his intentions were indeed for her sake, that he wished to gamble on luck. Well, I have 100,000 pocket money. I'll lend it to you in a few days, just until the start of the university term. I'll give you the summer to earn in the stock market. And if you fail, do not seek me out again. He Yiman decided to grant Lin Linkai a chance, a modicum of support. However, she did not favor someone who relied on fortune. She preferred a response where Lin Linkai would venture into entrepreneurship. Thank you. I shall strive earnestly. Lin Linkai exclaimed with joy, never having anticipated that he was on the verge of winning a worthy partner. In his previous life, he had pursued He Yiting, the Ice Queen, for 3 years, only to be met with her scorn. Yet now, in a matter of hours, he had persuaded He Yiman. Indeed, sometimes, choices hold more weight than mere effort. The two continued to engage in light conversation within the room, and time flew swiftly. At 11:30, Lin Guohua and Chun Yuhan had gathered their belongings and prepared to depart. Lin Kai, we are heading out. Let's take you and your classmates out for lunch. Oh, understood. Lin Linkai promptly responded and urged He Yiman to quickly tidy her attire. After some time, the two emerged from the room, with He Yiman's hairstyle still somewhat disheveled. Classmate He Yiting, today we shall indulge in seafood at He Yipan. Do you have any objections? Chun Yuhan inquired. All right, Auntie, I have no objections, He Yiman swiftly replied. Very well, let us proceed, came the reply as the four of them stepped outside. On the street, Lin Guohua and Chun Yuhan walked ahead, granting the two young ones some private space. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai leaned closer to He Yiman and whispered, Why didn't you tell my parents you were He Yiman? It's nothing. It's all the same, she replied. All right then, as you wish, Lin Linkai acquiesced, deciding not to dwell on it. Originally, Lin Guohua had intended to take the bus, but with Lin Linkai's young girlfriend present, he opted for a taxi instead to avoid appearing too frugal. Lin Guohua took the front seat, while Lin Linkai, He Yiman, and Chun Yuhan settled in the back. After a 30-minute journey, the four arrived at their destination. Lin Guohua reluctantly paid the fare, and they all alighted, making their way to the nearby He Yipan restaurant. The summer in Guangzhou was unbearably hot, and upon entering the restaurant, they were greeted by the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning, prompting a collective sigh of relief. By this time, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Some diners lingered even after finishing their meals, savoring the cool air. After a while, they they managed to secure a table for 4. As a gesture of generosity, Lin Guohua requested the menu from a waiter and invited He Yiman to make the first selection. He Yiman, showing no hesitation, began ordering according to her preferences. This sweet and sour spare ribs fish looks delightful. I'll have that. And this large crab seems exquisite. Let us get 4 of those. These oysters. Lin Kai, you should have more. Let us order 6. With a flurry of selections, the bill soared beyond 1,000 yuan, and Lin Kai could clearly see his father's expression darken. He cast furtive glances at Lin Guohua, who barely managed to suppress his discomfort. All right, I've finished ordering. Lin Kai. Uncle. Auntie, please let me know if you wish to add anything. He Yiman remarked, having already selected 9 dishes, 4 servings of rice, and 4 soups. Feeling it was sufficient. Ahem. Yiting, will you be able to finish all this? Lin Kai asked awkwardly. It's fine to just sample everything. There's no need to finish it all. Dining out is about enjoyment. It's better to savor good food. If it's merely to satisfy hunger, one might as well eat at home, He Yiman replied, undeterred by her ordering style. Yes, let us go with that. I see that Yiting has good taste. Let us proceed with these dishes, Lin Kai affirmed, signaling to Lin Guohua to finalize the order. Compared to He Yiman's impending loan of 100,000 yuan as pocket money and the substantial tens of thousands I helped Lin Guohua avoid losing in the stock market, this sum of over 1,000 yuan pales in significance. Very well. Lin Guohua gestured towards his son, gritting his teeth in agreement. Shortly after placing the order, a myriad of dishes brimming with diverse seafood appeared on the table. During the meal, Chen Yuhan attempted to initiate an inquiry about household matters, but was promptly interrupted by Lin Kai. Mom, let us just enjoy the meal without delving into such matters. Right now, Yiting and I are merely classmates. Chapter 6. Successfully avoiding losses. To my surprise, He Yiman did not exhibit the disdain for such inquiries that some women from Lin Kai's past had displayed. Instead, she candidly revealed her family background. Uncle and aunt, my father is He Tiangang, the owner of Zhengfeng Clothing Company, while my mother is currently a full-time homemaker. Our family resides in Shengda Garden. Upon hearing this, both Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan's expressions shifted noticeably. Shengda Garden is renowned as an affluent villa district. No wonder this girl spends money so lavishly, seemingly oblivious to the principles of frugality. She is indeed a fine young lady. Yet her family's circumstances are beyond what we could aspire to. Oh, I see, Shengda Garden, that is quite far from here. How about we have Lin Kai take you home later? Chen Yuhan forced a smile. Sure, I was just thinking the same. Aunt, this dish is delicious. You should try it. It's great for skin health, He Yiman said, offering a piece of fish to Chen Yuhan. Thank you, I appreciate it. Lin Kai, you should also eat. Have a couple of these oysters, and uncle too. He Yiman continued distributing the food while indulging in an oyster herself. It was then that Lin Kai realized He Yiman was quite the social butterfly. Given the abundance of dishes, Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan felt compelled not to waste any food, striving to finish everything. Thus, the meal extended for a full hour. As the clock approached 1 in the afternoon, Lin Guohua hurriedly retrieved his phone to check the stock market trends he had been monitoring. Opening the stock app, he was startled to see that a large sell-off had just occurred with Wulong Electric Drive. The stock, which had been surging earlier that morning, had plummeted by 4, and the downward momentum showed no signs of abating. Moments later, Wulong Electric Drive was firmly pressed against the 10 limit down. Lin Guohua couldn't help but inhale sharply. Had he invested 170,000 yuan that morning, he would now be facing a loss of 17,000. Lin Kai, take a look. You mentioned this stock would hit the limit down this morning. What intel did you receive on the best time to buy? Lin Guohua passed his phone to Lin Kai. Dad, buy in next Monday afternoon, and you'll surely make a fortune. However, I must say, I don't think you're cut out for stock trading. Perhaps it's best to consider this a final venture? Lin Kai gazed at the stock interface, which had plummeted to its limit, and promptly suggested a course of action. He was unwilling to toil for riches while his father squandered them recklessly. You simply do not trust in your father's prowess. Lin Guohua would not relinquish his stock trading endeavors merely because Lin Kai had made an accurate forecast this time. Father, let us strike a deal. I have helped you avert losses and even enabled you to earn. How about you allocate a portion of your profits to me, so I may trade on my own? Lin Kai sought a compromise. Didn't we agree that you would work over the summer? Chen Yuhan interjected, her brow furrowing, as she wished for her son not to become an unreliable gambler. Mother, look here. Had I not intervened today, Dad would have incurred a loss of 17,000. Do you really think I could earn 7,000 working 2 months at a summer job? Lin Linkai countered vehemently. That is an entirely different matter. No, it is the same. If trading stocks can yield such efficiency and profits, why should I expend my strength laboring in a factory? Lin Linkai retorted. Oh, you too. With your reckless trading, I fear you might one day gamble away everything, and I refuse to live in poverty with you. You must decide your own fate. Faced with Lin Linkai's stubbornness, Chen Yuhan chose to step back. Marriage was, after all, a partnership in life, and their child was now grown. Should misfortune strike, she would not hesitate to seek a divorce to safeguard her retirement funds. Linkai, since that is the case, we shall proceed as you suggest. If you make profits, it shall serve as your capital. If not, you will heed your mother's advice and work in a factory. Insider information is not always available. Lin Guohua decisively concluded, suspecting that Lin Linkai's recent success was merely a stroke of luck. Since Lin Linkai insisted on continuing his stock trading, he had no qualms about allowing his son to experiment with the money he would have otherwise lost. Seeing Lin Linkai engage in yet another argument with his parents over trading, He Yiman couldn't help but feel that he was somewhat unreliable. However, she was also intrigued by his apparent ability to predict the stock's trajectory. After their meal, both Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan had eaten their fill and reluctantly abandoned their original plans for leisure. Lin Linkai, meanwhile, was to escort He Yiman home, which suited him well. Thus, upon leaving the restaurant, they split into 2 groups. Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan headed for shopping, while Lin Linkai accompanied He Yiman. As they walked, He Yiman expressed her discomfort. Linkai, carry me. Sure. Are we taking a taxi home, or shall we catch a movie instead? With the 500 yuan romantic fund provided by Lin Guohua in hand, Lin Linkai felt at ease. All right, let us go see a film, He Yiman agreed. As it had been quite some time since she last attended a movie. Before long, Lin Linkai carried He Yiman to a nearby cinema, naturally opting for a romantic film. In the waiting area, the two sat on a sofa, engaged in conversation. Linkai, did you truly predict the trend of Wulong electric drive this morning? Are you not just staging a performance with your father? He Yiman expressed her concern that Lin Linkai might be attempting to deceive her out of 100,000 yuan. Performance? What kind of performance? I've been right under your nose. My phone is in your pocket. How could I possibly conspire with my father? Lin Linkai replied helplessly. Oh, I forgot. Your phone is indeed with me, He Yiman recalled, affirming that Lin Linkai's words held merit. He had been by her side all along. And her sudden thought of borrowing 100,000 yuan was impulsive. Lin Linkai certainly had no time or opportunity to orchestrate a ruse with his family. As for the accuracy of Lin Linkai's prediction, they would have to wait until the following Monday to see if Wulong electric drive would indeed experience the deep V rebound he had mentioned. If the prediction proved correct, she could comfortably lend the money. If wrong, she would need to reconsider, as 100,000 yuan, while mere pocket change for her, represented a year's income for an average household. Chapter 7. Accompanying He Yiman home, Lin Linkai retrieved his phone, only to find that He Yiman had drained it to a mere 30 battery. He promptly turned off the data to conserve power, lest it run out and cause inconvenience. Shall I get some popcorn? Would you like a drink? Sure, He Yiman replied, feeling that Lin Linkai seemed quite considerate. In contrast, other boys might have sat idly like wooden logs, waiting for her to suggest such things. A short while later, Lin Linkai returned with a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola. By this time, the film was about to commence, and they dutifully verified their tickets and found their seats. However, some couples, evidently less honorable than Lin Linkai, made their way to the back rows to sit. Unfortunately, the film was particularly popular, leading to a crowded theater, and those couples attempting to occupy multiple seats were promptly escorted back to their designated places, resulting in a minor uproar. The brief disturbance soon passed, and the main feature began, with the serious viewing estimated to last less than a third of the film's duration, including a significant number of singles. Lin Linkai, having seldom visited a cinema in his previous life, found himself somewhat distracted as he watched the film, uncertain if this could be considered a date with He Yiman. As they shared the popcorn, it quickly dwindled. Soon, the film reached its climax, with the male and female leads passionately embracing after confessing their feelings for one another. At this moment, many couples found it hard to contain themselves, and an increasing number of prospective couples seized the opportunity to declare their feelings. Lin Linkai thought he too should make some sort of gesture, and so he leaned in and kissed He Yiman. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. For a fleeting instant, He Yiman felt a swirl of emotions. The rapid progression of her relationship with Lin Linkai seemed overwhelming. Although they had known each other for 3 years, he had previously been merely her sister's admirer, while she had been a mere observer. Was she truly ready to embark on a romantic relationship with Lin Linkai? After much contemplation, without arriving at a conclusion, He Yiman decided to leave the decision to fate. She was not fond of gambling, yet now she felt compelled to take a chance, hoping that Lin Linkai could indeed make a fortune during this summer. As the film concluded, some couples grew even closer, some prospective couples became genuine lovers, and certain friends parted ways, becoming strangers. Once the credits rolled, the theater lights illuminated the space, revealing all its characters. Lin Linkai took a quick glance and noticed several couples in the back row exchanging affection, clearly enjoying themselves. Noticing that Lin Linkai was staring, He Yiman curiously turned to look as well, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. While such behavior might be acceptable at home, it was prudent to exercise more discretion in public. What are you staring at? Your eyes might fall out. Am I not more attractive? He Yiman playfully smacked Lin Linkai on the shoulder. No, you are the most beautiful. Let us go, Lin Linkai quickly replied, tossing the empty bottle of soda into the popcorn bucket. He then took hold of the popcorn bucket with his left hand while reaching out to take He Yiman's hand with his right. She instinctively recoiled for a moment, but ultimately allowed him to grasp her left hand. Their fingers intertwined. Resembling a typical couple, they strolled out of the theater. As they passed a trash bin, they disposed of their rubbish, and before long, they had arrived at the plaza outside the cinema. Hey, mister, buy a flower for your girlfriend. At that moment, a sharp-eyed little girl noticed the hand-holding duo and approached to sell her flowers. Lin Linkai found it difficult to refuse. How much? 5 yuan. In no time, the flower was in He Yiman's hands. Is it pretty? Just SOSO. Buying flowers is rather pointless. They wilt in a few days. Though she feigned dissatisfaction, a smile was already creeping onto her lips. If it brings you a moment of joy, that is enough. Let us go. It's already past 3 o'clock, and I should take you home. Lin Linkai checked his phone. All right. He Yiman brought the rose to her nose and inhaled its fragrance. Lin Linkai held her hand and walked to the roadside, hailing a taxi. He opened the rear door, allowing He Yiman to enter first before joining her inside. Gazing into the rearview mirror, the driver was captivated by the exquisite beauty of the female passenger, noticing that her attire seemed to be of designer labels, while Lin Linkai was clad in humble, market-bought garments. The driver couldn't help but reflect on the past, reminiscing about how, in his youth, even a poor lad could catch the eye of a wealthy lady. Where to? He inquired. Kindergarten, please, came the reply. Very well. The fare is estimated to be between 40 to 50 yuan. Please confirm if you wish to proceed. Driver, let's go, Lin Linkai responded, prompting the driver to commence the journey. In the back seat, Lin Linkai took hold of He Yiman's right hand once more with his left. Yiman, when would it be convenient for you to contact me? Let's discuss it later. Please don't reach out to me first. I might be quite busy in the coming days. Just wait for my message, He Yiman replied, still undecided about fully accepting Lin Linkai. All right, just remember to reach out when you have the time. By the way, which second-tier university are you attending? Guangdong University of Finance. Ah, I attended that university as well. Surely your parents are not considering transferring you to a better institution? Lin Linkai exclaimed, surprised that he had never encountered He Yiman during his previous time at the university. Yes, my sister is currently enrolled at Zhongxin University, and my father is already leveraging connections to facilitate my transfer for the next semester, she explained. I see. Is there no possibility of remaining at your current institution? Lin Linkai pondered. That may not be feasible, but don't worry. We are in the same city, so there will be ample opportunities to meet, He Yiman reassured him. Very well, Lin Linkai acknowledged, realizing he should not hinder her future. Listening to the conversation between the two in the back, the driver became increasingly convinced of their respective social standings, a tale of a poor boy and a rich girl, the longevity of which remained uncertain. After a brief drive, they arrived at their destination. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at Kindergarten. The fare is 45 yuan. Here you go. Just a moment. I will need to catch another ride after this, Lin Linkai said, paying promptly. All right, I'll wait for you for a few minutes, the driver replied, taking the payment, and, after Lin Linkai and He Yiman exited, finding a suitable spot to park and adjust the vehicle. Chapter 8. The Standards of a Son-in-Law. As Lin Linkai stepped out of the taxi, a grand entrance greeted him, flanked by 2 security guards stationed at the gate. with a security booth nearby. Through the gates, a remarkably spacious road unfolded, bordered by towering trees, their lush canopies creating a verdant shield against the sun. The meticulously trimmed lawns on either side resembled emerald carpets, each blade of grass in perfect alignment. Along this splendid avenue stood various villas, each either modern or classical in style, thoughtfully designed, and exuding opulence in every detail. The exterior walls of these villas predominantly feature marble or exquisite wood, with uniformly floor-to-ceiling windows that allow ample light to flood the interiors, offering a broad view. The residences of the affluent truly possess a distinct charm. Lin Linkai couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, momentarily perceiving his own home as akin to a pigsty. Yiman, I won't escort you inside. I fear your family might skewer me alive upon seeing me, Lin Linkai remarked with self-awareness. All right, goodbye, He Yiman responded, clearly pleased with Lin Linkai's words. Mua. He Yiman took the initiative to embrace Lin Linkai, bestowing upon him a parting kiss. Farewell, farewell. As He Yiman entered through the gate, her figure disappearing from view, Lin Linkai turned and walked towards a nearby taxi. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver casually remarked, "Young man, while you can still enjoy life, make the most of it. In time, you may find it difficult to hold on to such girls." Understood, thank you. To Zhongsuan XXX, Lin Linkai replied, initially expecting mockery, but pleasantly surprised by the advice. The driver was rather decent. All right, this ride will cost around 30. Be prepared. Not a problem. Meanwhile, He Yiman delicately cradled a bouquet of flowers as she cautiously made her way back home. Upon entering the villa's wrought iron gate, she spotted her mother and sister seated on the sofa, waiting for her return. Swiftly, He Yiman tossed the roses into a nearby bush. She then compelled herself to walk normally into the villa. Hearing her footsteps, He Yiting and Lu Miling turned to face the entrance. He Yiman, have you grown wings and decided to soar into the sky? You've been gone the entire evening. Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been? I called you, and your phone was off. Before He Yiman's return, Lu Miling refrained from scolding too harshly, fearing that He Yiman might not return at all. But now that she was home, it was time for a proper admonishment. A day without discipline leads to chaos. My phone died, what could I do? He Yiman shrugged. You still dare to argue. How is it that you knew to borrow your classmate's phone to call back this morning? Couldn't you have asked your classmate for help to get a taxi home yesterday? Lu Miling lamented. Oh, you have no idea how worried I was. Look at you. Such a beautiful young lady. There are so many nefarious individuals out there. One careless moment, and they could take you home and do unspeakable things to you. And even worse, they might abduct you, knowing your family is wealthy. Do you comprehend the peril you are in? Lu Miling continued her tirade. He Yiman could only let the words drift in one ear and out the other, for otherwise, she might truly succumb to silence. Speak up. Where did you go last night? I contacted your best friend, and she said you left the teacher appreciation banquet halfway. Lu Miling continued her relentless questioning. I don't know, don't ask, He Yiman replied, her impatience evident as she dared not disclose her whereabouts at Lin Linkai's residence. Watching He Yiman hastily ascend the stairs, Lu Miling felt a surge of frustration. This child was becoming increasingly difficult to manage as she grew older. The adage one is influenced by their surroundings rang true. Had she known better, she would have placed both daughters in the same class. Now, it seemed He Yiman was following a misguided path. With no immediate recourse, Lu Miling decided to let it go for the moment and called her husband to assure him that their daughter had returned home safely. On the second floor of the villa, He Yiman found her clothes and entered the bathroom, sinking into the bathtub and relishing the soothing warmth. For now, she had evaded immediate trouble, yet she knew that confrontation was inevitable. She hoped her father would not be too harsh if he pressed her for answers later. She feared she might not withstand the interrogation. After some time, having finished her bath, He Yiman emerged from the bathroom, only to find He Yiting already playing the role of a negotiator. Yiman, where were you last night? Whose house did you stay at? If you don't tell me, Dad will investigate, she insisted. It was just a classmate's house. Can you grant me a little personal freedom? I'm an adult now, He Yiman retorted. Faced with such a vehement response, He Yiting decided against further inquiry. Downstairs, Lu Miling attempted to call Lin Linkai, but the line was unreachable. His phone had been turned off. In the evening, the head of the family, He Tiangang, returned home. The housekeeper had prepared a sumptuous meal, 5 dishes and a soup, arranged neatly on the dining table, while she busied herself with cleaning. As the family of 4 gathered in the living room for dinner, He Tiangang calmly inquired, Yiman, Whose house did you stay at last night? Dad, can I have a bit of privacy? He Yiman still refused to divulge the details. All right, I understand. It was a boy, wasn't he it? If you choose not to speak, I'll take it as a confirmation. Do you remember the standards I set for our family's future son-in-law? Observing He Yiman's expression, He Tiangang could already make an educated guess. Remember, at the very least, he should have a car and a house, a stable monthly income exceeding 30,000. Total assets over 5 million, and cash exceeding 1 million, He Tiangang stated. He Yiman mechanically replied, I understand. That is good to hear. My requirements are for your benefit. Consider this. I currently provide you with 10,000 yuan in pocket money each month, and you manage to spend it all. You must ensure that your partner can likewise provide you with a monthly allowance of at least 10,000 yuan. So tell me, is the person you're involved with a poor boy? Can he manage to give you that amount every month? He Tiangang said earnestly, subtly guiding He Yiman into a corner. Perhaps he can, He Yiman conceded, unable to outmaneuver her astute father, ultimately revealing the truth. What can be done in the future cannot change the present. It is simply not permissible. I warn you, do not associate with that boy any longer. It is truly unnecessary. Upon confirming that He Yiman had found a partner, He Tianggang's demeanor shifted immediately. Chapter 9. An uncommon dinner. What is it? They are merely ordinary classmates. Is such a reaction warranted? He Yiman found herself somewhat taken aback. Even if they are just ordinary classmates, there is no need for further association. You are all destined for university, and as someone who has traversed this path, I can assure you that apart from a few close friends, none of your former classmates warrant remembrance. You will eventually embark on divergent life paths, parting ways, and perhaps you may never cross paths again in this lifetime. He Tiangang reiterated sternly. Oh, understood. He Yiman responded obediently on the surface while harboring her own thoughts. Last night, you spent the night at a male classmate's house. He did not take advantage of you, did he? He Tiangang inquired again, his greatest concern being the potential loss of his precious daughter. No, nothing happened last night. Their parents were home today, after all. He Yiman spoke each word truthfully, her demeanor unruffled. Oh, that is sufficient. Both He Tiangang and Lu Miling felt reassured. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Linkai, who had engaged in mischief, seemed to lead a much more carefree existence. He faced no barrage of inquiries from his parents, only some rational guidance. At the dinner table, Qin Yuhan advised Lin Linkai. Linkai, it is not that your mother does not support you, but that girl you met today is not someone who can manage a household. Bringing her home may mean adding another ancestor to care for. If you are willing to serve someone, then feel free to marry her. Indeed, son. He Yiting comes from a well-off family. We are reaching beyond our means, and I fear you may not be able to handle it. Lin Guohua, however, hoped for Lin Linkai's success. Understood, Dad, Mom. I will gauge it myself. Lin Linkai responded. Very well, take care of yourself. After dinner concluded, Lin Linkai finished his shower and returned to his room, where he retrieved his phone and began checking messages. During the day, his phone had largely been in He Yiman's possession and, shortly after getting it back, it was almost out of battery. Upon opening QQ, he discovered that the logged-in account was still He Yiman's. Out of curiosity, Lin Linkai glanced at the contact list and some messages. Those who had ties to He Yiman were either affluent or influential. It was a valuable network of connections. Lin Linkai swiftly noted down the QQ numbers of several important figures. He then perused the chat messages. Realizing that He Yiman indeed had several suitors who would occasionally message her, though she rarely responded. Conversely, He Yiman was engaged in a lively conversation with one of her close friends, exchanging various anecdotes and sharing gaming experiences. What left Lin Linkai utterly speechless was that He Yiman had candidly shared her gaming adventures along with a mention of Lin Linkai's commendable skills. Hoping her friend would also give it a try, albeit with the caveat that she should keep it a secret and not betray her. Additionally, it seemed that He Yiman had sent several probing messages to another friend, only to find herself removed from the friend list as a result. Through these inquiries, Lin Linkai gleaned the reason behind He Yiman's inebriated appearance in the ladies' restroom the previous night. It turned out that her so-called close friend had betrayed her by getting her intoxicated to facilitate certain male classmates' confessions. Lin Linkai couldn't help but ponder who else He Yiman might have inadvertently fallen prey to had he not been present the night before. He wished to continue browsing. But soon after, He Yiman logged off QQ, presumably to log in from home. He resigned himself to this, logging back into his own QQ account. Upon entering, he found that the messages in his class group had already soared to 99. A brief glance revealed that the most fervent discussion revolved around the confession directed at He Yiman from the previous night. After Lin Linkai and Sun Li Chao had both abandoned their attempts, a brave soul finally emerged, boldly presenting a red rose before He Yiman and delivering a heartfelt confession. Ultimately, without a shadow of a doubt, he faced the template rejection. You are unworthy. You are but a toad, dreaming of swan meat. Following the failure of one valiant suitor, another soon stepped forward. This gentleman boasted an impressive array of attributes, a wealthy background and admission to a prestigious 985 university. In a bid to be with He Yiman, he even relinquished his place at Tsinghua University to attend a lesser institution. Faced with such a contender, He Yiman found herself unable to issue her standard rejection. Just as she wavered, a classmate from next door interrupted to inform her that her sister was missing. In a flurry, He Yiman rushed to search for her sister, leaving the matter of the confession unresolved for the time being. The group continued to speculate endlessly about whether He Yiman would accept a confession. Lin Linkai, after observing for a while, deemed it merely a comedy. According to his memories from a past life, He Yiman's future spouse would not be any high school classmate, but rather a product of a business alliance, marrying the son of his father's partner. Departing the group message page, he noticed a few messages from his roommates, alongside a new friend request from He Yiman. The messages from his roommates merely reiterated the previous day's confession events, to which Lin Linkai offered perfunctory replies and moved on. He swiftly accepted He Yiman's friend request and sent a greeting. Yiman, are you doing well at home? Before long, He Yiman responded. Regrettably, my father has restricted my outings, insisting that I must accompany He Yiman whenever I leave the house. I wonder, will he still impose such restrictions once I reach university? Lin Linkai felt a wave of frustration. It seemed his plans to borrow money had been dashed. I am uncertain. Perhaps by the time I enter university, you will no longer be able to control me. Additionally, you must not seek me out. Otherwise, my father might take action against you. Understood. Do find a moment to come visit me when you are able. After further conversation, Lin Linkai had little hope for He Yiman, who remained under strict supervision. He turned off the lights in his room, turned on the electric fan, and settled down to sleep, relying solely on his father's modest financial support. Meanwhile, in the Grand Villa, after concluding her conversation with Lin Linkai, He Yiman resumed sharing various gaming techniques with her close friends. Chapter 10. Entrepreneurial Ideas. The following morning, Lin Linkai rose early. Shortly after completing his morning routine, his mother, Chen Yuhan, had prepared breakfast. The three of them enjoyed their meal together before proceeding to Changlong Waterworld as planned. This time, Lin Guohua had not incurred the previous day's loss of 17,000 and was in good spirits, fully engaging in the enjoyment of their day. Consequently, Lin Linkai found himself inundated with the sweet affections of his parents. Alone, Lin Linkai could only gaze at the bikini-clad beauties in the water park, indulging his eyes momentarily. However, lingering too long could easily brand him as a creep. After experiencing a few attractions, he sought a quieter spot to play on his phone and ponder potential avenues for financial gain. To amass a significant sum in the stock market swiftly, one must possess substantial capital and ideally leverage financing. Reliance on his father to provide a few tens of thousands was unrealistic. What if Lin Guohua changed his mind or made a rash decision that led to financial loss? Even if he were to receive that amount, Lin Linkai felt it would be insufficient. While browsing online, he stumbled upon several antique auction advertisements, which reminded him of his uncle, who seemed to possess a collection of silver and gold coins dating back to the Qing dynasty. These coins, weighing one tael each, were custom-made by the provincial government of Guangdong. He recalled that his uncle, Chen Yuxing, had begun to consider selling these coins in 2022, seeking to convert them into cash. At that time, Lin Linkai's grandfather, Chen Wenhua, had been in declining health, suffering a stroke and requiring hospitalization, eventually being placed in a nursing home. In financial straits, his uncle had contemplated selling antiques. These silver and gold coins, based on similar auction prices, could fetch hundreds of thousands. However, Lin Linkai was unaware if his uncle had succeeded in auctioning them off before his rebirth. Lin Linkai's mind began to whirl with possibilities as he contemplated visiting his uncle's home, pondering whether he could cleverly acquire some gold and silver coins to sell. After all, once he achieved prosperity, he could always return to repay his uncle. With a decision forming in his heart, Lin Linkai resolved to postpone his visit for a week. This time frame coincided with the peak of a stock surge related to a company named Wulong Electric. during which he intended to remind Lin Guohua to cash out and transfer the profits to him. Merely relying on his uncle's connections felt insufficient, and Lin Linkai sensed the need for a backup plan. Should his uncle refuse, he would find himself at a loss, as confronting him was not a viable option. Lost in thought, Lin Linkai rummaged through his mental archives for opportunities to make money. His roommate, Zhong Jiejun, shared a similar background as a young man from a family of migrant workers. In a previous life, Zhong had sought Lin Linkai's partnership in a small business endeavor. But Lin had declined due to the turmoil within his own family, culminating in his parents' divorce at the end of July. At that time, he had no inclination to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, content instead to work diligently in a factory to support his university expenses. Meanwhile, Zhong Jiejun had experienced a roller coaster of entrepreneurial pursuits during summer. He had faced failure in one venture, selling late-night snacks, where his culinary skills fell short and his chosen location proved unfruitful. However, he later found success selling umbrellas on rainy days, meticulously studying weather forecasts and identifying crowded areas, ultimately profiting handsomely at a concert. According to his recollections, Zhong Jiejun would soon approach him with another proposal for a joint venture. Lin Linkai had considered pursuing a solo venture to reap substantial rewards. But reflecting on Zhong's successful attributes led him to conclude that it would be wiser to wait for Zhong's visit and seize the opportunity together. After all, establishing a business required more than just a good idea. One also needed connections and transportation, assets Zhong possessed, while Lin Linkai had none. Thus, Lin Linkai envisioned capitalizing on the umbrella-selling venture first, using the profits to invest in stocks. With the subsequent earnings, he could then explore launching a short video company, an e-commerce platform, or a film production company, without needing to involve Zhong Jiejun. He imagined the thrill of accumulating wealth independently. After a day of enjoyable outings, the three friends returned home. Linkai, his mother remarked, "Tomorrow marks the last day of our break before we return to work. Think about where you'd like to go for one final adventure." Lin Guohua inquired of Lin Linkai, "Mom and Dad, with just a day to spare. The distant places are unreachable, and the nearby ones lack interest as I have already visited them. You two continue to bask in your affection, while I shall find my own companions to engage with. You may proceed." Having consumed a day's worth of dog food, a term for witnessing the affection of couples, Lin Linkai felt he had had enough. "Very well, since you prefer solitude. Do not blame your mother and me for excluding you. Tomorrow, we shall ascend the Guangzhou Tower and relish the perspective from above." Lin Guohua promptly made his decision, eager to enjoy the world as a couple, free from the encumbrance of Lin Linkai. After a refreshing shower, Lin Linkai returned to his room and checked his QQ messages, discovering that He Yiman had announced her plans to visit Hong Kong Island with her family. Having visited the island several times in his past life, Lin Linkai felt quite familiar with the locale. Consequently, he engaged in a brief conversation with He Yiman about essential travel tips and notable attractions in Hong Kong. He Yiman showed no skepticism regarding Lin Linkai's experience. To her, traveling abroad seemed a rather straightforward endeavor. The next day, the last Sunday of June, his parents had gone out for an excursion, and his sister had also ventured away, leaving Lin Linkai languishing alone at home, finding it exceedingly dull. Knowing of Lin Linkai's free time, his roommate, Zhong Jiejun, knocked on his door. "Lin Linkai, open up." "Oh, coming." Lin Linkai quickly rose from the sofa to let Zhong Jiejun in. "What brings you here?" "Naturally, I'm here to invite you to hang out. The others are either traveling or busy with work, leaving just the two of us idling at home." "Well, come in. What are your plans for the 2-month summer break?" Lin Linkai welcomed him to sit on the sofa. "I have little money at hand, and while I wish to earn some, working a regular job yields minimal returns, which is rather uninteresting. I was thinking of engaging in some small business ventures to make a bit of profit. Would you like to join me?" Zhong Jiejun proposed. "Zhong Jiejun, I have delved into entrepreneurship and possess an idea that could yield us some profit." "Pray, elaborate." "On July 7th, a concert will be held at the Tianhe Sports Center. We could wholesale some sun umbrellas and sell them then." Lin Linkai meticulously detailed his plan, which was more prudent compared to Zhong Jiejun's previous notions. "Why sun umbrellas? Why not regular umbrellas? Even if you wager on rain that day, purchasing rain umbrellas would be more sensible. Sun umbrellas tend to be a tad pricier," Zhong Jiejun questioned, perplexed. "Ah, you are mistaken. Sun umbrellas do not differ much in price from rain umbrellas. For profit, we must think comprehensively. On rainy days, sun umbrellas can also serve as rain protection. Moreover, even on days when the sun shines without a hint of rain, we can still attract those beauty-conscious ladies who fear sun exposure. In this manner, we can ensure that our umbrellas will sell, mitigating our losses even in the event of failure, Lin Linkai elucidated. Impressive, truly impressive. As it happens, my uncle has connections in this realm, dealing with sunshades. Leave it to me, exclaimed Zhong Jejun, unable to suppress his admiration. Chapter 11. Full cargo purchase, all right. Can you procure a van for us? We will use it to transport our goods, Lin Linkai continued. That's no problem. I've already secured my driver's license. My uncle has one available for borrowing. The only stipulation is that we must return it clean and fill the tank before we bring it back. Agreed. It's settled then. You can make arrangements over the next few days. Once everything is in place, we shall pool our funds to purchase the umbrellas. The two continued to discuss the umbrella venture before heading out for lunch, subsequently spending the afternoon enjoying themselves at the arcade. The day passed swiftly. July 1st, Monday. The stock market opened once more. Just before Lin Guohua left the house, Lin Linkai earnestly urged him to purchase shares in Wulong Electric Drive at a specific price point, cautioning him not to miss the opportunity. Once his parents departed for work, Lin Linkai found himself languishing at home in solitude. Remembering that his stock trading account was yet to be established, he swiftly shed his lethargy, donned formal attire, and ventured out. Hailing a motorcycle taxi, Lin Linkai arrived at Pacific Securities Company. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a regular taxi. Rather, the motorcycle offered superior value. After disembarking, he walked a few steps, pushed open the glass door, and entered the bustling hall. The temperature difference between the indoors and outdoors was stark. The air conditioning inside was quite intense, sending a chill through Lin Linkai. Indeed, those in finance tend to be well off. Before long, a female employee clad in professional attire approached Lin Linkai. Hello, handsome. How may I assist you today? I would like to open a stock trading account. Certainly. Right this way. Lin Linkai was escorted to a service window. A glance to his right revealed the VIP room, where two men were engaged in conversation. Isn't that He Yiman's father? Sir, please present your identification and bank card and begin filling out the necessary information. The employee's voice brought Lin Linkai back to the task at hand. Of course, Lin Linkai retrieved his documents and began to complete the account application form. The form was quite detailed, primarily inquiring about two aspects: the stability of his income and his capacity to withstand investment losses. It is a well-known fact that the majority of those entering the stock market are often ill-fated novices. Securities firms must ensure that these novices are fully aware and consenting to the risks involved, lest they cause a commotion when losses ensue. At present, the management of account openings is not overly stringent. Lin Linkai endeavored to embellish his family background and portray his risk tolerance as more substantial, believing that this would grant him greater privileges. However, the ultimate permissions bestowed upon him were determined solely by the amount of money he possessed. With a total of merely 6,000 yuan deposited into his account, he ultimately received only the most basic privileges, allowing him to purchase stocks on the main board while being barred from trading on the growth enterprise market, devoid of any margin trading rights. Sir, your account has been successfully opened. Please remember your account number and password, as forgetting them could lead to considerable inconvenience. After spending several minutes, Lin Linkai finally completed the setup of his stock trading account. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, He Yiman's father, He Tiangang, had concluded discussions with a manager. He Tiangang emerged with a broad smile, but upon spotting Lin Linkai, his expression darkened. You are Lin Linkai? He inquired. Yes, hello, uncle. Lin Linkai responded with utmost courtesy, as the man before him was, after all, his future father-in-law. In his previous life, he would have only dared to dream of such a meeting, but in this life, Lin Linkai had grander aspirations. Securing the affection of both twin daughters would bring him unparalleled joy. You, interested in my daughter Yiting? She is adored by everyone. So who wouldn't like her? However, having an affection for her is one thing, but pursuing her is quite another. You are unworthy. Take a good look at yourself. Dressed in what looks like market goods. I hope you refrain from appearing before my daughter again. She deserves better suitors than you. He Tiangang admonished sternly. Uncle, I may be poor now, but that does not mean I will always be so. Mark my words. One day, I shall surpass you in wealth. Lin Linkai retorted, refraining from further argument, recognizing its futility. With that, he took his leave, hastening out the door. Faced with such a materialistic individual, Lin Linkai felt compelled to depart swiftly, lest he be tempted to retaliate. This insolent young man has quite the audacity, He Tiangang remarked, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, today's youth often lack a sense of their own limitations. The manager who had been in the VIP lounge added. There is no need to pay him much mind, Mr. He. Yes, after all, he is merely a poor lad. It remains to be seen whether he can accumulate even 100,000 in the next decade. He Tiangang nodded in agreement. The manager opened the glass door for him, and He Tiangang exited swiftly to his vehicle, departing promptly. The encounter with He Tiangang did not dampen Lin Linkai's spirits or alter his plans. As he walked down the street, he found a shopping mall, entered to enjoy the air conditioning, and then opened his phone to log into the stock trading software, Tonghuashan, to access his newly established stock account. Gazing at the sum of 100 yuan, Lin Linkai felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He began to search for information on Wulong Electric Drive, noting that it was now 11:03 a.m. and the stock had plummeted by 7. With resolute determination, he decided to invest his entire capital. Ultimately, he executed a purchase at a price of 402 yuan for 500 shares. Following his acquisition, Wulong Electric Drive continued its downward trajectory, dipping to 399 yuan mere minutes later, when suddenly, a substantial buy order materialized. Lin Linkai surmised that this must be the optimal entry point and promptly called his father. Lin Guohua. Hello, Linkai, what is the matter? Lin Guohua inquired, feeling his phone vibrate and slipping away to the bathroom to take the call. Dad, you must buy Wulong Electric Drive immediately, with your entire capital. Your entire capital? That is quite bold. Are you sure? Absolutely. All right then, I'll trust you this once. With that, Lin Guohua ended the call, opened his trading app, and saw that Wulong Electric Drive was down 6, with large orders being placed one after another. Recognizing the opportunity, he hesitated no longer, logged into his account, and made the purchase. With a decisive click, 240,000 RMB was invested. After completing the transaction, Lin Guohua left the restroom and hurried back to his workstation to indulge in a bit of leisure. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and felt a renewed sense of tranquility. Chapter 12. 5,000 received. After advising his father, Lin Linkai chose not to linger in the shopping mall. Seeking refuge from the heat, temporarily short on funds, he opted to forego lunch out and returned home to prepare a bowl of egg noodles. After finishing his meal and spending some time on his phone, he took a brief nap. Upon waking, he checked the stock market once more. To his delight, his account had turned a profit. Wulong Electric Drive had surged back to a 1 increase, resulting in an 8 gain for him. Quite impressive. This amounted to nearly 500 yuan. His memories from his previous life proved to be remarkably reliable. With his current limited capital, he found himself unperturbed by the broader market dynamics. Around 8 p.m., after a long day of work, Lin Guohua returned home. Linkai, well done. I made a 7 profit today, which translates to 17,000 yuan. What is the plan for tomorrow? What is the inside scoop? Lin Guohua exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he approached Lin Linkai, nearly lifting him off the ground in celebration. We won't make any moves until Thursday, at which point we'll sell everything when it hits just above 5 yuan, Lin Linkai promptly replied. In truth, Wulong Electric Drive could have been held onto until the 10th or so, but Lin Linkai feared that his father might panic during any corrections and sell at a loss. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to capitalize on the initial surge. Understood. If it reaches 5 yuan, that's over 20%. Are you expecting me to hand you 50,000 yuan for stock trading then? Lin Guohua inquired. Of course, if you, dear father, are inclined to bestow upon me more funds, I would not object. However, I must say, I do care. You ought not to expect to extract too much money from me. On Thursday, I shall sell, and by Friday, I will be able to withdraw, at which point I shall grant you 50,000 yuan. Lin Guohua chuckled softly, convinced that his own stock trading skills were far more reliable, viewing his son as merely relying on insider information. All right, father, after you sell your shares in the electric drive company, I suggest you invest in Shanghai Steel Union next Tuesday. Lin Linkai recalled a stock that had surged significantly. Enough, I have my own plans. Lin Guohua replied dismissively before heading off to take a shower. Observing his father's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Linkai felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared that achieving financial independence would have to rely on his own efforts, for his parents were hardly dependable. Returning to his room, Lin Linkai logged on to his QQ account and engaged in conversation with several friends, primarily chatting with He Yiman, who was currently vacationing in Hong Kong. Their relationship was still in its nascent stages, and there were ample topics to discuss. Lin Linkai, today I explored the cruise ship. Have you ever been on one? He Yiman inquired. A cruise ship? Once aboard, it feels akin to being confined in a prison. Quite unenjoyable, Lin Linkai replied after some contemplation. In his previous life, he had only embarked on a cruise once and found it a regrettable expenditure. Although spending several thousand on a cruise was not beyond his means, it seemed unlikely that any working-class individual would willingly part with an entire month's salary for a few hours on such a vessel. Subsequently, He Yiman continued to discuss various luxury brands, to which Lin Linkai responded with calm composure. Internally, he could not help but reflect on his own richly woven life experiences, enriched by an additional decade of memories. Having frequently surfed the internet and consumed countless short videos on platforms like Xiaohongshu, he had been exposed to a plethora of extravagant lifestyles. Otherwise, he would have been utterly ignorant, resembling a provincial bumpkin. Their continuous exchange soon captured the attention of He Yiman. Who are you messaging? Huh, I shan't tell you, He Yiman teased, turning away and shielding her phone from He Yiman's view. Fine, if you want to share, then so be it. Get some rest. We must rise early to witness the sunrise at Victoria Harbor tomorrow, He Yiman replied, visibly annoyed. Understood, He Yiman acknowledged reluctantly, sending a good-night message to Lin Linkai and informing him of her plans to watch the sunrise. Lin Linkai returned her good-night wish and requested that she take plenty of photos to share as mementos. After sending the message, he reviewed the chat history with He Yiman and couldn't help but frown. A sudden realization struck him. Had he become a bit juvenile? Was falling in love truly a catalyst for diminishing one's intellect? Yet, the unmistakable scent of romance lingered in their exchanges. In just a few years, as societal norms shift, the prospect of embarking on a sweet romance may become an elusive dream. For now, cherish these moments. With a gentle closure of his phone, Lin Linkai drifted into slumber. In the ensuing days, Lin Linkai primarily occupied himself with leisurely pursuits at home, occasionally engaging in light conversation with He Yiman. It wasn't until Friday that a ripple of change stirred in Lin Linkai's life. At 10 o'clock that morning, Lin Guohua called Lin Linkai from the company restroom. Linkai, the additional 50,000 has been transferred to your account. Consider it your living expenses for the next 4 years of university. Once it's gone, don't come looking for me again. Lin Guohua remarked slyly. All right, remember to purchase shares of Shanghai Certain Steel Union next Tuesday, Lin Linkai instructed. Got it. Lin Guohua replied impatiently before returning to his workstation to continue his own leisurely activities. Seeing that the boss was absent and no one was paying attention to him, he discreetly opened his trading app on his phone to explore which stocks were worthy of investment. After considerable deliberation, he identified a stock with solid fundamentals that appeared to have reached a low point and decisively purchased half a position. For someone addicted to trading, maintaining an empty stock account was quite distressing. Meanwhile, upon receiving a notification from his bank, Lin Linkai promptly transferred the entirety of the 40,000 into his trading account, reserving the remaining 10,000 for small ventures with Zhongjiajun and as a backup. The first stock of 2013 to make waves was Zonkingbao, but unfortunately, it was listed on the growth enterprise market, which Lin Linkai's account permissions did not allow him to purchase. Recalling his mental repository, he deemed Shanghai Certain Steel Union a more reliable option and planned to invest next Tuesday, anticipating a prolonged upward trend. While browsing stocks, he spotted a familiar name on the gainers list, Junjun Group. Drawing on a decade's worth of trading experience, he surmised that this stock might hit the upper limit, though he had only traded it in 2022 and was uncertain of its current viability. Chapter 13. Unexpected delight after much inner turmoil. Lin Linkai ultimately decided to invest just over 6,000 of his initial funds into Junjun Group, leaving the freshly transferred 40,000 untouched. Had he followed his past trading wisdom to perfection, he would have achieved financial independence long ago. Thus, Lin Linkai resolved not to forsake his steady happiness and to adhere to the insights gleaned from his mental repository. Shortly thereafter, Junjun Group successfully hit its upper limit, transforming his initial 6,000 into 7,000. Even so, Lin Linkai felt no regret. Having triumphed this time, who could assure him of victory in the next endeavor? Shortly after finishing lunch, Zhong Jiajun arrived at Lin Linkai's door. Lin Linkai, let us depart. I have successfully borrowed my uncle's wooling van, and the umbrella manufacturer has also been arranged. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Linkai tidied up, changed into his shoes, and grabbed his phone and wallet before closing the door and descending the stairs alongside Zhong Jiejun. Upon exiting the hallway, they spotted the remarkable Wuling Hongguang parked not far away. Shortly thereafter, they entered the vehicle, with Zhong Jiejun taking the driver's seat and Lin Linkai settling into the passenger side. "Did you inquire about the price of the sunshade?" Lin Linkai asked. "I did. The wholesale price for the sunshade is 2 yuan each. How much money do you currently possess?" Zhong Jiejun responded. "I have 2,000 here," Lin Linkai replied. "I have 10,000, but we probably won't sell too many umbrellas. I think purchasing 3,000 should suffice. You contribute 2,000, and I will cover 4,000. We will split the profits evenly. As for fuel and other expenses, I shall not ask you to contribute," Lin Linkai suggested. "All right, that sounds acceptable. I checked the weather forecast yesterday, on July 7th. It is expected to turn cloudy and rain. What if others bring their own umbrellas? That would render our efforts futile." Zhong Jiejun expressed his concern. "Whether they do or not, it is unlikely that everyone will bring one. Trust me, it will be fine," Lin Linkai reassured. "Very well. Let us go." With that, Zhong Jiejun inserted the key and started the vehicle. Half an hour later, they arrived at a factory on the outskirts of the city, where they began negotiating prices with an employee. Ultimately, they settled on the prearranged price of 6,000 yuan for 3,000 sunshades. These sunshades were quite heavy and numerous, and with no assistance available, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun gradually loaded them into the Wuling Hongguang. Fortunately, it was a van. Had it been a regular sedan, it likely would not have accommodated the load. "Done. I will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow," Lin Linkai stated. "Great." After dropping Lin Linkai off at home, Zhong Jiejun drove away in the van. This time, the two did not sign any agreement, and Lin Linkai entrusted 4,000 yuan to Zhong Jiejun, believing in his integrity. A week passed, and He Yiman, along with her sister and mother, returned from their trip to Hong Kong. Upon arriving home, He Yiman felt an urge to seek out Lin Linkai. During their conversations, she realized that Lin Linkai was not the simpleton she had envisioned. Rather, he was a knowledgeable and captivating individual. She also uncovered a remarkable fact. Lin Linkai had previously predicted the stock trajectory of a certain electric drive stock, which had now come to fruition. This indicated that Lin Linkai might indeed possess a talent or special skill for stock trading, potentially enabling him to achieve financial independence and ultimately impress her father. Meeting the threshold for a son-in-law. On July 6th, a Saturday, just a day after returning home, He Yiman approached her mother, requesting permission to go out and have fun. "Is it true that you can't sit still, my dear? Are you eager to meet that classmate of yours again?" Lu Miling shot a fierce glare at He Yiman. "Not at all. Isn't He Yiman constantly sending messages as well?" He Yiman retorted immediately. "Dare you show me the messages from Yiting?" "Humph, I suppose you're quite bold." He Yiman conceded defeat. Her chat history was indeed too provocative, unsuitable for anyone else's eyes. "Mom, there's a concert by Lu Mohua at Tiana Sports Center tomorrow, and I wish to attend," He Yiting suddenly announced. "Lu Mohua? Sounds good. I would like to go too. Let us all three of us go together." "What is so great about Lu Mohua? Wang Molong's songs are far superior." He Yiman pouted. "Stop indulging in those mindless love songs and idle dramas. You should learn from your sister and watch something of substance," Lu Miling disapproved. "Whatever, I like it," He Yiman stubbornly replied. Moments later, she dashed upstairs to her room, lamenting to Lin Linkai about being grounded by her mother, rambling on and on. "What? You're going to the concert at Tiana Sports Center tomorrow?" "I'll be there too, but I'm going to sell things," Lin Linkai exclaimed, surprised by the coincidence. "Oh, really? How about we meet secretly? I'll give you my pocket money." He Yiman recalled her words. "Of course, meeting you is what matters. Money is secondary," Lin Linkai's heart soared. "By the way, that pocket money amounts to a full 100,000. All right, see you tomorrow." He Yiman was also eagerly anticipating her meeting with Lin Linkai. After hanging up, she hurriedly searched for her bank card. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai began to envision his financial prospects. After borrowing 100,000 from He Yiman, his total would approach 150,000. Once exceeding 100,000, he could proceed to upgrade his services and activate trading on the growth enterprise market. After purchasing shares in a certain steel company in Shanghai and holding them for 3 weeks, he could sell them for 3 times the profit, turning it into 450,000. By then, it would be August, and the Bitcoin market would surge from late September to early December. He knew he couldn't afford to waste the months of August and September. He must keep his funds circulating. Lin Linkai rummaged through his memory palace, recalling that during that time, he had already started working at an electronics factory, leaving him little time to focus on other stocks. However, he noted that the steel company in Shanghai would experience a second surge in mid-August, lasting until the end of September, allowing his funds to double once more, ultimately surpassing 1,000,000. Chapter 14. Farewell to He Yiman. On the early morning of July 7th, Lin Linkai arose and, after enjoying breakfast, ventured into a grand shopping mall to purchase a small trailer. By 9 o'clock, he awaited the arrival of Zhong Jiejun's Wuling Hongguang downstairs. Upon disembarking, Zhong Jiejun was taken aback to see Lin Linkai with a small trailer. "What do you intend to do with that?" he inquired. "Of course, it's for selling merchandise. We cannot merely rely on customers to approach us for umbrellas, can we? We shall transport the trailer directly to the entrance of the sports arena. That is the essence of attentive service," Lin Linkai elucidated. "Ah, you truly think ahead," Zhong Jiejun remarked, scratching his head. "All right, let us go." After loading the trailer into the van, the two set off for Tianhe Sports Arena. Situated in the Tianhe district, the arena was quite a distance from Lin Linkai's residence, and it took them an hour and a half to arrive. By the time they parked in a nearby lot, nearly 11 o'clock had arrived. "The concert is in the afternoon. Shall we grab a bite?" "Sure," they agreed. Strolling through the Tianhe CBD, they eventually settled on a modest street-side meal for 18 yuan. "We haven't struck it rich yet, so let's save a little." Upon returning to their van, they noticed a growing crowd entering the sports arena. The sun shone brightly overhead, with few clouds to be seen, only a few wisps of white scattered across the sky. The heat was stifling, reaching a sweltering 35 degrees. Zhong Jiejun expressed his concern. "Lin Linkai, the weather seems quite pleasant. Do you think it won't rain?" "Relax. This weather is as fickle as a woman's mood. Even a day of unbroken sunshine poses little issue. Look over there, at the shopping mall. We can sell sunshades right there. Those delicate young ladies certainly cannot endure the sun," Lin Linkai reassured him. "Very well. Shall we head over there and attempt to sell a few?" Zhong Jiejun conceded. "Absolutely." Before long, the two had arranged a cardboard box atop the small trailer, filled with several hundred sunshades. Ding dong. On that bright afternoon, Lin Linkai's phone chimed gently, shattering the surrounding tranquility. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. A message from the one he held dear, the enchanting He Yiman, had arrived. "Lin Linkai, I see you. Don't leave. Wait for me a moment. I will be there shortly." A few simple words sent Lin Linkai's heart racing. The fact that He Yiman was coming to find him implied far more than a mere meeting. He shifted his gaze from the phone, scanning the vicinity for that familiar figure. Indeed, at a distance of around 80 meters, he spotted the unmistakable luxury car and the three figures emerging from it. It was He Yiman, along with her mother and sister. The three had just disembarked from their vehicle and were preparing to make their way towards the Tianhe Sports Center. Lin Linkai's gaze lingered on the girl who was engrossed in her smartphone. He recognized her as He Yiman. Her hair danced gently in the breeze and in the sunlight. Her smile radiated with exceptional brilliance. He observed He Yiman as she intently focused on the screen of her phone, her fingers gliding softly across it. "Ahem, Zhong Jiejun. I have some matters to attend to. Why don't you try selling by yourself for now? We can sell together later this evening," Lin Linkai suggested to Zhong Jiejun after a moment of contemplation. His connection with He Yiman resembled a secret garden, one quietly safeguarded by the two of them. Lin Linkai sensed that their bond was still too fragile to withstand the scrutiny and discourse of others. He feared that once the world became aware of it, their delicate equilibrium would be irrevocably disrupted. Although Zhong Jiejun possessed a cheerful disposition, he was also a notorious blabbermouth. Should he learn of this affair, it would likely become common knowledge throughout the class, if not the entire school. What troubled Lin Linkai even more was the thought of this information reaching He Yiman. With her penchant for reporting, she would undoubtedly inform their father, He Tiangang. He Tiangang had always held high hopes for He Yiman's future. If he discovered that she had developed feelings for a boy of humble means, he would surely oppose it vehemently. Such an outcome would spell the end for Lin Linkai and He Yiman's relationship. "All right then, I'll give it a try myself," Zhong Jiejun said with a furrowed brow, not pressing further, and proceeded to pull his small cart away. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tianhe Sports Center, He Yiman glanced at the concert ticket in her mother's hand, frowning as she said, "Mom, I'm not fond of this old man's concert. You and sister can go, but I wish to go shopping over there." Lu Miling, taken aback, retorted with some irritation, Who do you mean by old man? In her eyes, that singer was an eternal youthful idol. He Yiman playfully smiled and swiftly sidestepped, evading her mother's playful strike. Lu Miling, shaking her head in resignation, remarked, "A black-hearted fan like you shouldn't even be allowed into the concert. Remember to call me if you need anything." He Yiman cheekily responded, "Sure thing, Mom. Goodbye." With a sigh, Lu Miling took He Yiting's hand and entered the sports center. She understood her daughter's nature and sympathized with her feelings. The youngest daughter of the family was always so whimsical, with her own aspirations and pursuits. As a mother, all she could do was strive to understand and support her. Once she confirmed that her mother and sister had vanished from sight, He Yiman's spirits lifted. She skipped back to the parking lot, and upon spotting Lin Linkai, she excitedly dashed over and leaped into his arms. Lin Linkai swiftly opened his arms, securely embracing her. He Yiman, wrapping herself around his waist, sweetly exclaimed, "Mua, I missed you so much." "Yes, I missed you too," he replied. "It is quite warm here. Let us venture elsewhere." Lin Linkai responded, gently caressing her hair. He Yiman, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What brings you here, exactly?" Lin Linkai chuckled, gesturing towards the bustling commercial street across the road. "I came here with Zhong Jiejun to sell umbrellas. Look, he has already begun selling over there. We wagered that it would rain by evening, and many will be without umbrellas, allowing us to reap a substantial profit." He Yiman followed Lin Linkai's gaze and indeed spotted a young man enthusiastically promoting umbrellas to passing ladies. Intrigued, she asked, "Is it truly possible to make money this way?" Lin Linkai smiled and explained, "Indeed, it is. We brought 3,000 umbrellas, each costing us 3 yuan, and with additional expenses, the maximum cost per umbrella is 4 yuan. However, we sell them for 20 yuan each. If we sell them all, we could earn a staggering 48,000. He Yiman, astonished, exclaimed, "You are quite the shrewd merchant. But I like it." He. She found Lin Linkai's plan to be quite plausible and felt a sense of joy for him. Lin Linkai smiled and suggested, "Let us move on. We shall roast in this heat." He then picked up an umbrella, opened it to shield them both, and they walked closely together. He felt the warmth of He Yiman resting against his shoulder, a wave of sweetness washing over him. Amidst the hustle and bustle, her presence made everything seem beautiful. Passing a small shop, He Yiman paused. Lin Linkai immediately understood, and upon entering the shop, he swiftly grabbed a box of gum and 2 bottles of cola from the counter. After a quick transaction, he returned outside with He Yiman, continuing their stroll. "Look, there's a short-stay hotel ahead. Let us go there," Lin Linkai proposed. "Good idea. Let us step inside to enjoy the air conditioning. I feel like I might melt." He Yiman agreed. Moments later, they arrived at the hotel. Upon entering, the refreshing coolness enveloped them, offering a sense of comfort. Lin Linkai skillfully booked a room, and they both stepped inside. The room was simply and neatly arranged, with a moderate air conditioning temperature that felt delightful. He Yiman immediately flopped onto the bed, feeling her weary body relax completely at that moment. Lin Linkai brought 2 chilled bottles of cola, placing them on the bedside table before sitting at the edge of the bed. As they sipped the icy cola, they reveled in the cool air conditioning, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility. Chapter 15. The imminent downpour. After resting sufficiently in the hotel, Lin Linkai and He Yiman checked out and prepared to leave. Kai, let us go. I will transfer my pocket money to you," He Yiman casually remarked as they exited the hotel. Lin Linkai instantly perked up, his spirits lifting with anticipation of her transfer. The two walked in silence for over 10 minutes until they arrived at an ATM, avoiding Lin Linkai's gaze. He Yiman entered her password and then turned to him. "Kai, how much do you need?" she asked gently, her eyes shimmering with a light that seemed to convey boundless trust and support. "Don't you only have 100,000 pocket money?" Lin Linkai questioned, leaning closer to take a look, only to be astonished. The bank card displayed a balance with 7 digits, resembling a treasure glistening with golden allure, tempting him to delve into its depths. "Indeed, my pocket money is just 100,000, but I also have the red envelopes I received during the new year," He Yiman replied matter-of-factly. Her tone was relaxed and natural, as if the sum was merely a trifle to her. "Well, the more, the better. But I worry that if it's too much, your family might fret, and you might not trust me. It's really up to you to decide," Lin Linkai pondered aloud. You have a point. I must admit, I'm a bit concerned about you, you rascal. I'll start by giving you 200,000. But don't even think about taking advantage of me, or I'll have my uncle fire your mother." He Yiman warned playfully. Wait, your uncle is the owner of Lufang Furniture? Lin Linkai exclaimed. Yes, what's wrong with that? All right, you're impressive. Lin Linkai gave a thumbs up. Realizing he was rather at her mercy, He Yiman smiled and nodded, saying, All right, Kai, please share your bank account number with me. I will transfer the funds to you now. After Lin Linkai provided his account number, He Yiman began the transaction. Soon, Lin Linkai received a text notification of the transfer. As he gazed at the figures on his phone, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. With this initial capital, he could swiftly engage in the stock market, letting his investment snowball and yield substantial returns. I've received it. Let us go. The concert is about to end, and we shouldn't keep your mother waiting. Oh, you really guessed right. As He Yiman stepped out of the ATM and onto the street, she noticed the sky had turned overcast, and a fine drizzle had begun to fall, with the rain intensifying. Hey, what do you call this? It's the heavens assisting me. I'm destined to earn money and win over a beautiful girl like you. Lin Linkai beamed at the darkening sky. You sure know how to talk. Let us go, He Yiman replied. Lin Linkai opened his umbrella, and they hurried back to Tiana Sports Center, where he sheltered her at a spot near the entrance to avoid the rain. Man, let me grab 3 more umbrellas for you. You'll need them later. Okay. Thank you. Lin Linkai, holding the umbrella, returned to the van, where Zhong Jiejun had just walked back from the opposite side. How did the sales go? Oh, when the sun was out, only a few people bought, and we sold 4 umbrellas, but as soon as it started to rain, they were all gone in no time. Haha. Zhong Jiejun smiled radiantly. As long as it makes money, prepare the stock first. I will take 3 umbrellas to deliver to a classmate. All right. Zhong Jiejun did not think much of it. 3 umbrellas were trivial, so he let it be. Shortly after, Lin Linkai arrived at the Tiana Sports Center with 3 umbrellas and found He Yiman. Man, here you go. Be careful not to get wet. Good luck. He Yiman quickly embraced Lin Linkai. Absolutely. Lin Linkai gently patted her back and hastily released her, wary of being seen by Zhong Jiejun. I'm off. Bye. After a while, Lin Linkai returned to the van, assisting Zhong Jiejun in loading the goods for another trip to the entrance of the Tiana Sports Center. Meanwhile, the sky grew increasingly dim, and the torrential rain intensified. Fortune favors me. Zhong Jiejun, let us raise the price. Today we'll sell them for 30 each. What? Is anyone even going to buy them? Zhong Jiejun initially thought that selling a 3 yuan umbrella for 20 was excessive, yet Lin Linkai proposed something even more audacious. What is there to fear? This is fortune smiling upon us. Lin Linkai pointed at the dark clouds above. All right, let us give it a try. Zhong Jiejun could only place his trust in Lin Linkai. The two waited until 5 o'clock, when the concert finally concluded, and gradually, people emerged from the auditorium. The audience, upon witnessing the downpour, were taken aback. Most had not anticipated rain that day. As they fretted, a booming male voice echoed nearby. Lin Linkai, holding a large megaphone, announced, Don't miss out. You wouldn't want to get drenched, would you? Hurry and buy an umbrella. Just 30 yuan each. First come, first served. Lin Linkai repeatedly proclaimed this, gradually attracting a crowd. Typically, umbrellas range from a few dozen to over 100 yuan in the market. Selling them for 30 didn't seem exorbitant, so few haggled over the price. Most willingly handed over 30 yuan and quickly took their umbrellas. Gradually, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun were surrounded by the throng, struggling to manage the influx of payments. Before long, the initial batch of several hundred umbrellas was sold out. Everyone, wait, we have more stock coming. We'll be right back. Lin Linkai shouted, and he and Zhong Jiejun rushed to the parking lot to restock. At that moment, Lu Miling and He Yiman emerged from the sports center, frowning at the torrential rain. With rain this heavy, it's quite a hassle to get to the parking lot. Chapter 16. Counting money until cramped hands. Mom, sister, here, take this umbrella. He Yiman appeared beside them. Oh, you're quite thoughtful. Where did you buy this umbrella? Lu Miling felt a surge of joy. This girl had finally accomplished something commendable. It must be from Lin Linkai, He Yiman blurted out. What? Is he the same Lin Linkai who is a classmate of Yiting? Indeed. Look over there. He is diligently selling umbrellas. If he sells out, he could earn 50,000. He Yiman cautiously remarked, hoping to elevate Lin Linkai's image in her mother's eyes. 50,000 is quite impressive, but if he wishes to marry our Yiting, it is still far from sufficient. Lu Miling tacitly accepted that the umbrellas were a gift from Lin Linkai out of consideration for He Yiting. He Yiting shared this sentiment. Seeing Lin Linkai seemingly making an effort for her stirred a sense of warmth within her. Business is all about gradual progress. This time he earns 50,000. Next time, perhaps 500,000. In a few years, he could reach 5 million. He Yiman continued to speak highly of Lin Linkai. Let us see if he actually earns it. All right, let us go. The three opened their umbrellas and started walking towards the parking lot. He Yiman glanced back at Lin Linkai, silently wishing him to strive harder. After He Yiman left, Lin Linkai waved his hand and continued selling umbrellas. Once Lu Miling and her daughter settled in their Porsche 911, Lu Miling turned to He Yiting and cautioned, "Yiting, you must not be soft-hearted. When seeking a partner, do not consider potential stocks. 99% will prove futile. Until Lin Linkai shows promise, refrain from associating with him, understand?" "I understand, Mom. I haven't been in touch with him lately. The last time we spoke was back in school." He Yiting obediently nodded. He Yiman's eyes flickered as she silently prayed for Lin Linkai to earn substantial money and prove her mother wrong. Otherwise, it would be her own face that would be slapped. At the entrance of the Tianhe Sports Center, after a busy hour and a half, by 6:30, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun had sold out all the sunshades. They were both drenched but wore expressions of exhilaration. "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize, but we have sold out of umbrellas." "Hey, don't you have 2 umbrellas left?" An anxious customer interjected. "Sorry, those are our personal umbrellas. They are not the same as the ones we sold, and we need them for ourselves." Lin Linkai promptly replied, "I'll offer 100. Sir, it's not merely a matter of money. We don't want to be caught in the rain either." 500. "All right then, sir, this is your umbrella." Lin Linkai swiftly handed over his umbrella and accepted 500 yuan in return. After sending off this customer, Lin Linkai turned to leave with Zhong Jiejun. However, just as they opened an umbrella to share, they were called back. "Hey, the umbrella seller, I'll also pay 500. A woman behind them suddenly exclaimed. "Linkai, what about this? Sell it." Lin Linkai snatched the umbrella from Zhong Jiejun's hands and handed it to the elderly woman. "Sister, this is your umbrella." The woman huffed. "If it weren't for my hurry, I wouldn't have bought this umbrella from you." She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Linkai before leaving, discarding Mao Zedong's portrait in the process. Lin Linkai quickly picked it up, muttering to himself about her lack of manners. "But as long as I get paid, I'm satisfied." After pocketing the money, Lin Linkai resumed his journey with Zhong Jiejun, confident that no one would interrupt them again. With a suitcase full of cash and a small cart, the two returned to the van. "Linkai, this time, we've struck it rich. At first, I thought we wouldn't sell any at 30, yet later, people were willing to buy them at 50. It's unbelievable." Zhong Jiejun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "This is what they call harvesting chives. We know they're desperate, and they know we've marked up the price, but they have no choice. They must buy." Lin Linkai chuckled in agreement. "Shall we count how much we made?" "There's no need for that. We can let the bank staff tally it up tomorrow. Right now, we should go eat." "Fine, but I'm still eager to count it. It's my first time earning such a substantial amount. Let us do it after dinner." Lin Linkai replied, slightly annoyed by Zhong Jiejun's money-hungry demeanor. After securing their belongings in the vehicle, the two headed to a decent restaurant for a meal. Now that they were slightly more affluent, there was no need to scrimp and save on fast food. Their dinner cost over 300 yuan, but neither felt remorseful. Considering they had earned tens of thousands that day, this expense was but a drop in the bucket. After dinner, around 7 o'clock, the relentless rain finally ceased. The two returned to the parking lot and drove back to the Fanyu district, arriving at Lin Linkai's home together. "Ah, son, you're back. Have you eaten?" "Oh, and Zhong Jiejun is here too. What happened to you? You went out and got drenched. Hurry and take a shower and change clothes so you don't catch a cold," Qin Yuhan inquired with concern. "Okay, Mom. All right. Auntie, we've already eaten out," Zhong Jiejun added. Lin Linkai hurriedly placed the box of money into his room and then found a set of his school uniform for Zhong Jiejun. "Make do with this." "Okay, I'm off to shower now. Just be quick about it." As Zhong Jiejun entered the bathroom, Lin Linkai took a moment to check his QQ messages, noticing several notifications from He Yiman. Upon reviewing them, he found messages of encouragement and praise from her. He quickly replied, Man, I just got home. We sold all the umbrellas today and made a fortune. Just my share alone will probably amount to 50,000. Impressive. Keep it up. If you can make 50,000 in a day, won't you earn 5 million this year?" He Yiman replied almost instantly. "I too wish that money could be so easily earned. However, this business is not one that can be conducted daily. Regardless of the feasibility, one must strive diligently. For otherwise, my parents will not take it lightly." "Certainly." The two continued their conversation for a while, and soon after, Zhong Jiejun emerged from the shower. Lin Kai, hurry along. I shall begin counting the money, he said. All right. Lin Kai entered the bathroom with his clothes, while Zhong Jiejun knelt on the floor, commencing the task of counting the cash from the large box. He organized the bills into stacks of 10, ensuring everything was in order. By the time Lin Kai finished his shower and exited the bathroom, the neatly arranged bundles of RMB had entirely covered Lin Kai's bed. The amount was considerable. Even in the brief minutes Lin Kai spent bathing, Zhong Jiejun had not yet finished sorting, as there remained some cash in the box. Chapter 17. Opening the entrepreneurial board permissions in no time, Lin Kai joined the endeavor of counting money. He organized the bills into small stacks of 10 and larger stacks of 100, categorizing the various denominations before proceeding to tally them. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, the two finally accounted for all the money. This time, the total from the sales, excluding the final 500 yuan from each of their last umbrellas, amounted to 131,050 yuan. Lin Kai, let us first recoup our costs. You can take 6,000, and I shall take 3,000, with the remainder split evenly, Zhong Jiejun proposed regarding the distribution of funds. Agreed. Lin Kai readily accepted. Although Zhong Jiejun contributed less financially this time, he had exerted considerable effort and utilized connections, even borrowing his uncle's vehicle. After finalizing the division of money, Lin Kai received 67,000 yuan, while the remaining 64,050 yuan belonged to Zhong Jiejun. Zhong Jiejun placed his share back into the box, while Lin Kai's money remained on the bed. Lin Kai, I shall take my leave now. It is quite late, and I want to return this outfit to you. Zhong Jiejun stated. It's fine. It's just a school uniform, which I want to wear again. Would you care for some water? Lin Kai responded nonchalantly. No, thank you. Now that I am a wealthy man, I shall head downstairs to buy a beverage. Why would I drink plain water? Zhong Jiejun promptly declined. Oh, you're feeling a bit full of yourself, aren't you? Lin Kai teased. Hee, I'm off now. Goodbye. Let us make more money together next time. Zhong Jiejun chuckled as he departed. Are you not going to have your classmates stay a while longer? And what exactly is in that box? Qin Yuhan inquired curiously. Of course, it's money. Today, Zhong Jiejun and I conducted business, Lin Kai replied. Really? How much did you earn? Lin Guohua interjected. It was decent. I ended up with over 6,000, Lin Kai casually responded. Not bad. It's certainly better than working at the factory tightening screws. Are you going again tomorrow? Lin Guohua mistakenly believed that Lin Kai had earned only 600 today, rather than 60,000. To him, even 600 in a single day seemed exceedingly absurd. We'll see how it goes, Lin Kai replied. Yes, it's beneficial to get out and about. Any earnings are better than spending an entire day cooped up at home, akin to a postpartum confinement, Qin Yuhan concurred. A few days prior, Lin Kai had remained indoors, without venturing out at all, which had caused Qin Yuhan to worry that he might become unwell from being cooped up. She glanced at the time and noted it was already past 9 in the evening, prompting her to remind him, it's getting late. You should rest early. Lin Kai responded, okay, Mom, and then turned to retreat to his room. As night deepened, Lin Kai lay in bed, his eyes closed. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as a household name, a world-renowned billionaire, contributing to society with his wisdom and talents. Despite having had numerous ex-girlfriends, he was still celebrated by all. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lin Kai's face. He rubbed his eyes, stretched lazily, and rolled out of bed, reflecting on the previous night's dream. He mused that if it were in a past life, it would merely be a fantasy, distant and unattainable. However, in this life, he was determined to make that dream a reality. After completing his morning routine, Lin Kai sat at the dining table, savoring the noodles his mother had prepared. Once he finished breakfast, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside. With a light-hearted stride, he felt as free as a bird soaring through the streets. After a brisk walk of about 10 minutes, Lin Kai entered a local industrial and commercial bank. Hello, handsome. What business do you wish to conduct? A teller in uniform approached him. Miss, I would like to make a deposit, he replied. Certainly. How much would you like to deposit? Lin Kai promptly retrieved all the cash from his backpack. It's a bit scattered, he admitted. The teller's expression stiffened. She had anticipated a straightforward transaction, but the abundance of loose change proved cumbersome to count. Is it not acceptable to deposit? Lin Kai inquired, sensing her discomfort. It is, she managed a strained smile, treating the situation as a means to pass the time. Before long, she fetched a counting machine and slowly began to tally Lin Linkai's coins, neatly folding the counted bills afterward. After a thorough count, the total came to 67,010 yuan. However, one counterfeit 10 yuan note was confiscated on the spot. Young man, where did you acquire all this cash? The teller inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was indeed unusual for someone so young to possess such a considerable amount of loose change. I engage in small business, selling items at a market stall, Lin Linkai explained. Lin Linkai answered truthfully that if it were all a matter of 100 yuan, he would not hesitate to say it was withdrawn from another bank. Ah, I see. Since you are in business, how about I slightly elevate the permissions on your bank card? Currently, the limits on your card seem rather low, suggested the young lady. All right, thank you, Lin Linkai replied. Before long, the young lady brought a pile of documents for Lin Linkai to complete and sign, subsequently enhancing the various limits on his bank card. When he originally applied for the card, he was still a minor, thus the limitations were quite stringent, allowing only a daily withdrawal of 1,000 with a secondary card. After the procedure, Lin Linkai received a primary card once more. Having left the industrial and commercial bank, Lin Linkai proceeded to operate on his phone, transferring funds into his stock account. He then took a motorcycle taxi to the Pacific Securities office. A charming young man, who had previously crossed paths with Boss He, was still quite memorable. As soon as Lin Linkai entered, he was recognized by the teller inside. Ah, little handsome Lin, what business do you have today? She greeted. This time, I wish to activate permissions for the entrepreneurial board, as well as for margin trading, Lin Linkai promptly responded. My dear boy, with just a few thousand in your account, how can that be? She countered. I have already deposited 300,000 into my account, Lin Linkai replied. 300,000. Is that for real? The young lady was taken aback, struggling to believe it. How could someone whom Boss He had dubbed a poor boy possess such a sum for stock trading? It wasn't until Lin Linkai revealed his account balance on his phone that she began to trust him. Chapter 18. Relaxing with Zhong Jejun. Goodness, young man. How did you come by this money? It appears you only just transferred it in recently, she remarked after operating the computer for a while. My parents support my foray into stock trading, Lin Linkai replied, maintaining his composure. In that case, your family must be relatively well off. Why would Boss He ridicule you? She asked. No matter how well off my family is, we are merely a moderately prosperous household, with a few million here and there. However, Boss He is worth billions. So naturally, he looks down upon me, Lin Linkai shrugged. Oh, I see. Young man, I can grant you access to the entrepreneurial board and margin trading permissions. But I must inform you that the risks of stock trading are exceedingly high. Your 300,000 could very well vanish, and if you utilize the margin privileges, you might lose not only your money but also incur debts to our securities company. Do you understand? If you can bear such risks, then please sign, she patiently advised, presenting a risk disclosure statement and a waiver of liability. Lin Linkai glanced at it briefly, noting the one-sided terms, but with no alternative, he signed. After a series of procedures, Lin Linkai successfully activated 3 permissions, among which financing would provide an additional 100 units of capital, with a leverage of 2. The securities lending allowed for 11 units, and when selling a stock through securities lending, a margin equivalent to the value of the stock must be deposited. Once everything was completed, Lin Linkai glanced at the time. It was already noon. It was time for lunch. Goodbye, miss, he said. Yes, goodbye. Watching Lin Linkai's departing figure, the bank clerk fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, she took out her phone and added Lin Linkai's contact number to her address book, also noting his capital account in her memo. With Lin Linkai's account information, she could secretly monitor his every move within the computer system. After Lin Linkai left, he dined on a bowl of wonton noodles at a nearby small restaurant, not in a hurry to depart, waiting for the market to open at around 1 in the afternoon. According to the information stored in his memory palace, a specific steel stock in Shanghai was expected to rise slightly today, with a potential limit up tomorrow, signaling the onset of a bullish trend. Prioritizing a cautious approach, Lin Linkai was intent on executing his strategy. With 310,000 units in his account, he promptly engaged in financing, doubling his capital to 620,000 units, and then carefully split his purchases into over 20 orders to buy gradually. A bulk purchase would create a substantial order, potentially influencing others' judgments and further impacting the stock's performance. Lin Linkai was keen to avoid any butterfly effect resulting from his actions. By the time Lin Linkai completed his purchases, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He finally left the restaurant, intending to return home. As he walked along the road, his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Zhong Jiejun, Lin Linkai answered. Zhong Jiejun, what's up? Lin Linkai, are you going to sell goods tomorrow? It's supposed to rain again. Umbrellas aren't always easy to sell. It will be raining from the morning, and people will definitely take their umbrellas when they go out. Moreover, when we visited clients yesterday, they were all attending a concert, spending lavishly on tickets that cost thousands. Selling our umbrellas shouldn't be a problem. By the way, where do you plan to sell next? Lin Linkai inquired. Oh, that is indeed a question, Zhong Jiejun replied. Forget about it for now. Let us enjoy ourselves for a few days and seek inspiration. How about we go for a foot massage and eat dumplings tonight? My uncle told me foot massages are incredibly relaxing and the dumplings are delicious. When eating dumplings, you must use your hands. The experience is quite extraordinary. Zhong Jiejun found Lin Linkai's suggestion reasonable. He recalled his first experience selling umbrellas, where he had to push sales hard, nearly succumbing to the heat, ultimately selling only 4 umbrellas in 2 hours at 20 units each, barely making any money. And he certainly didn't want to suffer again. Cough, is this foot massage legitimate? Lin Linkai thought, a frown crossing his face. Absolutely legitimate. You want to get caught. Shall we go to Tianxiang Foot Massage City? Are you coming? All right, come pick me up now. I'm at Starlight Avenue. Done. After waiting for half an hour, Zhong Jiejun arrived driving a Wuling Hongguang van, picked up Lin Linkai, and headed straight to Tianxiang Foot Massage City. It wasn't long before they arrived, and Lin Linkai sensed that Zhong Jiejun was quite familiar with the place. Zhong Jiejun, you seem to have frequented here quite a bit, haven't you? Lin Linkai teased. No, absolutely not. It's my first time here. My uncle merely mentioned this place to me, Zhong Jiejun quickly denied. Upon disembarking, the two walked towards Tianxiang Foot Massage City, which was located on the 2nd floor, accessible only by a staircase, with a hair salon below. Once they reached the front desk on the 2nd floor, Lin Linkai glanced at the price list, which ranged from a reasonable $128 to $388, with exorbitant options from $1288 to $3888. Hello, gentlemen. Which service would you like? Would you like me to provide some recommendations? The receptionist eagerly inquired. Zhong Jiejun, do you know what to order? You go ahead, Lin Linkai prompted. Following my uncle's advice, let us go for the 388 eco-friendly package, Zhong Jiejun replied. All right, let us stick with the 388 option. Lin Linkai thought that the more expensive offerings might be dubious, while the cheaper ones seemed legitimate. Please make the payment first, the receptionist requested. Sure, Zhong Jiejun said, treating Lin Linkai, and promptly paid with his card. After a short while, they were each escorted to a private room. As they walked down the corridor, Zhong Jiejun reminded Lin Linkai to be sure to give it a try, which left Lin Linkai feeling somewhat speechless. Upon entering the room, Lin Linkai was greeted by a young lady in her 20s, the foot masseuse, who was waiting for him. He scanned her figure. Her attire was modest, and her looks were around an 85 out of 100, which was quite pleasing to the eye. Welcome. Please make yourself comfortable on the reclining chair, she said. All right. Lin Linkai obediently reclined, noticing that it was a massage chair that secured his hands. Not long after he settled into the chair, the foot masseuse closed the door. It was Lin Linkai's first visit to such a place, and he was curious about what to expect. After a moment, the masseuse began removing his shoes and commenced the foot washing. Lin Linkai soon realized that her technique was quite impressive. She not only cleaned his feet thoroughly, but also applied pressure and performed a foot massage, leaving him feeling utterly relaxed. Chapter 19. Selling umbrellas again. Under the exquisite skill of the foot masseuse, Lin Linkai felt a profound sense of ease, secretly acknowledging that the service was indeed worth the 388 price. However, he pondered whether indulging in such services was entirely appropriate. After some contemplation, he decided that since he felt reborn, there was no need to worry too much. He ought to live a bit more freely and refrain from imposing too many restrictions on himself. Sir, would you like to consider upgrading your service? For just an additional 900 yuan, you can enjoy a more premium service, and I could accompany you outside to provide personalized services, she suggested enticingly. After Lin Linkai concluded his session, the foot masseuse suggested immediately. Ahem, no thank you. Lin Linkai promptly declined, feeling that while a foot wash was acceptable, he would rather refrain from further services. Very well, we welcome you to visit again. You may note my employee number, 17, and request my services next time. Understood. Lin Linkai replied as he gathered his belongings and donned his shoes. Once the foot masseuse had tidied up, she opened the door to let him exit. Outside, Zhong Jiejun was already waiting for Lin Linkai. How was the foot washing experience? He inquired. It was fine. Let us go. It's time for dinner, Lin Linkai responded. All right, we must return here next time. I want to order the large set meal, Zhong Jiejun said with reluctance. After a while, the two arrived at a more respectable restaurant to enjoy a small hot pot. Lin Linkai, next, how do you think we can make money? Working a job is out of the question. It's something I could never do in this lifetime. Zhong Jiejun could not fathom accepting a meager monthly salary of 4,000 yuan after toiling in a factory when he had experienced the thrill of earning tens of thousands in a single day. Setting up a stall is not a serious venture. I aspire to open a milk tea shop, establish a brand, and eventually take it public, Lin Linkai replied. In 2013, milk tea was not yet widespread, and several renowned milk tea brands from his previous life had yet to be created, allowing him a unique opportunity. If he could take the business public, selling his shares could yield billions, enabling him to confront He Yiman with a triumphant flourish. With a bit of financial stability next year, he could also venture into short video projects, potentially birthing a colossal commercial empire. What is milk tea? Zhong Jiejun inquired. Somewhat perplexed. It's a trendy new beverage, quite popular in Taiwan. We have bubble tea here, but it hasn't garnered much attention until now. Can you really pull this off? There are countless beverage vendors on the streets. You might end up losing everything. Zhong Jiejun expressed his concern. Just tell me if you dare to pursue it. Lin Linkai pressed again. I can't manage that. I fear it would incur losses. Selling umbrellas while capitalizing on price differences seems far more practical. Zhong Jiejun shook his head. Lin Linkai was not surprised by Zhong Jiejun's refusal. Everyone possesses their own judgment, and it was reasonable for him to think it unprofitable. Had Lin Linkai not experienced his rebirth, he too would have doubted that a cup of milk tea priced at over 10 yuan could compete with the cheaper drinks sold in street stalls. Nevertheless, since Zhong Jiejun had made his choice, he could not hold it against him for not sharing in the anticipated wealth. All right then, for now, we can continue to explore selling umbrellas. Let us each keep an eye on the news and stay alert for opportunities that might boost our umbrella sales. Agreed. Thus, the two began to surf the internet on their mobile phones. However, their battery life was insufficient, and soon they were unable to continue. Reluctantly, they migrated to an internet cafe. Within the cafe, they expanded their search beyond Guangzhou City, exploring opportunities in other locations. They refrained from engaging in tasks that only yielded a few hundred or thousand yuan. After 2 arduous hours of searching, Lin Linkai discovered that there would be a concert in the neighboring city of Shenzhen on July 14th, which had a significant chance of being accompanied by heavy rain. Meanwhile, the Tianhe Sports Center in Guangzhou City was scheduled to host a basketball game in the coming days. By late July, both cities would sequentially hold an auto show. Regardless of the odds, let us take a chance on these 4 events, suggested Zhong Jiejun. All right, let us procure our goods in the morning and see if we can sell them in the afternoon, Lin Linkai agreed. Currently, his stock investments were performing well with minimal management required. He merely needed to wait until the following Monday to realize his profits and reinvest. As night fell, they decided to stay overnight in the internet cafe, making a brief phone call home to assure their families of their safety. The next morning, the two enjoyed a plate of rice rolls and a cup of soy milk at a street-side breakfast stall before setting off. They returned to the previous factory to procure another 10,000 yuan worth of goods. This time, Lin Linkai contributed a larger share, investing 5,100 yuan, while Zhong Jiejun contributed 4,900 yuan, with profits to be split evenly, including transportation and fuel costs charged to Zhong Jiejun. Over 3,000 umbrellas were once again transported to a parking lot near the Tianhe Sports Center. After having lunch, they commenced selling the umbrellas. As light rain began to fall, many pedestrians were seen carrying umbrellas. Zhong Jiejun, let us split up, Lin Linkai proposed. We want to be able to sell them at a high price this time. Let us set the price at 20 yuan each. Look for those waiting for the rain to stop and approach them. Sell if possible, and if not, then let it be. We must return to this spot by 5 in the afternoon. All right, Zhong Jiejun replied, taking the umbrellas and pulling the cart away. Lin Linkai, on the other hand, carried a backpack stuffed with umbrellas. Every individual shivering under the awning without an umbrella became their target. As Lin Linkai strolled down the street, he spotted someone sprinting through the rain and immediately called out to him. Hey there, would you like to buy an umbrella? You can't go wrong for just 20 yuan. Just 20? Fine, I'll take one. The man, drenched and desperate, painfully fished out his wallet. Having successfully acquired an umbrella, the man opened it and continued on his way, now walking with a sense of calm. The initial sale of the first umbrella marked a promising start for Lin Linkai, who soon found great success, quickly emptying his backpack of parasols. During this time, he encountered some particularly frugal individuals who would rather wait for the rain to cease or endure getting drenched than purchase an umbrella. In Chapter 20, as Lin Linkai had sold a round of umbrellas, he gained some valuable experience. When approaching young couples or fashionable urban women, his success rate significantly increased. After all, a boyfriend cannot appear miserly when his girlfriend is present, and urban beauties, being ethereal in nature, certainly would not wish to be caught in the rain. However, his success rate diminished considerably when attempting to sell to other demographics. Lin Linkai particularly disliked two types of individuals: casually dressed middle-aged women and solitary young men. These women were meticulous in their finances, often carrying their own umbrellas, and even those without would prefer to wait for the rain to stop. As for the young men, they seemed indifferent to being soaked, treating it as nothing more than a refreshing shower. At 4:50 p.m., Lin Linkai returned to the van and chose not to venture out again. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Jiejun also returned. "How many did you sell?" Lin Linkai inquired. "Not bad. 200. And you?" "Well, over 200 as well. That's rather few." "Let us wait over there," Zhong Jiejun replied, shaking his head. Although their sales were decent, it paled in comparison to the previous day's numbers. They refilled their backpacks and small cart and took their positions at the entrance of the Tiana Sports Center. As the clock approached 5, people gradually emerged from inside, and faced with the heavy downpour, many did not hesitate to produce their own umbrellas. Earlier that morning, a light rain had already fallen, and many had prepared accordingly. Thus, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun sought out the few stragglers to sell their umbrellas. Not long after they began selling, Lin Linkai spotted a security guard approaching. "Run," he urged Zhong Jiejun. Startled, Zhong Jiejun quickly grabbed the small cart and fled alongside him. Observing the retreating figures of Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun, the security guard sighed in resignation. "Those two rascals are back again. Last time, I let them off easy when the heavy rain made it necessary for pedestrian evacuation. But now they're at it again. Humph, at least they're quick on their feet." Upon returning to the van, Zhong Jiejun anxiously inquired about the situation. "There's a security guard, and soon the city management will arrive. If we get caught, our umbrellas will be confiscated," Lin Linkai explained. "Ah, this is getting a bit risky," Zhong Jiejun realized. "In that case, you should also wrap your umbrella in your backpack. The small cart isn't convenient for a quick escape." Agreed. After a while, the two individuals returned to the fray, each burdened with a backpack, conveniently slung across their chests for easy sales. They did not encroach upon public spaces. Thus, the city management had no grounds to intervene. In this manner, they gradually sold a few sun umbrellas. However, the final tally of umbrellas sold remained disappointingly low, with each priced at merely 20. By 8 o'clock in the evening, having not yet dined, they calculated that they had managed to sell only 800 umbrellas. Based on their selling pace, they averaged less than 2 minutes to sell one umbrella each. The profits were indeed substantial. Yet they paled in comparison to the earnings from the concert, and the toil was exhausting. "Phew, this is somewhat torturous. After a whole day of effort, we barely earned 10,000, complained Zhong Jiejun. "Listen to what others say, and be content. Consider those working in factories tightening screws, earning merely 5,000 a month." "We've each made 5,000 in just one day," Lin Linkai retorted. "All right, the weather forecast predicts no rain tomorrow. Where shall we sell?" Zhong Jiejun pointed to the umbrellas inside the van. They had merely recouped their costs, and the remaining over 2,000 umbrellas needed to be sold eventually. This is no easy task. On a sunny day, these sun umbrellas are indeed hard to sell. We might only manage to sell a dozen or 20 in a day. Lin Linkai frowned in agreement. Sigh. "Well then, let us just endure it. Let us go grab something to eat, and later find a hotel to spend the night. It's getting late to head back to the Fanyu district," he suggested. Agreed. That evening, after a sumptuous meal, the two rested in a twin room at a hotel. Lin Linkai, now with some time, browsed through numerous messages accumulated on QQ and responded to them one by one. A certain Miss Zhong Xiaomei had even sent him a friend request, noting her position as a clerk at the Pacific Securities Office. Lin Linkai assumed it was a matter of significance and promptly accepted. On the other side, Upon receiving the notification that her friend request had been accepted, Zhong Xiaomei engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lin Linkai before falling silent. However, her QQ space was fully open for Lin Linkai to peruse her various life photographs. At that moment, Lin Linkai appeared to Zhong Xiaomei as a potential benefactor. Yet, whether he was worth pursuing remained to be seen. Today, Lin Linkai had invested heavily in a certain steel company in Shanghai, which had surged to its daily limit, netting him over 60,000. Zhong Xiaomei speculated that Lin Linkai might have simply gotten lucky or perhaps possessed genuine skill. The outcome remained uncertain, and she decided to observe his future performance before deciding whether to place her bets, allowing the relationship to develop further for the time being. Lin Linkai was unaware that he had inadvertently entered the realm of the charming bank teller, Zhong Xiaomei. After exchanging a few hurried words, he swiftly turned his attention to his companion, He Yiman, to recount his experiences selling umbrellas that day. He Yiman, on the other hand, was unconcerned about financial matters. She had attended an interest class to learn piano, expressing her ambition to someday perform a beautiful piece and become a singer. During their conversation, she also lamented about her parents' decision to have her sister, He Yiting, study business management, as she was now interning at their father's factory. It seemed apparent that her sister would eventually take over their father's enterprise, while she would be left with a few billion to squander aimlessly. Faced with He Yiman's casual boasting, Lin Linkai felt particularly exasperated. Man, fret not. You won't be lonely. I'll accompany you in spending those billions. He chuckled. What a lovely thought. It's all mine. You'll have to earn your own money. He Yiman, however, was not blinded by love. Hey, it's all good. I'll earn it myself. Today, I've already made over 60,000. A few billion is merely a matter of time. Lin Linkai sent a screenshot of his stock account to He Yiman. Upon seeing it, she felt a surge of delight, realizing her keen eye had indeed led her to a promising prospect. Chapter 21. The disparity between individuals. After chatting briefly with He Yiman, Lin Linkai hurriedly fell asleep. Exhausted from the previous day's labor, he enjoyed a restful night and awoke at 10 in the morning, alongside Zhong Jejun. After a quick wash, he checked his stock account, which had soared once again, bringing him immense satisfaction. However, he chose not to share this news with Zhong Jejun. Engaging in such significant trading was something he preferred to keep to himself. If too many people found out, they might either become envious or advise him against taking such risks. If his mother, Qin Yuhan, were to discover this, she would undoubtedly confiscate all his money and their family savings to invest in real estate. Buying property was indeed lucrative, and he should invest in it, but without capital. The idea of earning money became futile. Linkai, let us go have lunch. Afterward, how about we head back to Fanyu for a foot bath? I'm in the mood for something extravagant, proposed Zhong Jejun. Cough, cough. As for foot baths, I prefer something more environmentally friendly, Lin Linkai awkwardly replied. All right then, let us go. We can discuss the umbrella sales another time. Before long, the two arrived at a mid-range restaurant, spending several hundred yuan on their meal. Afterward, they drove back to Fanyu, heading directly to Tiansheng Foot Spa City. Having had previous experience, Zhong Jejun ordered with ease and confidence, opting for a package worth 888 yuan, while Lin Linkai settled for the 388 yuan option. Linkai, are you really not going to try it? Zhong Jejun urged. No need. I have matters to attend to at home, and I don't have that much time. Lin Linkai concocted an excuse. Very well. Zhong Jejun ceased his persuasion. After a while, the two were ushered into a small room. However, Zhong Jejun soon departed, accompanied by a young lady. As they ventured outside to indulge in more luxurious services, Lin Linkai, on the other hand, naturally reclined on the massage chair, engrossed in his phone, leaving the rest to the foot masseur who would provide the service. He initially perused his QQ messages and QQ space, where the primary content consisted of classmates engaging in conversations or sharing their travel experiences. Among them, the most ostentatious was Sun Li Chao, who unabashedly proclaimed his participation in an extravagant party aboard a cruise ship, reveling in the experience. Consequently, he garnered envy from his male peers and disdain from his female counterparts. As for the others, their experiences were comparatively straightforward travel narratives. While browsing through photos taken by He Yiting during her trip to Hong Kong, Lin Linkai saved the ones featuring He Yiman. After a moment, he also noted that He Yiting was now working as a small assistant to a business manager in her father's company, hoping to acquire skills in company management and business handling over the next 2 months. The disparities between individuals were, indeed, more pronounced than those between humans and dogs. Some less fortunate souls had already entered factories to toil away, while others had managed to win the affections of the factory's belle. Zhang Guofu, a prominent heir capable of gaining admission to Tsinghua University, had commenced his studies in various subjects early, aiming to achieve commendable scores in college and prepare for studying abroad in a prestigious American institution. He Yiman was also assigned to learn about company management. Children of the affluent and the impoverished each had their own plans, while those in comfortable circumstances seemed to spend their days either traveling for leisure or idling at home. Approaching 30 in his previous life, Lin Linkai found little interest in observing his classmates' pursuits. He decided to reach out to his uncle, Chen Yuxing, via QQ, extending a few greetings and subtly inquiring whether there were any heirlooms from the Qing dynasty in his family. To his surprise, his uncle, being quite astute, immediately discerned Lin Linkai's intentions. "Lin Kai, we do possess some antiques passed down from our grandfather, including gold and silver coins and a piece of blue and white porcelain, which should be valued in the hundreds of thousands to millions. Are you inquiring about this with the intent to sell? If you could help your uncle make some connections, I would be willing to offer you a reward of 1,000 yuan for your efforts." Upon reading his uncle's reply, Lin Linkai felt a sudden disinterest. "To hell with the 1,000 yuan reward," he promptly responded, stating that he merely wished to inquire for the sake of understanding his family's heritage and wished his uncle success in selling the items for prosperous gains. The financial avenues for uncle have dwindled, leaving Lin Linkai feeling somewhat disheartened. A fire of frustration ignited within him, and even the environmental services of the foot massage therapist seemed insufficient to quell his ire. After what felt like an eternity, half an hour of service elapsed, and Lin Linkai emerged from the Tianxiang foot massage city. Walking along the bustling street, he hailed a motorcycle taxi to return home. The heat was unbearable. He could hardly remain seated indoors, and even with a fan, discomfort persisted. "I consider myself to be reasonably affluent. I must install an air conditioner without delay." Resolutely, Lin Linkai stepped out once more, heading to a nearby electronics store to purchase a Gree air conditioner, insisting on immediate installation. After a laborious 2 hours, he finally luxuriated in the cool embrace of air conditioning by 6 in the evening. After a brief period of enjoyment, Lin Linkai ventured out for dinner. With both parents at work, he felt reluctant to prepare a meal himself, opting instead for the convenience of dining out. He found a restaurant specializing in pig stomach chicken and indulged heartily. At 7:30, as he approached the entrance, he overheard a heated argument between Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Something was amiss. Lin Linkai hurriedly opened the door. "Dad, Mom, please stop. What is going on? Why such a ruckus?" "Linkai, your timing is impeccable. Your father, Lin Guohua, disregarded your recommendation to invest in Shanghai Certain Steel Union, opting instead for some obscure stock that has now plummeted. The worst part is, this fool borrowed money to average down. How can I not be furious? Our savings, built over the years, are in jeopardy." Chen Yuhan immediately pointed fingers at Lin Guohua's blunders. "Dad, do you really have so little faith in your own son? You trust yourself more than me? After years of trading, are you truly unaware of your own capabilities?" Lin Linkai felt a surge of anger within him. He had repeatedly cautioned his father, emphasizing the importance of waiting with cash on hand until it was time to invest in Shanghai Certain Steel Union. Chapter 22. The Father as a Speculative Fool. How can I trust you, a mere novice who has barely grazed the surface of stock trading? You only had insider information on the last stock, Wulong Electric Drive. Lin Guohua began to defend himself. "And what is the current situation? Are you aware? Shanghai Certain Steel Union has reached its upper trading limit, while you, on the other hand, invested in some worthless junk, which has now hit the lower limit. And yet, you still averaged down, only to face further losses. You are nothing but a speculative fool. Do you recognize this? You are ill-suited for trading. Liquidate your stocks tomorrow, no matter the loss, and leave with whatever money remains for your mother. You are forbidden from trading in the future. Do you agree? If not, from this day forth, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my father." Lin Linkai shouted in fury. "Indeed, do you comply? Withdraw every last penny from that wretched stock account, close it down. Otherwise, we are finished. Divorce." Chen Yuhan exclaimed, equally agitated. Confronted by the united inquiries of his son and wife, Lin Guohua found himself momentarily flustered. It felt as though he had been forsaken by all. "Very well, I concede. I shall liquidate my holdings by tomorrow. Lin Guohua resolved to temporarily acquiesce. In his previous life, Lin Linkai had similarly sided with his mother, compelling Lin Guohua to relinquish his stock trading endeavors. At that time, Lin Guohua had outwardly complied while clandestinely continuing to trade, ultimately losing everything and exposing his folly. Just agree, Dad. Take tomorrow and the day after off work. Please stay home. I will keep a close watch on you to ensure you liquidate your stocks and transfer the funds to Mom's bank account. Lin Linkai believed it imperative to deny his father even the slightest opportunity. You do not trust me, Lin Guohua remarked. Indeed, I do not trust you. Just as you do not trust me, let us not speak of one another's misgivings. Lin Linkai promptly accepted this reality. Yes, I will also take leave tomorrow and the day after. If you do not transfer the money to me, I shall not let this matter rest. Qin Yuhan wholeheartedly supported her son's approach, feeling her child displayed remarkable maturity and foresight. With no alternative, Lin Guohua acquiesced, contemplating ways to discreetly amass some private funds for trading in the future, deeming it wise to avoid entangling the couple's joint finances in this matter. Thus, this affair momentarily reached a resolution. That evening, Lin Guohua was relegated to the sofa for sleep. In an effort to maintain family dignity, Lin Linkai refrained from divulging any familial issues during his online conversations with others. The following morning, Qin Yuhan rose early to prepare breakfast, and the family of three enjoyed a pleasant meal together. After breakfast, Lin Guohua received a phone call. It was urgent news from his company that required his immediate return. I truly cannot take leave today. I must leave now, he declared, hastily donning his shoes. However, Lin Linkai had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Dad, you shall not step outside today. Even if you lose this job, it is far better than losing your money in the stock market. Faced with his son blocking the doorway, Lin Guohua was left speechless. Please, do not do this. It is genuinely urgent. If you continue this way, I might indeed lose my job. And what of it? It is already past 8. The market opens at 9:30. By the time you navigate the roads, you will have no time to check your phone, and should you face a downturn, you could lose tens of thousands. Consider this. Your monthly salary is merely 3,000 yuan. What are you risking? Lin Linkai argued passionately. In that instant, Lin Guohua found himself at a loss for words, sulking on the sofa in silence. He called his supervisor, repeatedly explaining his inability to attend work and requesting 2 days off, promising to make up for it later. What? You can't come in today? Then do not bother coming in tomorrow either. You are fired. The supervisor's voice boomed, clearly audible even without speakerphone, reaching both Lin Linkai and Qin Yuhan. The line went dead with a definitive beep. Now are you satisfied? I have truly been dismissed. Lin Guohua was exceedingly furious. So what if I've been let go? It's not a monumental issue. You could join me in selling umbrellas, and you would earn far more than this. Do you have any idea how much I made selling umbrellas with Zhong Jejun yesterday? Each of us earned 5,000. That's more than your entire monthly salary. Why are you so upset? It's merely a rundown private factory, devoid of social security or health insurance. What is there to be proud of? Lin Linkai continued his tirade. Lin Guohua was genuinely infuriated by his son's rebuke, feeling an urge to retaliate. But upon hearing that Lin Linkai had made 5,000 in a single day, his composure shattered. He worked diligently, barely resting 4 days a month, and with full attendance, earned just over 3,000. How could Lin Linkai possibly earn that much in a single day? Linkai, clarify this. You earned 5,000 in 1 day selling umbrellas? Qin Yuhan was equally astonished. She worked at He Yiman's uncle's company, where they had social security and health insurance. Yet her salary was a meager 2,500, even lower than Lin Guohua's. Is that not feasible? An umbrella costs 3 yuan, with an average selling price of 1 yuan. Zhong Jejun and I sold each for 20 yuan, capitalizing on the rainy weather. On a good day, we could sell hundreds of umbrellas, easily making several thousand. Is it really that difficult to earn money? Lin Linkai declared candidly. In his previous life, he primarily worked in a factory tightening screws or as a security guard, thinking that earning money was quite challenging. However, after engaging in business with Zhong Jejun and dabbling in stock trading, he discovered that making money was, in fact, quite simple. As long as one pursues the right path, success is attainable. P.S. Selling umbrellas on rainy days is still viable in 2023. Selling for 10 to 20 yuan at subway entrances. Just be cautious of city management confiscating goods. It is advisable to travel light, like a backpacker, and flee at the sight of them. One must be content. Earning 500 to 600 is sufficient. Gasp. Both Qin Yuhan and Lin Guohua involuntarily inhaled sharply. They had contemplated starting a business to earn money, yet they were aware of the associated risks and had not anticipated the ease of making money in business. Ahem, Lin Kai. Now that you've put your father and me out of work, bring me along in your umbrella-selling venture. Lin Guohua coughed lightly, addressing the matter with utmost seriousness. With daily earnings surpassing several thousand, why bother with stock trading? In a year or two, if he could make a few million, he would achieve financial freedom. Indeed, Lin Kai. I can join you too. Qin Yuhan chimed in. Mother, you should refrain. Selling umbrellas is strenuous, requiring one to endure frequent rain. After some time, I'll open a shop for you to manage. Lin Kai declined. Opening a shop? Aren't you afraid of incurring losses? The money earned would merely suffice for rent. Qin Yuhan had seen several entrepreneurs close to her who had suffered losses. Chapter 23. I advise you not to advise. Don't worry, Mom. Regardless of any financial losses, it falls upon me as your son. I am currently selling umbrellas to gather some capital, and I won't be relying on you or Dad's money. Even if I were to lose everything, I can always sell umbrellas again to recoup my losses, Lin Kai reassured. All right then. Starting a shop will only cost several tens of thousands. If selling umbrellas is indeed so lucrative, you should be able to recover your losses, Qin Yuhan said, feeling somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, Lin Guohua had begun discussing some sales techniques for umbrellas with Lin Kai, eager to make a quick profit himself. After all, enduring a mere 3,000 a month had become quite unbearable. Time flew by, and soon it was 9:30. The stock market officially opened. The three of them gathered before the computer, vigilant. Lin Kai sat in front of the trading window, ready to liquidate Lin Guohua's stocks. Regardless of what he sold or whether the prices would rise again, he decided to clear out everything immediately. Lin Guohua could only watch helplessly as his unrealized losses transformed into actual losses, his heart bleeding. After the liquidation, Lin Guohua's account was left with only 160,000, a staggering loss of 33 from the initial 240,000. Following Lin Kai's decisive sell-off, one of Lin Guohua's previously purchased stocks began to plummet dramatically, hovering just above the limit down within minutes. See, Dad, if you had gone to work today, you would have really been in trouble. Lin Kai pointed at the stock nearing its limit down. Well, this dreadful job, it's better to skip it. Lin Guohua could only agree. Once the trading concluded, Lin Kai closed the trading window, shut down the software, and turned off the computer. The funds from the stock transactions would not be available until the next business day, leaving him only to check the account balance. Having sold Lin Guohua's stocks, Lin Kai returned to his room, relishing the air conditioning as he checked his own stock. Shanghai Steel Union, which had hit the daily limit up, pure bliss. With more market movements ahead, he was in no rush to take profits. After closing the stock software, Lin Kai logged onto QQ to check messages and discovered that Zhong Xiaomei, a clerk from Pacific Securities, had sent him a message. Mr. Lin, the stock Shanghai Steel Union you purchased has now appreciated by 27. I recommend securing your profits for safety. Apologies, but I shall not heed your advice. It will continue to rise tomorrow. Mark my words. Lin Kai replied, dismissing Zhong Xiaomei entirely. On the other side, still at work, Zhong Xiaomei received Lin Kai's message and felt a surge of frustration. Her well-intentioned reminder was disregarded, and he even claimed it would hit the limit up again tomorrow. Humph. Arrogant fool. Tomorrow it will crash and bury you. Back at home, Lin Kai continued to sift through messages, noticing that Zhong Zhejun had just sent him a series of crude remarks. Lin Kai, you truly must experience this extraordinary health package priced at 3,888. It is an unparalleled delight, akin to a heavenly sensation. Can you fathom? A whole night of bliss. The experience is simply exquisite. It's merely a package, after all. Haven't you and He Yiman indulged before? It's hardly a big deal. While Lin Kai felt indifferent, the mention of He Yiman stirred a fleeting nostalgia within him. Thus, he inquired on QQ about when He Yiman would be available to hang out again. Unfortunately, He Yiman replied that she would be occupied with piano practice for the next few days, leaving her with no time for outings. Time flew by, and soon it was 9:30 a.m. the following day. Lin Kai's family gathered once more before the computer. As Lin Kai pressed the confirmation button, Lin Guohua entered the password, and all the funds in his stock account were withdrawn to their bank card. The money had been withdrawn, but it was not enough. Mom and Dad, let us head to the bank to transfer the funds to Mom's card. Lin Kai stood up after shutting down the computer. All right, Qin Yuhan immediately concurred. asserting that the money should be entrusted to her. Can't you leave me a little? Lin Guohua asked timidly. Sure, I'll leave 2,000, Lin Linkai promptly responded. Couldn't it be a bit more? 3,000 would be nice, Lin Guohua pressed. 2,000 is already quite generous, sufficient for your daily expenses. And you surely have cash on hand. Why rush? Lin Linkai explained. Fine, fine, Lin Guohua relented reluctantly. Subsequently, the trio gathered the necessary documents and made their way to a nearby bank to conduct the transfer. A transfer of 160,000 is no trivial matter. They were required to make an appointment beforehand. After some negotiation, they used Chun Yuhan's ID to open a new bank card, transferring the funds to this newly established account. Since the money remained within the same bank, it posed no significant impact on the bank's interests. To facilitate this operation, they allocated 100,000 for a fixed deposit. Otherwise, the banker would have denied their request. While Lin Linkai's family was engaged in their banking affairs, Zhong Xiaomei, during her work hours, sneakily checked the stock of a certain steel company in Shanghai, only to discover it had reached its daily limit up. Curiosity piqued. She discreetly accessed Lin Linkai's account to examine his holdings and found them unchanged, entirely invested in the same steel company, with an unrealized profit now soaring to 386,200. His investment of 310,000 had ballooned to an impressive 850,000, netting a gain of 230,000 in mere days. An astounding feat. Zhong Xiaomei's envy was palpable, as she lamented her inability to trade stocks. Otherwise, she would have eagerly followed Lin Linkai's lead into the steel market. After careful consideration, Lin Linkai believed that he had already amassed a considerable fortune. He decided to send a reminder message on QQ, suggesting that Lin Linkai secure his profits and take timely action. While having lunch at a restaurant with his parents, Lin Linkai noticed a message from Zhong Xiaomei. Without any hesitation, he replied, I advise you not to advise. I shall not heed your suggestions. Next Monday, the stock will continue to soar, and that is that. From a distance, Zhong Xiaomei, who was having a working lunch, felt that her goodwill had been met with disdain. She was overwhelmed with the urge to unleash her frustration upon Lin Linkai. So you say? Just wait for the inevitable plunge next Monday, she retorted angrily, deciding to disregard Lin Linkai henceforth. She was truly irked by clients who refused to heed her counsel. Chapter 24. The new umbrella selling plan. Upon reading Zhong Xiaomei's disparaging response, Lin Linkai concluded that she was merely embarrassed and chose to ignore her. As long as she did not interfere with his account, he felt indifferent. After all, those in the securities industry were not permitted to engage in stock trading. Just after finishing lunch with his parents, Lin Guohua inquired when Lin Linkai would resume selling umbrellas. Reflecting on this question, Lin Linkai realized he had been somewhat hasty. Selling umbrellas was a venture shared with Zhong Jiejun, and the van could only accommodate the two of them, with the remainder reserved for the umbrellas. Dad, I may not be able to take you along for the umbrella sales, but I can provide you with a batch of umbrellas for you to sell on your own, Lin Linkai proposed. Sell them myself? That sounds feasible, Lin Guohua replied, appreciating the idea of earning some extra pocket money on his own terms. Later, upon returning home, Lin Linkai called Zhong Jiejun to request that he drive over in the afternoon. While waiting, he began to share some umbrella-selling tactics and suggestions with his father. It seems it might rain tomorrow. Dad, you should hang around bus stops and subway entrances to try selling them. If you can sell them elsewhere, that's a testament to your skill. You don't need to bring too many, just a travel backpack with some water, snacks, and a handful of umbrellas. At 2 p.m., Zhong Jiejun arrived downstairs in the van. After receiving the call, Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua hurried down. Zhong Jiejun, the situation has changed slightly. My dad also wishes to sell umbrellas. I was thinking, how about 5 yuan per umbrella for him? Lin Linkai suggested. 5 yuan sounds good. Uncle, there are over 2,000 umbrellas in the van. How many do you need? Zhong Jiejun agreed, acknowledging Lin Linkai's request. I'll take 1,000. Lin Guohua stated after some contemplation. All right, Dad, you can pay Zhong Jiejun 2,500 yuan, and you can owe me that amount for now, Lin Linkai promptly added. Upon hearing Lin Linkai's words, Lin Guohua's expression faltered. He had thought he could lend him some money first. Linkai, have you calculated how much money I possess? Spare me the pleasantries, he said. Father, this is not solely my business. The van has been borrowed from Zhong Jiejun. Do you expect him to work for free? Lin Linkai urged. All right, fine. Just a moment. Lin Guohua relented, rushing upstairs to search for his wallet. After a brief rummage, he found a little over 1,000 yuan. Yuan, could you lend me some cash? I need over 1,000 for purchasing umbrellas downstairs. What's this about buying umbrellas? Can't you just get them directly? Qin Yuhan inquired. Lin Guohua had no choice but to reiterate Lin Linkai's earlier remarks. Very well. Qin Yuhan rummaged through her bag and handed Lin Guohua 500 yuan, consisting of 25 red notes. Only then did Lin Guohua head back downstairs. Jiejun, this is for you. Thank you, uncle. Let us move your 1,000 umbrellas upstairs together. Zhong Jiejun replied after accepting the money. Subsequently, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun began unloading the umbrellas from the van, managing to gather 1,000 umbrellas along with several large boxes, which they then helped transport to Lin Linkai's residence. After toiling for over half an hour, they finally completed the task. Phew, Jiejun, thank you. Come, let us take a break and have some water, Qin Yuhan said, pouring tea for the three sweating individuals. All right, Auntie, Zhong Jiejun responded, while Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua also took a seat on the sofa to rest and enjoy their tea. During their break, Lin Guohua continued to inquire about selling techniques for the umbrellas, with Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun providing answers. After a short while, as they were nearing the end of their reprieve, Lin Guohua, feeling invigorated, contemplated the umbrellas at home, which were meant for sunshade and cost merely 5 yuan each. Linkai, Jiejun, I'm going to try selling some umbrellas. The sun is blazing. Perhaps someone will need a sunshade. I'll sell them for 15 yuan. I should be able to sell a few. Sounds good, uncle. Should we join you? Zhong Jiejun suggested. Having crafted a large sword yesterday, though exhilarating, it had cost him dearly at 888 yuan. To continue enjoying such luxuries, he needed to earn more rather than idling away. All right, let us try together. Lin Linkai agreed. Back in his room, Lin Linkai grabbed his backpack, packed some water, and set off with Zhong Jiejun, moving faster than Lin Guohua. Mom and Dad, we're leaving now. Linkai, will you be back for dinner tonight? I probably want to return, Mom. No need to prepare dinner for me. I want to be home to sleep either. Tomorrow we have to head to Shenzhen and want to be coming back, Lin Linkai replied. Be careful while you two are out, Qin Yuhan advised. Understood, Mom. Goodbye. Lin Linkai waved his hand before descending the stairs. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. Goodbye. Shortly thereafter, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun boarded the van. Linkai, there are over 1,000 umbrellas in this van. Where should we sell them? It's not raining right now. Zhong Jiejun inquired. Well, this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Let us head to Daifishan to clear out the stock. We'll start by testing if we can sell them for 20 yuan. We can't lower the price beyond that. 10 yuan is the absolute minimum. We need to get rid of them. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll reinvest 10,000 yuan to buy more and sell at Shenzhen City, especially since it might rain during the concert there. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Linkai devised a plan. All right, let us proceed with that. Zhong Jiejun agreed with Lin Linkai's proposal and started the vehicle. After the two set off, Lin Guohua slowly began his journey. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of selling goods publicly and wore a mask for disguise. Upon arriving at a city square, he commenced selling sun umbrellas at an incredibly low price of 10 yuan each. However, many individuals avoided him, fearing he might be contagious. Reluctantly, he inquired why people were steering clear, and upon realizing the reason, he hastily removed his mask and sought a different location to sell the umbrellas. Priced at merely 10 yuan, he managed to attract a few bargain hunters, and soon enough, he successfully sold his first umbrella. Chapter 25. The Thrill of Daifishan. After completing his first sale, Lin Guohua began selling his merchandise based on the consumer hierarchy Lin Linkai had previously described: couples, young women, men, children, and elderly women. Furthermore, he implemented a pricing strategy. He did not start selling the umbrellas at 10 yuan. Rather, he began at 20 yuan and gradually lowered the price based on customers' negotiation willingness. With the final floor set at 10 yuan. After 2 or 3 hours of diligent effort, Lin Guohua successfully sold all 30 umbrellas he had brought, accumulating an income of 500 yuan. After deducting the cost of the umbrellas, 150 yuan, and transportation and labor expenses, he netted 300 yuan. Compared to his daily earnings at the company, this was undoubtedly a significant sum. Satisfied with such results, Lin Guohua felt elated at the thought of earning hundreds in just a few hours. He imagined that if he could sustain this effort for an entire day, his earnings could potentially reach several thousand yuan. This prospect filled him with excitement and determination to continue striving the following day. Meanwhile, when Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun arrived at Daifishan Park, It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was beginning to set. Clearly, their chosen timing was less than ideal. After attempting to sell for a little over 10 minutes at the entrance, they managed to secure only 3 transactions, which left both of them somewhat disheartened. Observing that many tourists were purchasing water to quench their thirst, Lin Linkai had a sudden inspiration and devised a new sales strategy. Zhong Jiejun, go buy a case of water. What do we need that for? Don't ask so many questions, just go. Though somewhat puzzled, Zhong Jiejun complied and returned with the water. Once Lin Linkai saw that the water was ready, he began to engage passing tourists. Hey, beautiful, would you like an umbrella? I'll give you a bottle of water. Just 20 yuan, a fantastic deal. Other places sell it for over 30. Upon hearing Lin Linkai's pitch, Zhong Jiejun grasped his intent and quickly produced a brand new bottle of Yibao mineral water. You're giving away water? All right, I'll take one. The thirsty female tourist accepted the water and drank it down in one go. After finishing, she made the payment. Through this collaboration, the two seized the opportunity as the sun began to set, successfully selling 80 umbrellas. As night fell around 7 o'clock, the city's hustle and bustle gradually settled. On a lively night market street, the food stalls were brightly lit, bustling with patrons. Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun sat in a corner, surrounded by a feast of various delicacies, enjoying their dinner. Selling umbrellas is much better on rainy days. It's just not easy to sell on such a sunny day, Zhong Jiejun remarked, setting down his chopsticks with a gentle sigh. A hint of fatigue shadowed his eyes, reflecting his disappointment in the day's sales. Lin Linkai took a moment before responding, lifting a glass of beer to savor a sip. He understood Zhong Jiejun's concerns. Their earnings today were far from satisfactory, which weighed on him as well. Brother, don't lose heart, Lin Linkai said, placing his glass down and looking at Zhong Jiejun. Business has its ups and downs. Just because we didn't sell today doesn't mean tomorrow will be the same. Let us put in a little more effort tomorrow. I assure you we can clear our stock before 2 p.m. Upon hearing Lin Linkai's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhong Jiejun's eyes. He recognized Lin Linkai as an experienced individual whose words always brought comfort. I hope so, Zhong Jiejun nodded, picking up his chopsticks to continue enjoying his dinner. As they conversed, their topics gradually shifted to other matters, discussing the city's transformations, sharing their experiences, and contemplating future plans. Time slipped by unnoticed as the night deepened. The crowd in the night market began to dwindle, and the lights of the food stalls grew sparse. Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun stood up, preparing to leave. The moment they stepped out of the food stall, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill. The next morning, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun rose early from their hotel, savored rice rolls for breakfast, and then prepared to enter the Dafu Mountain Forest Park. Each of them carried a large travel backpack. Lin Linkai's was filled with 40 umbrellas, while Zhong Jiejun bore 30 bottles of water. With a cheerful stride, they ventured into this verdant realm. They chose a shaded spot as their starting point, embarking on the sale of their umbrellas. Initially, business was rather lackluster, with only the occasional passerby stopping to inquire. However, as time progressed, the sun grew increasingly fierce, prompting tourists to seek refuge from the heat, and their fortunes began to improve. The interior of Dafu Mountain Forest Park prohibited street vending, compelling them to wander with their backpacks in search of potential buyers. To facilitate the transport of goods and avoid the scrutiny of city inspectors, they rented a bicycle. Meanwhile, their van, laden with merchandise, was parked a distance away, necessitating periodic trips back and forth for supplies. Despite the sweltering heat and drenched clothes, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. They savored ice cream, sipped water, and counted their earnings, reveling in this simple yet genuine joy. Even in their exhaustion, they persevered, believing that the next day's business would flourish even more. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Linkai sat beneath the shade, holding an unsold umbrella, his gaze scanning the road. Suddenly, a familiar red Porsche 911 glided past him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the license plate as belonging to He Yiman's mother. A spark of excitement ignited in Lin Linkai's heart as he fixated on the rear window. Indeed, 2 youthful faces came into view, He Yiman and He Yiman, the twin sisters. In the front seats sat a middle-aged man and woman, clearly their parents. It turned out that He Yiman's family had come to Dafu Mountain Forest Park for a day of leisure. Lin Linkai couldn't help but smile at the thought. Realizing the rarity of this opportunity, he quickly sent He Yiman a message, hoping to meet her discreetly. Inside the Porsche, He Yiman stared at her phone screen. Her heart racing, she scanned the crowd, searching for that familiar figure. At last, she spotted the busy Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun. Not only He Yiman, but the others in the car also took notice of them. After all, amidst the bustling throng, the duo's enthusiastic calls were particularly pronounced. They fervently promoted their umbrellas, sweat trickling down their faces and pooling on the ground. Lu Miling observed them and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, this child is truly working hard." However, to amass wealth through selling umbrellas seems an insurmountable challenge. He Yiting watched Lin Linkai, drenched in sweat and with a sunburned neck, feeling a twinge of sympathy, thinking he was striving so diligently for her sake. During the 3 years that Lin Linkai pursued her, he uttered countless words, many of which revolved around the ambition to amass a fortune and subsequently propose to her at her home. To his declarations of affection, she consistently responded with a mere chuckle. At the teacher's banquet, she anticipated yet another declaration from Lin Linkai, hoping to deliver an unequivocal statement to dishearten him. However, to her surprise, he faltered and did not confess his feelings. Without significant opportunities for advancement, his aspirations seemed futile. She thought to herself, "I have little faith in him." Yiting, do not hold your hopes high. This boy is incapable. He Tiangang continued to regard Lin Linkai with disdain. He Yiman, on the other hand, remained unconcerned with Lin Linkai's current state and discreetly contacted him via her phone, instructing him to wait for her at a specific restroom. Upon receiving the message, Lin Linkai promptly replied in the affirmative. Around 1:30 p.m., after several rounds of sales, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun successfully sold out all the umbrellas. Stretching his arms, Zhong Jiejun remarked, "I'm so tired. Let us take a break." Lin Linkai nodded in agreement. "You rest here. I'll take a stroll and use the restroom." "All right. Remember to return before 3, Zhong Jiejun reminded him. "Sure," Lin Linkai responded before departing. He meandered along the winding path until he finally arrived near a unisex public restroom. Just as Lin Linkai secured his bicycle, He Yiman rushed over, playfully delivering several light punches to him, pouting, "Why did you arrive so late? Didn't we agree you would wait for me? Now I'm the one waiting for you." Man, I had to sell the umbrellas. It was unavoidable. Besides, there's Zhong Jiejun over there. You wouldn't want him to discover our relationship, would you?" Lin Linkai hastily explained. "Fine, I suppose I'll let it slide. I missed you so much, and seeing you work so hard, I shall reward you. Come, let us go inside and have some fun." He Yiman glanced around to ensure no one was watching and swiftly pulled Lin Linkai into the restroom. "Goodness, what is going on next door? Watching a movie in the restroom?" A young man in the adjacent stall, upon hearing the commotion, began to conjure amusing scenarios in his mind. "It's my prerogative to watch a movie. Some things are better left unsaid, you know?" Lin Linkai replied with exasperation, as the sounds from next door grew more outrageous. The young man resigned himself to the absurdity and quietly opened a few adult films. Both restroom stalls were occupied, prompting other patrons to leave in search of alternative facilities. As 3 o'clock approached, Lin Linkai and He Yiman tidied up their surroundings. Man, I'll head out first. You close the door behind me and wait a bit before exiting," Lin Linkai whispered to He Yiman. "Okay," she agreed. After a while, Lin Linkai swiftly exited and closed the door behind him, while He Yiman promptly locked it from within. Lin Linkai feigned composure as he walked away, waiting for the surrounding crowd to disperse before sending a message to He Yiman, urging her to join him. Upon receiving the message, He Yiman hurried out and rushed to Lin Linkai, sharing a brief kiss. "Lin Linkai, that was truly exhilarating. Although it was a bit odorous here. Let us choose another venue next time. The fitting rooms or restrooms in the mall would suffice. Until we meet again. See you next time." Lin Linkai felt a pang of embarrassment. Why did He Yiman crave such thrill? Surely, a modest hotel would suffice. As the clock approached 3, Lin Linkai quickly retrieved his bicycle and pedaled back to the parking lot. "Lin Linkai, where have you been for so long?" "I merely took a stroll." "Huh, how peculiar. I suspect you were sneaking off for a massage," quipped Zhong Jiejun, eyeing Lin Linkai suspiciously. "Honestly, one should check for hickeys before lying," Lin Linkai retorted. Cough, cough. "Let us just go. We need to head to the factory for supplies." "All right." Zhong Jiejun had little interest in probing Lin Linkai's personal life. After returning their bicycles, they set off in a van. Meanwhile, He Yiman, after leaving, did not rush home to meet her parents. Instead, she cleverly made her way to a larger restroom, meticulously tidying her appearance and ensuring she looked presentable before returning to her family. Along the way, She stopped at an ice cream shop to buy several treats. By the lakeside, He Tiangang, Lu Miling, and He Yiting were enjoying a picnic. Why did you take so long to find a restroom? Lu Miling chided upon seeing He Yiman's late return. Not at all. I even went to buy ice cream for you, He Yiman replied, presenting the ice creams, which silenced Lu Miling's reprimand. Instead, He Tiangang began praising He Yiman for her newfound thoughtfulness. At 4 o'clock, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun arrived at the umbrella factory, once again purchasing 10,000 yuan worth of goods. After some lifting and carrying, they set off again at 4:30, heading towards Shenzhen City. By 7:30 in the evening, they parked near a sports arena in Shenzhen City. We can finally take a breather. Let us find something to eat, Lin Linkai suggested. Sure. They discovered a buffet nearby and indulged in a delightful meal. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lin Linkai took out his phone to check the weather for Shenzhen City the following day, overcast with intermittent rain. Tomorrow's forecast is overcast with rain. We should be fine. Let us hope so. I'm a bit concerned about the local authorities being too strict. That's unavoidable. We always bring fewer goods, only about 30 pieces at a time, so the losses won't be significant. Agreed. The two individuals devised a strategy and contemplated booking a hotel nearby. To their dismay, after inquiring at several establishments, they discovered that all rooms were fully booked. Fortunately, a kind receptionist informed them of a concert by a certain Xuan Moqian in the vicinity, indicating that standard accommodations were unavailable. However, she suggested an imperial suite for 2,000 per night. Thank you, but we shall forego the imperial suite, Lin Linkai promptly declined, pulling Zhang Jiejun out of the hotel. Oh, an imperial suite. Did you not inquire about the services provided? Do not even consider it. This is a respectable hotel, not a brothel in Dongguan City, where one might find such services, Lin Linkai reminded him. Is that so? Well, let us settle for an internet cafe for the night, Zhang Jiejun lamented. It appears that we have no other choice, Lin Linkai concurred. As they wandered, after a lengthy search, they passed through a village and stumbled upon a small card on the ground. Zhang Jiejun promptly picked it up. Lin Kai, shall we not consider this? Although the homestay is slightly pricey, it is merely 900 for the night, and they accommodate only one guest at a time. It should not pose a problem, as they surely have more than one room. Very well, Lin Linkai reluctantly agreed, as staying on the streets was not an option. After dialing the number on the card, they followed the instructions to 2 different locations. Upon arrival, Lin Linkai took a shower, donned his newly purchased attire, and enjoyed a restful night at the host's home. Chapter 27. Price hike. The following morning, Lin Linkai was awakened by his alarm. He hastily arose, gathered his belongings, bid farewell to the hostess, and departed from the homestay. Over an hour later, after breakfast, he met Zhang Jiejun in the parking lot. Noticing the dark circles under Zhang Jiejun's eyes, he inferred that his companion had not engaged in particularly wholesome activities the previous night. Lin Kai, how was the homestay last night? Was it delightful? Absolutely exhilarating. I found it comparable to the 3888 accommodation suite at Tianxiang Foot Massage City. With eyes closed, one could hardly tell the difference. I've decided that whenever I need to rest outside, I shall choose this homestay for its exceptional value, Zhang Jiejun excitedly proclaimed to Lin Linkai. Be cautious, my friend. Excess can be detrimental, Lin Linkai remarked, rolling his eyes. I simply could not resist. I shall certainly be more mindful next time, Zhang Jiejun conceded, reflecting on Lin Linkai's counsel. Now, let us head to the entrance to sell umbrellas. Are we going now? But the concert has not yet commenced. And it is not even raining, Zhang Jiejun queried, perplexed. Zhang Jiejun, we have brought an ample supply of goods, and we intend to sell them all. If it rains, it will likely occur later this evening, and many may have already brought umbrellas. Do you believe we can sell out? Lin Linkai retorted, all right. I concede that I may not have considered all aspects. Subsequently, the two of them set off, each carrying a backpack containing 30 umbrellas, crossing the street to commence their sales. Don't miss this opportunity. Umbrellas are just 30 yuan each. It might rain this afternoon, so be prepared to avoid getting soaked. They proclaimed, these dual-purpose umbrellas are a worthwhile investment. They can shield you from both rain and sun. Despite initial skepticism from passers-by, Lin Linkai pointed to the ominous clouds overhead, offering explanations that eventually convinced some to make purchases. However, shrewd customers began to haggle, forcing Lin Linkai to lower his prices. Ultimately, all 30 umbrellas were sold for 25 yuan each. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiejun managed to sell over 20 as well. Lin Linkai inquired about the car keys, and went back to restock. Back and forth, they tirelessly hustled around the vicinity of the gym, selling umbrellas for 30 yuan without negotiation, or as low as 20 if bartering. The threatening clouds did indeed facilitate some business. At noon, they had only managed a few bites of bread before resuming their sales. Perhaps due to the higher price, their merchandise lacked significant appeal, and by 4 in the afternoon, they had collectively sold only 500 sunshades. At 5 o'clock, light rain began to fall, coinciding with the end of the workday for some people, which slightly improved their sales. In just over an hour, their sales volume matched that of the entire morning. By 6 o'clock, they continued to munch on bread for dinner, all the while selling umbrellas. The concert commenced at 7 and continued until 9. Between 6 and 7, a small surge in sales occurred that Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun could not afford to overlook. By 7:30, as the concert reached its peak and the rain intensified, the area in front of the gym became deserted, prompting them to seek customers elsewhere, planning to return closer to 9. Indeed, after the rain began, particularly heavy downpours made selling umbrellas far more convenient. In a mere 10 minutes, Lin Linkai could sell an entire backpack of 30 umbrellas. However, due to the distance traveled, he spent over 10 minutes running back and forth for restocks. This pattern continued until 8:45, when Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun hurried back to the van to replenish their stock before returning to the gym's entrance to wait. This time, they decided to adopt a more aggressive pricing strategy, setting the price at 50 yuan each. Shortly after 9, as people began to exit the gym, they overheard numerous complaints about the rain, which brought smiles to Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun's faces. At this moment, they were nearly drenched, yet their spirits remained exuberantly high. Don't miss out. Dual-purpose umbrellas, just 50 yuan each. Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun began their sales pitch. Are you kidding me? How can you sell them at such an outrageous price? An elderly woman exclaimed, visibly displeased. If you want to buy. You've already splurged on concert tickets worth thousands. Our umbrellas are dual-purpose. If you purchase from a store, they would cost around 40 or 50 yuan each. I'm delivering them right to you. If you refuse to buy, I don't know what to say, Lin Linkai explained with a somewhat domineering attitude. Wait a minute, weren't you selling them for 30 yuan each this afternoon? You're raising the price. A man, whom Lin Linkai had previously approached but who had opted not to buy, interjected. That was one price, this is another. I mentioned that once this village is passed, this shop would be gone. It's going to rain tonight, and prices will go up. You didn't listen. So what can I do? Look at the situation now, it's pouring. Lin Linkai retorted. Ah, what bad luck. Fine, I'll buy one. Well, it is what it is. I've been taken advantage of. The elderly woman and the man resignedly pulled out their money to purchase umbrellas. Others, witnessing this, felt powerless. In less than 3 minutes, all 60 umbrellas in Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun's possession were sold out. Don't worry if you Haven Tea got an umbrella. We'll be back in a few minutes. Lin Linkai shouted, and the two hurried back to the parking lot to restock. They placed the money into a box and retrieved a fresh batch of umbrellas, stuffing them into their travel backpacks. Chapter 28. This is called business warfare. The two worked diligently, managing to cram 40 umbrellas into their backpacks just as the rain began to intensify. They dashed back to the entrance of the stadium and resumed their sales. The pair tirelessly shuttled back and forth, their profits soaring. However, their good fortune was short-lived. As they returned to the stadium once more, braving the heavy rain, they discovered a change in circumstances. Where there had once been an empty space at the entrance of the stadium, a tricycle motorcycle now stood. A middle-aged man, standing beside it, shouted, 40 yuan each for an umbrella. Hurry, come by. He brandished a large stack of umbrellas, initiating a clearance sale. His prices were even more attractive, and with a greater quantity available, he quickly drew a crowd of eager customers. In comparison, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun's umbrellas appeared lackluster in the presence of the middle-aged man's stall. You two youngsters, your umbrellas can't compete. The middle-aged man sneered. Having overheard from some customers that two young men were selling umbrellas for 51 yuan each. Thus, he decided to engage in a price war, immediately undercutting them to 41. Intent on outmaneuvering the duo. Your umbrellas are simply not up to par. The middle-aged man continued his mockery. The umbrellas of Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun are truly detestable. Even to dogs, no one would purchase them. Claims of being dual-purpose for sun and rain are utterly disregarded. You, quite ruthless. Lin Linkai felt quite displeased. Yet engaging in a price war to lower their prices was out of the question. Zhong Jiejun, let us leave. Hey Linkai, why fear him? Our costs are not high. We can easily outcompete him even at 10 yuan. Zhong Jiejun remarked with confusion. That is not the crux. Look over there. Lin Linkai pointed towards a few city management officers approaching with umbrellas a few dozen meters away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let us make a swift exit. Hee. We shall observe from the sidelines. Zhong Jiejun suddenly understood. The two hastily returned to the parking lot, entering their vehicle to watch the unfolding drama from a distance. Shortly after they got into the car, the city management officers reached the man. Hey, you are obstructing the road with your business. I warn you, leave promptly. If you do not comply, we shall issue a penalty. This is your first warning. The second will incur a fine, and the third will involve confiscation. One officer bellowed at the man. Yes, I am leaving right now. The man, a seasoned veteran, understood that there was no room for pleasantries before law enforcers and hurriedly packed his belongings before driving away. Watching the middle-aged man depart with such nonchalance, Zhong Jiejun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Sigh, they merely chased him away. Why not arrest him directly? Truly frustrating. Merely driving him off is sufficient. Soon. This will be our domain, Lin Linkai reassured. That is true. Thankfully, we didn't bring a small trailer this time. Otherwise, we might have attracted the attention of the city management too, Zhong Jiejun remarked thoughtfully. After a few minutes of waiting, once the officers had departed, they set off once more, backpacks in tow, arriving at the entrance of the stadium. Selling umbrellas, 50 yuan each, take it or leave it, hurry. 51 for one. Faced with the steep prices of Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun's umbrellas, the crowd gathered for the concert had no choice but to purchase them one by one. Just as they had completed 2 rounds of sales, unexpectedly, the middle-aged man returned, this time riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Upon his return, he once again occupied the prime position, selling umbrellas for 40 yuan each. How infuriating, he is stealing our business. Zhong Jiejun fumed, nearly ready to take action. Lin Linkai was equally incensed. Yet he understood that violence was not an option. Patience, let us first take the umbrellas back. Then, watch how I handle this. All right. The two departed with their backpacks, which the middle-aged man interpreted as a sign of surrender. Humph, fresh-faced brats, hoping to sell umbrellas for profit? Pathetic. The middle-aged man silently mocked as he continued to sell umbrellas, counting his earnings with delight. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai, after placing his backpack back in the van, dashed towards the nearest city management outpost. The city management officer, upon witnessing the individual once again engaging in street vending of umbrellas, noted that he was obstructing the entrance of the sports hall, significantly impeding traffic. What now? Ah, it's you again, not a person of good repute. Yet you are rather cunning, remarked one officer, instantly recognizing Lin Linkai as one of the 2 young men selling umbrellas at the venue. Officer, you must take action now. You cannot allow him to disrupt traffic, Lin Linkai urged, disregarding the officer's disparaging remarks. All right, Lu Yen, let us go, the officer replied. Understood, Captain. Shortly thereafter, the 2 officers set off to confront the vendor. The middle-aged man remained engrossed in collecting money, oblivious to the dark, rainy surroundings. Lin Linkai deliberately positioned himself in front of the officer to obscure the vendor's view. It was only when the officers were nearly upon him that the vendor realized their presence. You have been warned once already. All proceeds from your illegal street vending will be confiscated, one officer declared sternly. But that is not fair. Isn't the second offense supposed to incur a fine? The vendor protested. Indeed, we are imposing a fine now. Here is the fine notice. Sign it and leave immediately. If you are caught again, we will seize both your goods and vehicle, the captain stated without a hint of courtesy. Could you possibly grant me another chance? The vendor pleaded, as he lamented the loss of over 3,000 in earnings. No way. Hurry up, sign it, and be on your way, if you wish to leave your vehicle behind. We have no objections, the captain replied with a smile. I do object. I will sign, the vendor retorted, his frustration boiling over. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck for him to be apprehended twice in one evening. After a short while, the middle-aged man departed, crestfallen, on his tricycle. From a distance, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun, having caught wind of the vendor's misfortune, could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, you are quite ruthless, Lin Linkai. This is what we call a commercial battle. Indeed, let us continue selling shortly. After waiting a few minutes to confirm the officers had left, the two returned to the entrance of the sports hall to resume their umbrella sales. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and numerous spectators remained trapped inside due to the unrelenting rain. Upon learning of this situation, the artist Xue Moqian resolved to offer assistance. He instructed his manager to purchase all remaining umbrellas and distribute them to the fans, ensuring they could return home swiftly. Although this expenditure was not insignificant for Xuemoqian, he deemed it worthwhile for the safety of his fans and the preservation of his reputation. The manager, fully understanding Xuemoqian's intent, promptly approached Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun, announcing to the gathering fans, "Please do not rush to buy umbrellas. I am Qianqian's manager, and our beloved Qianqian understands that many of you lack umbrellas. I will cover the cost to provide umbrellas for everyone. All fans of Qianqian may collect an umbrella for free. Please bear with us for a moment." Chapter 29. Another limit up. How wonderful. Qianqian is truly remarkable. Indeed. Let us wait a bit. I absolutely adore Qianqian. The throngs of fans were exceedingly delighted. At this moment, the agent began conversing with Lin Linkai. "Hello. How many umbrellas do you have left? We would like to purchase them all." "Ah, we have approximately over 1,400. Lin Linkai recalled. "Let's take them all. At 50 yuan each, that amounts to 70,000. What do you think?" "Sounds good. There's an ATM across the street. We can transfer the money there." Lin Linkai agreed, relieved at the prospect of acquiring so many umbrellas, as selling them individually would be an arduous task. "How can I be certain you possess that many umbrellas?" The agent felt the need to be prudent, as he was expected to advance the payment first. "Follow us." A few minutes later, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun escorted the agent to the parking lot, revealing a van brimming with umbrellas. "All right, let us proceed with the transfer. Then you can drive the van over. However, you must arrange for someone to assist in moving these umbrellas. Otherwise, we would be engaging in street vending, which could attract the attention of the city management," Lin Linkai added. "Understood. I trust the fans will be eager to help," the agent assured. Shortly thereafter, the two men completed the transfer and returned, allowing Zhong Jiejun to drive to the entrance of the stadium. The agent promptly rallied the fans to assist in unloading the umbrellas from the vehicle. Once the task was accomplished, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun departed, leaving the subsequent affairs no longer their concern. While driving, Zhong Jiejun couldn't help but express his thoughts. "Fortunately, we have such an astute agent. Otherwise, we would have struggled to sell them all. Qianqian truly cherishes her fans. Yes, let us check nearby hotels to see if they have any available rooms." All right. After inquiring at several establishments, they found no vacancies, likely due to the concert-goers having booked them all. "Shall we return to the place we stayed last night?" Zhong Jiejun suggested as the clock approached 11. "There's no other option," Lin Linkai reluctantly conceded. Half an hour later, Lin Linkai returned to the same inn from the previous night. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into a new outfit, he discarded the damp street market clothing. After a peaceful night's rest, Lin Linkai chose not to set an alarm, hoping to sleep longer. Awakening naturally, he freshened up, gathered his belongings, and departed from the inn. He then sought out a nearby restaurant for breakfast before calling Zhong Jiejun. "Zhong Jiejun, are you awake?" "Lin Linkai. I just woke up and am busy. Let us meet at 11 for lunch." Zhong Jiejun replied after a brief delay, accompanied by some background noise. "Very well. We shall reconvene then." Lin Linkai shook his head, ended the call, and continued to enjoy his breakfast. He then retrieved his phone and glanced at the time. Realizing it was already past 9:20, it was time to attend to his stock account. Unlike futures trading, leveraging in a stock account was less straightforward. One had to first close positions before borrowing additional funds against new principal. As Lin Linkai recalled, Shanghai Steel Union was experiencing a limit up today, although it would open briefly. He intended to make the most of that interval. At 9:20 a.m., during the collective bidding, Lin Linkai placed all his positions for sale at the limit-up price. By 9:25 a.m., the collective bidding concluded, and all his positions were successfully sold. His account balance surged from 620,000 to 9,410,000, yielding a profit margin of 51. He first unwound his leverage, repaying the borrowed 310,000, leaving him with 6,310,000. He then reinvested the 70,000 transferred to him by his broker the previous night. His account now stood at 7,010,000, which he subsequently leveraged again, bringing it to 14,020,000. 5 minutes swiftly passed, and the market officially opened. Lin Linkai remained vigilant, anticipating that Shanghai Steel Union would be driven down, allowing him to re-enter. If it remained capped at the limit up, he would have missed out on this opportunity. Fortunately, when the clock struck 10, a substantial sell order emerged, breaking through the limit up. The stock plummeted to just 3. At that moment, Lin Linkai took action, orchestrating some buy orders to absorb the sell-offs. Were it not for his rebirth, knowing that the stock would continue to rise the following day, he would never have dared to play the role of a buyer in this scenario. However, with the knowledge that it would maintain its upward trajectory, he confidently assumed that role. By 10:20 a.m., Lin Linkai had reinvested all his funds. However, he found himself facing an unrealized loss of 1. This minor setback, quantified in thousands, left him feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, by 10:30 a.m., a miraculous influx of large orders appeared, and before long, Shanghai Steel Union was propelled back to its limit up. Consequently, Lin Linkai's account transformed from an unrealized loss of 1 to a gain of 5. Chapter 30. I received your flowers last time in the Fan Fish District of Guangzhou City. At the Pacific Securities Office, Zhong Xiaomei idly checked Lin Linkai's account. Upon seeing Shanghai Steel Union once again, her emotions were a mix of disbelief and frustration. Witnessing Lin Linkai's liquidation and subsequent reinvestment, she considered him foolish and contemplated sending him a message to chastise him. However, her displeasure was short-lived, as she was astonished to see that Shanghai Steel Union had once again reached its limit up. It was simply absurd. Could it be so formidable? Gazing at the 1.47 million in Lin Linkai's stock account, Zhong Xiaomei quietly resolved that if Lin Linkai were to reap substantial profits the following day, she would invest her own resources. Presently, Lin Linkai could be regarded as a rather valuable goldfish in her pond. The origins of his capital were of no concern to her. What mattered was that the profits ultimately belonged to him. Securing Lin Linkai would ensure her financial stability. Inside a restaurant in Deep Shock City, Lin Linkai felt an unsettling chill along his spine, sensing that he was being watched. Turning around, he discovered the restaurant owner's wife scrutinizing him. "Young man, it's almost noon. Are you planning to have lunch? If not, please don't interfere with my business," she remarked. "All right, Auntie, just a moment. I'll make a quick call to confirm," Lin Linkai promptly replied, dialing Zhong Jiejun to inquire about any preferred dining establishments. "I see a beef hot pot place called Triple X that looks promising. I need to replenish my energy. I've been a bit overworked lately," Zhong Jiejun suggested. "Understood. I'll head over now. Take care." Lin Linkai concluded the call, apologized to the restaurant owner's wife, and proceeded to another establishment. After 20 minutes, he met Zhong Jiejun at the Beef Hot Pot restaurant. "Zhong Jiejun, the 70,000 from last night has found its way into my pocket. The remaining cash will be yours," he stated. "Sounds good," Zhong Jiejun agreed, noting that their recent stock of 10,000 had yielded approximately the same amount in sales, about 70,000 each. The previous sales at Daifu Mountain had already been accounted for. "Let us head back home after this. We should rest for a day or two. On the 17th, there's a car exhibition at Tianhe. We can check it out and see if we can sell some umbrellas," Lin Linkai proposed. "Yes. I've been feeling quite overwhelmed lately. A break is in order," Zhong Jiejun concurred. After enjoying their beef hot pot, the two returned to find their van and drove back to the Fanyu district of Guangzhou City. Zhong Jiejun first dropped Lin Linkai off at home before departing himself. Upon entering his house, Lin Linkai noticed that the area where umbrellas were once piled high had diminished significantly, with only around 600 remaining. It seemed his father had not been idle, having managed to sell over 300 umbrellas in recent days. He wondered at what price they had sold. A conservative estimate suggested a profit of at least 3,000, perhaps even more than 10,000. Instead of immediately calling his father for updates, Lin Linkai first changed into some comfortable clothes and took a shower. Afterward, feeling refreshed yet slightly sweaty, he relished the comfort of his air-conditioned room. Lying on his bed while playing on his phone, truly a moment of indulgence. He opened QQ to engage in some light banter with He Yiman before proceeding to address messages from others. Nature had revealed to him the neurotic saleswoman Zhong Xiaomei, who was once again warning him of potential risks. Lin Linkai, however, chose to disregard her admonitions. Had he possessed such a companion in his past life? One who consistently alerted him to risks and urged him to take profits and cut losses, he would have found great joy in it. In that previous existence, he was often unable to rein in his avarice and trepidation, leading him to commit egregious errors that resulted in the squandering of his meager 3,000 yuan salary time and again. Yet now, armed with foresight into the future fluctuations of the stock market, he felt little concern for any perceived risks. His stock holdings did not exceed a valuation of 10 million. Lin Linkai was unperturbed by the prospect of influencing the market's volatility. Additionally, he was somewhat taken aback when He Yiman, this peculiar individual, sent him a message inviting him to meet privately. It was utterly absurd. Given that his evening was rather free, Lin Linkai acquiesced. As the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon, he thought it prudent to prepare for his meeting with He Yiman. However, he mused that there was no need for excessive formality, as he had no intention of pursuing her romantically. Thus, he opted for a rather casual outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt, blue denim shorts, undergarments, and sandals, an ensemble decidedly laid back. Hailing a motorcycle taxi, he made his way to the designated Wanda Square. As per usual, he waited quite some time before he spotted He Yiman emerging from a BMW. Goodness, she was driving a BMW? This would not do. He must not be outdone. Next month, he resolved to acquire a vehicle of his own to maintain appearances. Upon closer inspection, he noted that she had exited the driver's seat. After catching his wave, He Yiman secured her vehicle and approached him slowly. At that moment, she was clad in professional attire, suggesting she had just returned from her father's company. After a brief while, the two converged. Nearby, a sharp-eyed little flower seller, having spotted the seemingly romantic couple, dashed over to Lin Linkai. "Big brother, are you here with your girlfriend to watch a movie again? How about buying a flower? Your girlfriend was so happy last time." The little girl's innocent remark left Lin Linkai feeling rather deflated. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Ah, little sister, you might have mistaken me for someone else. Here's your money. I'll take the flower." Once the flower-selling girl departed, Lin Linkai sought to clarify, "Ahem, He Yiman, that little sister mistook me for someone else. I have never purchased such flowers." He was anxious that his history with He Yiman might be unveiled. Dare to do yet not to admit? Such cowardice. "I received your last flowers," He Yiman retorted, snatching the flower from Lin Linkai's hand and bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance, which was delightful. She observed the flower's appearance and coloration, reminiscent of a rose she had previously found among the shrubs outside the villa. An image involuntarily surfaced in Lin Linkai's mind. He stealthily entered her residential community and approached the gate of the villa, gazing at her from a distance. Yet, he hesitated, lacking the courage to step inside, ultimately discarding the flowers into the bushes. Chapter 31. Absurd aspirations. Oh, if you've accepted them, then so be it, Lin Linkai mused. Reflecting on the last time he had presented flowers to He Yiman, he recalled it was during the teacher appreciation banquet, where he had handed the bouquet to Sun Lichao. If He Yiman desired the flowers now, he had no further comments to make. "Let us go. There's a delightful Western restaurant over there," He Yiman suggested. "All right." Lin Linkai, somewhat perplexed by her actions, followed her lead. After a while, they arrived at the Western restaurant, each ordering a steak alongside various accompaniments. When He Yiman discovered that Lin Linkai knew the proper etiquette for dining, she was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but speculate that he might have learned it specifically for her. Otherwise, given his family's financial situation, it seemed unlikely he would spend so much on a meal at a Western restaurant. "Lin Linkai, have you been working hard for money lately?" He Yiman elegantly speared a piece of steak and, after savoring it, unexpectedly inquired, "Is there any easy way to earn money? Just the other day, I went to Deepshin City with Zhong Jejun. There was a concert by a certain Shui Qianqian, who truly dotes on his fans. Despite the torrential rain that night, he had his manager purchase all the remaining umbrellas and distributed them to his fans." Lin Linkai replied with a smile, emphasizing Shui's devotion to his supporters. While He Yiman fixated on the fact that he was out in the pouring rain at 10 o'clock selling umbrellas. "Lin Linkai, you really don't need to work so hard. It's perfectly acceptable to earn less. You could comfortably attend university and seek a job after graduation. With a bachelor's degree, finding a good position shouldn't be too challenging." Cough, cough. That's a misguided notion. What use is a bachelor's degree? What good is working for others? I could never settle for a life of employment. Only entrepreneurship can fulfill my aspirations, Lin Linkai promptly countered. He Yiman had intended to deliver some harsh words to dissuade Lin Linkai from his relentless pursuit of her, believing it would lead to nothing. However, upon witnessing him regard her as an embodiment of his dreams, she felt a pang of empathy and refrained from uttering anything too hurtful. "In business, to what extent do you aspire to reach?" "Of course, I aim for the greatest success possible. To put it plainly, I have a modest goal. Within 3 years, I intend to surpass your father. A mere several billion in assets? What is there to boast about?" Lin Linkai stated candidly, convinced that this was an achievable plan. He Yiman, having just sipped lemon water, was caught off guard and spluttered, inadvertently spraying it out. Lin Linkai quickly dodged, though his left sleeve still became damp. Apologies. I did not mean to cause any distress. Here, take a tissue to wipe that off. He Yiman quickly stood up, retrieved a tissue from the table, and began to clean the lemon juice from Lin Linkai's left sleeve and arm. In her haste, Lin Linkai inadvertently kissed her forehead. He Yiman felt a jolt of electricity, momentarily frozen before hastily retreating to her seat. Lin Linkai also procured a tissue to wipe his seat before resuming his position. Without broaching the earlier incident, He Yiman continued. Lin Linkai, don't you think your aspirations are rather lofty? Are you merely boasting? It was not just He Yiman who held this opinion. Others at the table turned to look, echoing the sentiment that he was indeed exaggerating. Setting high goals and striving towards them is commendable. Even if one fails to reach the ultimate target, one would still fare better than someone without ambition. Perhaps 3 years from now, I may not be a billionaire, but I would at least have become a millionaire. However, if I had no confidence or goals from the outset, I would likely never achieve even that. Lin Linkai recognized that his ambitions might seem grandiose to the average person and quickly sought to clarify. Well said, young man, exclaimed a gentleman from the adjacent table as he stood to commend him. Here is my business card. I work in real estate, and perhaps we could collaborate in the future. Lin Linkai accepted the card, only to discover that it belonged to the owner of Mantanghong Real Estate Company. What a pleasure. I look forward to it. The gentleman returned to his seat. Aspirations are admirable, but Lin Linkai, do you not think that giving yourself merely 3 years is somewhat ambitious? Earning 10 million in that time is no small feat. Do you have a plan? He Yiman was no fool, easily swayed by empty promises. Some aspects are trade secrets that I cannot divulge, but I can share a few details. Just the other day, Zhong Jejun and I sold umbrellas in Shenzhen, and we each made 70,000 yuan in just a few days. You can do the math. To me, 10 million is hardly a challenge. Lin Linkai replied. What? You earned 70,000 in just a few days? That is unbelievable. He Yiman was taken aback. Currently, she worked as an assistant to the financial manager and was well aware of her company's salary structure, where most employees earned around 3,000 yuan. Lin Linkai's claim seemed outrageous. Could he be deceiving her? You're lying to me, aren't you? What would I gain by deceiving you? If you doubt me, ask Zhong Jejun. We invested 10,000 yuan in umbrellas, each costing 3 yuan, and our average selling price was 42 yuan. In the end, we sold nearly 140,000 worth. Does that sound implausible? Lin Linkai explained. That's not possible. How could you sell so quickly? Selling 10 umbrellas in an hour is impressive enough. Yet you claim to have sold thousands in just a few days at such a high price, an average of 42 yuan each. He Yiman found this reasoning compelling. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed flawed. We are serious about selling umbrellas. We specifically target rainy days and focus on those adorable souls who forget their umbrellas, especially outside concert venues. They've already spent thousands on transportation and tickets. Would they really mind paying an extra 50 yuan for our umbrellas? Lin Linkai continued. What a shrewd businessman. Oh, you're just taking advantage of people. But this isn't sustainable. You can only profit once or twice. And it's rare for it to rain during a concert. Rain during a concert may be uncommon, but rainy days are frequent. Whenever it rains, there will always be some forgetful cuties without umbrellas. Remember the last concert you and your family attended at Tiana Sports Center? Chapter 32. Couples Game prompted by Lin Linkai's words. He Yiman recalled a folding fan she had tucked away in her room, a gift from Lin Linkai during that particular rainy concert day, when she was indeed one of those forgetful cuties. All right, I admit there might be a possibility for you to earn 10 million in 3 years, she sighed, at a loss for words. It's hard to advise someone not to work so hard when their efforts prove fruitful, given the circumstances. Would it be too hurtful to continue rejecting him? What reason could I possibly give for such a refusal? Well, making money isn't that difficult. Let's enjoy this steak. It's decent, though not quite as good as the authentic one I remember from a Western restaurant in Shanghai. Perhaps we could, in a rather convoluted situation. He Yiman and Lin Linkai finished their Western meal, and ultimately, He Yiman took the initiative to settle the bill. It's just over 1,000. I can afford it. Lin Linkai remarked. Affording it is one thing, but I chose the place, so it's my treat. You focus on saving up your 10 million, He Yiman thought to herself, silently making a decision and whispering in her heart, I will wait for you for 3 years. All right, Do you have any plans next? If not, I'd like to see the Pacific Rim movie, she proposed. Lin Linkai noticed an intriguing advertisement nearby. Sure, let us go watch a movie, he replied. All right, let's go. This time it's on me. Okay. Lin Linkai walked ahead while He Yiman followed closely, contemplating whether this could be considered their first date. Her heart felt like a calm lake disturbed by ripples, filled with anticipation yet tinged with nervousness. Before long, Lin Linkai returned with movie tickets, cola, and popcorn. Rejoining He Yiman's side. Do you like this popcorn? He asked gently. He Yiman smiled and nodded, replying softly, it's all right. The two engaged in casual conversation. And before they realized it, the time for the movie had quietly arrived. They walked into the theater together and settled into their seats. At the moment the film began, Lin Linkai immersed himself completely in the cinematic experience. The fact that He Yiman was not his girlfriend allowed him to focus entirely on the movie without any reservations. However, his intense concentration left a profound impression on He Yiman. Initially, she had worried that Lin Linkai might take advantage of the darkness. But now it was evident that he was a true gentleman of refinement. After the film concluded, they exited the theater, continuing to discuss the plot with fervor, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor. The once somewhat awkward relationship had eased back into the realm of friendship. Hey, you two attractive individuals. Would you be interested in learning more? By participating in our event, you can earn a chance to win a grand prize, a brand new BMW. A young lady intercepted them. He Yiman, please help me out here, Lin Linkai said, feeling somewhat tempted, not because he couldn't afford it, but because winning through a lottery seemed more appealing. All right, I'll go along with it, He Yiman reluctantly agreed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, as the event required couples to participate. Great, please follow me, the young lady said cheerfully, leading Lin Linkai and He Yiman into a large hall. Inside, there were already a dozen couples eager to participate in the event. The allure of the BMW was undeniable, and it didn't take long for the required number of participants to gather. Welcome to the event organized by Lu Fu Jewelry Chain. The prizes include a BMW 3 Series, a pair of couples' wedding rings, a diamond necklace, and various jewelry discount vouchers. Now, let me explain the rules of our event. Do you see those tracks? We require the male participants to carry their partners on their backs, retrieve a ball from this basket, and then run to place it in another basket at the other end. You have 3 minutes. For every 3 balls collected, you earn a chance to enter the lottery. The more balls you collect, the better the prize pool, a host announced with a megaphone. Seeing that there were no objections, the staff guided the couples to their designated positions. Come on, He Yiman, it's just a matter of carrying you. The effort is on me. So what are you worried about? Lin Linkai urged her on. He Yiman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately climbed onto Lin Linkai's back. The direct physical contact made her heart race, as if a fawn were frantically darting about, and her mind felt overwhelmed. Apart from her parents and He Yiman, Lin Linkai was the 4th person with whom she shared such intimate contact. Positions 3, 2, 1, go. At the host's command, Lin Linkai began to sprint with He Yiman on his back. She felt the wind rush past her ears, and the trees and people blurred into the background. Her hands gripped Lin Linkai's shoulders tightly, fearing that she might fall. His broad and sturdy back provided her with a profound sense of security. Her heart raced even faster, as if it were about to leap from her throat. She could not comprehend why she felt this way, but her face began to flush with warmth. Lin Linkai, however, had no peculiar thoughts. He was solely focused on securing the grand prize. He perceived little difference between carrying He Yiman and He Yiman. His attention was entirely devoted to the competition, striving to deliver the balls to the opposite shore as swiftly as possible. Before long, the robust Lin Linkai was the first to reach the other side. He grabbed a ball and called out, He Yiman, help me with the ball. Okay, she replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovering. She extended her hand and caught the ball he tossed her. Although her hands trembled slightly, she held onto the ball firmly. As Lin Linkai sprinted back, He Yiman began to feel anxious. She feared that she might hinder him or make a mistake. She endeavored to remain calm, synchronizing her movements with Lin Linkai's rhythm. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Linkai efficiently delivered 9 balls to the other side. He Yiman sighed in relief, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill and joy. She felt a remarkable synergy between herself and Lin Linkai, and a sense of happiness enveloped her. She was uncertain if she had developed feelings for him, but she sensed a special connection. The group of gentlemen came to a panting halt, each with varying numbers of balls in their baskets. Some managed only 3, while others, despite their best efforts, secured only 8. The highest number belonged to Lin Linkai, who had gathered 9. The participants were grouped into categories based on their scores. Those with 3 to 5 balls formed one group, while those with 6 to 8 formed another. Lin Linkai and He Yiman were separately ushered to a grand prize area. Congratulations to the handsome duo, the staff announced, for achieving a remarkable score of 9 balls. You have now qualified for a draw for physical prizes, and the 2 ordinary prize draws have been upgraded to top-tier rewards. The staff presented both with a luxurious VIP card from Liufu Jewelry, which granted them an initial 50 discount and continued opportunities for various discounts on jewelry purchases thereafter. The tangible reward. How does it work now? Lin Linkai and He Yiman received VIP cards. Handsome, all you need to do is give this grand wheel a spin. It's quite transparent, albeit a matter of luck. He Yiman, why don't you give it a turn? Lin Linkai had never won a lottery in his past life. Even with scratch cards, he had only won 50 cents. He felt his fortune was rather lacking. Chapter 33, The Prize, Diamond Ring. Very well. He Yiman was also eager to test her luck. Approaching the grand wheel, she grasped it firmly and pulled down with vigor, setting it into motion. The segment for the BMW was a mere 1/20th, while the rest comprised various jewels, the most significant being a guanine jade pendant, which occupied a full third of the wheel. Lin Linkai even questioned whether this jade pendant could genuinely be valued in the triple digits. Not only were Lin Linkai and He Yiman anticipating the grand prize, but others also kept a keen eye on the wheel's outcome. Those who had drawn ordinary lottery chances received only discount coupons for jewelry, feeling rather deceived. They were curious to see if this couple, Lin Linkai and He Yiman, could draw something worthwhile. After a few seconds, the wheel gradually came to a halt, ultimately pointing to a pair of wedding rings. The segment for wedding diamond rings was only about 7, making it the second prize after the BMW. Observing this, the staff's expression shifted, yet they forced a smile. Congratulating them. Congratulations to both of you. You have drawn a wedding diamond ring, a grand prize indeed. We wish you a lifetime of happiness. Ah, this prize, He Yiman. What do you think? Lin Linkai said awkwardly. Of course, why wouldn't I? Very well then. After a brief moment, they completed some simple registration and received a pair of wedding diamond rings. However, to take the rings, they were required to pose for a promotional photo. Lin Linkai and He Yiman each wore the wedding rings, their fingers entwined, and were instructed to share a kiss. Lin Linkai had anticipated that He Yiman might decline, but she surprisingly agreed. After a deep kiss, the staff captured the moment. Thank you both. Can we leave now? Yes, you may also browse our store. The staff invited. No, maybe next time. Lin Linkai quickly declined. Subsequently, Lin Linkai and He Yiman exited the event venue, arriving outside Wanda Plaza. He Yiman, thank you for your cooperation, otherwise I would have given you this ring. Lin Linkai pointed to one of the diamond rings in his hand. It's fine, you keep it. Goodbye. He Yiman swiftly pecked Lin Linkai on the cheek and dashed off towards the parking lot. As Lin Linkai gazed at the silhouette of the departing figure, he touched his face in contemplation. What on earth was happening? Could it be that this ice-cold individual was experiencing a moment of emotional stirrings? Sighing, he decided to dismiss the thoughts and summoned a taxi to return home. Meanwhile, He Yiman, upon arriving at the parking lot, entered her BMW and took deep breaths at the steering wheel, her heart in turmoil. What am I doing? Shaking her head, she glanced at the wedding ring on her finger and the rose nestled within her handbag. After some reflection, she ultimately decided to remove the wedding ring and place it in her bag, while the rose was gently taken out and set beneath the windshield wiper. After a considerable pause to gather her thoughts, she finally commenced her drive home. By the time she arrived, it was already 10 at night. Yiman, why are you so late returning tonight? I heard from Shaoli that you left work around 5 o'clock, He Tiangang inquired. Oh, perhaps she went off to cavort with some boy. He Yiman interjected with a mocking tone. I merely went out for some fresh air and to watch a movie, Pacific Rim. My classmate said it was good, so I decided to see for myself, He Yiman clarified. Very well, it's getting late. Hurry and take a shower before sleep. Her father said. All right, Dad. With that, He Yiman felt a sense of relief wash over her as she successfully navigated the conversation. Upon reaching the second floor, she tossed her bag aside and began searching for clothes to shower. Curious, He Yiman seized the opportunity while He Yiman was in the shower to rummage through her sister's bag, eager to uncover any clues. Soon, she stumbled upon a diamond ring. A diamond ring? This means something significant. She must have been proposed to, and astonishingly, she accepted. This is outrageous. I must inform Mom and report this incident. Without delay, He Yiman swiftly grabbed He Yiting's bag and descended the stairs to their parents' room. Mom, Dad, something big has happened. There's a wedding diamond ring in He Yiting's bag. What? Lu Miling exclaimed in astonishment, taking the bag from He Yiman and beginning to sift through its contents. She even found He Yiting's phone, unlocking it to inspect the message history. Unlike He Yiman, who valued her privacy and kept her password secret from their parents, He Yiting, being the obedient daughter, had a phone that could be examined at any time. Before long, Lu Miling discovered the most recent message from He Yiting, which was an arrangement to meet Lin Linkai at Wanda Plaza. Learning of this, He Yiman felt a mix of excitement and sadness. Dismissing the matter for the moment, she returned to her room and began messaging Lin Linkai to confront him. Lin Linkai, didn't you claim that your heart belonged solely to me? What are you doing going out on a date with my sister? Upon receiving the message, Lin Linkai found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain himself, and could only deflect the blame elsewhere. Your sister invited me out. We merely dined on Western cuisine and watched a film. What about the diamond ring? She won it in a raffle at a promotional event hosted by Lufu Jewelry. I assure you, I had no part in it. And I am willing to swear to that, Lin Linkai stated earnestly. It better be true. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. He Yiman's anger subsided slightly. Man, when can you come out? I miss you dearly. Lin Linkai hastily shifted the topic. Well, let us discuss that later. Things have been a bit tight lately. But there might be an opportunity next week. He Yiman, too, longed for a chance to roam freely. The two continued their light-hearted banter, allowing the matter to fade into the past. However, He Yiting, freshly emerged from her shower, faced a predicament. Late at night, she had to endure a joint interrogation from her parents. Yiting, did I not advise you against associating with that impoverished boy? What is the story behind this diamond ring? And why did you meet him today? He Tiangang frowned. Mom and Dad, why did you rummage through my bag without my consent? For the first time, He Yiting realized the significance of her privacy. What? Do I need your permission to search your bag now? Have you grown wings, wishing to have your privacy like Yiman? Lu Miling retorted. Chapter 34. The Invitation from Zhong Xiaomei. Yes, Mom, I am no longer a child. I deserve a measure of privacy. He Yiting finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. Fine, privacy is one thing, but you need to clarify today's events. Did you meet with that poor boy? Lin Linkai? Yes. Do you take my words lightly? Did I not instruct you to cease all contact with him? He Tianggang's irritation grew. Dad, he is not just a poor boy. His assets amount to several 100,000 at the very least, and he can earn tens of thousands in a single day, perhaps even 1 million within a year. He Yiting began to defend him. Oh, Yiting, what has come over you today? Have you become infatuated? You believe everything he says? How does he earn such money? Pray tell. Lu Miling suspected her daughter had been deceived. Mom, initially, I too was skeptical, yet this is the truth. Lin Linkai sells umbrellas. Each umbrella costs him 3 yuan. And on rainy days at concerts, he sells them for 50 yuan apiece, moving thousands and making tens of thousands in the process. Besides selling at concerts, he seeks other venues on rainy days. Just the other day, he traveled to Shenzhen to sell in front of Xuemochen's concert, enduring the rain from dawn until 10:30 at night, earning 70,000 in one day. He is working hard. Mom and Dad, please give him a chance. He Yiting continued her defense. Upon hearing He Yiting's words, He Tiangang and Lu Miling could not help but frown. Lin Linkai was indeed a formidable adversary, displaying remarkable tenacity. Continuing down this path, the task of amassing 10 million seemed increasingly feasible. Yiting, despite his efforts, he has yet to rise. It would be prudent for you to refrain from associating with him. Let him achieve his fortune of 10 million before seeking you out, He Tiangang remarked, still harboring disdain for Lin Linkai. Ah, Tiangang, your words are misguided. When you first came from Hong Kong, it was my recognition of your potential that led me to follow you. Now that Lin Linkai has potential, why not keep him around? Once he truly ascends, Yiting can simply join him then. If you sever ties now, and he becomes successful, he may well forget about Yiting, Lu Miling countered. Indeed, father. Let us afford Lin Linkai an opportunity, He Yiting chimed in, her spirits lifted by her mother's support. Very well, but until that boy finds success, do not become too deeply involved. It is imperative that you do not surrender yourself entirely, understand? He Tiangang conceded, feeling helpless against his daughter's resolute heart, especially with his wife siding with her. Understood, father. I will ensure my own safety, He Yiting assured him. Good, that is all I ask. Now, Return to your rest. Tomorrow is a work day, he replied. Grabbing her bag, He Yiman ascended to her room. Lying on her bed, her gaze fixed upon her wedding ring. Lin Linkai, the rest is up to you. I can only assist you to this extent. Should you fail to strive, there will be nothing I can do. She murmured before slipping the diamond ring on her finger and drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning at 9:30, Lin Linkai sat at his computer desk. His gaze locked onto the screen, his heart racing, hands clenched as if to crush the mouse. His eyes sparkled with avarice, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. According to his recollection, today a steel union in Shanghai would initially plummet before hitting a trading limit once more. He could almost envision the scene of his impending windfall. At last, the market opened, and the stock price of the Shanghai Steel Union surged by 6, just as he had predicted. Without hesitation, Lin Linkai pressed the sell button, liquidating all his stocks. His account balance skyrocketed to 1.56 million, and his heartbeat quickened further. He was eager to repay his 700,000 debt, then refinance and leverage his funds to expand his capital to 1.72 million. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, entering a flurry of numbers. His eyes never leaving the screen. His heartbeat intensified, as if it would leap from his throat. The exhilaration of seeing his funds swell with just a few keystrokes was intoxicating. Suddenly, a substantial sell order hit the market, causing the Shanghai Steel Union's stock to decline. Lin Linkai waited patiently, ready to buy back, and once it dipped by 3. After spending 10 minutes, Lin Linkai once again invested his entire capital into a certain steel company in Shanghai. Following his reinvestment, the stock remained stagnant, occasionally dipping slightly, which caused him a twinge of anxiety. However, by 11:25 a.m., a flurry of large orders began to propel the stock price upward, ultimately reaching its limit before the midday closing. This maneuver resulted in Lin Linkai reaping a remarkable profit of 65, raising his account balance to 1.83 million. Ah, splendid. The prospect of reaching 10 million feels within grasp. Perhaps by August, I shall have enough. Gazing at his vibrant account, Lin Linkai couldn't help but burst into laughter. After an eventful morning of trading, he tidied up and set out for lunch. In a nearby Pacific Securities office, as the workday neared its end, Zhong Xiaomei checked Lin Linkai's account, closely monitoring his every move. Wow, this young Lin is truly audacious, yet undeniably skilled. His stock has surged again, and he has maximized its potential. It hadn't been long before he had expanded to such heights, and judging by his trading strategy, it was evident that luck alone did not account for his success. He possessed considerable prowess and technique. This Lin is mine, Zhong Xiaomei silently vowed, a confident smile gracing her lips, fully aware of her allure. After enduring a brief stint at work, she finally clocked out. While enjoying her work meal, she promptly messaged Lin Linkai, inviting him to meet at a restaurant across from the office in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai, pondering whether to amplify his leverage, readily accepted the invitation. Upon receiving his affirmation, Zhong Xiaomei couldn't help but commend her own charm. Indeed, no one could resist her allure. Even millionaires and billionaires would ultimately succumb to her wiles. Time flew, and by 5 o'clock, Lin Linkai prepared to leave as promised. Coincidentally, he encountered Lin Guohua, who had just returned. Linkai, haven't you gone out today? No, I took a day off at home and have plans for dinner now, Lin Linkai replied. Remember, making money requires persistence. You can't fish for a day and dry your nets for 2. You should learn from your old man. I've been consistently selling umbrellas and have already made over 10,000, Lin Guohua said proudly. Well, Dad, you keep at it. I have things to attend to. So I'll be off, Lin Linkai replied, dismissing his father's boast as he descended the stairs. You brat, getting a little money has made you arrogant, Lin Guohua remarked, entering the house and setting down his bag to count his earnings for the day. Chapter 35. Amplifying leverage across from the Pacific Securities office. Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei met at a restaurant. Mr. Lin, what do you think of me? Zhong Xiaomei asked, playfully tossing her hair. You're quite lovely, Miss Zhong. However, I'm curious if there is a particular reason for your visit today, Lin Linkai replied politely. Isn't it a perfectly legitimate reason to have a meal with you? Zhong Xiaomei gazed at Lin Linkai with her large, round eyes. It was then that Lin Linkai noticed she was not in her usual work attire, but rather a breezy blue sundress. I see, Miss Zhong harbors an interest in me. Are you attempting to seduce me? Lin Linkai bluntly confronted her. Please, don't put it so harshly. I like you, can't we just date? Am I not attractive enough for you? Zhong Xiaomei stood up and moved closer to Lin Linkai. sitting beside him and questioning him intently. Miss Zhong, I believe there is no need for us to engage in excessive interaction. I am already in a relationship. Lin Linkai declined. I'm indifferent to that. Besides, Mr. He is not so easily won over. Perhaps you wouldn't be able to charm him. Zhong Xiaomei leaned in closer to Lin Linkai. That is of no concern to you. It is my personal matter. Please show some respect. Lin Linkai firmly pushed her away and stood up to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Aren't you interested in leveraging? I can assist you. Zhong Xiaomei, realizing her charm was ineffective, shifted to tempting him with benefits. I could find someone else for this matter. It's not solely your domain. Lin Linkai hesitated. There are other salespeople, but only I can secure the five-fold leverage you desire. No one else can provide that, she countered. Why is that? You are too young. With little market experience, and your family background isn't strong enough. Lin Linkai found himself momentarily at a loss for words against her reasoning. On what basis do you claim you can assist me? That is not your concern. I cannot disclose the specifics, but rest assured that I can help you. Zhong Xiaomei insisted as she pulled Lin Linkai back into his seat. Are you truly that confident? Directly five-fold leverage? Indeed, I am that confident. Is that a problem? The risks are too great. Under standard circumstances, given your situation, even two-fold leverage would be an exceptional case, Zhong Xiaomei advised. I want a greater leverage. Can you provide it? If not, I have nothing further to discuss. I'm leaving. Wait, I can help you secure three-fold leverage to start. Once your funds reach 5 million, I can assist you in obtaining four-fold. 10 million for five-fold. Zhong Xiaomei once again restrained Lin Linkai. Very well, then what are your conditions? Lin Linkai was skeptical of any benefits without a price. Let us have a meal first. We can discuss the details at the hotel, she proposed. All right. Lin Linkai harbored concerns about the potential risks associated with speaking openly in public. An hour later, the two found themselves seated across from one another in a hotel room. Speak your mind. What are your terms? 10,000 a month, and I want you to be my benefactor. Thus, a transaction was sealed within the confines of the hotel room. The following morning, Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei departed from the hotel, having agreed to meet again in the lobby after 9 o'clock. Doubting the situation, Lin Linkai hailed a motorcycle taxi and made his way to another securities firm to inquire about his options. However, he was met with the response, Sir, we are a legitimate company, and given your circumstances, we cannot provide any financing services. If you possess real estate, you may use it as collateral. Or perhaps after 6 months, we could offer you a 1-to-1 financing ratio. Please be cautious of the risks in the stock market. If you prefer higher risks, I recommend opening our futures trading service. No thank you, Lin Linkai replied, leaving the Guamao Xinshin Securities lobby in disappointment, only to take another motorcycle taxi back to the Pacific Securities office. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of the stock market for a decade in his past life, Lin Linkai had only briefly ventured into futures trading. It was not until after 2019 that he began to study it, ultimately suffering significant losses, which could deplete one's funds in a single day, much faster than in the stock market. Lin Linkai aimed to maximize his interests, yet that did not equate to courting disaster. Upon re-entering the lobby, Lin Linkai was promptly attended to by Zhong Xiaomei. Sir, this way, please. She ushered him into the VIP room. Once seated, Zhong Xiaomei posed once more. Is it truly necessary for you to engage in such significant dealings? Are you capable of managing this? Lin Linkai retorted, I can manage it. Here is my card number. Transfer 10,000 to me today, and you will see results by tomorrow. Zhong Xiaomei handed Lin Linkai a small piece of paper. Very well. Subsequently, Lin Linkai was guided to sign a series of risk disclosure statements, liability waivers, and financing applications. Once the documents were duly signed, he proceeded to a nearby ATM, transferring the promised 10,000 to the account Zhong Xiaomei had provided. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhong Xiaomei commenced the necessary procedures. In reality, every salesperson had certain privileges regarding financing and often encouraged wealthy clients to leverage their investments. Financing, in essence, amounted to borrowing at high interest, from which the securities firm profited. However, to mitigate risk, there were usually strict limits, typically not exceeding a two-fold leverage. Now, with Zhong Xiaomei granting Lin Linkai three-fold leverage, she would need to meticulously monitor his account. Any misstep could hold her accountable, potentially leading to her dismissal. Conversely, should Lin Linkai continue to profit, it would enhance her performance metrics. Ordinary salespeople are generally reluctant to take risks for a single customer, fearing they may also bear the consequences. At present, Zhong Xiaomei finds herself gambling for quick profits, wagering that Lin Linkai is a significant player rather than a mere novice. Following the completion of the transfer, Lin Linkai received a message instructing him to exercise patience. Indeed, by the afternoon, his account privileges had tripled, and the margin requirement for short selling had been reduced to 80. Throughout the day, the performance of a certain steel company in Shanghai was no longer as vigorous as in previous days. It did not reach its upper limit again, but instead closed with a long upper shadow. Chapter 36. Profiting on a tightrope during the morning's surge, Lin Linkai decisively opted to sell, liquidating his holdings in the Shanghai Steel Company, leaving his account balance at 193 million. He even executed a short sale, leveraging the entirety of this amount, ultimately realizing a floating profit of 90,000. By waiting until the next day to repurchase the stocks, he could secure this profit, pushing his account balance beyond 2 million. Though the transactions were completed in the morning, the privileges were only elevated in the afternoon, prompting Lin Linkai to sigh that he had missed the opportunity. Had he possessed this privilege earlier, he might have earned several thousand more. As Lin Linkai pondered, he received a call from Zhong Xiaomei for confirmation. Lin Linkai, I've arranged your privileges. Just be cautious. If you incur significant losses exceeding 25, I will have to forcibly liquidate your account. Am I able to operate my account now? Lin Linkai inquired, puzzled. Yes, of course. Rest assured that I generally won't interfere with your account. Please, don't make any rash moves. If I were to follow your stock trading advice, I would be in dire straits right now. Additionally, refrain from providing any further suggestions to avoid clouding my judgment, understood? I'll do my best. Good luck. Zhong Xiaomei hung up, somewhat irritated. Her well-intentioned advice had gone unappreciated, which was indeed frustrating. In such circumstances, Lin Linkai could only hope that she would exhibit some professional integrity and refrain from mishandling his account. Just after concluding his call with Zhong Xiaomei, Lin Linkai received a phone call from Zhong Jiejun. Linkai, tomorrow is the auto show. We must prepare today. I'll come pick you up. All right. I've been waiting for half an hour on Shanghai South Avenue. Lin Linkai boarded Zhong Jiejun's van once more, heading towards the umbrella factory. Jiejun, it seems it won't rain tomorrow. Our business may not fare well, Lin Linkai remarked as he checked the weather forecast on his phone. No rain. That's rather unfortunate, Zhong Jiejun replied, his mood slightly fraying. Having squandered several thousand the previous day, he was counting on umbrella sales to replenish his finances. But without rain, selling these umbrellas would prove quite challenging. Let us wait a few days. On the 20th, there will be thunderstorms, and on the 21st, heavy rain. We can sell then, suggested Lin Linkai, who preferred to remain at home engaged in stock trading. Earning comfortably was undoubtedly more enjoyable than braving the elements outside. This won't do. It's a clear day. We should sell something now. You see, my mother has confiscated all my money, leaving me with only 10,000 yuan, as she has used the rest to buy me a house, claiming it is for my future marital home. Soon, I will be burdened with a loan. It's quite frustrating. Without any income, how can I indulge in a little self-care? Complained Zhong Jiejun. Is your mother really that formidable? But can't you simply keep your earnings from her? Lin Linkai inquired, puzzled. Well, we have accumulated quite a handful of small change from selling umbrellas. If I bring it home without a proper explanation, my parents might think I've resorted to robbery. What can I do? Zhong Jiejun sighed. All right, perhaps you were not cautious enough. I have never revealed the actual amount I've earned to my parents. I only mentioned that I made a few thousand during our outing, Lin Linkai mused, feeling relieved. His mother had long desired to purchase a house, and if she were aware of his substantial savings, she would undoubtedly turn it into a property in no time. After a considerable duration, the two returned to the factory to procure 3,000 sunshades. Once they completed their purchases, they traveled to the vicinity of the exhibition center in Yueshio district and checked into a hotel. That evening, with no sun and no rain, the two retreated to their hotel room to play on their phones. However, the next morning, Zhong Jiejun rose early, ready to sell the umbrellas. Don't rush. The sun hasn't fully emerged yet. Without proper sunlight, you cannot expect others to buy your sunshades, Lin Linkai quickly advised. All right, Zhong Jiejun resigned to sit down. After some discussion, they decided to venture out to sell the umbrellas at 10 o'clock. This decision was also influenced by Lin Linkai's desire to secretly engage in stock trading. By 9:30, Lin Linkai had secluded himself in the restroom, persistently buying and closing positions in stocks. He returned the borrowed stocks from the previous day, allowing his unrealized gains to transform into actual profits. Subsequently, he repaid the initial funds he had borrowed at double leverage and then borrowed again at triple leverage, waiting for the opportune moment to invest fully in a steel company in Shanghai. Before leaving the restroom, Lin Linkai's total holdings were valued at 357 million yuan, with a principal of 19 million yuan. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaomei, while at work, monitored Lin Linkai's account activities, feeling a twinge of anxiety for him. This precarious financial maneuvering was indeed audacious. A slight misstep could result in significant losses. Yet, Lin Linkai managed to turn adversity into fortune once again, earning a profit. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Lin Linkai's full investment, Zhong Xiaomei remained apprehensive. After all, the steel company was currently at a considerably high price point and might be on the brink of a substantial correction, the extent of which could still be unfolding. If Lin Linkai were to miscalculate this time, and Shanghai Certain Steel Union did not rise but continued to decline, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. She longed to send Lin Linkai a warning about the risks involved, yet remembering his advice against making suggestions, she ultimately decided against it. At the hotel, as the clock struck 10, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiajun finally set out, meandering through the streets in proximity to the car exhibition venue, tirelessly peddling their sunshades. On a day devoid of rain, umbrellas are hardly a necessity. Although the cost of sunshades surpasses that of ordinary rain umbrellas, their selling price is even lower. A shade priced at 20 yuan proved difficult to sell, and reducing it to 15 yuan yielded no better results. After an entire day of effort, the pair managed to sell a mere 200 sunshades collectively. Alas, the struggle is real. These umbrellas are indeed hard to sell. In the evening, while enjoying Pig Trotter's rice, they lamented their fortunes. Let us try a different location tomorrow, perhaps Baiyun Mountain or Dafu Mountain. Business there should be better. I suspect Baiyun Mountain will be promising. The following day, upon noticing that his shares in Shanghai Certain Steel Union had reached their limit, Lin Linkai felt at ease accompanying Zhong Jiajun to sell umbrellas. Meanwhile, in the sales office, Zhong Xiaomei was also relieved, realizing Lin Linkai's prowess once again. Another surge in stock prices, netting a staggering 350,000 yuan, was astonishing, surpassing the initial investment of 310,000 yuan. Chapter 37. The umbrella selling Waterloo under the blistering sun, the air atop Baiyun Mountain seemed to quiver. Rays of sunlight poured down mercilessly, scorching the earth, as if determined to evaporate all living beings. Baiyun Mountain, typically bustling with tourists, appeared unusually desolate at this moment. Aside from the occasional chirp of cicadas, silence enveloped the surroundings, as though time itself had frozen beneath the sweltering sun. Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiajun, confronted by the vast emptiness before them, wore expressions clouded with worry. They sat back to back on a massive rock, staring vacantly at the sunshades in their hands. What they had envisioned as a business opportunity had turned into a disheartening reality on such a sweltering day. What should we do? Zhong Jiajun broke the silence, his voice tinged with despair. Lin Linkai did not respond immediately. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, absorbing the waves of heat permeating the air. He understood that they needed to remain calm and contemplate their next steps thoughtfully. As time trickled by and the sun ascended higher, the temperature on Baiyun Mountain continued to rise. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, yet neither was inclined to wipe them away. They recognized that this was not the time to focus on personal comfort, but rather to devise a means of escaping their predicament. Why don't we ask the tourists? Zhong Jiajun suggested, breaking the silence once more. Lin Linkai opened his eyes and gazed at him, nodding slightly in agreement. A splendid idea indeed. Thus, the two rose to commence their search for targets upon the mountain. They soon discovered that most of the individuals strolling were of advanced age. These elderly folks, adorned with sun hats or headscarves, wielded fans or walking sticks, leisurely meandering through the hills. They appeared to have no need for the protection of parasols. After numerous attempts, they faced repeated rejections, and their spirits grew increasingly heavy. Thus, after a morning of toil under the blazing sun, they had only managed to sell a mere few parasols. Enough of this. Let's call it a day and return to Daifu Mountain. Lin Linkai wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Zhong Jiajun. Agreed. Zhong Jiajun nodded, and the two packed their belongings, leaving Baiyun Mountain under the relentless sun. That afternoon, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiajun returned to the Fanyu district to sell parasols at Daifu Mountain. At this time, the sun hung high in the sky, Yet the heat here seemed somewhat more bearable compared to He Yiman Mountain. They found a shaded spot and resumed their sale of parasols. Unlike He Yiman Mountain, Daifu Mountain was a favored leisure destination for the public, with a steady stream of visitors. They hoped to attract more customers here. Their strategy remained the same, offering parasols at the low price of 20 yuan each, complemented by a complimentary bottle of water or an ice cream. This promotional tactic drew the attention of many passing tourists. After all, on such a sweltering summer day, the allure of a parasol, a bottle of water, or an ice cream was quite significant. This approach allowed them to maintain a semblance of business. In the evening, after a refreshing shower, Lin Linkai lay on the hotel bed, contemplating the extra 350,000 he had earned in his stock account, alongside the 780 yuan made from selling parasols that day. He fell into deep thought. After deducting expenses such as accommodation, fuel, and vehicle rental, that 780 yuan would dwindle to more than half. Without rain, the prospects for selling parasols seemed bleak. Zhong Jiejun, shall we sell parasols tomorrow or wait for a rainy day? Let's go. A few hundred yuan a day is certainly better than doing nothing at home, he replied. All right. Lin Linkai felt a twinge of reluctance, but held his tongue. After all, Zhong Jiejun was his companion in earning their first pot of gold, and he could not simply abandon their endeavor. The next morning, the two drove once more to Daifu Mountain. The sun blazed fiercely, its rays so intense that they made it difficult to open their eyes. They found a shaded area and set up their parasols again. Lin Linkai noted that as the sun climbed higher, it seemed the tourists had retreated to their homes to enjoy the cool air conditioning, leaving the mountain almost devoid of visitors. They called out persistently, but most merely glanced and continued on without any intention to purchase. However, after a day of effort, they managed to scrape together a modest 4-digit sum. Certainly, compared to Lin Linkai's continued endeavors in the stock market, it seems rather trivial. As the afternoon drew to a close, Zhong Xiaomei called Lin Linkai, expressing her desire to meet for a celebratory gathering. However, with Zhong Jiejun by his side and the forecast of rain for the following day, Lin Linkai politely declined the invitation. After a day filled with activities, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun departed from Daifushan around 5 in the evening and headed to a restaurant for dinner. The sun had already set, making it unrealistic to expect anyone to continue purchasing sunshades. Linkai, what would be an appropriate location to sell our umbrellas tomorrow and the day after? There are no major events happening, Zhong Jiejun inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Linkai replied, to sell umbrellas, we must go to a place with heavy foot traffic, preferably where many individuals are likely to be without umbrellas. Let us go to Guangzhou South Station. It's a transportation hub with high-speed trains and buses. All right. Zhong Jiejun nodded in agreement. Having settled on their selling location, they found a nearby restaurant and prepared to indulge in a hearty meal, as they had been so busy recently that they had scarcely had time to enjoy a proper dinner. Inside the restaurant, they ordered several dishes and engaged in light conversation. After finishing their meal, they returned to their hotel. The room felt somewhat stuffy, so they opened the window to gaze at the nightscape outside. Suddenly, Lin Linkai's phone rang. It was a call from home. Mom, I'm out right now and won't be coming home, nor tomorrow or the day after, as it's going to rain. We plan to sell umbrellas at Guangzhou South Station, Lin Linkai explained upon answering the call. All right, just take care and don't end up drenched in the rain. It wouldn't be good if you caught a cold, his mother's voice conveyed concern from the other end. Understood, Lin Linkai replied, acknowledging her advice. After hanging up, he felt his mother's words held some merit. Getting soaked in the rain was not an option. He suddenly realized an important issue. Merely having umbrellas was insufficient. After all, while selling umbrellas, he would need both hands to manage the task. Thus, he turned to Zhong Jiejun and said, before we set off tomorrow morning, let us purchase 2 raincoats from a large supermarket. Zhong Jiejun nodded in agreement. Great idea. The next morning, the two arrived at Guangzhou South Station equipped with their newly purchased raincoats. They found a bustling spot and set up their sunshade. Unlike their previous method of selling umbrellas, this time they had created a simple promotional sign that read, 25 yuan per umbrella. This price was quite competitive compared to nearby stores. As anticipated, their business began to flourish, with tourists drawn in by the appealing price, eagerly inquiring. Despite the protective raincoats, both Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun were soon drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, they paid little mind to their discomfort, for earning money was their foremost priority. However, they soon discovered a predicament. Due to the multitude of umbrella vendors surrounding Guangzhou South Station, tourists had an abundance of choices, resulting in their business not thriving as anticipated. Moreover, with the prices being relatively low, the profit margins were severely constrained. By the end of the day, they had only sold 200 umbrellas. Although their earnings surpassed those from their previous venture at Dafu Mountain, they remained far from their expectations. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two found accommodation near Guangzhou South Station. Lin Kai, why do I feel like our competitors have multiplied? Lamented one. When we were selling umbrellas before, there weren't many others around. Back then, we could set our prices freely. After counting their earnings, Zhong Jiejun expressed his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it's quite maddening. Even at Dafu Mountain, suddenly, there are one or two more selling umbrellas and water like us. It's utterly ridiculous. They're learning too quickly. Lin Kai sighed in exasperation. Both were disheartened, but while idly scrolling on their phones, they stumbled upon the answer in trending news. Good grief. We made the news because of the Qian concert. Now the whole world knows selling umbrellas on rainy days is profitable. This is devastating. After reading the full article, Lin vented his frustration. It's undoubtedly the manager who bought trending searches to boost Qian's popularity. Zhong Jiejun and I have been terribly affected by this. Now, with so many unexpected competitors, it's all because of this dreadful news. A week had passed since that concert, granting ample time for many commercially astute individuals to jump on the bandwagon. How utterly disheartening, at this rate. We'll barely earn anything, Zhong Jiejun lamented, feeling overwhelmed. The next day, July 21st, the two arose early. Although yesterday's sales had left them disillusioned, they did not concede defeat. They gathered their spirits and returned once more to the vicinity of Guangzhou South Station to sell umbrellas. At this moment, the sky was overcast, and a torrential downpour was imminent. They had initially thought that rainy weather would be a boon for their sales, yet they were unprepared for an even greater influx of competitors. Umbrellas for sale. Selling umbrellas at a mere 10 yuan each. All for just 10 yuan. The air around Lin Kai and Zhong Jiejun was saturated with the cries of umbrella vendors, who had escalated the price war to an intense level. To their astonishment, the price had plummeted to 7 yuan per umbrella. What was once a flourishing blue ocean market had now devolved into a fierce red ocean. After an entire day of selling umbrellas, Lin Kai and Zhong Jiejun returned to their hotel to tally their results. Alas, today's umbrella sales were a third less than yesterday's, and our income has been halved. This is untenable, Zhong Jiejun exclaimed, his frustration evident. Lin Kai also calculated their sales, revealing that they had sold 140 umbrellas today, but only at the price of 8 yuan each, yielding a gross profit of 5 yuan per umbrella, totaling 700 yuan. Currently, he and Zhong Jiejun are residing in a hotel, with their daily expenses for meals amounting to 300 yuan, alongside an additional 200 yuan for car rental and fuel. After an entire day's labor, they each end up with a mere 100 yuan. Chapter 38. Abandoning the umbrella sales. Zhong Jiejun. This endeavor has truly become untenable. Lin Kai placed the bill before Zhong Jiejun and remarked, if there were still a substantial profit to be made, he would certainly persist. Yet given the current circumstances, it has become exceedingly challenging. Indeed, this situation is rather unacceptable. However, we ought to first clear out the merchandise from our vehicle. We could explore other locations, perhaps where competition is less fierce. Zhong Jiejun felt somewhat disheartened, yet he was not ready to concede defeat. Unlike Lin Kai, who had alternative sources of income, he relied solely on the umbrella sales to secure a hefty profit, allowing him to indulge in leisure activities. All right, tomorrow we shall attempt a different location. Lin Kai acquiesced, glancing at his phone, only to discover that the forecast predicted another rainy day. On July 22nd, a light rain continued to fall. Lin Kai and Zhong Jiejun traversed the streets, directly seeking out potential customers to sell their umbrellas. Ultimately, they discovered not only an increase in competitors, but also a shift in consumer behavior. Individuals who previously eschewed umbrellas now carried one, rendering their sales efforts futile. After a long day of walking, their feet blistered, they achieved sales comparable to the previous day, each earning around 100 yuan. The arduous labor yielding such meager returns made them reconsider. It would be more beneficial to seek traditional employment. Feeling the weight of disappointment, Zhong Jiejun fell ill upon returning to the hotel that evening. It seemed that his frequent indulgences had severely weakened his immune system, and being drenched in rain proved too much for him to bear. Upon witnessing Zhong Jiejun suddenly collapse, Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback. Zhong Jiejun, what's wrong? I feel dizzy, so cold, Zhong Jiejun murmured, dazed. Lin Linkai quickly checked Zhong Jiejun's forehead, finding it exceedingly hot. He was undoubtedly running a fever. Furthermore, Zhong Jiejun's consciousness appeared somewhat clouded, indicating that this was not merely a transient ailment. You have a cold and a fever. I will take you to the hospital, Lin Linkai urged as he assisted Zhong Jiejun to his feet and helped him into the van, fastening his seatbelt before driving to the nearest hospital. Upon arrival, Lin Linkai carried Zhong Jiejun and promptly registered him for emergency care. Given the late hour, the emergency room was relatively unoccupied. After a series of urgent treatments, Zhong Jiejun found himself seated in a chair, receiving an intravenous drip, and over 1,000 yuan vanished, effectively wiping out their profits from the past few days. At 11 o'clock that night, Zhong Jiejun's fever subsided, and his awareness returned to a normal state. Zhong Jiejun, are you feeling better now? Well, I just feel utterly drained. All right, let us discharge ourselves. We have collected the medication and can return to the hotel for some rest. Lin Linkai gently touched the other's forehead, reassured that all was well. The doctor had merely diagnosed a common acute cold, advising Zhong Jiejun to refrain from getting caught in the rain again. Afterward, Lin Linkai assisted Zhong Jiejun into the car and drove back to the hotel. Following their ordeal, they finally succumbed to slumber at 1 in the morning. The following morning, Zhong Jiejun lay shivering beneath the covers. Zhong Jiejun, breakfast is ready. Hurry and eat. Take your medicine, and then I shall escort you home. Lin Linkai placed the freshly purchased buns and soy milk on the bedside table. What about those umbrellas in the car? Never mind them for now. We can either leave them or I could sell them for my father, Lin Linkai replied. Don't dwell on the umbrellas. Your recovery is of utmost importance. All right. Zhong Jiejun conceded, feeling a sense of helplessness. While Zhong Jiejun had his breakfast, Lin Linkai busied himself with his phone, monitoring stock software. Based on his recollection, Shanghai Steel Union was set to peak in the next couple of days, necessitating a significant correction before it could soar again around the 9th of next month. Once trading commenced, Lin Linkai promptly sold off a substantial portion of his stocks, planning to repurchase once the prices dipped, thus executing a successful short-term trade with a modest profit of 2. As for liquidating his holdings entirely, that could wait until tomorrow, which promised to be the pinnacle. Once Lin Linkai completed his stock transactions, Zhong Jiejun had finished his medication. Lin Linkai, let us proceed. We shall first drive to your home to unload this cargo. As for the remaining 1,000 umbrellas, let your uncle sell them. Since you covered the medical expenses last night, I shall forego the money for the umbrellas. Very well, then. We are brothers. While it is wise to keep accounts, one should not be overly meticulous about every single penny. After checking out of their room, the two departed by car. As they drove, they couldn't help but notice numerous umbrella vendors scattered throughout the streets, a sight that left them utterly disillusioned regarding the profitability of selling umbrellas. Upon arriving at Lin Linkai's residence, the two men moved the umbrellas from the car into the house. As they ascended the stairs with the boxes, they opened the door to find Lin Guohua, despondently smoking a cigarette. Father, you didn't go out to sell umbrellas today? Have you given up? What is there to sell? After wandering for half the day, I hardly managed to sell anything. I'm astonished. Just a casual stroll around the streets reveals an abundance of umbrella vendors, Lin Guohua lamented. Alas, are you unable to sell these umbrellas? Indeed, Zhong Jiejun caught a cold after being caught in the rain yesterday and cannot assist. Therefore, you brought the umbrellas home. Could you help carry them? Lin Linkai explained. I don't have much strength left, Lin Guohua replied, feeling awkward. Rest assured, we are not asking for your money. They are a gift to you, Lin Linkai remarked with evident disdain. Certainly, I shall proceed with the task. Lin Guohua sprang into action, descending the stairs with alacrity. One must not forsake a gift so freely given. Through the concerted efforts of the trio, after a brief span of mere minutes, they successfully emptied the van of its umbrellas. Zhong Jiejun, take care. Rest well upon your return. Should you conceive of any lucrative ideas in the future, let us collaborate again. I suspect this umbrella venture may not yield success. Lin Linkai bid farewell with a wave. Indeed, let us reconvene next time, replied Zhong Jiejun, mustering his spirits before driving away. With his source of income dissipated, he hastened home to dissuade his parents from purchasing a house. In a flurry, Zhong Jiejun managed to intercept his parents at a property development. Jiejun, what is the matter? Why are you preventing us from buying a house? You've earned quite a sum, questioned Zhong Liming, puzzled. Precisely. Owning a home would make you more appealing to the young women of Guangzhou City, who would marry you otherwise, chimed in Lin Wenyue in agreement. Mother, father, we truly cannot proceed with this purchase. I am no longer making money from selling umbrellas, Zhong Jiejun fervently explained. Chapter 39. Back in the news initially, Zhong Jiejun's parents were incredulous until he took them on a stroll through the bustling streets. After a few minutes in densely populated areas, they encountered an umbrella vendor, compelling them to accept the reality. Oh dear, it truly is difficult to earn money. Nevertheless, you managed to accumulate 140,000 yuan. Spending a little is inconsequential. I shall keep the remaining 120,000 for you to prevent any frivolous expenditures. Do not concern yourself with anything else for now. Focus on your studies, and upon graduating from university, you can seek a respectable job and use this money for a down payment on a home, Zhong Liming mused, planning his son's future. Father, I cannot envision a life of labor. No matter the job I find, it may yield a mere few thousand monthly. Only through entrepreneurship can I hope to earn tens of thousands daily, Zhong Jiejun retorted promptly. In the past, he might have acquiesced to Zhong Liming's perspective. But having experienced the heights of success alongside Lin Linkai, he found it increasingly difficult to resign himself to the drudgery of employment. Very well, do as you wish. You are of age now, Zhong Liming conceded, momentarily at a loss for words in response to his son's defiance. Zhong Jiejun's recent achievements had been remarkable, earning him the equivalent of 3 years' wages. Father, please return a portion of my earnings. I require capital for my business endeavors, Zhong Jiejun continued. Have you determined what business you wish to pursue? Not yet, but clarity will come soon. I shall continue partnering with Lin Linkai, I assure you. We will make substantial profits, he declared confidently, thumping his chest. Very well, I will provide you with 60,000 yuan. The remaining 60,000 I shall keep for you. Should you squander it, you must find a stable job, understood? Zhong Liming still felt that working was more practical. Acknowledging this, Zhong Jiejun could only hope that Lin Linkai would once again spark some inspiration. Upon returning home with his family, Zhong Jiejun began to update his QQ space, sharing the news of his illness and the conclusion of his umbrella-selling venture. In no time, a flurry of comments and expressions of concern flooded in, significantly lifting his spirits. Of course, there were also some sarcastic remarks. Zhong Jiejun's situation quickly gained traction online, as he had previously been in the spotlight with Lin Linkai. His recent announcement of stepping back from the limelight soon became a hot topic once more. Social media, forums, and various platforms buzzed with activity, ultimately leading to an interview that featured him on Zhujiang News. Unbeknownst to Lin Linkai, who was blissfully indulging in a laid-back life at home, he too was inadvertently swept up in this newfound popularity. The sweltering heat kept him confined to his air-conditioned sanctuary, where he engaged in stock trading and gaming, lacking motivation to venture outside. On July 24th, Lin Linkai liquidated his shares in Shanghai Steel Union and executed a short sell, yielding a substantial profit that left him quite pleased. Later that evening, while watching television with his parents, he discovered he was in the news again, though he paid little mind to it. After all, it was not his first time in the spotlight, and as long as it did not interfere with his stock market endeavors, he was unfazed. A similar scene unfolded in a villa within the Shengde Garden community, where He Yiman and her family were enjoying a television program. Lu Miling, feeling somewhat idle, and He Tiangang, who was perusing the news to uncover business opportunities, had dragged their 2 daughters into the viewing. On the screen, a beautiful host was reporting the news in Cantonese. Now, let us move on to the next story. Recently, umbrella sales have taken the cities of Guangzhou and Shenzhen by storm, also influencing other major cities in South China. Just yesterday, one of the warriors of the umbrella-selling craze, Mr. Zhong Jiejun, announced his withdrawal from the business due to falling ill from the rain, stating that the umbrella market has shifted from a blue ocean to a red ocean. According to reporter Lu Xx's investigation, the current market prices for umbrellas have plummeted from a peak of 50 yuan on rainy days to as low as 7 yuan each, leaving little room for profit. After a considerable pause following the news, the viewers began to process the information. Zhong Jiejun, He Yiman, could that be your classmate? Lu Miling urged. He Yiman hurriedly scrolled through her QQ space, and indeed found Zhong Jiejun's recent post about withdrawing from umbrella sales. Mom, yes, that is my classmate Zhong Jiejun. Upon saying this, a wave of concern washed over her. If Zhong Jiejun had exited the scene, Did it imply that Lin Linkai would also be unable to continue reaping substantial profits from umbrella sales? Not only does she harbor such concerns, but as a seasoned professional in the market, He Tiangang immediately grasped the situation. Yiting, do you see? Since your classmate Zhong Jiejun has exited the scene, Lin Linkai, who was associated with him, is unlikely to fare much better. It's commendable if they each manage to scrape together 140,000. However, there will not be any substantial funds available for them in the future. It would be prudent for you to distance yourself from him. Dad, is it really necessary to be so hasty? Zhong Jiejun has stated that once he recovers, he will contemplate other avenues for generating income. He Yiting countered. You can decide for yourself, but you must exercise caution in your interactions with Lin Linkai. At this point, I truly do not believe he has any potential for resurgence. He Tiangang internally condemned Lin Linkai to a figurative death sentence. After a brief exchange of heated words, they parted on an unpleasant note and retreated to their respective rooms. He Yiman, who had remained largely silent, was also filled with anxiety and began messaging Lin Linkai to inquire whether he had caught a cold from being caught in the rain. As for whether Lin Linkai would fail to earn money, He Yiman was utterly unconcerned. She was aware that Lin Linkai had invested heavily in Shanghai Certain Steel Union and had been closely monitoring its market performance, which was quite robust. With her contribution of 200,000 and Lin Linkai's own earnings of over 100,000, they had surely amassed several 100,000 in the stock market. In response, Lin Linkai reassured her, Man, I'm perfectly fine. I was wearing a raincoat. It was Zhong Jiejun who inadvertently got wet and caught a cold. When can we go out and have some fun? I've missed you so much. How annoying. I'm glad to hear you're okay. Let's see if I can find an opportunity this weekend. All right. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, He Yiting was also messaging Lin Linkai. Lin Linkai, now that your income from selling umbrellas has dried up, will you abandon your aspirations? Upon reading He Yiting's message, Lin Linkai was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely the loss of one income stream? Did this truly warrant the abandonment of his dreams? Naturally, he replied without hesitation, without selling umbrellas. I can certainly pursue other ventures. I have numerous ideas for making money. Why would I give up on my aspirations? I merely need to devise a plan. It's only a matter of time. How infuriating. Observing Lin Linkai's self-assured response, He Yiting mistakenly believed he was attempting to manipulate her. Are you free this weekend? I want to visit Changlong Water Park. Faced with He Yiting's insistence, Lin Linkai found himself momentarily bewildered. However, he could not bring himself to decline her invitation to the water park. Yet, after he eagerly agreed, He Yiting added that she would bring along her sister to prevent him from engaging in any mischievous behavior. This left Lin Linkai utterly flabbergasted. What was He Yiting thinking? Did she truly believe he would revert to being her sycophant? Having discerned the truth of the situation, Lin Linkai continued to engage in casual conversation with the two young ladies, though a sense of unease began to stir within him, fearing an impending awkwardness. To circumvent such a scenario, he promptly relayed He Yiting's invitation to He Yiman, who had only just become his girlfriend. It was imperative that He Yiting be sidelined. What? My sister wishes to invite you to the Changlong Water Park, and she wants me to accompany you both? Pray tell, is there some unspoken connection between the two of you? Upon receiving this message, He Yiman sprang from her bed, filled with a desire to confront He Yiting and assert her claim over Lin Linkai. At present, He Yiting remained under the impression that Lin Linkai was still pursuing her. While he regarded her merely as an older sister figure, was it necessary to clarify their relationship to her? Lin Linkai sent an explanatory message to He Yiman. She too wished for a clear elucidation from him, yet the reality was complicated. He Yiting, the studious and well-behaved girl, faced reprimands from her parents even for the notion of romance. If it were to be revealed that she was not only in a relationship but had also lost her virginity, the consequences would be dire indeed. Contemplating the aftermath was utterly terrifying. Very well, for appearance's sake, you may continue to play the devoted admirer, but our relationship must remain concealed. However, you are forbidden from engaging in any intimate actions with my sister. He Yiman replied to Lin Linkai. Understood, Lin Linkai responded, while simultaneously finalizing the details of their outing with He Yiting, including the time and means of transportation. The prospect of seeing He Yiman again filled him with a sense of excitement, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety, should both ladies appear together without conversing. It was uncertain whether he could distinguish between them. Thus, Lin Linkai insisted that the sisters were distinctly different outfits to avoid any confusion. However, spurred by a mischievous spirit. He Yiman secretly resolved to wear matching attire with He Yiting. After an engaging online chat with the two beauties that extended into the late hours, Lin Linkai finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he awoke at 9:30, roused by the sound of his alarm. A glance at the stock market of Shanghai revealed the anticipated plunge, but having already short-sold, there was little concern. He could simply repurchase in a few days to settle his positions. Lin Linkai, time to rise. Join me in selling umbrellas after breakfast, called Lin Guohua, knocking on the door. Dad, you can go sell them yourself. I'm taking a few days off, Lin Linkai replied. Oh, you rascal. Very well. Breakfast is on the table. Eat up. I'm off, Lin Guohua instructed before tidying up his backpack and departing. Despite the lackluster market for umbrellas, he had ventured into the Dafu mountain area to sell them, following the methods employed by Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun previously. By the end of the day, he could still earn a modest profit of 1 to 200 yuan. Regardless, it was certainly preferable to the monotony of a fixed salary job. Moreover, he believed that after the news broke last night, there would be no further influx of individuals into this market. Thus, his current income was essentially secure. Earning 5,000 a month was certainly within reach, and with a stroke of luck, it could even be higher. It was only after Lin Guohua departed that Lin Linkai officially rose from his slumber, refreshed himself, consumed breakfast, and began contemplating his future path to wealth. If one were to seek comfort, naturally, trading stocks would suffice. However, stock trading possesses its limitations. Once his capital reached several million, it could potentially sway the market. Therefore, to amass substantial fortune and achieve a net worth in the billions, entrepreneurship remained the only viable route. After finishing breakfast, Lin Linkai tidied up and ventured outside to the supermarket, where he purchased some fruit, a juicer, a bottle of milk, and a packet of the most affordable tea leaves. Upon returning home with a large bag of supplies, he commenced concocting milk tea and fruit tea, striving to create a delightful beverage while ensuring costs remained sufficiently low. An hour later, Lin Linkai had crafted several cups. The taste was satisfactory, yet the expenses were rather daunting, particularly with the fruit tea. A standard 500 milliliter serving would cost over 4 yuan. Once packaging and store expenses were factored in, the price could easily escalate to 6 or 7 yuan. Consequently, unless sold for over 10 yuan, profitability would be elusive, and few would be inclined to purchase at such rates. In the current entrepreneurial climate, one must keep prices reasonable to compete effectively against traditional bottled beverages. After careful calculation and reflection, Lin Linkai concluded that he needed to avoid expensive fruits, as juicing them for fruit tea was impractical. Instead, he resolved to wholesale more affordable ingredients such as cola, orange juice, coconut milk, concentrated milk, and ordinary tea leaves. Fresh fruits could be managed later, as his company expanded and he gained control over raw materials and supply chains, enabling him to introduce new products. Continuing his research online, Lin Linkai discovered that milk tea had long existed in China but had yet to achieve widespread popularity. Notably, the brand Mishu of Bingcheng had already been established, though renowned milk tea chains like Nayuki Tea had not yet emerged. The subsequent companies had only progressed after securing financing. It became evident that substantial financial backing was essential for significant profit, with investments amounting to no less than several million. Chapter 41. Zhong Jiejun's cousin confronted with such a hefty investment, Lin Linkai could not help but frown. Relying solely on his own resources, achieving this in a short time seemed implausible. He would at least need to wait until the new year, after riding the wave of Bitcoin trading. Just as Lin Linkai was engulfed in hesitation, Zhong Jiejun arrived at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Linkai opened the door. Oh, you're here. Lin Linkai hurried to open the door. As Zhong Jiejun stepped inside, he was greeted by a plethora of beverages adorning the table. Lin Linkai, is this the milk tea you mentioned earlier? Indeed, you may sample it. I am currently contemplating whether to proceed. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiejun immediately seized one of the cups and took a delicate sip. This is quite delightful. Wow, Lin Linkai, you have quite the talent. This one is also acceptable. Lin Linkai, with a hint of pride, listened as Zhong Jiejun excitedly proclaimed, I retract my previous statements. This milk tea venture has potential. As long as each cup's cost remains modest, I believe once the market opens, success will follow. With fervor, Zhong Jiejun downed one of the cups in a single gulp. As for the costs, these beverages average about 3 yuan each here. Once I substitute with slightly lesser ingredients, I should be able to reduce the cost to 2 yuan for a 500 milliliter cup. Do you think this is feasible? Lin Linkai inquired. Absolutely feasible. Lin Linkai, I have brought 60,000 yuan to invest in this entrepreneurial endeavor. Just tell me where we should establish our shop. Zhong Jiejun replied enthusiastically. He mentally calculated the profits. With a cost of 2 yuan and a selling price of 6 yuan, the profit of 4 yuan per cup. Selling 300 cups a day could yield over 1,000 yuan. Unlike umbrellas, which are seldom repurchased, milk tea is addictive. Once tasted, customers crave more. Let us open a shop near the university town. There are many students there, and their inclination to indulge in such beverages is promising, Lin Linkai suggested. Sounds good. But should we hire staff? Zhong Jiejun pondered. Don't worry about that. Now that we've decided to open a shop, staffing shouldn't be a concern. I can enlist my father, who is currently unemployed. With the three of us, we should manage adequately. If necessary, we can hire a few university students for part-time work at a modest rate of 10 yuan an hour. That is no issue at all. All right, you certainly have a plan. When shall we commence? The weather is warm. It is the perfect time to sell iced milk tea. Zhong Jiejun was eager to start making money. No need to rush. With summer vacation upon us, we can finalize the shop's renovations in August and officially open in September, ensuring a grand success. Shall we go check out the shop tomorrow? Zhong Jiejun was growing impatient, eager to indulge, but hesitant to spend his savings without income. I have some commitments tomorrow. Perhaps you could visit the site first. Lin Linkai recalled his plans to enjoy time with friends. Very well. I will go check it out myself, Zhong Jiejun agreed. The two enjoyed a lunch together, after which Zhong Jiejun eagerly headed to the university town to scout for potential shop locations. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai busied himself with researching the necessary business licenses and equipment purchases for the milk tea shop online. Having made the decision to proceed, one must not dawdle. Time should be utilized to its fullest. Lin Linkai meticulously organized the information he had gathered, preserving it in a single document. Awaiting the finalization of the shop, least to set everything in motion. Meanwhile, the impatient Zhong Jiejun, by 4:30 in the afternoon, proclaimed that he had found a suitable storefront and arranged to meet Lin Linkai the following Monday to inspect it, with intentions to sign the contract immediately if it met their expectations. As 5 o'clock approached, just as Lin Linkai was preparing to step out for dinner, he received a call from Zhong Xiaomei. Hello, Miss Zhong, what can I do for you? He inquired. I'm on holiday this weekend, and I want you to accompany me for some shopping or whatever else. I simply want your company, Zhong Xiaomei pouted after just finishing her work. I have prior engagements on Saturday. Let us make it Sunday instead. No, I want to see you today. I'm still at the office. And I insist you come find me before 6:30, or else you will regret it. Zhong Xiaomei declared with a commanding tone. Is it really necessary to be so demanding? Aren't I the one paying you? Shouldn't I be considered the important one here? Lin Linkai retorted, feeling disgruntled. You think you're that important? Do you want me to disable your financing capabilities next Monday, costing you hundreds of thousands, or even millions? Zhong Xiaomei threatened. Fine, you win. I'm on my way. Lin Linkai grumbled, feeling somewhat cornered. However, what could he do when she insisted? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed his flip-flops and thought it inappropriate for a meeting with a lady. He turned back to his room, changed into more formal attire, and donned a pair of sneakers before finally heading out. Oh, Zhong Jiejun, what brings you here again? As he reached the ground floor, Lin Linkai encountered Zhong Jiejun. I just returned from the university area and took some photos. I thought we could have dinner together and I could show you, Zhong Jiejun explained. Oh, that's a bit inconvenient. I've already made dinner plans with someone else, Lin Linkai replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Who would want to dine with you at this hour? It can't possibly be your goddess, He Yiman, can it? No, it's a salesperson named Zhong Xiaomei from Pacific Securities. What? Zhong Xiaomei, from Pacific Securities? Show me her number, Zhong Jiejun exclaimed, taken aback. Why? You're not suggesting she's a relative of yours, are you? Lin Linkai realized they shared the same surname. That's quite possible. Before long, they compared numbers. And to their astonishment, the digits were identical. Well, Lin Linkai, it seems you've indeed arranged a meeting with my cousin. What is going on? You two aren't involved in a sibling romance, are you? Zhong Jiejun asked, utterly dumbfounded. No, absolutely not. I was merely discussing some business matters with her. Recently, I opened a stock trading account across the Pacific and sought some advice, Lin Linkai evasively explained. All right, but considering you're dabbling in stocks, I would advise against it. My cousin mentioned that out of 10 individuals, 9 incur losses, and the remaining 1 merely breaks even. The ones truly profiting are those who collect the transaction fees. Zhong Jijun cautioned. Chapter 42. A date with Zhong Xiaomei understood. My involvement in stock trading is merely a small experiment. My primary focus remains on entrepreneurship and business ventures. Lin Linkai readily concurred. Given the circumstances, he felt no need to rebuff the other's goodwill, yet revealing the truth of his rebirth was out of the question. Zhong Jiejun was about to say more when Lin Linkai's phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with Zhong Xiaomei's furious voice. Even from over a meter away, Zhong Jiejun could hear her clearly. Lin Linkai, have you set off yet? I've been waiting for ages. Cough, cough. I'm on my way, Lin Linkai quickly responded. Hanging up the call. Zhong Jiejun, see? Your cousin is urging me again. I must take my leave now. Shall I give you a ride? Zhong Jiejun called after Lin Linkai as he dashed out. No, thank you. You should find a place to eat on your own. I won't delay you any further. We'll meet again on Monday. Lin Linkai shouted as he ran. Watching Lin Linkai's retreating figure, Zhong Jiejun couldn't shake the feeling that there was some unspoken secret between his cousin and Lin Linkai. Otherwise, why would she refuse his offer to accompany her? After sprinting for a few minutes, Lin Linkai hailed a motorcycle taxi. It took him over 20 minutes to arrive at the Pacific Securities office. From a distance, he spotted a young woman in uniform anxiously pacing at the entrance of the trading hall. After paying the fare, Lin Linkai hurried over. I'm here. Let us go? Why did you take so long? Honestly, other boyfriends arrive much quicker. You're a millionaire and yet lack a car. Zhong Xiaomei immediately began to complain. Hey, are you considering me your boyfriend now? Surely not. Why not? Are you trying to evade responsibility? Zhong Xiaomei shot back assertively. No. I've mentioned that I have another girlfriend. You know who she is. If you don't believe me, here is a photo. Lin Linkai presented a picture of himself with He Yiman. Gazing at the image of the affectionate couple, Zhong Xiaomei remained unfazed. So what? It's not a big deal. I've accepted it. What more do you want? Fine, you win. Let us go eat. With a request at hand, Lin Linkai hesitated to utter a word of refusal as the other party approached him. Naturally, Zhong Xiaomei clasped Lin Linkai's arm and led him into a restaurant of her liking. Once seated opposite one another, she adeptly picked up the menu and began ordering. Lin Linkai glanced at the prices, relieved that they were not exorbitant. At least, they were far more reasonable than the extravagant spending habits of He Yiman and He Yiman. By the way, is your cousin named Zhong Jiejun? He inquired. Ah, yes. What's the matter? She replied. Actually, I'm a classmate of his, and this seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't he it? Truth be told, I was already aware. Otherwise, how could I possibly trust you, you rascal? Zhong Xiaomei grinned. If it were anyone else, Zhong Xiaomei might have feared they would flee, but Lin Linkai was a different matter entirely. One could escape the monk, but not the temple. She had already obtained his parents' contact information and home address. Lin Linkai inhaled sharply, realizing he was the only one left in the dark. Xiaomei, even if you possess my body, you will never capture my heart. We won't end up married. Is there any point in this? Now, you will be my boyfriend, and I expect you to provide me with 10,000 yuan a month. Does that sound enticing? Zhong Xiaomei rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Lin Linkai. He had to admit, in 2013, when the average salary for a manual worker was merely 3,000 yuan, 10,000 did indeed have its appeal. All right, you've won. I'm just pondering, if we're not in a romantic relationship, would it be considered bribery if I were to give you money? Since you understand. What more is there to say? Zhong Xiaomei's smile faltered, her little scheme laid bare, rendering it less enjoyable. Oh, I was merely joking. Well, for now, we are indeed a couple. Lin Linkai grasped the situation. Leveraging oneself so significantly was not something to be taken lightly. Another acquaintance from a different establishment had hinted at providing extra funds, yet that individual had declined. After a while, the dishes arrived, and the topic of bribery was set aside as their conversation turned more pleasant. They established a mutual agreement. Zhong Xiaomei would not disclose Lin Linkai's stock trading activities to anyone, and their relationship would remain a secret among friends and family. Following dinner, Lin Linkai, in his role as boyfriend, settled the bill. Your place can't be far from here. You seemed to return home quickly last time you changed clothes. Of course, now I shall take you home, she replied, taking his hand and leading him toward a cluster of urban villages. Eventually, they arrived at an apartment building. Upon entering, Lin Linkai discovered it was merely a small studio, consisting of a bedroom and a bathroom, devoid of a proper living room or kitchen. This is where you live? Isn't it a bit too humble? Your salary must be considerable, around 4,000 500 yuan, I presume. This single room, I guess, does not exceed 300 yuan per month. On the surface, it appears that I indeed earn 500 yuan each month. However, after deductions for retirement pensions, housing funds, social security, and health insurance, the actual amount I take home is merely a little over 2,000 yuan, which is hardly sufficient for my expenses. Isn't it? Zhong Xiaomei explained. Ah, I see. But don't you require me to provide you with 10,000 yuan each month now? Shouldn't you treat yourself to a better living arrangement? Lin Linkai suddenly realized. I only took the first month as 10,000 yuan from you. Who could have guessed whether you would sustain your earnings? We shall see. I believe I will manage just fine. I can only hope for your success. After saying this, Zhong Xiaomei began to subtly inquire about other matters. Lin Linkai, what is the current status of your relationship with He Yiman? Nothing much. We are merely holding hands. She is a little princess, after all, and not so easily won over. Lin Linkai replied dismissively. Oh, so you think I am frivolous, you rascal? Zhong Xiaomei retorted with a smirk. Chapter 43, Family Status. Oh, do not be so agitated. I never suggested that about you. Lin Linkai genuinely feared this woman might lose her temper. How long do you intend to speculate on the Shanghai Steel Union? Do you possess inside information, or is it purely your skill? Of course. It is my expertise that shines through. I assure you I can provide you with a long-term ticket to prosperity. Do not worry too much. As long as you remain unmarried, I have no qualms about supporting you for a lifetime. Lin Linkai preferred not to entertain Zhong Xiaomei's incessant questions, opting instead to reassure her. Oh, is that a promise? If I marry someone else, will you still support me? What do you think? Lin Linkai ceased his actions, regarding Zhong Xiaomei with an impassive expression. All right. I was merely jesting. If you support me, I shall be yours. Zhong Xiaomei turned over, apologizing for her earlier teasing. It is getting late. I must return home. Lin Linkai changed his clothes and began putting on his shoes. Just as he turned to leave, Zhong Xiaomei suddenly embraced him tightly, wrapping her arms around him. You cannot leave. You are my boyfriend now. So where do you think you're going? Well, all right. But I must depart early tomorrow. I have an appointment. Lin Linkai acquiesced, turning back to sit beside Zhong Xiaomei on the bed. The two continued their light-hearted banter while fiddling with their phones. Lin Linkai sent a text to his parents, informing them that he would not be returning home. He also discussed details about tomorrow's outing with He Yiman and He Yiman. After showering, Zhong Xiaomei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling quite pleased. Convinced that she had become more beautiful once again, she approached Lin Linkai and twirled a few times. Lin Linkai, do you think I look beautiful now? Am I not more attractive than your He Yiman? Observing Zhong Xiaomei's vain demeanor, Lin Linkai felt powerless to contradict her. Your figure surpasses hers. Are you implying that I am not as attractive as her? Zhong Xiaomei immediately discerned the underlying meaning. Oh, please refrain from comparing your shortcomings to someone else's strengths. What I adore most is your devilishly charming physique. It is simply irresistible. Lin Linkai rose to his feet and swept Zhong Xiaomei into a princess embrace, placing her gently on the bed. You win this time. Let us extinguish the lights and retire for the night. All right, be good, she replied. Lin Linkai was unperturbed by the bed. He quickly fell asleep once Zhong Xiaomei ceased her fidgeting. However, Zhong Xiaomei found herself unable to slumber for quite some time. She had entrusted herself to this young man and wondered if it was a grave mistake. Could he truly shoulder the responsibility? Would he genuinely marry He Yiman? After much contemplation, she secretly resolved that on the day Lin Linkai and He Yiman obtained their marriage certificate, she would ensure she was pregnant, thereby securing a long-term meal ticket and sharing in a vast fortune. Eventually, Zhong Xiaomei too succumbed to sweet dreams. A melodious tune resonated, waking Lin Linkai from slumber. Noticing Zhong Xiaomei nestled in his arms, he swiftly silenced the alarm and carefully extricated himself from her embrace. He gazed at her delicate face for a moment. Her features were undeniably exquisite. Although not as stunning as He Yiman, she possessed a pure beauty reminiscent of the girl next door. After tidying himself, Lin Linkai dressed and donned his shoes, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before departing. Lin Linkai, don't leave just yet. At the moment he opened the door, Zhong Xiaomei's voice called from behind. What is it? Lin Linkai turned to see her awake and rummaging for something. Here are the keys to my place. I hope you will visit often. She placed a set of keys in his palm. It's sweltering here. I have no desire to stay. Remember to install an air conditioner today. I shall return tomorrow. Sensing the girl's attachment to him, Lin Linkai embraced her and planted a kiss on her lips. All right. I've been meaning to install an air conditioner. Enjoy yourself. Zhong Xiaomei's spirit soared. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After leaving the rental, Lin Linkai hurried to the street, searching for a motorcycle taxi for a considerable while before finally finding one. Driver, take me to Zhongsuan Maiyijia's store. Sure thing. That will be 8 yuan. The driver whisked Lin Linkai through the streets, and after 20 minutes, he alighted and walked a few minutes to his home. At home, Qin Yuhan was preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Lin Linkai return unexpectedly, she quickly inquired, Linkai, you're back so early. Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to make you something? Mom, no need. I'll change my clothes and be off. All right then. Returning to his room, Lin Linkai tidied up, changed into a fresh outfit, and specifically retrieved a pair of swim trunks, worried about his phone's battery, so he also grabbed a portable charger. After a while, Lin Linkai hurriedly left with his backpack. This child, one wonders what he intends to do. Haven Tea they ceased selling umbrellas? Even during the summer vacation. He cannot remain settled and runs out every day. Observing Lin Linkai's retreating figure, Qin Yuhan couldn't help but express her thoughts. Running out is quite nice. No one disturbs us, and when my wife arrives, we can indulge in our intimacy. Lin Guohua smiled and leaned toward Qin Yuhan. Come on, wasn't tea last night enough? I need to eat, and then I must head to work. Qin Yuhan shot Lin Guohua a fierce glare. Lin Guohua had no choice but to sit down cheerfully and eat his noodles. Having previously incurred significant losses in the stock market, selling umbrellas now barely keeps them afloat. When will the family's status finally rise? In the Shengda garden community, within a villa, He Yiman hurriedly packed her belongings, changed her outfit, and repeatedly compared her appearance in the mirror. Previously, her relationship with Lin Linkai was merely that of friends, but now, she regarded him as her prospective boyfriend. Chapter 44. A day at Long Long Water World next door. He Yiman was also selecting clothes from her wardrobe. Suddenly inspired, she ran next door to see what He Yiman was wearing and changed into something similar. Even their bags and shoes matched perfectly, and their hairstyles mirrored each other. Yiman, I'm leaving. Wait, why are you dressed just like me? What if Lin Linkai doesn't recognize us? He Yiman, now dressed, urged He Yiman to hurry, only to find her resembling a perfect replica. Sis, don't you think it would be hilarious if Lin Linkai couldn't tell us apart? He Yiman chuckled mischievously. Hilarious my foot. Hurry and change. He Yiman was determined not to let Lin Linkai make any mistakes. No, I want change, He Yiman pouted defiantly. Oh, what am I to do with you? He Yiman glanced at the time. It was already late, so she put on her diamond ring for distinction. The two sisters descended the stairs and drove away in a BMW. Watching the car slowly depart, He Tiangang felt a wave of concern. He truly couldn't fathom what was so special about Lin Linkai that could captivate He Yiman so completely. In my view, she shouldn't be allowed to go out. What if something happens? It would be difficult to manage. Tiangang, don't worry. Yiman is with her, right? I've already reminded her to keep an eye on Yiman. She won't allow Yiman and Lin Linkai to engage in any inappropriate behavior, Lu Miling reassured him. Let us hope so. Otherwise, I'll ensure Lin Linkai experiences the true power of capital. He Tiangang stomped his foot in frustration. At 9:30 in the morning, at a bus stop, Lin Linkai spotted He Yiman's BMW and immediately waved. Before long, He Yiman parked beside the bus stop, and Lin Linkai hurriedly got into the car, settling into the back seat. As soon as Lin Linkai entered the vehicle, he noticed that He Yiman and He Yiman were clad in identical attire. From their clothing to their shoes and hairstyles. What on earth? How can you both be wearing the same outfit? I can hardly tell you apart. He exclaimed. Well, if you can't distinguish between us, that's your problem. How dare you admit that? He Yiman retorted provocatively. Yiman, stop it. Lin Linkai, I'm wearing our wedding ring. Just look at this to tell us apart. He Yiman interjected from the driver's seat, waving her hand to reveal a dazzling diamond ring on her fourth finger. All right, I got it. Let's south hit the road. Before long, the car roared to life. On the way, Lin Linkai and He Yiman exchanged glances in silence, opting instead to chat animatedly via QQ on their phones. No way, you really can't tell us apart? Honestly, I can't. You two are identical twins, dressed alike inside and out, with voices that are nearly indistinguishable. How am I supposed to differentiate between you? If you can't tell us apart. That's your issue. After about half an hour, the car came to a stop in a parking lot. Realizing time was of the essence, the trio hastily made their way to the entrance of the scenic area and purchased tickets to enter. Lin Linkai, accompanied by the beautiful twin sisters, drew countless admiring glances. Since childhood, He Yiman and He Yiting had been accustomed to such attention, while Lin Linkai, having had experience selling umbrellas, had also developed a bit of a social charm. Unfazed by the curious stares, the three continued their exploration of the scenic area. Soon, they arrived at the changing room to don their swimsuits. At that moment, He Yiting encountered a significant dilemma. She couldn't possibly enjoy the water while wearing her diamond ring. The risk of damaging it was substantial, as it was quite common for diamonds to dislodge from their settings. Reluctantly, she removed the ring, placed it in her bag, and secured it in a locker. Seeing this, He Yiman couldn't help but laugh, eager to see how Lin Linkai would manage to tell them apart later. Outside the changing room, Lin Linkai awaited the sisters' emergence, only to find them once again in matching swimsuits, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Let us head to the super funnel first, as per our itinerary," Lin Linkai declared, taking the lead. Were he alone with either He Yiting or He Yiman, he would have undoubtedly taken their hand without hesitation. However, in this situation, he deemed it best to refrain from any such gestures. Amused by Lin Linkai's discomfort, He Yiman playfully reached out and took his hand. Observing this, He Yiting felt a surge of competitive spirit and seized Lin Linkai's other hand. Initially expecting to hold hands with He Yiting, Lin Linkai now found himself in a perplexing predicament. Who among you is Yiting and who is Yiman? Can you guess? He Yiman promptly covered He Yiting's mouth with her hand. "Ah, it must be you, He Yiman. You are the playful one," Lin Linkai immediately conjectured. How dull." He Yiman pouted, having been exposed, and swiftly shrugged off Lin Linkai's hand. Subsequently, the trio of Lin Linkai, He Yiting, and He Yiman resumed their original plan to frolic at the Changlong water park. They opted for an exhilarating route that promised an array of thrilling attractions, such as the Super Big Horn, the Giant Bowl, and the Turbo Slide. Their first stop was the Super Big Horn area, one of the park's most beloved attractions. Visitors are required to sit in specially designed inflatable rings, sliding down from a height and traversing through the enormous horn-shaped slide, experiencing the thrill of high-speed descent and the sensation of weightlessness. Lin Linkai, He Yiting, and He Yiman nestled closely in their ring, accompanied by shrieks and laughter, as they soared through the gigantic horn, reveling in the rush of wind and speed. This exhilarating experience allowed them to momentarily forget their worries and immerse themselves in the joyous atmosphere. Next, they ventured to the Giant Bowl area, featuring a colossal bowl-shaped slide. Visitors must sit in inflatable rings and glide down from a height, navigating the curved slide within the bowl before splashing into the pool below. Once again, Lin Linkai, He Yiting, and He Yiman hopped into their rings, descending from the high slide and experiencing the thrill and excitement of the giant bowl. As they glided within the bowl, they felt the intense stimulation of centrifugal force, as if being irresistibly drawn by a massive power. At the turbo slide area, they encountered a different kind of thrill. This attraction consists of a long slide where visitors must descend from a height, maneuvering through winding paths before landing in the pool. Lin Linkai, He Yiting, and He Yiman took their places on the slide, gripping the safety handles tightly, legs extended, as they hurtled down the steep incline. In this rapid descent, they experienced a rush of speed and exhilaration, as if liberating themselves from internal pressures and constraints. Time flew by swiftly. Within a couple of hours, they had yet to experience all the attractions. Thus, the three returned to the changing room, donned dry clothing, and readied themselves for lunch before continuing their escapades. Back in the changing room, He Yiman, with a sly intent, discreetly pocketed He Yiting's diamond ring while she was distracted. Fortunately, the park boasted its own restaurant. Sparing Lin Linkai and the others from leaving the premises for a meal, they proceeded to the restaurant within the Changlong water park, ordering an assortment of local delicacies and beverages. As they savored their culinary delights, they engaged in lively conversation, deciding to take a brief respite before embarking on further adventures. Seizing this moment of relaxation, He Yiman contemplated bringing Lin Linkai out for a bit of fun. Lin Linkai followed her, leaving He Yiting alone in the lounge. In the corridor, Lin Linkai found it difficult to distinguish the person before him. "Are you Yiman or Yiting?" he inquired. "I am Yiting," He Yiman replied, waving the ring in her hand. "Oh, I see. What shall we do without Yiman? It seems rather inappropriate." Lin Linkai's interest waned immediately. "What is inappropriate? You are my pursuer now. What does it have to do with my sister?" "Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. So, where shall we go?" "A stroll would suffice." "Shall we chat?" "All right. Upon hearing Lin Linkai's agreement, He Yiman felt a sense of accomplishment. She continued to play the role of He Yiting, speaking in the manner befitting her identity, exuding the high and mighty aura of a goddess. It was quite exhilarating, though it posed a challenge in being close to Lin Linkai without revealing the ruse. Chapter 45. A lifetime is never enough. Lin Linkai spent quite some time shopping and chatting with the pretend He Yiting, feeling everything was perfectly normal. Ah, Lin Linkai, my best friend has also come here to play. I must go find her. You continue to enjoy yourself, He Yiman said decisively upon seeing a message from her friend Zhao Yueling. With He Yiting being such a glaring presence, she and Lin Linkai could not enjoy themselves fully. All right. To Lin Linkai, it was perfectly normal for He Yiting to leave him to meet her friend. Returning to the lounge, He Yiting had finished her rest and was engrossed in her phone. I'm back. Where is she? Oh, she's off to have fun with her friend. Should we check on her? No need. Let us enjoy ourselves. He Yiting felt she could have even more fun without He Yiman around. Okay. Believing the person before him was He Yiman, Lin Linkai took her hand and led her away. After lunch, Lin Linkai brought He Yiting back to the water park to continue exploring the remaining attractions. They arrived at the lazy river area, a perfect spot for relaxation and leisure. Visitors could recline in inner tubes and drift along the gentle current, taking in the scenic views and performances. Lin Linkai and He Yiting lay back in their tubes, floating with the flow and feeling the soothing caress of the water. As they drifted, they chatted and playfully splashed each other, reveling in the tranquility and ease of the moment. Next, they ventured to the water performance area, where they were treated to a splendid water dance show. The performers danced gracefully in the water, synchronized with the vibrant music and the rhythm of the flowing water, showcasing astonishing skill and artistic beauty. Lin Linkai and He Yiting were utterly captivated, frequently expressing their amazement and cheering. This performance allowed them to experience the exquisite fusion of art and water, offering a feast for both the eyes and ears. Eventually, they arrived at the SPA area and the massage pool, indulging in a soothing spa massage and a relaxing bathing experience. The design of these areas was exceptionally comfortable and warm, evoking a sense of tranquility and relaxation. Here, they could momentarily forget their worries and stresses, relishing a delightful time. With their eyes closed in the massage pool, they felt the gentle caress of the water on every part of their bodies, bringing forth an exquisite sense of comfort. This sensation of relaxation left them feeling immensely satisfied and joyous. During this time, Lin Linkai, either intentionally or unintentionally, engaged in various intimate gestures with He Yiting. He Yiting, believing he had recognized her and was deliberately being flirtatious, did not shy away. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai mistakenly thought she was He Yiman and felt indifferent about the situation. At the other end of the water park, He Yiman reunited with Zhao Yueling, and the two young women were having a splendid time. Yiman, you finally have the chance to enjoy yourself. I've had no fun on my own, Zhao Yueling exclaimed joyfully as she enveloped He Yiman in a hug. Don't you have a boyfriend? Why not just spend time with him? Oh, my boyfriend is at work. Otherwise, how would he afford to support me? I'm quite free at the moment. Today is Saturday, and he is working? He Yiman questioned, puzzled. Indeed, that programmer has only 2 days off a month. And he always returns home late, Zhao Yueling complained. All right, let us just have fun ourselves. Home. Joyful moments are always fleeting, and the day passed swiftly. During the day, Lin Linkai and He Yiting enjoyed water activities, while in the evening, they watched the park's unique performances. Throughout this time, He Yiman had not returned. At 9:30 p.m., the final performance concluded, and all visitors were ushered out of the park. It's quite late. Shall we stay outside? Lin Linkai suggested with a smile, having not spent time with He Yiman for a while, which he greatly missed. That might not be appropriate. What's the matter? Aren't we just friends? Fine. He Yiting reluctantly agreed. Upon arriving at the hotel, they booked a room. He Yiting recalled her parents' admonitions and firmly upheld her boundaries. Lin Linkai assumed she was on her period and did not think much of it. After a round of washing up, they embraced and fell asleep. Watching Lin Linkai, who was sleeping soundly, He Yiting felt a whirlwind of emotions. This time, it shouldn't be considered crossing the line, right? I've maintained my final defense. Yet, now that we've done what we've done, we really are a couple. After much internal conflict, she finally fell asleep in Lin Linkai's arms in the depths of the night. The following morning, they emerged from the hotel and headed to a nearby restaurant for breakfast. Hey, are you going to find your sister to head back? Yes, it's time to return. He Yiman nodded emphatically, fearful that remaining outside with Lin Linkai would ultimately lead to her being completely consumed. A short while later, she called He Yiman. Yiman, where are you? We should head back. Upon hearing this, Lin Linkai's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, the person before me is actually He Yiman. How did this happen? He reflected on the remarkable event from yesterday, realizing he had nearly captured the heart of the goddess. As He Yiman finished her call, Lin Linkai endeavored to maintain his composure, reminding himself that he had not misidentified her from the start. Lin Linkai, let us wait here for a moment. Yiman will be arriving shortly with her friends, He Yiman informed him after hanging up. Very well, Yiman, Lin Linkai replied, gently grasping her hand. Seizing the moment when she was momentarily distracted, he leaned in for a kiss, fearing that such an opportunity might never present itself again. They shared a kiss for a minute or two before parting. What's with the urgency? Didn't we have enough yesterday? He Yiman exclaimed, feeling slightly breathless as she pushed him away. A lifetime wouldn't suffice, haha, Lin Linkai responded, drawing her back into his embrace for a quick photo. This was a historic moment. The once unattainable, frosty goddess had finally been won over. After capturing the moment, he released her to avoid any jealousy from Yiman upon her return. However, He Yiman was reluctant to part, relishing their romantic interlude, and wrapped her arm around Lin Linkai, snuggling close to him. That's enough. When Yiman returns and sees us so close, it wouldn't bode well if she tells your parents, Lin Linkai cautioned. All right. He Yiman acquiesced, albeit reluctantly shifting away, though still holding onto his hand. They continued to wait in the restaurant for several more minutes until He Yiman finally appeared with her friend. Lin Linkai focused intently and recognized the companion beside her, Zhao Yueling. Zhao Yueling was not only a classmate of Lin Linkai, but also in the adjacent class with He Yiman, making the situation quite clear. He realized he had been inadvertently led into a trap by Yiman, yet his composed handling of the situation had resulted in a significant gain. Yiman, Zhao Yueling, come sit with us. Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to order something for you? Lin Linkai inquired with enthusiasm. No need. We've already eaten. Sister Lin Linkai, shall we head to the arcade? Playing video games is so exhilarating. He Yiman responded, taking Lin Linkai's mention of her name in stride as if nothing had transpired. Let us not. We should return home. Our parents will be worried since we haven't been back all night. He Yiman immediately countered. What do you fear? I have just spoken to my mother. There is no significant issue. After we finish our lunch, we shall return. Very well then. Given the circumstances, He Yiman had no choice but to acquiesce. The four of them arrived at an expansive arcade within a grand shopping mall, engaging in electric games. Lin Linkai primarily accompanied He Yiman, remaining oblivious to whether He Yiman felt any jealousy, as long as he refrained from displaying overly intimate gestures. He Yiman, meanwhile, was engrossed in play with Zhao Yueling, exchanging little with Lin Linkai. Hey, Yiman, Lin Linkai is merely playing with your sister. Are you not envious? Isn't he your boyfriend? Zhao Yueling whispered into He Yiman's ear. What can I do? My parents are extremely strict. They allow her to date while forbidding me. Once I enter university, things will change. We will attend the same school, and by then, my parents won't have the time to monitor me so closely. He Yiman replied helplessly, casting a glance at the playful duo of He Yiman and Lin Linkai. She continued to focus on the screen, repeatedly pressing buttons to direct her heroic character in battle. All right, it's almost the end of July. In just a month, school will commence again. I must say, your boyfriend certainly appears to have built some muscle. He looks quite powerful, Zhao Yueling remarked, eyeing Lin Linkai and unconsciously licking her lips. Humph. You best not set your sights on him. He Yiman quickly discerned Zhao Yueling's intentions. What? You can share him with your sister, but not with your good friend? Since you already have a boyfriend, it's not the same, is it? You ought to be loyal to your partner, all right? He Yiman retorted. All right. Chastened by the remark, Zhao Yueling tucked away her thoughts for the moment. After 2 hours of gaming, lunchtime arrived. The quartet dined at a nearby Cantonese restaurant, and it was time to part ways. Zhao Yueling departed first, and the remaining three boarded He Yiman's BMW, dropping Lin Linkai off at the Zhongsuan bus station. See you next time. Yes, until we meet again. Earn big bucks soon, Lin Linkai. Absolutely. Lin Linkai replied loudly as the BMW roared to life. Brother, impressive. Living off a sweet deal. A young man in his 20s approached Lin Linkai, patting him on the shoulder. Not bad. Her family has over $1 billion. I am just waiting to inherit it. Lin Linkai replied with shameless bravado. The young man, who had initially intended to mock, felt as if he had swallowed something bitter. Over $1 billion. He could have jested about a few million, but now he was filled with nothing but envy and resentment. Observing the grimace on his face, Lin Linkai smiled faintly and set off on his journey home. After a day spent outdoors, it was time to return, shower, and change clothes. After a brisk 10-minute walk home, Lin Linkai discovered the house was empty upon opening the door. To his surprise, his father was still industriously selling umbrellas outside. He hurriedly retreated to his room to find a suitable outfit, then rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower before dashing out with his belongings. He had promised to meet Zhong Xiaomei that very morning and could not afford to break his word. Meanwhile, after more than half an hour's drive, He Yiman returned to Xingde Garden. Just as she parked, He Yiman contemplated coordinating their stories to avoid raising any suspicions with their parents. "Sister, how many rooms did we book at the hotel last night?" she inquired. "2. He Yiman tentatively responded. "Incorrect, it was 3. 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 for Lin Linkai. I never saw Zhao Yueling, understand?" He Yiman corrected her. Right, that's exactly it." He Yiman, feeling guilty, nervously concurred. The two continued to weave their tale, ensuring they were in sync before exiting the car and returning home. At that moment, their mother, Lu Miling, was practicing yoga in the living room of their villa. Upon seeing her 2 daughters return, she immediately ceased her workout. "You're back. Honestly, why didn't you come home last night? Aren't you concerned about your parents' worries?" Lu Miling admonished. "Mom, with Lin Linkai around, we were safe from any bad people." He Yiman quickly replied. "Humph, it's precisely because that boy was there that I worry. He may look decent and speak well, but one slip and he could take advantage of you both," Lu Miling remarked with her hands on her hips. "Haha, that's not true." Both He Yiman and He Yiman hastily laughed, fully aware of their precarious situation. "As long as everything is fine, tell your mother in detail what Lin Linkai took you both to do," Lu Miling insisted, pulling her daughters onto the sofa for an interrogation. "Mom, it's like this." He Yiman and He Yiman began to recite the prearranged story, skillfully diverting their mother's attention. Given the consistency in their responses, Lu Miling, satisfied with their natural demeanor, did not suspect a thing. "Let's let this slide this time. Next time you go out, be sure to take someone else along. Yiman, you should have some friends. Invite one of them to prevent Lin Linkai from getting too familiar," Lu Miling advised, still somewhat unconvinced. "Okay, Mom, we understand. We're going to take a shower now." "All right," Lu Miling replied. Once upstairs, the 2 sisters sighed in relief. He Yiman suggested that He Yiman shower first. As soon as He Yiman entered the bathroom, He Yiman quietly returned the stolen diamond ring to her sister's bag, ensuring her actions went unnoticed. Emerging from her bath, He Yiman retrieved her phone from her bag, only to discover her diamond ring, which she promptly adorned with a silly grin, her mind devoid of further contemplation. Once satisfied that the situation was obscured, He Yiman entered the bathroom to commence her cleansing journey. After some reflection, she resolved to find an opportunity to spend time alone with Lin Linkai, for enduring the current circumstances was proving exceedingly uncomfortable. Chapter 47. Thoughtful Zhong Xiaomei. As Lin Linkai stepped out of his home, he wandered for a few minutes before locating a motorcycle taxi to seek out Zhong Xiaomei. The ride was exhilaratingly swift, careening through several red lights, and at one point, he narrowly avoided a collision with a car. The inherent danger of riding a motorcycle intensified his desire to acquire a vehicle of his own. With Monday approaching, he contemplated liquidating some assets from the stock market to purchase a car and set aside funds for his entrepreneurial ambitions. After a heart-pounding half-hour journey, Lin Linkai finally arrived at a small shop near Zhong Xiaomei's residence. Upon disembarking, he paid the motorcycle driver, silently vowing to avoid such rides in the future. He entered the shop and promptly purchased a bag of gum for 30 yuan. Leaving 3 bills on the counter, Lin Linkai made his way to Zhong Xiaomei's building. Intending to call her, but recalling that he possessed a key, he refrained. Ascending to the 4th floor, he unlocked the door only to find another man inside, which ignited his fury. However, upon realizing the man was installing an air conditioner, he quelled his anger. "Xiaomei, why are you only getting the air conditioner installed today?" he inquired. "Linkai, you're back. The renovation workers were unavailable yesterday, so I had no choice," Zhong Xiaomei explained. In truth, her concern for safety had prompted her to wait for Lin Linkai's message before hiring the workers. After all, as a vulnerable woman alone in the rental, confronting the formidable renovation crew was no easy feat. "All right," Lin Linkai replied, stepping inside. "Young man, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. remarked one of the 30-something renovation workers with a lewd grin, his gaze roaming over Zhong Xiaomei's alluring figure. She's all right, Lin Linkai responded, discerning that the two workers were not of the best character, and he began to understand Zhong Xiaomei's apprehensions. How long will it take to install the air conditioner? Will it be operational once completed? He inquired. About another hour or so. Once finished, just plug it in and wait half an hour for it to be ready. One of the workers replied. Thank you. Lin Linkai expressed his gratitude and settled beside Zhong Xiaomei, observing the workers as they busied themselves. Initially, he had hoped to linger a while longer, to enjoy the beauty before him and perhaps take advantage of the situation, but with her boyfriend's arrival, the two workers seemed disinterested in prolonging their stay. Evidently, the renovation work has accelerated. What was promised to take over an hour was completed in a mere 40 minutes. Gentlemen, this is high-altitude work, and it's a fixed price of 200 yuan. Lin Linkai felt somewhat fleeced, yet he paid the amount. Their reasoning was somewhat justifiable, considering they had ascended to the 4th floor. After collecting Lin Linkai's payment, the two craftsmen departed promptly, leaving behind a mess of dust and debris without offering to assist in the cleanup. Lin Linkai, did you notice how lecherous those two craftsmen seemed? I felt as if they were going to devour me, Zhong Xiaomei remarked as she watched them retreat through the window. It's only because of your overwhelming beauty. You're adored by all. You were indeed correct to have them install the air conditioner while I was here. Had they come yesterday, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Lin Linkai explained, holding Zhong Xiaomei closely. Well, it's good that you recognize their charm. You ought to cherish them well, Zhong Xiaomei whispered sweetly in his ear. All right, let us plug in the air conditioner and tidy up. Tonight, we shall revel in its cool embrace. With that, they busied themselves, clearing away the various debris, lime, stone fragments, and the like, into a plastic bag for disposal later. After a brief wait, they finally switched on the air conditioner. The refreshing breeze that enveloped them made them feel as though they had returned from a fiery inferno to the comforts of the human realm. Even during the brief cleaning, both had already worked up quite a sweat. This was inevitable, given the oppressive heat of the 4th floor where Zhong Xiaomei resided. The building comprised only 5 stories, and her studio, situated in a corner, had windows on 2 walls facing directly into the sun, rendering it akin to a vast oven. After showering in the bathroom, they collapsed onto the sofa, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner while sipping Sprite and watching television. What a delightful indulgence it was. While he felt somewhat constrained around He Yiman and He Yiman, Lin Linkai found himself utterly at ease with Zhong Xiaomei. Perhaps it stemmed from their shared social standing, which naturally fostered a mutual understanding of thoughts and lifestyles. Lin Linkai, who had only recently acquired wealth, had yet to indulge in the pleasures that accompany affluence. Nor had he conformed to the unspoken rules that often govern the lives of the wealthy. In contrast, Zhong Xiaomei belonged to the same social class as Lin Linkai, allowing her to comprehend and resonate with his thoughts and habits more profoundly. Xiaomei, shall we go downstairs for dinner? He suggested. Yes, I want to dine at a 5-star restaurant, she exclaimed eagerly. Lin Linkai rolled his eyes, signaling her to interpret his expression. All right, I understand that your finances are tight at the moment, so let us settle for a small eatery downstairs, Zhong Xiaomei chuckled. Very well, let us proceed, he replied. Lin Linkai gently patted the shoulder of his companion. The two changed into their clothes, donned their shoes, and turned off the air conditioning before stepping outside. In no time, they arrived at a modest eatery a few hundred meters away, ordering 3 dishes and 2 servings of rice, all for less than 50 yuan. Such inexpensive street fare, Lin Linkai mused, would likely be unsuitable for the 2 young ladies, He Yiman and He Yiman, who would probably find it either unsanitary or beneath their social standing. After dinner, the two strolled hand in hand along the street, meandering through a nearby park. As they crossed an intersection, a small car sped past, splashing through a puddle and soaking them with muddy water. Had it not been for Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei's quick reflexes, they would have been drenched. Can't he drive properly? What a reckless fool, Zhong Xiaomei exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Lin Linkai echoed her sentiments as the car sped away, seemingly oblivious to their outburst. This was the harsh reality of life at the bottom rung. Faced with such incidents, one could only resign oneself to misfortune. After venting their frustration, they continued on their way and settled onto a bench in the park. Lin Linkai, when will you get a car to take me out for a drive? That reckless driver was truly outrageous. Zhong Xiaomei continued her tirade. Well, in a few days perhaps. Tomorrow, I'll pull out some funds from the stock market to buy a car. Then we can go car shopping together. How does that sound? Sounds good. But first, let us see how much you have now. All right. Lin Linkai took out his phone, logged into his stock trading app, and was astonished to see a balance of 4.59 million, with a margin sell value of 2.5 million and an 80 margin requirement. He had 2 million available. Not bad at all, Lin Linkai. In less than a month in the market, you've become a millionaire. Zhong Xiaomei calculated in her mind. Well, things are looking up. Soon, I aim to be a multi-millionaire. Lin Linkai replied, beaming with happiness. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. Had it not been for the incident of selling umbrellas making the news, he could have continued to partner with Zhong Jejun in their umbrella venture, which would have significantly boosted his wealth accumulation. A multimillionaire? You certainly dare to dream. But I believe in you. How long can Shanghai Steel Union keep rising? Zhong Xiaomei nestled against Lin Linkai's shoulder, inquiring. In my opinion, the stock will experience a correction for a while, but there will definitely be further opportunities for growth, especially around mid-August. Lin Linkai reflected on the stock's trajectory. I see. In that case, perhaps you should hold off on buying a car for now. Why? Don't you want to go for a drive with me? Lin Linkai asked, perplexed. Lin Linkai, your principal is neither too much nor too little. Only with a larger capital can you earn more. I hope you achieve your goal of becoming a multimillionaire soon. Even when purchasing a vehicle, in order to mitigate the impact on one's earning velocity, one would likely opt for a modest automobile priced around 100,000 or even less. I hope that once you accumulate substantial wealth, you can effortlessly acquire a luxury car worth $1 million. A subpar vehicle makes me uncomfortable, whereas a luxury car is truly a delight to ride in. I believe this period will not require me to wait too long. A month or two is a tolerable duration for me. There is genuinely no necessity to deplete your principal capital that is meant for generating additional wealth at this moment. Zhong Xiaomei stated with utmost seriousness. While the reasoning holds merit, expenditures must still be made. You may not be aware, but come Monday, I will be opening a business with your cousin, Zhong Jejun, and I will require a sum exceeding several tens of thousands. The funds in the stock market will inevitably need to be mobilized. Lin Linkai felt gratified that the other party was considering his circumstances. You are opening a business? What kind of establishment? Just a milk tea shop, located near the university town, selling this trendy beverage. Do not touch your stock market funds. I have some savings that I can lend you for the shop. I fear that money might evaporate in the stock market, but I am not concerned about it being used for business. Zhong Xiaomei suddenly perceived great potential in the milk tea venture. Xiaomei, my intention in opening this milk tea shop is to establish a certain commercial strategy. I aspire to secure a significant share of the equity. It cannot be assumed that your investment automatically grants you shares. Lin Linkai was not particularly inclined to utilize her funds. Never mind. Consider this money as a loan. You only need to repay me by the end of August. And remember, you are still obligated to provide me with that monthly sum of 10,000. All right, how much can you lend me? Lin Linkai's brow relaxed. Borrowing money was a simpler matter. Not much, just 50,000, and that includes the 10,000 you previously gave me. Very well, thank you. That amount should suffice. Lin Linkai expressed his gratitude and embraced Zhong Xiaomei, planting a deep kiss on her. However, their moment was interrupted by a pesky mosquito. Smack! Lin Linkai swatted the mosquito. Let us head home. All right. The young couple joyfully held hands as they made their way home. Upon arriving, they turned on the air conditioning, freshened up, and went to bed. The next morning at 7, the couple was roused by the blaring alarm clock. Wake up, little lazy pig. I have to go to work. Zhong Xiaomei was the first to awaken. Her alarm rang earlier than Lin Linkai's, who had set his for 8:30 after the summer break. Okay, I got it. Lin Linkai struggled to rise, hugging Zhong Xiaomei and giving her a peck on the cheek. Ugh, you smell. Go brush your teeth first. All right. The two hurriedly changed and made their way to the bathroom to brush their teeth. Afterwards, they ventured out together and stopped by a breakfast shop for a simple dish of rice rolls. They then approached a nearby ATM, where Zhong Xiaomei decisively transferred 49,999 yuan to Lin Linkai. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Lin Linkai affectionately kissed Zhong Xiaomei. I adore you, Xiaomei. All right, I'm off to work now. Conducting business with my cousin. Don't forget to keep an eye on your stocks. Zhong Xiaomei reminded him. In her view, Lin Linkai should simply remain at home, engaging in stock trading rather than pursuing entrepreneurial ventures. Understood. Once the transaction is complete, I'll have your cousin come to pick me up. Sure. After bidding farewell to Zhong Xiaomei, Lin Linkai returned to her rental apartment. Noticing it was only 8 o'clock, He set an alarm and decided to indulge in a bit more sleep. At 9:25, he rose promptly and logged into his stock account. Currently, Lin Linkai had short-sold shares of Shanghai Steel Union. The steeper the decline, the greater his profits. Reflecting on the stock's trends, he anticipated a significant drop today, followed by a modest rebound tomorrow. Indeed, shortly after the market opened, Shanghai Steel Union plummeted, hitting the limit down within mere minutes. Lin Linkai didn't need to take any action, reaping a substantial profit effortlessly. I'll wait until tomorrow to buy back the shares and close the position. Then I can switch to Zhongqing Insurance. Without leveraging, simply holding until September 10th will yield a 15-fold return. With leverage and some judicious maneuvers, becoming a millionaire will be a walk in the park. Chapter 49. Securing a storefront. Setting aside thoughts of the stock market, Lin Linkai packed his belongings and ventured outside. While descending the stairs, he made a call to have Zhong Jiejun meet him at a nearby bus station. He couldn't let Zhong Jiejun discover the nature of his relationship with Zhong Xiaomei. Half an hour later, Lin Linkai climbed into Zhong Jiejun's van. Lin Linkai, what brings you here? I came to help my dad sell umbrellas yesterday, so here I am, Lin Linkai replied casually. All right, let's head to the university town. Zhong Jiejun did not press further. After another half hour, they arrived at a parking lot in the university town and began walking towards the previously identified storefront. The university town was quite expansive, and it took them about 7 to 8 minutes to reach the shop's location. Lin Linkai glanced at the sign indicating the shop was available for lease and observed the foot traffic in the vicinity. Afterward, he accessed his phone's map to check the proximity of nearby schools. Lin Linkai, what do you think of this shop? Not ideal. It's about 700 to 800 meters from the nearest school, which is rather far. Furthermore, we're opening a milk tea shop, not a restaurant. So we don't require such a large space. I would prefer to invest the same amount of money in a smaller shop located in a better position. Lin Linkai expressed his dissatisfaction. Oh, is that so? Is it not necessary to provide a place for them to enjoy their milk tea? There is no need. We can prepare it for them to take away. Let us continue our stroll. All right. Zhong Jiejun found some merit in Lin Linkai's words. After walking for quite some time, Lin Linkai had yet to discover a suitable location. He then took out his phone, repeatedly scrutinizing the map, until he finally identified a potentially advantageous commercial area. Let us head to Beigang Village. It is directly surrounded by the campus of Zhongshan University, and there should be plenty of students passing by, Lin Linkai declared with resolve. Very well. The two continued their walk for another 10 minutes, arriving at a different part of the university town, Beigang Village. After further searching, Lin Linkai finally located a place that met his satisfaction. He dialed the number listed for the shop for rent, and it was answered shortly. Hello. Are you interested in renting a shop? Yes, I would like to rent a storefront you have in Beigang Village, right across from the university. All right, hold on. Let me finish collecting the rent for this floor before I come over. Please wait a moment. I will treat you to a meal. The voice on the other end was robust. After waiting for over half an hour, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun were finally greeted by the man. He appeared rather casual. Donned in a cheap white basketball jersey, gray pants from a street vendor, and flip-flops, with a large bunch of keys dangling from his waist, dragging along a plastic bag. Lin Linkai wagered that the bag was filled with cash. You two young lads have been waiting. Are you looking to rent this shop? Yes, uncle. What is the rent for this place, and how much would it take for us to consider purchasing it? Lin Linkai inquired. I will not sell it. The rent increases every year, and I am not foolish. The rent for this location is $1,500 per month, with a minimum lease of 6 months. How does that sound? If it doesn't work for you, then it is what it is. The price is fixed. The uncle wiped away a bead of sweat with a carefree gesture. All right, uncle, where do we sign the contract? We will rent it immediately. Sure, come along. I will treat you to lunch. With another deal sealed, the uncle was in high spirits. The two followed him to a nearby restaurant, where the uncle instructed Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun to order their meals. Lin Linkai chose a roasted duck rice, while Zhong Jiejun opted for char siu rice. With both dishes priced under 15 yuan, the uncle himself also ordered a roasted duck rice. As they dined, Lin Linkai continued discussing the rental terms with the uncle. He aimed for a longer lease, but the uncle was somewhat reluctant. Ultimately, they agreed on a 4-year rental arrangement for the small shop, with a 5 annual rent increase. The following August would be complimentary for Lin Linkai to renovate the shop. For the first payment, Lin Linkai would need to provide 150,000 yuan, covering 6 months' rent and a deposit of 6,000 yuan. Nearby there exists a printing shop. Thus, after enjoying their lunch, The three swiftly proceeded to successfully sign the contract at the establishment. Subsequently, they completed the transfer at a nearby ATM, followed by the handover of the keys. Oh, this uncle truly has it easy. He merely needs to collect rent at the end of each month, with no further obligations. Zhong Jiejun reflected with a sense of wistfulness. Who could argue otherwise? These landlords are, in essence, the modern-day landowners. If we fail to perform well, our earnings might not even suffice to cover the rent. Lin Linkai echoed his sentiments. It is indeed challenging. Once I achieve prosperity, I, too, shall acquire a multitude of properties, collecting rent daily. Zhong Jiejun exclaimed with great aspiration. Ambitious. I propose that if you wish to pursue this path, you might as well become a real estate agent now, renting out several properties and then subletting them for a profit. In the long run, purchasing buildings might not be the most prudent choice. Perhaps constructing them yourself would be more advantageous. Excellent. I shall establish a real estate company and build towering edifices myself, Zhong Jiejun declared with fervor. With the rental secured, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun busied themselves with subsequent tasks. Zhong Jiejun sought out the decorators, while Lin Linkai went to arrange for company registration and business licenses. After a bustling afternoon, they both achieved fruitful outcomes, having employed others to facilitate the processes. Indeed, had they ventured to the industrial and commercial bureau themselves, they would have been utterly exhausted from the countless trips, and accomplishing such matters in a short time would have proven exceedingly challenging. After completing their errands, Lin Linkai returned home, settling onto the sofa to await the return of his parents, Lin Guohua and Shen Yuhan. At 7:30, both arrived home. Dad, Mom. Today I finalized the lease for the shop with Zhong Jiejun. It's located in the university town, which is a bit distant from here. However, the transportation is rather convenient. We can take the bus and reach there within an hour. Dad, once you finish selling those umbrellas, please come assist at the milk tea shop. Chapter 50. The name of the milk tea shop, can you manage that? Lin Guohua remarked, believing that selling umbrellas was quite satisfactory, as he could earn a couple of hundred yuan daily, and during rainy days, perhaps 200 to 300. He felt content with his current situation. I have already signed the contract. Whether you approve or not, it is a done deal. If you refuse to help, I shall have to hire someone else, Lin Linkai asserted, presenting the rental contract. Upon seeing that the contract was signed, Lin Guohua seized his opposition. Very well. I shall assist you at your shop then, but what will be my compensation? Well, the base salary is 2,000 yuan per month, with a commission of 0.5 yuan for each cup of milk tea sold, Lin Linkai responded after some contemplation. Let me calculate. Lin Guohua began to pull out his phone, activating the calculator to crunch the numbers. Goodness, you expect me to sell 100 cups daily just to earn a salary of 3,500 yuan and 200 cups to make 5,000? Meanwhile, selling umbrellas allows me to effortlessly earn 5,000 yuan a month, Lin Guohua complained. Dad, this is merely the beginning. Who can predict how the business will fare? After a month of effort, we shall reassess the business and make necessary adjustments. Lin Linkai began to express his grievances. All right, young man. Let your father serve as your inexpensive labor, Lin Guohua remarked, patting his son on the shoulder. In truth, he would have offered his assistance without any monetary compensation, as he was determined to support his son's venture wholeheartedly. He simply wished to impart the understanding that running a business entails fixed costs, rent, utilities, labor, and various other expenses. It is not as straightforward as it may seem. Linkai, you and your father should continue working on this. If it proves profitable, I will resign from my job. Shen Yuhan also contemplated how to support her son. All right, Mom, why don't you continue working at the company for now? Once our business expands, we can bring you on board, he replied. I hope that day comes soon. The family of three shared a warm moment, filled with hopes for the future. They chatted until 8:30 in the evening. After taking a shower, Lin Linkai returned to his room to address some messages on his phone. Urgent matters typically warranted a phone call, while texts and QQ messages, in Lin Linkai's view, were less pressing. With SMS usage dwindling, QQ remained the dominant platform. Upon logging into QQ, he discovered a plethora of new messages. Zhong Xiaomei routinely sent invitations for Lin Linkai to stay at her place, while He Yiman, who rarely initiated contact, inquired if he had any new money-making ideas. He Yiman had even more to say, directly suggesting that the milk tea shop Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun were planning to open be named Yiman St. Lin Linkai was quite taken aback, yet found the name rather appealing. He replied to each message and sought He Yiman's opinion. Yiting, your sister has proposed the name Yiman St for our shop. What do you think? This girl is quite bold, but it does sound better than Yiting St. If you like it, let us go with that. It feels quite poetic. All right, that's the name then. Lin Linkai was pleased with the choice. Afterward, he shared the name with Zhong Jejun, who, lacking strong opinions, found the name catchy and agreed. He was, however, a bit curious if there was something clandestine between Lin Linkai and He Yiman. Lin Linkai offered no further explanation. Once the name of the milk tea shop was settled, it was already late at night, and he peacefully drifted off to sleep. On July 30th, at 9:30 a.m., after breakfast, Lin Linkai, clutching his phone, scrutinized his stock account. Once the market opened, he commenced a series of buybacks of stocks from a certain steel company in Shanghai to close his positions. After 5 minutes, he completed the transactions, and his account balance soared to 2.03 million. In the ensuing 10 days, the Shanghai Steel Union experienced a period of stagnant oscillation. Lin Linkai, recognizing his lack of patience and proficiency in short-term trading, resolved to switch stocks decisively. He identified Zhongqing Insurance as a future rising star and commenced a new round of margin selling. Recalling that Zhongqing Insurance would initiate its rally on August 1st, marking its first trading halt, he noted that prior to this, it would likely decline for 2 additional days. Following Lin Linkai's substantial margin sell-off, Zhongqing Insurance plummeted, reaching a low of 7 underwater, yet by the close of the midday session, it had recovered to a 5 decline. After executing his trades, Lin Linkai ceased to monitor his phone. In the A-share market, only one transaction could be executed per day. Having completed his trades, he felt no need to concern himself with subsequent market movements, as watching the fluctuations seemed a mere waste of time. Better to await the closing bell. Lin Linkai departed, making his way to the bus station to await transportation. He intended to oversee the ongoing renovations and select a more suitable plan. After a 20-minute wait, a bus finally arrived, followed by a 40-minute journey, after which he still had to walk for several more minutes. The convenience of public transport was not as he had anticipated. Indeed, I ought to purchase a car for myself. That would be far more convenient. Waiting for and squeezing onto buses daily is quite disheartening, Lin Linkai mused. However, recalling Zhong Xiaomei's suggestion to buy a car, he found himself in a quandary. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to acquire a Wuling Hongguang van, practical for transporting goods. Moreover, this vehicle could also serve his father, and would not conflict with his future plans to purchase a luxury sedan, priced around 50,000 yuan. He could afford to make installment payments without significantly affecting his stock market funds. As he pondered, Lin Linkai approached the storefront. Lin Linkai, you've arrived. Perfect timing. I've brought the renovation team. Let us discuss the renovation plans. All right, Lin Linkai responded, entering the shop and reminiscing about various milk tea establishments he had encountered in his previous life. After a discussion with the renovation specialists, they ultimately decided to allocate space for a small restroom, a 7-shaped counter, a large freezer, and a wall-mounted bench to provide customers a place to sit and enjoy their drinks. Additionally, air conditioning was deemed essential for the shop. Once the plan was finalized, it was already noon, and Lin Linkai treated the renovation team to lunch at a nearby restaurant before they commenced the actual renovations in the afternoon. Beyond the renovation matters, the company registration process was also underway. Lin Linkai and Zhong Jejun submitted their documents to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the afternoon, with the office staff assisting them in completing the subsequent steps. Chapter 51. Advertising with milk tea. The decoration of the store took 4 days. During this time, the various equipment for the milk tea shop ordered by Lin Linkai arrived, and the necessary permits were obtained. The total expenditure for establishing the milk tea shop amounted to 80,000 yuan, depleting the 50,000 yuan borrowed from Zhong Xiaomei and an additional 30,000 yuan from Zhong Jejun's entrepreneurial funds. In the newly established Yiman Tea Restaurant and Beverage Company, shares were originally to be distributed according to the proportion of investment. However, due to Lin Linkai's contribution of technical expertise and innovative ideas, along with assistance from his father, he secured a larger share, holding 70, while Zhong Jejun retained 30 and served as the legal representative. With the store's decoration complete, it could not remain idle, for each passing day represented a financial loss. Therefore, on August 5th, Lin Linkai, accompanied by Zhong Jejun and Lin Guohua, entered the shop to commence a round of training, familiarizing themselves with the process of milk tea production. As soon as they disembarked from the van, Lin Guohua began to express his concerns. Son, do you think making milk tea will be very difficult? Don't worry. It won't be hard. You must believe in yourself. It's quite easy to learn, Lin Linkai quickly encouraged. All right then, when will we open for business? Zhong Jejun inquired. We will open as soon as we become proficient in making milk tea, Lin Linkai replied. Is it really that casual? Shouldn't we hold an opening ceremony? It's that simple. Opening ceremonies are merely superficial. They serve no real purpose and are a waste of time and energy. We'll just spend a little money on printing flyers with some discounts, Lin Linkai explained. Okay then. Subsequently, Lin Linkai began guiding his companions to familiarize themselves with the shop. They first acquainted themselves with the environment, then the various machines, learning their operations. Although Lin Linkai was not unfamiliar with these machines, having never made milk tea himself, he referred to the manuals and experimented cautiously. With the manuals at hand and the tasks not being overly complex, the trio mastered the use of the machines in less than half an hour. Then, they commenced making milk tea according to the recipes devised by Lin Linkai. Initially, the trio approached the task with a playful spirit. Not overly mindful of the costs associated with the milk tea, Lin Linkai prepared an assortment of flavors, and each of them poured themselves a cup or two. Ultimately, they managed to concoct over 50 cups of milk tea, after which they began to sample the flavors. Any concoctions deemed overly peculiar were promptly discarded, while those that were more palatable and cost-effective were considered for pricing. After a busy day, the trio became well-versed in the milk tea production process and completed the pricing of their beverages. Following Lin Linkai's guidance, the prices for various drinks ranged from 3 yuan to 15 yuan. The lowest priced item is a simple 400 milliliters cup of tea, sold for just 3 yuan. Other basic offerings, such as the 400 milliliters original milk tea and various beverages, range from 4 to 7 yuan, while the medium-sized 600 milliliters cups are priced between 6 and 9 yuan, and the large 800 milliliters cups range from 8 to 11 yuan. Some specialty drinks, made with pricier ingredients, are marked with a premium price. After a long day of toil, the three found themselves pondering over the 60-odd cups of milk tea displayed before them. It seemed inappropriate to discard their hard-earned labor. Yet keeping the drinks until the next day was equally unwise. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Linkai proposed, why don't we try operating for a while? I'll head across the street to distribute some flyers while you sell here. Today, we'll offer everything at half price. If we manage to sell, we can consider future promotions. Lin Guohua replied, all right, let us give it a shot. We can't let this milk tea go to waste. We ought to give it away if nothing else. Subsequently, Lin Linkai dashed to a nearby printing shop to print some advertising flyers, while Zhong Jejun ventured outside to engage passersby. Hey there, come take a look at our new drinks. We're offering them at half price today for our grand opening. Delicious and affordable. Don't miss out. This might be your only chance to snag a great deal. When Lin Linkai returned to the milk tea shop with several hundred flyers, he discovered that some customers had already arrived, and half of the prepared 60-odd cups had been sold. Observing the influx of patrons, Lin Linkai felt a spark of inspiration. The flyers in his hand seemed trivial. Harnessing the power of social connections was the true key to success. He entered the shop and addressed the customers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also the owner of this milk tea shop. I am pleased to announce that your milk tea is on the house today, 1 cup per person. However, I kindly ask you to do me a favor. Please share a post in your QQ space about your experience here, mentioning that you enjoyed a cup of our milk tea. What do you think? A girl immediately spoke up, but I just paid for mine. Can I get a refund? Refund, refund, refund. Absolutely. Lin Linkai signaled to Zhong Jejun and Lin Guohua. They understood Lin Linkai's strategy was a marketing ploy and quickly complied, issuing refunds to the customers who had just paid. After handling that wave of customers, Lin Linkai continued to engage with potential patrons outside, while Zhong Jejun and Lin Guohua busied themselves preparing milk tea within the shop. The trio worked tirelessly until 7 o'clock in the evening, and due to the free offerings, they managed to give away a staggering 300 cups. Later, while dining at a small stir-fry restaurant, one of them asked, Lin Linkai, do you really think this advertising strategy will work? Zhong Jejun and Lin Guohua were somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Lin Linkai's current endeavor might yield no returns. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, the expenditure is merely under 1,000 yuan. Tomorrow, we shall extend our operations for another day, offering the first 100 cups free of charge, after which we will commence selling at a profit. Lin Linkai reassured the two, and after thoughtful consideration, established a new set of rules. Excellent. This approach seems quite promising. Zhong Jiejun concurred. If today's foot traffic translates into purchases, we could indeed reap substantial profits, replicating the previous day's earnings from umbrella sales, exceeding 10,000 yuan, is certainly within reach. After dinner, the trio boarded Zhong Jiejun's van, first dropping Lin Linkai and then Zhong Jiejun at their respective homes. Zhong Jiejun had procured this van from his uncle for 20,000 yuan, repurposing it as their transport. When Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua boarded, they contributed a bit towards fuel and travel expenses as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 52. An appointment at the tea house after an entire day of bustling activity. Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua returned home, only to find it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Why are you both so late returning? How did the shop fare? Chen Yuhan inquired with concern. Mom, today was merely our opening day. We were just experimenting with operations, and we haven't turned a profit yet. We merely distributed the milk tea, serving as a preliminary advertisement, Lin Linkai promptly clarified. Oh, I see. How was the customer traffic? The location I carefully selected should be flawless. If it proves successful, I even plan to open another tea house next door, Lin Linkai said as he settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. Why? One is sufficient, isn't it? Why complicate matters further? Mom, you don't understand. Once we gain traction, others will inevitably follow suit. Instead of waiting for them to emulate us, we should be the trendsetters ourselves. At that point, we will even need to rebrand our tea house, igniting a competitive market frenzy. This is the only way to deter those who wish to encroach upon our business. You are aware of the influx of individuals drawn by the profits we made from selling umbrellas. I aspire to achieve significant wealth quickly, necessitating substantial investment. Rapid expansion through additional branches and franchises. Of course, this hinges on the success of our tea house and my ability to secure ample funding for an expansion effort. Lin Linkai patiently elucidated to Chen Yuhan. Lin Guohua listened attentively, unable to help but admire his son's entrepreneurial acumen. I understand now. Will you need to seek financing for that? Certainly, but we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. We are yet uncertain whether it will flourish. Lin Linkai replied with a smile. After discussing the tea house with his parents for a while longer, Lin Linkai retreated to his room, searching for clothes to shower. After bathing, he returned to his room, turned on the air conditioner, and lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, feeling utterly disinclined to move. Upon reviewing his stock account and calculating his finances, Lin Linkai had been diligently engaging in stock trading over the past few days, meticulously following the market trends etched in his memory, focusing exclusively on Zonkingbao, in a strategy of short selling during declines and leveraging during rises. He found himself amidst an upward cycle for Zonkingbao, which had persisted for 4 trading days, followed by a 2-day correction before resuming its ascent. Currently, his account was in a leveraged long position, with a total market value of 6.7 million. After subtracting the borrowed 3.9 million, Lin Linkai's principal capital stood at 2.8 million. Suddenly, he came across an announcement indicating that Zonkingbao would be suspended from trading for a period lasting until the 14th. This was unacceptable. He realized he must liquidate his position the following day, as he could not afford to squander time during this interval. He delved into his mental palace and recalled that a certain steel union in Shanghai was set to source starting on the 8th, projected to achieve 4 consecutive daily limits, with a significant 9 surge, culminating in an impressive 66 increase. Consequently, Lin Linkai resolved to switch stocks on the 6th, selling his shares in Zonkingbao and short-selling the Shanghai Steel Union, planning to close his position and initiate a long position on the 8th. With his stock strategy established, Lin Linkai turned his attention to some messages on QQ. Zhong Xiaomei persistently invited him to stay at her home, and despite his reluctance, he ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to visit her over the weekend, contingent on circumstances. Meanwhile, He Yiman and He Yiting expressed keen interest in the operational status of Lin Linkai's bubble tea shop, stating they wished to sample the tea, concerned that meeting either of them alone could lead to complications. Lin Linkai suggested that He Yiman check on what He Yiting was doing. Upon discovering that He Yiting was engaged in a conversation with him, he proposed that they both visit his bubble tea shop. Though He Yiman was somewhat perplexed by this maneuver, she complied. Stepping out of her room, she approached the adjacent one, intending to open the door as usual, only to find it locked. Seriously? Did she really lock the door? Is she up to something clandestine? He Yiman rapped on the door several times. Hearing He Yiman's voice, He Yiting feared that her parents might be drawn to the commotion. "All right, stop knocking," she exclaimed, begrudgingly emerging from her bed to unlock the door. "What do you want, Yiman?" she asked. "Nothing much, just wanted to take a look inside." In an instant, He Yiman bypassed He Yiting's obstruction, bounding several steps to leap onto He Yiting's bed. Upon spotting He Yiting's phone, she noticed that indeed, she was chatting with Lin Linkai. "Don't look at my phone." He Yiting quickly turned, snatching her phone from He Yiman's grasp. "Please, what's with the pretense? I know you're planning to go on a date with Lin Linkai, or perhaps to the bubble tea shop," He Yiman retorted disdainfully. "What do you intend to do about it?" He Yiting silently lamented the situation. "It's nothing. What do you want to do? Bring me along. I've been bored to tears at home." He Yiman was following the plan devised by Lin Linkai. "All right, I'll take you with me. But you mustn't tell mom and dad." "Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of telling them. We'll just say we're off to hang out with classmates. I'll make sure to notify Zhao Yueling beforehand, and you should bring a close friend along too, or else it might not sit well with our parents." Upon hearing this, He Yiting was astonished. When did He Yiman become so meticulous in her planning? Shocked as she was, she still agreed. "Okay, I plan to head over after work on the afternoon of the 7th. Are you available?" "Of course, I've been cooped up at home." "Great, that's settled then. You can head back to your room now." He Yiting began to usher her away. Oh, are you thinking of chatting with your beau?" He Yiman teased. "Oh, you're incorrigible." Shortly after, the two engaged in playful scuffles, which lasted for quite a while before they settled down. He Yiman returned to her room and sent an OK emoji to Lin Linkai, who promptly responded with a well done. Soon after, Lin Linkai received a QQ message from He Yiting, confirming their plans to meet at the milk tea shop on the afternoon of the 7th. With the arrangements set, Lin Linkai decided to wash up and get some sleep. After a long, exhausting day, he truly felt worn out. During Lin Linkai's slumber, the QQ spaces of students from Zhongsen University began to buzz with activity. More and more individuals learned about the newly opened milk tea shop named Yiman, located not far from their campus. Chapter 53. Grand opening. Some students who had sampled the drinks deemed the milk tea at Yiman acceptable and recommended it to their friends and classmates. Most importantly, they were eager to take advantage of the situation, believing that a collective effort would yield greater rewards, encouraging early risers to bring back a cup. Lin Linkai had mentioned that a certain quantity of free milk tea would be offered the following day. Word spread rapidly, and before long, Yiman's tea gained a modicum of recognition within the student circles of Zhongsen University. The next morning, Lin Linkai's family rose early. After breakfast, Qin Yuhan returned to work, while Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua boarded Zhong Jejun's van, heading towards the university town. By 8:30 a.m., they arrived at their destination, unloaded the goods, and commenced a day of bustling activity. Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua started preparing 100 cups of milk tea for delivery, attending to any customers who arrived in the meantime. Zhong Jejun took the van to find a suitable parking spot before returning. Naturally, the milk tea to be delivered was selected for its affordability, primarily consisting of several varieties that were initially priced at 4 yuan per cup. There exists a foundational sum of 3 yuan, which renders it neither too trivial nor excessively burdensome for the patrons. In the morning, the foot traffic at the milk tea shop is relatively sparse. Typically, university students, if they have classes, tend to rise by 8 o'clock to have breakfast before attending lectures. Those without classes can luxuriate in slumber until noon. With no oversight, most indulge in a sense of freedom. Now that it is holiday time, sleeping until noon seems to be the norm. However, there are several returning customers from the previous day who have revisited the He Yiman tea shop, eager to take advantage of the offers. Lin Linkai is reluctant to make deliveries, but out of a sense of obligation, he continues. As these patrons are among the first 100, Lin Linkai has no desire to remain in the milk tea shop preparing drinks. So he concocts an excuse about seeking customers and steps outside. He genuinely engages in this endeavor, distributing flyers to passers-by. Do not miss out. Come to He Yiman Tea, located diagonally across from the entrance of Zhongsen University, and enjoy a 40% discount with this flyer. He calls out, attempting to attract attention. Under the blazing sun, Lin Linkai tirelessly moves back and forth. By around 9:30, he ceases the distribution of flyers and finds a shaded spot to take out his phone, preparing to engage in stock trading. Upon opening the stock trading app and logging into his account, he patiently awaits the market's opening. Once it begins, Zhongqing Bao starts to rise. Lin Linkai, undeterred by excessive analysis, waits for a few points of increase before executing a complete sell-off. After liquidating all his holdings, he repays the borrowed funds, leaving him with a principal of $3 million, which he then reinvests by short-selling shares of a specific steel company in Shanghai. The entire operation takes about an hour, and by 10:40 in the morning, the sun is scorching. Lin Linkai raises an umbrella and resumes distributing flyers. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Securities office, Zhong Xiaomei, who is at work, notices that Lin Linkai has made more stock transactions and quickly checks the nature of his operations. What is he doing? She wonders, observing that he sold Zhongqing Bao upon its suspension, which is understandable. But then he executed a full sell-off of the Shanghai Steel shares, leaving her perplexed, as he had previously maintained a bullish stance. Frowning with concern, she worries that the money she lent might disappear without a trace. Seeing her fixated on a particular account, her colleague Lu Qianwan cannot help but inquire, Xiaomei, what is going on? Has your major client engaged in trading again? Yes, Qianwan. This individual is quite audacious, always trading in full positions and leveraging significantly, she replies, unable to suppress her frustration. In my opinion, such clients are best avoided due to the excessive risk involved. Lu Qianwan glances at Lin Linkai's holdings and shakes her head disapprovingly. Alas, if he insists on this path, there is little we can do. Perhaps he will reconsider once he encounters obstacles. Zhong Xiaomei verbalized her sentiments. Yet deep within, she harbored the hope that Lin Linkai would never encounter obstacles, continuing his forward momentum with unrelenting enthusiasm. As midday approached, Lin Linkai successfully distributed all the flyers he had in hand and procured 3 lunchboxes, which he brought to the bubble tea shop. During lunchtime, the influx of students increased, and the shop began to buzz with life. Lin Linkai, come in and lend a hand. All right, Lin Linkai responded, entering the establishment. He first found a place for the lunchboxes before donning his work uniform and immersing himself in the hustle and bustle of the shop. He took over the cashier's role, assisting customers with their orders, while Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua continued to prepare the bubble tea in the back. Initially, they anticipated that the rush would subside after a while, but the students' excitement proved to be insatiable, with waves of patrons continuing to flow in. After a flurry of activity, the trio finally found a moment of respite at 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm nearly starving. Zhong Jiejun lamented as he took the lunchbox from Lin Linkai and began to eat. While they were having their meal, a few more customers arrived, and they took a moment to assist in preparing a cup of bubble tea before resuming their lunch. Once they finished their meal, they enjoyed a brief period of leisure, allowing them to tidy up and even indulge in a few moments of smartphone entertainment. As the clock approached 4, the trio resumed their busy pace. They continued working until 8 in the evening, at which point they closed the shop and ventured out to find a food stall for dinner. Today's business was quite satisfactory. We managed to stay busy, serving 100 cups of bubble tea and selling 423 cups, yielding a total of 2,305 yuan. With fixed costs of 50 yuan for rent, 10 yuan for utilities, and approximately 1,200 yuan for bubble tea and packaging, our net profit for the day stands at 1,105 yuan. After their meal, Lin Linkai pulled out a calculator to tally the day's earnings. Oh, is this all we earned? Zhong Jiejun expressed his dissatisfaction. Having experienced the thrill of making tens of thousands in a day, he found it difficult to accept that today's earnings were merely in the hundreds. Hey, Zhong Jiejun, today marks our official opening day. We've already turned a profit. What more could you want? As we progress, our earnings will undoubtedly increase, and the income will be more stable, unlike selling umbrellas, which is so hit or miss. Lin Linkai reassured him. Indeed, every endeavor has its challenges at the outset. Now that we've crossed that threshold, I think today went well. Eventually, when we no longer deliver bubble tea, our profits will naturally rise, Lin Guohua remarked, agreeing that selling bubble tea was far more reliable than peddling umbrellas. Chapter 54. The goal of going public selling sun umbrellas was truly a matter of braving the elements, with no guarantee of sales. It was easier during the blue ocean market phase. However, with so many vendors now selling umbrellas, it seemed best to reconsider. Compared to his previous monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, the income from opening a milk tea shop is still quite commendable. All right, Lin Linkai, when are we to deliver the 100 cups of milk tea? Seeing that both Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua had expressed their thoughts, Zhong Jiejun reluctantly accepted the proposed income. I believe we should complete this week's deliveries, and thereafter reduce the quantity to 100 cups at half price, Lin Linkai concluded after careful consideration. Half price is acceptable. At least we won't incur losses, Zhong Jiejun agreed. Subsequently, the three of them boarded Zhong Jiejun's van and returned home. At home, upon the entrance of Lin Lingkai and Lin Guohua, the eagerly awaiting Qin Yuhan could no longer contain her curiosity. Lingkai, Guohua, did you manage to earn money selling milk tea today? Surely you didn't incur losses? Don't worry, Mom. It's our first day of official operations, and we've already made a profit of 1,100 yuan. Divided among the three of us, we each made over 300 yuan, Lin Lingkai promptly responded. To have earned 300 on the very first day is impressive. You're still in the delivery phase, right? Yes. Wow, if that's the case. Once you stop delivering, wouldn't that mean you could earn 400 or even 500 a day? Qin Yuhan exclaimed in astonishment. The speed at which they were making money was indeed alluring. In less than a week, they could earn what she made in a month. Simply remarkable. Yes, Mom. It should be that way. How about this? If our milk tea shop stabilizes its profits, once I start school, you could resign and help out at the shop. Lin Lingkai continued. Sounds good. What salary will you offer me then? Oh, Mom, rest assured, your compensation will definitely be better than your current job. I would ensure you receive at least 5,000 yuan a month. Ah, just 5,000. Aren't you all supposed to be earning 500 each soon? Qin Yuhan questioned, puzzled. Mom, right now, Zhong Jiejun and I are the owners of the milk tea shop. Your role would be that of an employee assisting us. So your pay would naturally be aligned with that of an employee. If all profits were divided among the staff, what would the owners earn? Lin Lingkai began to clarify. Oh, I see now, Qin Yuhan acknowledged. However, Lin Guohua, who was listening nearby, had a clever idea. Lingkai, what do you think about this? Your mother and I could open another shop elsewhere, which would be considered a franchise of yours. And we would pay you and Zhong Jiejun a certain franchise fee. The profits from that shop would belong to the two of us. Having worked at the milk tea shop for 2 days, he had a general understanding of its operational model. With 2 employees in one shop, it would be just right. Only by being both employees and employers can they ensure the greatest profits for themselves. Soon, the average monthly income will exceed 10,000, which is quite exhilarating. This is indeed a feasible plan. However, success cannot be rushed. The viability of the milk tea shop remains uncertain. I also suggest that my mother first spend some time learning in the shop, after which the two of you can venture out to establish a franchise. Lin Lingkai found Lin Guohua's suggestion to be quite reasonable. All right, let's proceed as planned. We shall open first, and, after a while, we will discern the true potential of the milk tea shop, Lin Guohua said with great delight. Subsequently, the family took turns to shower before retreating to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, the air conditioning on, they nestled under the covers while playing on their phones. Upon checking QQ messages, they were greeted with a full inbox of 99 notifications. Most notably, the class group chat was abuzz. Zhong Jiejun had widely announced the opening of the milk tea shop today. Within the group, some expressed sarcasm, others offered congratulations, while a few mentioned they would make time to visit and see how things were progressing. Since she was already aware of the shop's operational status from the group chat, He Yiman refrained from inquiring further with Lin Lingkai. However, He Yiman, who was in a different class from Lin Lingkai, still posed a question. Lin Lingkai candidly responded, stating they anticipated earning around 10,000 in a month. Only 10,000 a month? That seems rather insufficient, He Yiman remarked, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. At this rate, how long will it take to accumulate 10 million? Are you relying solely on stock investments? Yiman, don't be hasty. Earning around 10,000 from a single shop is quite standard. However, I can continue to hire staff to open branches and franchises. If a major investor comes on board, we could swiftly establish those branches, and eventually, we can strategize for an IPO. Once we go public, reducing our stock holdings could easily make one a millionaire. Achieving a net worth of over 100 million would be remarkably effortless. Lin Lingkai began to paint an optimistic picture. So, you intend to attract investment? Without it, will you invest all your stock earnings into opening branches? He Yiman continued to inquire. Indeed, I will at least allocate a portion of it. I believe the milk tea business holds great promise, he replied. The two continued their conversation for a while before bidding each other goodnight. He Yiman remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Lingkai's grand vision, but resolved to observe the shop's performance the following day. If the prospects were indeed promising, she considered persuading her father to invest some funds. After concluding his conversation with He Yiman, Lin Lingkai resumed his chat with Zhong Xiaomei. When she inquired about the stock situation, Lin Lingkai brushed her off, later engaging in light banter. A restful night followed. On August 7th, He rose even earlier than usual. Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua departed early, boarding Zhong Jiejun's vehicle. Having sold a considerable amount the previous day, they needed to procure more goods at the wholesale market today. After a successful shopping expedition, the trio returned to the milk tea shop, where it was already past 10 in the morning. They tidied up, and by 11, the shop officially opened. Drawing from their prior experience, they noted that morning patrons were few. If some went to waste, so be it. There was no need for regret. Upon opening, several eager customers, who had been waiting, rushed into the milk tea shop. "Boss, is there a mistake? Why so late in opening?" they complained. "Don't worry, everyone. It's coming soon. For those who arrived early, it's complimentary. Just post a moment on QQ Space." Lin Linkai promptly replied. "Got it, boss, we know the drill." One customer swiftly accepted a cup of milk tea from Lin Linkai, snapping a photo to share on QQ Space. The others followed suit. After receiving their drinks, the group lingered. "When does this milk tea giveaway end?" Jiang Haitao inquired with curiosity. "It lasts until the 10th. The first 100 cups are free. And from the 11th onward, the next 50 will be half-priced," Lin Linkai candidly explained, revealing no secrets. "All right, understood. We'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye, boss." Jiang Haitao chuckled, leaving with his classmates, engaging in light-hearted banter about their upcoming exam preparations. Once the group departed, Lin Guohua expressed his irritation. "These fellows come daily to take advantage. It's truly excessive. I've seen one lad 3 times already. Dad, if they wish to take advantage, let them. After all, they are helping us advertise," Lin Linkai advised. "What concerns me is that as soon as they leave, they might delete their QQ Space posts." Zhong Jiejun voiced the worst-case scenario. "Indeed, that is a concern. Henceforth, we shall require them to provide their QQ numbers in exchange for milk tea. The more registration we have, the more protection we gain. We can threaten to blacklist them if they delete their QQ Space posts." Lin Linkai pondered and devised a plan. "All right, let's proceed with that." Zhong Jiejun found Lin Linkai's idea to be quite astute. In the following period, customer traffic gradually increased, primarily consisting of third-year students preparing for their graduate entrance exams and some graduate students who remained on campus for experiments during the break. Due to Lin Linkai's requirement to register the QQ numbers, they became somewhat busy. By noon, the 100 cups of milk tea had already been distributed, and subsequent servings were sold outright. After a flurry of activity until 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Linkai finally found a moment to venture out and bring back a boxed meal. Upon his return, he noticed that Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua were still busy preparing milk tea for several customers. It seemed that posting on QQ Space had indeed proven somewhat beneficial. Lin Linkai mused. However, he did not allow himself to become overly optimistic, recognizing that operating a milk tea shop was not a guaranteed path to riches. The current success of the business was entirely due to a monopoly. Once competitors entered the fray, the fortunes would likely wane. Rather than waiting for others to follow suit, Lin Linkai resolved to take the initiative himself. He felt that spending time in the shop alongside Zhong Jiejun and his father was a squander of his time and potential. He aimed to invest his efforts into more meaningful pursuits that could attract investment. While absolute control may appear to promise greater profits, he understood that wealth was not limitless, and true fortune was not garnered in such a manner. Only by understanding the art of sharing profits could one achieve substantial wealth. By distributing his shares, he could later leverage the resources and networks of influential figures, paving the way for an eventual public offering. Once listed, he could swiftly reap the profits of the coming decades, making the prospect of generating wealth all the more enticing. Entering the milk tea shop with his boxed meal, Lin Linkai waited for the customers to depart before joining Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua for lunch. "Dad, Zhong Jiejun, starting tomorrow, I plan to pursue other ventures and seek investment, so I won't be helping out in the shop anymore," Lin Linkai declared as he ate. "Investment? Where do you think you can go to find that? Why pursue investments when we are doing just fine with this milk tea shop?" Lin Guohua responded, filled with skepticism, believing that Lin Linkai was merely being frivolous and impractical. "Dad, this is none of your concern. You are not a shareholder, so please step aside," Lin Linkai retorted, unwilling to engage in a debate with his father. He felt that his inability to strike it rich in his past life was largely due to Lin Guohua's influence, as he had not learned much and often lectured others instead. "Ah, you child." Lin Guohua felt a surge of irritation, but recognizing his own shortcomings in financial matters compared to Lin Linkai, he ultimately chose to sulk in another corner while eating. With Lin Guohua's distraction removed, Lin Linkai began to converse earnestly with Zhong Jiejun. The latter agreed with Lin Linkai's perspective. Previously, he had hesitated to embark on the milk tea venture due to the slow pace of profitability. However, with Lin Linkai's strategic approach, they could potentially become millionaires by merely enticing investors, without even needing to consider a public listing. After their discussion concluded, Lin Linkai refrained from further participation in the milk tea preparation and sales. Instead, he sought out paper and pen, commencing the drafting of a business plan and project proposal. In the pursuit of attracting investment, two essential tasks must be undertaken: the creation of a comprehensive project proposal and an engaging PowerPoint presentation. During the initial round of angel investment, the individuals drawn into the venture are indeed akin to benevolent patrons, embodying the true essence of angel investors. While the potential for profit is substantial, the risk of incurring losses is equally pronounced. As the clock swiftly approached 5 in the afternoon, He Yiman departed from her workplace and hurriedly drove home. Upon arrival, she picked up her younger sister, He Yiman, and then made a few detours to collect her close friend, Tan Yaxin, along with Zhao Yueling, the best friend of He Yiman. By 6 o'clock, the quartet arrived at Yiman's tea shop. Upon seeing the prominent sign that read Yiman's tea, Zhao Yueling couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. "Yiman, you truly have a knack for this," she remarked, initially intending to mention Yiman's boyfriend, but quickly altered her words upon catching a warning glare from He Yiman. "Oh, Yiman's tea, what do you think, Yiting? Is there something amiss?" Tan Yaxin interjected, her curiosity piqued. Well, Lin Linkai had previously inquired about this, and I acquiesced. "Yiting's tea doesn't sound nearly as appealing," He Yiman clarified. "Not at all, Yiting. Consider this. Lin Linkai has gone so far as to establish a milk tea shop right at your school's doorstep, yet it's named Yiman's tea. What does that signify?" Tan Yaxin promptly corrected her. Upon hearing this, He Yiman found herself pondering the peculiar situation. If Lin Linkai were indeed infatuated with Yiman to such an extent, why would he be concerned about the shop's name? Chapter 56. Discussing investment matters after a spirited debate over the name, the group of friends ultimately resolved to inquire about Lin Linkai's intentions at the tea shop. He Yiman, harboring her own secrets, was fully aware of the underlying dynamics. However, she felt compelled to defer the matter to Lin Linkai. Shortly thereafter, the four women arrived at the tea shop, only to find it bustling with patrons, making it impossible to enter. The flow of customers was unceasing, and Lin Linkai was actively assisting, clearly overwhelmed by the demands of the crowd. Observing Lin Linkai's tireless efforts, both He Yiman and He Yiman realized just how dedicated he was to their cause. Yet, lamentably, the income from a milk tea shop is often modest at best. He Yiman began to weigh whether it was worthwhile to approach her father for investment in this venture. "Sister, it's too crowded. Let us not go in just yet. Instead, why don't we interview some customers about their experience with the tea?" "What? Shouldn't we at least get a cup to sample? Why bother with interviews?" He Yiman replied, somewhat bewildered. "Sister, do you actually expect Lin Linkai to earn 5 million by selling milk tea? We must ascertain whether this shop is worthy of investment." "You silly," He Yiman retorted. "Oh, you're the silly one," He Yiman protested, having consistently excelled academically throughout their lives. "Huh, I'll handle the interviews. Yuling, let us go." He Yiman led her close friend away. He Yiman stood in place for a moment, but after a brief while, she decided to change direction and interview others, inquiring about their opinions on the milk tea shop. During her inquiries, Tan Yaxin was quite curious. "Yiting, what are you two up to? Are you and your sister genuinely considering investing in Lin Linkai? Has someone among you developed a relationship with him?" This left Yiting somewhat speechless. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled the intimate moments shared with Lin Linkai at the hotel. What is there to be unclear about? To what extent have you and Lin Linkai progressed? Didn't you once say you wouldn't be with that impoverished student? Have you changed your mind now? Tan Yaxin pressed on. "Well, he is no longer poor. He is quite ambitious now," He Yiman remarked, but immediately regretted her words, realizing she was inadvertently defending Lin Linkai. Seeing He Yiman's response, Tan Yaxin understood. Her goddess-like friend had evidently fallen under the spell of Lin Linkai's sweet nothings. "Yiting, do tell. What kind of enchantment has Lin Linkai cast upon you that you're now defending him?" "No, he hasn't cast any spell on me. He hasn't even confessed his feelings," He Yiman quickly denied. "If he hasn't confessed, then why this change? Could it be that he has ceased pursuing you, and you have begun to appreciate his qualities? Or perhaps he has turned his affections toward your sister?" Tan Yaxin boldly speculated. This guess was not unfounded, as from her current vantage point, she could see He Yiman engaging in conversation with Lin Linkai, even handing him a tissue to wipe away his sweat. Both wore smiles, appearing quite pleased. It can't be like that. Absolutely not. He Yiman vehemently refuted. She believed Lin Linkai was still pursuing her and would not shift his attention to her sister. You'll see, Tan Yashin encouraged, adjusting He Yiman's shoulders so she could also gaze in the direction of the milk tea shop. However, at that moment, they could only see Lin Linkai handing He Yiman a cup of milk tea, rather than the earlier scene of him wiping her sweat. It's just a cup of milk tea. It's nothing significant. Let us go over. We want some milk tea too, He Yiman said nonchalantly, pulling Tan Yashin along with her. Tan Yashin could only sigh, alas, not heeding the words of the person involved. One is bound to suffer the consequences. Half a minute later, the two arrived at the milk tea shop. Upon seeing them, Lin Linkai greeted them with a smile. Yiting, Tan Yashin. What would you like to drink? Order whatever you wish, it's on me. I'll have the original pearl milk tea. I'll have the cola milk tea. All right. Just wait here for a moment, Lin Linkai replied, then busied himself. Upon noticing the arrival of several beautiful girls, Zhong Jiejun couldn't help but stare in awe. Sure, Lin Linkai, you've gathered quite a few beautiful ladies here. You claim there's no progress with He Yiman, yet I find that hard to believe. I suspect you've already made your move. Ahem, but now is not the time for such discussions. Could you please prepare a cup of cola milk tea? Lin Linkai awkwardly responded. Very well. For tonight, could you advance me 1,000 yuan? I'm feeling a bit under the weather, said Zhong Jiejun. With the prospect of earning some money, he found himself yearning for a bit of indulgence. All right, no problem. After a while, Lin Linkai prepared 2 cups of milk tea and presented them to He Yiman and Tan Yashin. Here you go, savor it slowly. As the 2 ladies took their drinks, Lin Linkai contemplated returning to the back to attend to other customers. However, He Yiman had other plans. Lin Linkai, stop selling milk tea. Accompany me today to discuss investment matters. Certainly, Miss Yiman. Lin Linkai promptly halted, removing his apron and hanging it on the wall. Dad, Zhong Jiejun. I'm stepping out for a bit. Oh, very well, off you go. Zhong Jiejun understood Lin Linkai's intentions. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging Lin Linkai's prowess. He could hardly compete with his knack for charming women. Alas, this young man. There are still so many customers in the shop. Shouldn't he attend to them first? Lin Guohua muttered discontentedly. Outside the shop, 2 long lines had formed, each containing over 20 individuals. Uncle, some matters are beyond your understanding. It's best not to meddle too much. Do you realize? If Lin Linkai manages to win over those 2 twin heiresses, his future will be secure. Zhong Jiejun spoke with an air of wisdom. What do you mean I don't understand? I've consumed more salt than you 2 have ever tasted. Those heiresses are far beyond Lin Linkai's reach. It's merely a fleeting amusement. When it comes to marriage, I guarantee it will fall apart. Lin Guohua quickly shook his head. Indeed, uncle, you make a valid point. Zhong Jiejun was too weary to argue further. No need to debate. You are right. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai walked alongside the 4 lovely ladies, soon arriving at He Yiman's BMW. To avoid any awkwardness in the back seat, He Yiman decided to have Lin Linkai sit in the passenger seat, with the other 3 ladies squeezing into the rear. After a while, He Yiman drove the BMW to a commercial street, finding a parking lot to secure the vehicle. The group alighted from the car, and under He Yiman's guidance, they entered a private room at a Sanjiang private dining restaurant. With Lin Linkai, a man, accompanied by 4 beautiful women, he certainly drew numerous gazes, especially with 2 of them being twins. Fortunately, Lin Linkai had returned with a thick skin from his rebirth. Otherwise, amidst the myriad of envious gazes that seemed poised to strike, he feared he would become a spectacle. Upon entering the private room, He Yiman effortlessly perused the menu before passing it directly to Zhao Danling. Ultimately, it reached Tan Yashin's hands, who placed the order without any consideration for Lin Linkai. However, Lin Linkai, observing He Yiman's extravagant selection of numerous oysters from the menu, found himself bewildered. Lin Linkai, how much funding do you require for this venture? He inquired once the server had departed. Well, for the angel round of investment, I need 5 million. With 4 million allocated for the establishment of the business and the remaining million reserved as working capital, Lin Linkai replied candidly. I have also prepared a business plan, which I will share with you now. He began to operate his phone, sending some images to He Yiman and He Yiman, photos he had crafted earlier that afternoon. Oh, Lin Linkai, you seem to have plotted this in advance, haven't you? Were you merely hoping to turn me into an unwitting benefactor? He Yiman exclaimed, visibly incensed as she tugged at Lin Linkai's ear. Is this stake adorned with gold and diamonds? 5 million for a mere 20%. Indeed, Lin Linkai. Isn't that a bit excessive? Surely, you aren't contemplating deceiving us? He Yiting remarked, her displeasure evident after viewing the images. She began to understand her mother's earnest warnings against associating with those struggling at the lower rungs of society, as such individuals would spare no effort to extract wealth from affluent families like theirs. Hey, I had no intention of soliciting funds from you. Do not misunderstand me. This is meant to impress the big boss, Lin Linkai hastily clarified. Oh, I see. And who else do you think would invest in your pitiful milk tea shop? Tan Yashin interjected mockingly. My milk tea shop may not be impressive now, but I plan to develop and enhance it, Lin Linkai replied, unfazed by Tan Yashin's derision. My plan is to invest an additional 500,000 to open a milk tea shop at every university entrance, effectively monopolizing the entire university town. As you witnessed today, even during the summer break, there is business to be had. Once the academic year begins, the demand will surely surge. With this strategy, I will dominate the milk tea market throughout the university town. Just imagine, will I not be able to attract investors? Can I extend these shops to other university towns and bustling city centers? Lin Linkai passionately elaborated on his plan, and the four women listened intently, finding merit in his vision. If his aspirations were realized as he described, Lin Linkai could indeed amass considerable wealth. After all, they all indulged in milk tea today, which indeed possessed a delightful flavor and showcased a commendable variety of innovative selections. After a while, the dishes began to arrive one after another, and the group continued to eat and converse. Lin Linkai, the pressing question remains. Where will you procure the additional 500,000 for your continued investment? Surely, you don't intend to have your parents fund it, do you? It would be quite tragic if they risked their savings only for you to fail, Tan Yashin remarked. Once again nitpicking. I have already devised a solution regarding the 500,000. It is not my parents' money. The specifics shall remain confidential, Lin Linkai replied, feeling somewhat exasperated with Tan Yashin's incessant probing. Confidential, you say? Tan Yashin scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, He Yiman began to speculate that Lin Linkai's funds might originate from the stock market. Previously, she had lent him 200,000, which he had transformed into 140,000 through his umbrella sales, subsequently investing it in the stock market. He had purchased shares in a certain steel company in Shanghai, which could potentially yield a return of 50%, making the withdrawal of 500,000 feasible. He Yiting, however, was beginning to be swayed by Tan Yashin's skepticism. Lin Linkai, are you planning to solicit this 500,000 from us before seeking out others to entice for 5 million? She questioned. If you wish to invest, I have no objections. If you choose not to, that is perfectly fine. Today is simply about enjoying a pleasant meal, Lin Linkai replied nonchalantly. What percentage of equity can you offer for that 500,000? He Yiting inquired further. For a friendly rate, perhaps 5%, I am reluctant to offer more. Lin Linkai assessed thoughtfully. A friendly rate? With 500,000, you could open 10 milk tea shops like yours. Tan Yashin interjected sharply. Lin Linkai felt an urge to retort but hesitated, fearing that Tan Yashin had been brought in by He Yiting to test him. Back in school, He Yiting had two close friends. One was Wen Jia, amiable and petite, while the other was Tan Yashin, tall and sharp-tongued. It is indeed a friendly rate. If you doubt me, consult He Yiman. I can genuinely afford this sum, Lin Linkai asserted, seeking support. The attention of the other three young women shifted toward He Yiman. He Yiman shot Lin Linkai an exasperated glare before responding. Currently, Lin Linkai is trading stocks. The money he earned from selling umbrellas should have been invested. He likely has around 400,000 to 500,000 in the market. Oh, Yiman, you seem quite knowledgeable, Zhao Yueling teased. He Yiman was momentarily at a loss for words. He Yiting regarded her with a suspicious gaze. Previously, Tan Yashin had doubted any romantic involvement between Lin Linkai and He Yiman, but now she found herself reconsidering, as Lin Linkai had never mentioned his stock trading endeavors to her. He Yiman, you should focus on your own meal, He Yiting exclaimed in a fit of anger. Pulling Tan Yashin away, Lin Linkai sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite comprehend where he had faltered. Oh dear sister, is this truly necessary? He Yiman followed suit and exited, as did Zhao Yueling. leaving Lin Linkai perplexedly alone in the private room. Just as he intended to leave, he was halted by a waiter. Chapter 58. Boya bar, sir. Please settle the bill. Your total expenditure in the private room amounts to 327 yuan. The waiter informed Lin Linkai, who appeared utterly bewildered. The amused glances from other patrons were unmistakable. They perceived Lin Linkai as a hapless victim. To spend over 3,000 on a meal was tantamount to a month's salary for the average person. With the departure of the four young ladies, it was undoubtedly a case of losing both the chicken and the eggs. Seeing the laughter around him, Lin Linkai could only respond with resignation. I'll pay by card. After a brief moment, the waiter returned with a card machine, and upon successfully completing the transaction, Lin Linkai finally emerged from the restaurant, heading towards the parking lot in search of the young ladies. Upon reaching the parking area, he spotted He Yiman accelerating away, intentionally driving through a puddle that nearly drenched Lin Linkai. He swiftly leapt aside to evade the splash, only to notice that Zhao Yueling and He Yiman had not gotten into a vehicle. Thus, he approached He Yiman to inquire about the situation. Oh, it's all your fault. We've been exposed. He Yiman playfully pounded her fist against Lin Linkai's chest. Well, I was left with no choice. You were the one tugging at my ear. Lin Linkai shrugged in response. Observing the banter between Lin Linkai and He Yiman, Zhao Yueling realized that a romantic connection was unmistakably brewing between the two. It made sense now. She had wondered why He Yiman's driving skills had suddenly improved. She must have gained practical experience. He Yiman, I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. I shall take my leave now, Zhao Yueling said with a knowing smile. All right, Yueling, farewell. He Yiman waved to her as she watched her depart. Shall we head to a hotel now? It seems a shame to return home, if your sister finds out. You may not have another opportunity to venture out for a while, Lin Linkai suggested, grasping He Yiman's hand. Yes, that sounds good. I've missed you, He Yiman replied, embracing a carefree attitude, reassured that Lin Linkai would find a way to support himself in the future. Consequently, the pair strolled hand in hand towards the nearest star-rated hotel. He Yiman was unwilling to settle for anything less than a clean and hygienic accommodation, preferring establishments starting at 300 yuan per night over the 50 yuan lodgings. As they passed the restaurant where patrons had previously looked down upon Lin Linkai, the atmosphere shifted. They now regarded him with newfound respect. That lad is impressive. Look at him heading off in that direction. Clearly, he's off to handle important business, remarked an envious bystander at the entrance. Oh dear, this is indeed one of the twins. What do you think such an experience would be like? Did she just mistake someone and lose her temper? Perhaps. A chorus of diners engaged in animated discussions. Lin Linkai and He Yiman joyfully retreated to a luxurious hotel for some rest, while He Yiman was truly infuriated. She drove her BMW around in circles, initially contemplating leaving her sister alone outside, but then decided to return and fetch He Yiman home. Little did she know, she would spot He Yiman and Lin Linkai laughing and holding hands as they entered the upscale apartment together. Ah, this is utterly maddening. I never anticipated being so betrayed by my own sister. He Yiman furiously pounded the steering wheel. Oh dear, young lady, please be cautious. We are still on the road. Tan Yashin was genuinely concerned about a potential traffic accident. She may have spoken impulsively, but she did not wish for harm to come. Well, never mind, Yashin. I shall take you home first. He Yiman endeavored to calm her emotions. Yiman, I understand your current distress. I believe we should find a place to release some of that pin-up anger to avoid any accidents while driving, Tan Yashin suggested. Fine, let us go to Boya Bar. We can arrange for a designated driver to take us back later, He Yiman promptly decided. Shortly after, the car roared back to life. In a room at the star-rated hotel, Lin Linkai and He Yiman played video games until 9:30 before preparing to bathe and relax. Yiman, what if Yiman goes back and tells on us? What if your parents forbid us from being together? Lin Linkai expressed his concerns. No worries. I will simply claim that I am carrying your child. Let us see how they react to that. He Yiman responded with startling boldness. Lin Linkai was taken aback. Are you serious? Of course not. I merely jest. Rest assured, I will steadfastly be with you. I trust you. Just focus on your plans to earn money. Once you accumulate 5 million or 10 million, you can come to propose, He Yiman quickly clarified. Oh, I see. Thank you for believing in me so wholeheartedly. Lin Linkai felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had somewhat let He Yiman down, as he was now entangled with someone else. Zhong Xiaomei was also a fine girl. leaving Lin Linkai in a state of turmoil. However, having been reborn, he pondered the need to concern himself with such matters. Enjoyment was paramount. Just as Lin Linkai was about to extinguish the lights and retire for the night, He Yiman's phone began to ring. "Hello, sister, what is it?" He Yiman answered the call with noticeable impatience. "He Yiman, your sister has had too much to drink. You and Lin Linkai should come to Boya Bar and take her home." Tan Yashin's voice resonated through the phone. "Ah, at this late hour. Can't you just call a designated driver? Surely the bar has arrangements for that." He Yiman retorted, clearly displeased as she had just begun to revel in the festivities. "Alas, the bar is teeming with unsavory characters. Please hurry, for there are no female designated drivers available, and we feel quite uneasy." "Oh, very well." He Yiman reluctantly acquiesced. "If anything were to happen to my sister, it would weigh heavily upon me. Lin Linkai, let us proceed. My sister has sought solace in drink, and you must sincerely apologize to her. We are off to the bar to bring her home." He Yiman concluded the call and addressed Lin Linkai. "This. Very well." Lin Linkai was somewhat taken aback, realizing that his actions had indeed caused distress to He Yiting, and a wave of guilt washed over him. After tidying their belongings in the hotel, Lin Linkai and He Yiman departed, hailing a taxi to Boya Bar without checking out. Chapter 59. He Yiting inebriated. Half an hour later, Lin Linkai and He Yiman alighted from the taxi and entered Boya Bar. Inside, a myriad of handsome men and beautiful women reveled without restraint. The music blared, a cacophony for those unaccustomed to its intensity. After a diligent search, Lin Linkai and He Yiman discovered the inebriated He Yiting and the slightly tipsy Tan Yashin at a booth. Lin Linkai scanned the surroundings and noted several male patrons leering at them, eagerly awaiting the moment when He Yiting and Tan Yashin would succumb to their stupor, ready to whisk them away to the adjacent Boya Hotel for their own amusement. Upon sighting Lin Linkai and He Yiman's arrival, the several dubious characters exchanged furtive glances. Silently lamenting their misfortune, the two appealing women were no longer within their grasp. Undeterred by the predatory gazes, Lin Linkai approached the booth. "Tan Yashin, has the bill been settled?" "It has been paid. Let us leave now, and you shall drive us home." "Very well." In a short while, Lin Linkai hoisted the inebriated He Yiting onto his back, while He Yiman supported the slightly tipsy Tan Yashin, and the four of them slowly exited the bar. "Tan Yashin, lead the way. Where is the car?" "Oh." Tan Yashin, summoning her remaining strength, began to navigate based on her recollection. After several minutes, the quartet found themselves inside He Yiting's BMW, with Lin Linkai in the driver's seat. "Tan Yashin, is your home nearby? Will we pass by it on the way to He Yiting's?" "It's a bit far. You should first return He Yiting home." Tan Yashin squinted in response. No sooner had she spoken than He Yiting's phone began to ring from her bag. "Yiman, please answer the call." With that, Lin Linkai started the vehicle, heading towards He Yiting's residence. "All right." He Yiman swiftly rummaged through her bag, and upon seeing Mom displayed on the screen, a wave of anxiety washed over her. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the answer button. "Mother, what is it?" He Yiman imitated He Yiting's tone as she began to speak. "Yiting, why haven't you returned yet? There's no need to stay out this late, is there?" On the other end of the line, Lu Miling was increasingly anxious, fearing that her precious daughters might have encountered some trouble. "Mom, we're on our way back now. We'll arrive in half an hour," He Yiman said. And after uttering those words, she abruptly ended the call. "Oh, this child," Lu Miling muttered, recognizing from her voice that she was driving and deciding it best not to disturb her further. It was indeed peculiar for He Yiting to hang up on her. In the car, having heard He Yiman's recent words, Lin Linkai understood who was on the other end of the line. "Yiman, has that Annie been urging you? Is there anything special to address? I feel something might go awry with Yiting coming back intoxicated." Lin Linkai expressed his concern. "Don't worry, I'll handle this. I guarantee we can get through it unscathed," He Yiman assured him, then instructed Lin Linkai to find a relatively secluded spot to park. Once parked, He Yiman began her plan, swapping clothes with He Yiting. Given the late hour, even her parents would not recognize her as long as she pretended convincingly. Meanwhile, Tan Yashin had already fallen asleep, and the operation went remarkably smoothly. After a while, He Yiman took the driver's seat and started the journey back. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Shengda Garden community, gradually making its way into the villa area. Upon reaching her home, He Yiman cautioned Lin Linkai. "Lin Linkai, you should head back now. Take Tan Yashin with you. It's a bit inconvenient for me at home. What about you? How will you manage your parents?" he asked. "Don't worry, I'll just impersonate my sister and carry her upstairs. When she wakes up tomorrow, she wouldn't want this incident to be exposed. He Yiman replied with innocent confidence. Do you think you can carry her? Lin Linkai questioned skeptically. It shouldn't be a problem. I've done it before when we were kids. Want to give it a try? All right. With Lin Linkai's assistance, He Yiting was placed on He Yiman's back, but after only a few steps, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Oh my, she's so heavy. I can't carry her. It must be your fault, Lin Linkai. You've made my legs weak. He Yiman blamed him immediately. Let me handle it. I'll carry Yiting back. Lin Linkai decided, feeling that some things were inevitable, and it was better to confront them boldly. Fine. After a while, He Yiman got back into the car to park it properly, while Lin Linkai carried He Yiting into the villa. Hello, uncle and aunt. The door was wide open, and Lin Linkai stepped inside, noticing that He Tiangang and Lu Miling were seated on the sofa, awaiting their return. As soon as he spoke, he felt the weight of two pairs of eyes intensely scrutinizing him. If a gaze could kill, he would have perished countless times. Regardless of that, under the scrutinizing eyes of Lu Miling and He Tiangang, Lin Linkai carried He Yiting to the sofa and gently placed her on a chair. Lin Linkai, how could you take He Yiman out for drinks? What about Yiting? He Tiangang remarked, mistaking his own daughter's attire for that of He Yiman. Yiting is still outside. She has a classmate with her in the car, and they are both inebriated, Lin Linkai replied, adhering to He Tiangang's narrative. Indeed, at this late hour. What were you two thinking? How will you get home? Lu Miling complained as she strode out. He Tiangang muttered curses as he went to prepare some lemon water to sober them up. In the courtyard, he found He Yiman, who had just alighted from the vehicle. Yiting, is your classmate also drunk? What happened? Oh, we had a couple of drinks in a moment of joy, He Yiman speculated, slightly bewildered. Nonsense. Don't deceive me. How could anyone get completely drunk after just 2 drinks? Your sister Yiman is already tipsy. Ah, it seems my sister has experienced heartbreak. Yes, that must be it. He Yiman thought to herself, feeling rather clever. Heartbroken? What does that have to do with your friend getting drunk? You didn't drink? Lu Miling found the situation peculiar. Mom, I need to drive. How could I possibly drink? He Yiman declared with feigned righteousness. All right, fine. Let us help your friend, Lu Miling conceded. And together with He Yiman, they assisted Tan Yashin out of the car. Each supporting an arm, they managed to settle her onto the sofa in the villa's living room. Meanwhile, He Tiangang had prepared the lemon water for sobering up. Chapter 60. Mischief. As they sat on the sofa, the glaring light was overwhelming. Tan Yashin, unaccustomed to drinking, groggily opened her eyes. Yashin, have some lemon water. Thank you, uncle, she replied, struggling to grasp a cup of lemon water, taking large gulps, and pinching her thigh to regain her senses. On the other side, Lu Miling contemplated how to rouse He Yiting. Mom, my sister is completely drunk and has fallen asleep. Let her rest, He Yiman urged. It's already 10:30 at night. There's no need to wake her. You have a point. Very well. Let us get her to a room, Lu Miling reluctantly agreed. He Yiman breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Linkai played along with He Yiman's charade. Initially, it was He Yiman and Lu Miling who were supporting He Yiting upstairs, but they found it quite taxing, almost stumbling on the stairs. Auntie, let me carry her upstairs. Lin Linkai offered, stepping forward. All right then, Lin Linkai, you take over. Lu Miling responded with a nod, and together with He Yiman, they placed He Yiting onto Lin Linkai's back. In no time, Lin Linkai, with remarkable agility, ascended the stairs while carrying He Yiting. Under He Yiman's guidance, they located her room and laid He Yiting gently upon the bed. Observing Lin Linkai's robust and vigorous demeanor, Lu Miling felt a fleeting sense of admiration. However, He Tiangang was far from pleased. He had intended to carry his daughter himself, but had merely been a moment too slow. Now that Lin Linkai had taken over, he felt as though his daughter had been unfairly appropriated by him. Meanwhile, Tan Yashin was in the restroom, violently retching and washing her face for an extended period before re-emerging, appearing considerably more lucid. Yashin, what prompted you all to indulge in drinking? He Tiangang seized the opportunity while she still seemed coherent. It's all because of that scoundrel Lin Linkai, she replied with indignation. He straddling 2 boats, openly pursuing Yiting, and when progress was too slow, he directly enticed Yiman. Unfortunately, Yiman is far too susceptible, and now they've ended up at a hotel together. Sigh. It seems Yiting has also developed some feelings. Discovering this today infuriated her, prompting her to drink. Tan Yashin laid bare the situation, wishing nothing more than to ensnare Lin Linkai in trouble. What? He Tiangang was immediately aflame with rage. Yashin, clarify, who got drunk? It was Yiting. I was drinking with her. Tan Yashin confirmed emphatically. Well, look at Yiman now, scheming against her own parents. He Tiangang ground his teeth in frustration. After a while, once Lin Linkai and the others had settled He Yiting, they returned downstairs and took a seat on the sofa. Upon seeing He Tiangang's crimson face and furious glare, Lin Linkai sensed impending trouble. Indeed, in the next moment, He Tiangang picked up a glass bottle filled with lemonade and hurled it at him. What the? Lin Linkai swiftly dodged. The bottle shattered, sending glass and liquid scattering across the floor. Uncle, what on earth are you doing? Get lost. Lin Linkai, you are not welcome here. He Tiangang bellowed, turning to fetch a broom. Seeing He Tiangang armed with a broom and Tan Yashin wearing a mischievous grin, Lin Linkai realized he was in dire straits. With a resigned sigh, he took off running. Uncle, Auntie, I shall return, he shouted as he dashed out of the villa's courtyard. He Tiangang did not pursue, but merely threw the broom in Lin Linkai's direction. After narrowly avoiding the broom's trajectory, Lin Linkai trudged along the pathway outside the villa, feeling quite disheartened. This escapade had indeed gone awry. Tan Yashin had truly led him into a trap. Inside the villa, sensing the atmosphere had soured, Tan Yashin concluded that perhaps she ought not to meddle in others' domestic affairs. Quickly rising to her feet, she spoke, Uncle and Aunt. My parents are waiting for me to return home, so I must take my leave now. Goodbye. All right, Yashin. Take care, Lu Miling replied, bewildered. Subsequently, Tan Yashin hastily exited. The villa's first floor was left with only the three of them. He Yiman, how long do you intend to deceive us? When did your flirtations with Lin Linkai commence? You might as well check into a hotel. With the absence of outsiders, He Tiangang immediately confronted her. Upon hearing this, Lu Miling widened her eyes. Realizing this was about her youngest daughter, Yiman. Dad, who told you that? There's nothing going on. He Yiman felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Eager to brush the matter aside. Nothing going on, you say? Tan Yashin has already confessed. That Lin Linkai is scheming to seize my He Tiangang's fortune. For 3 years in high school, he pursued Yiting, and when that failed, he turned his attention to you, never expecting you would be so easy to manipulate. Now, he has already won you over. He Tiangang expressed all his conjectures with fervor. He Yiman was momentarily speechless. It seemed that what He Tiangang said held some truth. Yiman, I don't care what stage your relationship with Lin Linkai has reached, you must break up. From now on, do not associate with that scheming fellow. Give up on him. He does not love you or Yiting. He only loves money. He Tiangang continued. He Yiman sat on the sofa, stunned, unable to counter her father's commanding words. Dad, that's not true. Even if I have no money, he would still want to be with me. After a while, she recalled the promise she made to Lin Linkai on her way back. Regardless of her father's insistence on breaking them up, she was determined to persist. You may lack wealth, but I possess it. Lin Linkai is merely intent on cutting ties. He Tiangang was infuriated. How could He Yiman be so love-struck? Dad, let us make an agreement. As long as I am with Lin Linkai, I will relinquish any claim to your inheritance. Let Lin Linkai know about this and see if he still wants to be with me. After some contemplation, He Yiman made her decision. This would be a test for Lin Linkai, as well as for herself. To forego billions in inheritance required immense courage. He Tiangang slapped his thigh, yet he considered this a good plan. Fine, call that Lin Linkai back here. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. He Yiman attempted to call Lin Linkai, but the call did not go through. Dad, it didn't T-connect. Lin Linkai's phone must be dead. Shall we discuss this tomorrow? He Yiman speculated. If you haven't resolved the issues, then don't act recklessly. Is marriage something you can treat so lightly, placing bets at will? Lu Miling retorted angrily. What do you mean by dividing assets? He Yiman, do you wish for your father and me to depart this world sooner? Mom, I do not, He Yiman replied, feeling exasperated, as if her mother had lost her senses. If you don't wish for your father and me to pass away soon, do you truly believe we wouldn't be concerned for you? Even if you signed that wretched agreement, what if you end up struggling? Would we still turn a blind eye? Thus, that agreement is akin to mere scrap paper. Lin Linkai is cunning. He surely understands the intricacies involved, Lu Miling rationally analyzed. Then what do you want me to do? I refuse to break up with Lin Linkai, He Yiman insisted, recognizing the validity of her mother's argument, yet remaining steadfast. Very well, you won't break up, is that it? Fine, no problem. Tiangang, Tomorrow you shall initiate arrangements for Yiman to study abroad. Yiman, we are not pressuring you to end your relationship, but we believe you should not remain in Guangzhou City. You ought to spend 4 years exploring the world beyond. If, after 4 years, you and Lin Linkai have not separated, I shall bless your union. Lu Miling unveiled a formidable strategy. Spatial separation and a 4-year long-distance relationship would undoubtedly shatter 99 of couples. During her time at another school, He Yiman would surely encounter more exceptional young men. And Lu Miling doubted that He Yiman would continue to long for Lin Linkai. Initially inclined to refuse her mother's proposition, He Yiman found herself swayed by the promise of blessings after 4 years of remaining together. She ultimately acquiesced. All right, Mom, it's settled. If Lin Linkai and I stay together for 4 years, you shall not obstruct us any longer. Agreed. From this moment on, we will cease to interfere with your interactions with him, and you will have no restrictions on going out. However, once you attend university elsewhere, you must comply and cannot renege, Lu Miling cautioned. Understood. Mom, where will I be studying? It is quite late now. You should wash up and rest. Your study destination will be discussed further by your father and me. All right. Responding affirmatively, He Yiman ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. A weight lifted from her heart as she fulfilled her commitment to Lin Linkai. Meanwhile, Lu Miling and He Tiangang turned off the lights in the hall and returned to their room to continue their deliberations. Miling, is this long-distance relationship plan truly feasible? He Tiangang inquired, perplexed. Of course, it's feasible. Long-distance relationships are an exceptionally effective weapon for dismantling couples. Ideally, studying abroad is the best option. However, pursuing overseas education is no simple feat. Even if Lin Linkai can visit Yiman abroad, the expenses incurred are not trivial. A round trip could cost him tens of thousands. Let us see how much he can afford to spend without feeling the pinch. After 1 or 2 visits, when his finances dwindle, his trips will become less frequent. Yiman is quite beautiful, and she is bound to attract the attention of more outstanding young men over there. Who knows, she may very well find herself captivated. It is truly unfortunate that our Yiman's English is so poor. It seems she may not be able to study abroad, Lu Miling remarked solemnly. So, where might be a better place for her to learn? Yiman's performance in English is indeed disappointing, He Tiangang lamented. With 2 twin daughters, the elder excelling with nearly perfect scores in English, while the younger struggles to pass. What a dilemma. Alas, we can only consider other universities within the country, Lu Miling admitted. Having not anticipated this situation, studying abroad typically entails certain language requirements across virtually all countries. Even if they could pave the way with money, He Yiman would face considerable challenges living in a foreign land without language skills. Let us send her to the Chinese University of Hong Kong. We visited recently and found it quite satisfactory. Besides, it is conveniently close for us to visit. The area also has its checkpoints and a higher cost of living, which should provide some deterrent to Lin Linkai. After careful consideration, Lu Miling concluded. Very well, it is settled then. After Tan Yashin departed from He Yiting's villa, she hurried outside, soon catching up with the leisurely walking Lin Linkai. Lin Linkai, wait for me. Will you take me home? Sister, are you mistaken? You're ruining my good fortune and still expect me to help you? Such a deal is hardly fair. Lin Linkai instinctively sought to refuse. Lin Linkai, I don't care. I'm following you. Can you bear to leave a tipsy girl like me alone outside? What if I attract the attention of some unsavory character? Tan Yashin pleaded helplessly. And what of it? If you attract trouble, it is your affair, not mine. Go home. Don't flaunt your face so boldly, Lin Linkai retorted, unmoved. Lin Linkai, is money all that matters to you? Are you fixated solely on He Yiting and He Yiman? Can you not look at other girls? Tan Yashin shifted her tone. What do you mean I only care about money? I can earn my own. I am captivated by the beauty of He Yiting and He Yiman. You, a mere nuisance, should keep your distance. Lin Linkai shot back, quickening his pace. Lin Linkai, if you walk away today, you can forget about ever being with He Yiting or He Yiman again. As her close friend, I will ensure they hear all about your irresponsibility, leaving me. A vulnerable girl, out here alone, just you wait. Tan Yashin declared fiercely, waiting for Lin Linkai to turn back. Fine, you win this time. Lin Linkai turned to face Tan Yashin, grinding his teeth in frustration. Humph. Tan Yashin scoffed, gradually matching his pace. The two exited the Shengde Garden community and continued along the quiet road. At 11 o'clock at night, buses and subways had ceased operations, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Didi Chuxing has yet to commence operations, and finding a taxi or a ride-hailing service to return home has become an arduous task. Tanya, you might as well just sleep at He Yiman's place. Why did you even come out? Look at the trouble it is to return now. Walking home will take hours. Lin Linkai lamented, thinking that if Tanya were not there, he could have simply found a hotel for the night. I want to be out, Tanya retorted, her temper flaring. What is your issue? I haven't wronged you. Why are you so intent on sabotaging my good fortune? You've already interfered with my relationship with He Yiman, and now you wish to destroy my connection with He Yiman as well. What do you gain from this? Is this how a good friend from Huaxiao behaves? Lin Linkai couldn't help but inquire. Of course, there are benefits. Tell me, without He Yiman and He Yiman, wouldn't you gaze upon me a little more? Tanya's demeanor softened suddenly, and she embraced Lin Linkai from behind. What on earth are you doing? Lin Linkai exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Chapter 62. Love turning to hatred. Lin Linkai, I have feelings for you. You should have broken off with He Yiman and He Yiman by now. Just be with me, Tanya declared, turning Lin Linkai to face her, ready to initiate a passionate kiss. However, she was swiftly pushed away by Lin Linkai. Get lost. Even if I were to part ways with them, it wouldn't be your turn. Lin Linkai firmly rejected her. Memories of Tanya flooded his mind. In his previous life, she had invited him out several times during university, but he had always declined. His reasoning was his family's financial downfall, leaving him financially constrained and unwilling to spend. Even when Tanya explicitly offered to treat him, he still refrained, feeling too ashamed to face an old classmate. It seemed that Tanya truly harbored feelings for him, only to become disheartened later. If he had been reborn without pursuing He Yiman and He Yiman, perhaps he would have considered mending the heart of this infatuated girl and being with her. However, Tanya's relentless attempts at sabotage had genuinely repulsed him. Is this what it means for love to turn into hatred? Tanya, I've made my intentions clear. How can you still reject me? You poor wretch. I'm showing you kindness by even considering you. Tanya began to lose her composure, unleashing a flurry of playful punches at Lin Linkai. He did not indulge her antics and fled instead. The two of them engaged in a playful chase, passing by a budget hotel. Lin Linkai, weary of lingering outside and lacking the desire to escort Tanya home, decided to enter. Madam, please prepare 2 standard rooms, Lin Linkai requested. Before he could finish, Tanya interjected. Lin Linkai, I'm scared. Madam, please prepare a double room. The proprietress, observing the young lady's persistent winking, understood the situation. Earning a little less money was acceptable, as it was virtuous to do good deeds. The young man discovered that all the rooms had been booked, save for one with a large bed, priced at 100 yuan per night. Is there truly nothing else available? He inquired. None at all, the landlady replied, her eyes wide as she spoke untruths. A skill she had mastered, leaving Lin Linkai oblivious. Very well, I shall take that room, he decided. 150, with a deposit of 50, she stated. Agreed. Shortly thereafter, Lin Linkai borrowed a mobile phone charger from the landlady, took the key, and led Tang Yaxin to room 407. I'm going to take a shower now. Please wait for me, he instructed after plugging in his phone. The heat of August in Guangzhou was unbearable, with temperatures still exceeding 20 degrees Celsius at night. Lin Linkai felt drenched in sweat, unable to sleep without a shower. Oh, Tang Yaxin replied nonchalantly. After both had bathed, they returned to the bed to rest. Remember, the blanket is the 38th parallel. Do not cross it, and do not accuse me of taking advantage, Lin Linkai cautioned, waiting for Tang Yaxin to agree before turning off the light. Half an hour later, he observed Tang Yaxin seemingly asleep, and he too fell into a peaceful slumber. In the early hours of the morning, around 4, Tang Yaxin rose to relieve herself. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Once the deed is done, Lin Linkai shall be mine. Lin Linkai awoke, feeling helpless. What is the point of this? You may have my body, but you cannot possess my heart. What need do I have for your heart? I desire only your presence. A strong and handsome young man such as yourself is quite appealing, Tang Yaxin replied, moving closer to him and pointing to his chest. What do you like about me? I can change if needed. Lin Linkai felt a sense of resignation. I adore everything about you. If you can, then offer me your heart, Tang Yaxin said earnestly. His heart sank at her words. Marriage is out of the question. I will still pursue He Yiman. Very well, I shall accept being your secret lover. Support me in my endeavors, and when the time comes to divide the spoils, do not forget my share, Tang Yaxin stated with remarkable composure. Do you not feel a bit shameless? He asked. I embrace shamelessness. Without it, one is invincible. You belong to me now, do you not agree? Otherwise, I shall inform He Yiman, and your plans will fall apart, she declared, hands on her hips. Chapter 63. Blocked. Now that we have reached this point, do you truly believe you can rid yourself of me? She challenged, swaying in front of Lin Linkai. Fine, I concede to your demands. From now on, let us be clandestine lovers. Just do not interfere with my relationships with other women. If you seek financial support, I shall provide it, and I will strive to meet your other desires as well. Lin Linkai had no choice but to concede, thinking of it as merely adding another canary to his collection. All right then, it's settled. If I feel drowsy, I shall take another nap. And you mustn't think of slipping away. Upon witnessing Lin Linkai relent, Tan Yashin relaxed, lying down and insisting on using him as a pillow. With no alternative, Lin Linkai acquiesced, sinking back into slumber himself. They awoke groggily as the sun reached its zenith. After freshening up, they exited the hotel and checked out. While enjoying a breakfast-lunch combination, Lin Linkai tentatively suggested, Tan Yashin, perhaps we should acquire some emergency contraception. If you truly are pregnant, it could present considerable complications. Consider your university studies. No way, I refuse to be swayed. If it happens, then good. That way, I can keep you tethered to me for life, Tan Yashin replied, maintaining her calm demeanor. Are you not concerned that I might abandon you, leaving you to face the trials of single motherhood? Lin Linkai posed a rather unsettling scenario. That's simple. My mother raised me, so I can raise a child as well. Besides, I won't be as weak as her. I can rally a host of journalists online to expose you, to ruin your reputation. Once I've raised the child, I could return to claim a share of your wealth, Tan Yashin said nonchalantly, as if she had everything under control. Very well, you are impressive. I am duly convinced. Lin Linkai remarked with a sense of resignation. He reflected on how, in his previous life, he had been a failure, dropping out of college in his second year to work menial jobs, later switching to security work. In that scenario, he would not fear being tied down by Tan Yashin. After all, he had nothing to lose and could flee at any time. However, this time was different. Reborn with a destined path to brilliance, he was meant to emerge in the public eye. Failing to resolve matters with Tan Yashin would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. Lin Linkai, where will you go next? Back to selling milk tea? Tan Yashin inquired. That is none of your concern. You should return home. Your parents must be worried. In any case, I need to earn some money. Lin Linkai recalled that he had stock trading to attend to. He had already missed the morning session and hoped he wouldn't incur losses. All right then, share your phone number with me. Your QQ isn't convenient, Tan Yashin said as she handed her phone to Lin Linkai. He entered his number, and shortly thereafter, Tan Yashin retrieved her phone, adding him as boyfriend and even calling him to confirm there were no issues before allowing him to leave. As they parted ways in the restaurant, Lin Linkai hailed a taxi and returned to the room he had shared with He Yiman the previous day, checking out and reclaiming his deposit. He then visited a nearby mall, seeking a cafe where he could open his phone and manage various messages. To his surprise, he found a considerable number of missed calls awaiting him. Gazing at the numerous missed calls, Lin Linkai felt a nagging sense of having overlooked something significant. He first reached out to He Yiman to inquire about the latest developments. The call connected swiftly. Lin Linkai, I have managed the situation. From now on, you must sever all ties with my sister and abandon any inappropriate thoughts. Do you understand? He Yiman stated with utmost seriousness. Wait, Yiman, have you convinced uncle and aunt to allow us to be together? Lin Linkai asked, his voice tinged with astonishment. Indeed, for the time being. I can go out to meet you. However, starting from September, I will be studying abroad in Hong Kong and won't return until I complete my university education, she replied. What about your winter and summer vacations? Won't you come back? Lin Linkai inquired. My parents have forbidden it, insisting that I focus on enjoying my time there. However, they have permitted you to visit me. Just come to find me in Hong Kong. I will be waiting for you. He Yiman was blissfully unaware that frequent travel could pose significant challenges for someone from an ordinary family. Even a round trip to Hong Kong would cost no less than 5,000 to 10,000. Lin Linkai fell silent for a moment, recognizing the clever maneuvering of He Yiman's parents. Had this occurred in his past life, he would have deemed such a relationship far too burdensome and would have anticipated an inevitable breakup. Fortunately, having been reborn, the constraints of money no longer held sway over him. Very well, I shall make it a point to visit you often in Hong Kong, he assured her. They continued to converse on various topics, eventually agreeing to meet the following Friday for an outing. After hanging up, Lin Linkai checked He Yiman's QQ only to discover he could no longer access her space. A glaring red exclamation mark accompanied his messages, indicating he had been blocked. Sighing, he mused, why is it so difficult to achieve double the happiness? Although reason urged him to remain loyal to He Yiman and to set aside thoughts of He Yiting, his innermost desires still yearned for a harmonious resolution. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could he not fulfill his previous dreams and regrets? Thus, Lin Linkai resolved quietly, regardless of whether he could ultimately be with He Yiting, he must at least cherish the moments they once shared. Yet, the immediate priority was to amass wealth. Otherwise, he would forever remain beneath the disdainful gaze of He Tiansheng and Lu Meiling. Mere hundreds of thousands or millions were insufficient for him to hold his head high before them. He aspired to surpass He Tiansheng entirely. As time swiftly passed, the clock struck 1 o'clock, marking the opening of the market. Lin Linkai hastily closed his previously short positions on Shanghai Mabanglian. As the closing of positions concluded, Lin Linkai found himself with a principal amount of 3.2 million. He decided to leverage his funds once more and gradually invested all his capital into a certain steel company in Shanghai. Today is the 8th of August. Although there was a slight decline in the market today, Lin Linkai was acutely aware that a significant surge in the steel company was imminent. Chapter 64. The tea shop staffing shortage. At 2:40 p.m., Lin Linkai finally completed his purchase of shares in the steel company. Alas, trading stocks on a mobile device proved to be quite inconvenient, as his battery was rapidly depleting. Moreover, given the substantial amount of capital he was handling, he contemplated acquiring a dedicated computer for trading. Once his funds grew even larger, he might even consider establishing a trading office. Glancing at his phone's dwindling tin battery, Lin Linkai expressed his frustration. In China, the entry threshold for a trading office is at least $1 million, approximately 7.9 million renminbi, or equivalent assets. And Lin Linkai was confident he would soon meet that benchmark. After leaving the cafe, he took a taxi home, charged his phone, and began to call his uncle. In the current stock market, it was best to let the funds remain untouched and continue to generate wealth. Lin Linkai then thought of investing further in a tea shop and decided to seek assistance from his uncle. Uncle, are you interested in selling those coins and silver pieces from the Qing dynasty? I can help you find a way to sell them, and if successful, I would need to borrow the money for a while, he proposed. What? Those are worth tens of thousands. What do you need such a large sum for? Uncle Chen Yuxing responded, bewildered. Once sold, I can give you an IOU, all right? If it doesn't sell, then forget it, Lin Linkai reiterated. Fine. But here's the deal. I can give you 1 silver coin for now. After you sell it, give me half the proceeds, and you can borrow the other half. Chen Yuxing cautiously agreed. Agreed. We'll go with your terms, Uncle, Lin Linkai acknowledged. After waiting for his phone to charge, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and packed his bag before heading out again. He took a taxi directly to his uncle Chen Yuxing's home. Compared to Lin Linkai's family, his uncle was doing quite well, having purchased a house in Dongcheng Town, Fanyu District, and settled in Guangzhou City. By 5:30 p.m., Lin Linkai arrived at his uncle's house. Chen Yuxing retrieved the Qing dynasty silver coin and carefully placed it in a box before handing it to Lin Linkai. Lin Linkai, I trust you, but you better not pull any tricks. If you sell it, bring the money back. If it doesn't sell, return the coin, he warned. Don't worry, uncle. I'm just trying my luck. I won't let you down, Lin Linkai assured him as he stowed the item in his backpack. Stay for dinner with us. Aunt Liang Yueying invited. Sure, thank you, Aunt, Lin Linkai replied, recognizing it was mealtime and graciously accepting the invitation. After enjoying a dinner at his uncle's home, Lin Linkai entered into an agreement with Chen Yuxing, emphasizing a cautious approach. Chen Yuxing, who had been navigating the small business landscape in Guangzhou City, placed great importance on this matter. Upon departing from his uncle's residence, Lin Linkai returned home and began organizing various documents. He first sifted through numerous business plans, followed by researching matters pertaining to auctions. After an exhaustive search, Lin Linkai finally discovered a company specializing in the auction of cultural relics and collectibles. Guangzhou Huai International Auction Company, Limited, located in the Yueshio district of Guangzhou City. He promptly resolved to visit the next day to test his fortune. However, recalling his date with He Yiman the following day, he found himself in a quandary. With limited time remaining before the start of university, Lin Linkai ultimately decided that his time with her was paramount, postponing the coin-selling venture until the following week. Throughout the day, Lin Linkai remained absent, leaving Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua to endure the bustling atmosphere at the milk tea shop. The number of customers had notably increased compared to the previous day, likely due to the growing reputation of Yiman's tea shop. Consequently, Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua found themselves overwhelmed. Even late into the night, at 8 o'clock, a considerable queue remained, waiting for Lin Guohua and Zhong Jiejun to serve their milk tea. Apologies, but we can no longer accommodate any more customers. We've been busy all day and must close now, Zhong Jiejun announced, gradually ushering the crowd out of the shop. Lin Guohua, eager to earn additional income, felt his physical limits being tested. After standing for an entire day, he was utterly fatigued. Once the last customer had departed, the two closed the shop and headed to a nearby restaurant for dinner, where they continued to express their frustrations. Lin Linkai truly lacks loyalty. All he cares about is chasing girls and never offers to lend a hand, Zhong Jiejun lamented. Indeed, this child is something else. He suggested we hire staff. Lin Guohua reflected. Hire staff? Nonsense. Tomorrow, I will have my parents come to help. It's outrageous. If Lin Linkai refuses to take the money, I certainly will. Zhong Jiejun retorted, clearly displeased. As the saying goes, one should not let their profits flow to outsiders. The earnings from the milk tea shop should not be shared with anyone else. Additionally, he harbored concerns that bringing in outsiders might lead to the exposure of their recipe. All right, by all means, invite your parents over for training. They should be able to manage, but will they even agree? Don't they both have jobs? Lin Guohua inquired. Uncle, that's not a problem. With their monthly salary of 2,000 to 3,000, we could earn that back in a single day. I'll offer them 5,000 a month. They will definitely come, Zhong Jiejun declared without hesitation. Upon hearing the figure of 5,000, Lin Guohua's eyelids twitched. That was nearly his own current salary. It must be said that Lin Linkai is quite something, running a milk tea shop and implementing a piece rate wage system. When Zhong Jiejun's parents arrive, won't his piece rate earnings diminish? Zhong Jiejun, Lin Linkai is currently offering me a piece rate salary. However, once your parents come, this system may become quite inconvenient. Uncle, disregard Lin Linkai's ramblings about piece rate wages. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive 5,000 at the end of the month. I speak as a fellow employer, and my word is binding. Zhong Jiejun declared confidently. Very well, it is settled. That evening, at 9:30, Lin Guohua returned home, his steps heavy with weariness. He immediately called for Lin Linkai and began discussing his previous conversation with Zhong Jiejun. Lin Linkai agreed with Zhong Jiejun's decision. If demand increases, we can simply hire more staff. It poses no significant issue. Moreover, with a larger workforce, we can lay the groundwork for future expansion, effectively nurturing talent in the process. As night fell, Lin Guohua began whispering sweet nothings to Chun Yuhan about the profitable prospects of selling milk tea, and for a moment, Chun Yuhan even contemplated resigning from her job. Chapter 65. Range Rover. The following morning, shortly after 6, Lin Linkai was roused from his slumber by the bustling sounds of his parents preparing for the day, although he did not rise immediately. Instead, he lingered in bed, engrossed in his phone. After 8 o'clock, when his parents had departed, Lin Linkai finally got up to freshen up. Just as he was about to prepare some noodles for breakfast, he received a phone call. Hello, Tan Yashin, what brings you to call? Lin Linkai inquired, puzzled. I'm at your doorstep. Hurry and let me in, Tan Yashin exclaimed. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Lin Linkai furrowed his brow, hung up the phone, and went to open the door. He was met with the sight of Tan Yashin, clad in a JK uniform, which left him feeling quite exasperated. What brings you to my home? We're in a relationship, aren't we? You certainly haven't had breakfast yet. I brought you a delightful breakfast. Tan Yashin waved 2 large bags in her hands. One was clearly a takeout box, while the other contained a thermos. If my parents were to see this, it would not bode well. Relax. I made sure to come after I saw your uncle and aunt leave. I promise it won't interfere with your plans to win over He Yiman and He Yiman. Tan Yashin bypassed Lin Linkai and entered the house, settling onto the sofa. Lin Linkai had no choice but to close the door and join her. Tan Yashin, you really didn't have to bring me breakfast. I was about to make something for myself. What? Do you find my gesture unworthy? Are you trying to evade your obligations? Tan Yashin retorted, her demeanor suddenly assertive. Not at all. It's quite lovely, thank you. But next time, it won't be necessary. Also, I plan to go out on a date with He Yiman later. Do you think this might be a tad inconvenient? Lin Linkai hastily denied. I am well aware of the situation. He Yiman intends to sever ties with you, while He Yiman still wishes to be with you. Please, do indulge in breakfast. I have brought you some rice rolls and a nourishing soup made with an old hen for your recuperation. As she spoke, Tanya opened the 2 bags with a sense of purpose. Lin Linkai glanced at the thermos, recognizing it as the one Tanya frequently took to school for meals, clearly brought from her home. Noticing Lin Linkai's hesitation, Tanya's mood soured. What's the matter? Are you afraid I've poisoned it? Let me taste it first. Without delay, she took a bite of the rice rolls and sipped the hen soup. No, thank you. How long did it take you to prepare this soup? You've put in a lot of effort. Lin Linkai snapped out of his stupor, accepted the thermos, and began to savor the soup, finding it comparable to his mother-esque cooking. This is chicken soup that I simmered for 2 hours. You must finish it. Tanya beamed at Lin Linkai as he drank. I'll do my best, he replied. At this moment, it was 8:30 in the morning. The effort she put into preparing the soup and the time it would take to reach his home suggested she genuinely cared. Rising at around 5 in the morning to prepare for him was indeed a thoughtful gesture. Initially, Lin Linkai had considered ending their relationship once he started university. Yet now, the thought of doing so filled him with a sense of guilt. Yashin, have you had breakfast? Let's share. I feel I want to finish this soup. Sure. Let us enjoy it together. Tanya responded cheerfully. Shortly thereafter, Lin Linkai found bowls and utensils in the kitchen, and they divided the soup and rice rolls between them. After their meal, Lin Linkai found himself admiring Tanya's pure appearance, though her rather flat figure was a bit regrettable. Yashin, at 10:30. He Yiman will come to pick me up. Would you mind returning home before 10? All right, we still have an hour. Let us do something we enjoy, Tanya exclaimed. Moving closer to Lin Linkai, they sat together, enjoying the air conditioning while watching a movie on the computer. Time flew, and soon it was 10 o'clock. Time's up, Yashin. You should head home. I need to tidy up and prepare to leave as well. Okay, Tanya replied softly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. She longed to monopolize Lin Linkai's time, but she understood that he would not appreciate that. Being with him now felt like a push, and even affection could not quench her desires. Moreover, Lin Linkai seemed indifferent towards her. Don't overthink it. Please don't bring me breakfast tomorrow. It's quite exhausting to wake up early and prepare. Lin Linkai affectionately ruffled Tanya's hair. For you, I find it no trouble at all. Tanya remained resolute. As for you, I may not be at home tomorrow. Furthermore, there is no need for you to prepare chicken soup so early in the morning. You can simply have it ready at a normal time. I can enjoy it during lunch or dinner. Lin Linkai advised. Understood, Tanya nodded, contemplating that she would deliver the soup to Lin Linkai at noon next time. After their final embrace, Lin Linkai bid farewell to Tanya at the door. At 10:30, Lin Linkai arrived promptly downstairs and waited for several minutes until a Land Rover appeared. Lin Linkai, get in. All right. He quickly settled into the passenger seat, feeling an exhilarating difference upon sitting down. Yiman, is this Range Rover yours? No, it's my father's car. I've borrowed it for a while. I heard it costs several million. He said he would buy me a vehicle to get around once I finish university. I think this one is quite nice, and I will definitely get a Range Rover then, He Yiman said lightly. Chapter 66. He Yiman checks the accounts listening to He Yiman. Lin Linkai could not help but swallow hard, taking a moment to adjust his mindset. In his previous life, such a sum would have been unattainable for him. Now, it would require him to invest all his assets just to afford it. I believe this Range Rover suits you well. The visibility is excellent. Indeed. When will you get one, Lin Linkai? I look forward to you taking me for a ride, He Yiman immediately responded. Perhaps in a few years. It will come soon enough. Just wait, Lin Linkai replied. Though he could afford it now, he was not about to recklessly expend all his resources. Years, huh? I'll just listen. Now, show me your stock account. He Yiman changed the subject. Last night, she had discussed borrowing money to help Lin Linkai invest in stocks with her parents, who were concerned he might mismanage it and not adhere to their original plan of investing in Shanghai Steel Union, leading to a potential loss of her 200,000. Do you really want to see? Yes, I must see. Was it absolutely necessary? Lin Linkai wished to preserve a little nest egg for himself. It is imperative. He Yiman insisted, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Linkai. If he failed to provide a satisfactory answer this time, their relationship would be over. She did not expect him to excel. She merely wanted him to follow through on their initial agreement and invest in Shanghai Steel Union, which should now be worth 400,000 to 500,000. Lin Linkai sighed, reluctantly pulling out his phone and opening the stock app to display his holdings to He Yiman. Observing his dejected demeanor, He Yiman felt an ominous premonition. She suspected Lin Linkai was deceiving her, just as her mother had warned. Without waiting for Lin Linkai to dawdle, she swiftly seized his phone and began to peruse its contents. Initially, She presumed that Lin Linkai's sigh and shake of the head stemmed from the embarrassment of having lost everything, even down to his undergarments. To her astonishment, what confronted her instead was a startling sum of over 10 million in his account. Ah, Lin Linkai, you scoundrel. You truly have been deceiving me, you worthless trash. Pretending to be impoverished. He Yiman fumed, her teeth gnashing at the sight of the substantial funds displayed on the screen. Lin Linkai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Who are you, a wealthy heir, masquerading as destitute? He Yiman continued to scroll through the phone, confirming that the entire sum was indeed invested in a steel conglomerate based in Shanghai. How should I explain? Would you believe me if I said I had merely utilized the modest amount you lent me, supplemented with my own savings, and turned it into this fortune through stock trading? Lin Linkai attempted to clarify. I do not believe you, He Yiman replied, shaking her finger. She had some understanding of the stock market. It was implausible for an ordinary person to transform hundreds of thousands into millions within a month. What must I say for you to believe me? I assure you, I am not a wealthy heir, Lin Linkai shrugged. Quit your nonsense. You are undoubtedly a rich heir. Oh, I see now. You must be dealing in antiques. After perusing Lin Linkai's phone for a while longer, He Yiman discovered numerous photographs of silver coins, gold bullion, and blue and white porcelain in his album. Who would have thought, Lin Linkai, that you would stoop to selling ancestral treasures to marry me? I am truly touched, she declared, planting a kiss on him. Believing she had uncovered the truth, she ceased her examination of Lin Linkai's phone. She embraced him and planted a kiss that lingered for 3 minutes before they finally separated. Lin Linkai quickly retrieved his phone from her grasp, silently relieved that it contained no scandalous material. His exchanges with Zhong Xiaomei had been limited to phone calls, while his communications with Tan Yashin were scarcely more than a few formal QQ messages. As for any adult films from distant shores, he possessed none at present. Well, Yiman, it seems you have concluded your audit. Where shall we go next? You mentioned you would take charge this time. Well, it is already 11 o'clock. Let us first find a restaurant for lunch, He Yiman replied, checking the time on her phone. Very well. Before long, He Yiman was driving a Land Rover to a bustling commercial district. They parked and made their way to a buffet restaurant. $388 per person, the price tag read. Upon seeing the cost, Lin Linkai understood that He Yiman was accustomed to lavish spending and would not settle for anything less than extravagant. Dating this girl was indeed an expensive endeavor. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns and promptly settled the bill. Inside the restaurant, Lin Linkai was greeted by a plethora of seafood and rare delicacies that were seldom encountered, allowing him to indulge in exquisite meats. Moreover, the various dishes prepared are remarkably flavorful. Some of the limited edition specialties rival those found in esteemed restaurants. The two indulged in their meal until 1 o'clock in the afternoon before finally departing the establishment. He Yiman, who typically eats sparingly, found herself quite full this time. Oh dear, I've overindulged. We must find a place to rest, and this has completely disrupted my plans. She lamented, patting her round belly. Pray tell, where did you initially intend to venture? He Yiman inquired. We have more than just today. We can always reschedule, she added. I was thinking of Guangzhou Tower. I thought you might not have had the opportunity to experience such sights, but it seems you are not as impoverished as I assumed, He Yiman stated candidly. Very well. We shall visit another day. For now, let us find a place to relax, Lin Linkai suggested. Oh, you little rascal, I understand your intentions, but I cannot. I am here visiting relatives, He Yiman replied with a laugh. All right then. In this blazing sun, anywhere seems unappealing. Let us go see a movie instead. After a while, they arrived at a cinema within the commercial center to watch a currently popular film. The dimness of the theater enveloped them, and He Yiman, aware of Lin Linkai's eagerness, playfully teased him, which left him somewhat speechless. By the end of the film, they had not absorbed much of the storyline but had grown closer in the process. Upon exiting the cinema, they encountered numerous couples, all strikingly attractive and well-dressed for their dates. He Yiman had spent considerable time selecting her outfit, while Lin Linkai wore clothes purchased by his mother from the market, costing less than 100 yuan. Your attire is quite drab, lacking the essence of a wealthy scion. Lin Linkai, allow me to assist you in choosing some more stylish garments, He Yiman remarked, momentarily finding his appearance displeasing and not at all complimentary to her own. Chapter 67. Credit Card Yiman. I'm currently low on liquid funds, having invested most of it in the stock market and my bubble tea shop, Lin Linkai admitted. Feeling a bit awkward, He wished to cultivate his personal image but had faced reprimands from his parents. With my entrepreneurial endeavors still in their infancy, I cannot afford to be ostentatious. Once my business achieves a modicum of success, will I then consider loans for luxury cars and villas? Any minor setback in my venture could render all my efforts futile. Fear not, I understand your financial constraints. I shall treat you. You've already covered our meal and movie today. Allow me to handle the cost of the clothing. I haven't spent my allowance this month, He Yiman declared, pulling Lin Linkai into an Armani boutique without soliciting his opinion, immediately selecting 3 outfits for him. According to He Yiman's perspective, Lin Linkai had never donned any fine attire, thus lacking any sense of taste. Asking him was a futile endeavor. Swipe the card. With 3 large bags in hand, Lin Linkai accompanied He Yiman to the checkout counter. He Yiman commanded the cashier to charge her credit card, which inevitably drew concerned glances from the staff. TSK. It appeared this male customer had ensnared a wealthy patron. Several male employees were envious, wondering when such fortune might smile upon them. Conversely, other male patrons in the store found Lin Linkai's dependence on a wealthy woman to be disgraceful. TSK. Yet another tale of a poor boy captivated by a rich girl, one among them even gossiping. After the transaction, Lin Linkai and He Yiman were incensed by the remarks. Although there was truth to the statement, it was hardly anyone's place to comment. Shut your mouth and cultivate some virtue, He Yiman retorted angrily. Humph. If you can do it, why shouldn't the others speak? The young man scoffed. He Yiman, ready to retaliate or continue the argument, was restrained by Lin Linkai's grip. Yiman, let us go. There's no need to converse with the ignorant. Hey, who are you calling ignorant? The young man became agitated. Lin Linkai disregarded him and pulled He Yiman away. The young man contemplated teaching Lin Linkai a lesson but was halted by his female companion. Enough, don't seek trouble. It only makes you appear foolish. Thus, he begrudgingly suppressed his anger. Shortly after Lin Linkai and He Yiman exited the boutique, He Yiman received a phone call from Lu Miling, urging her to return home promptly. Lu Miling did not wish for her daughter to continue associating with Lin Linkai. Allowing her to remain out was merely a facade. Thus, it was impossible for her to spend the night outside. Linkai, let me drive you home. My mother insists I return for dinner, He Yiman said after ending the call. All right, Lin Linkai agreed. As He Yiman was visiting relatives, and spending the night out seemed rather pointless, the two made their way to the parking lot, where Lin Linkai's Land Rover awaited, and they set off toward his home. Linkai, when will you get a car of your own? I have to drive you around. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? He Yiman teased just before they reached Lin Linkai's neighborhood. I plan to buy a Wuling Hongguang van soon. Do you have any objections? Lin Linkai replied promptly. This? A Wuling Hongguang? Don't you think that's rather beneath you? Why not purchase a better sedan? A car in the range of 400,000 to 500,000 would suffice, He Yiman remarked, believing that the only vehicle she could tolerate was her sister's BMW. And anything less would be unacceptable. Yiman, I intend to initially purchase a Wuling Hongguang as a temporary measure. Currently, all my finances are tied up in the stock market, which continues to rise. Withdrawing now would be unwise. Once the stocks reach their peak, I shall invest in a more luxurious vehicle, Lin Linkai elucidated. All right. So how long do you think this Shanghai Steel Union can continue to rise? Yiman inquired. From what I observed this year, it should soar until the latter half of September, possibly even double in value. In the long term, I remain optimistic until 2015. Lin Linkai reflected on the stock's fluctuations before responding. Is it genuinely that robust? Can it sustain such an ascent? Yiman questioned, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. As long as the capital I invest remains modest and does not disrupt the main player's strategies, it will continue to rise, Lin Linkai assured her. All right then. Hand me your phone. I shall take a photograph. Moments later, Yiman held Lin Linkai's phone, navigated to his stock account, and captured an image. Well, I must take my leave now. Goodbye. The two embraced once more before Lin Linkai exited the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Yiman drove away. As the car's silhouette vanished, Lin Linkai glanced at the clock. It was merely 4 in the afternoon, leaving him ample time. He decided to return home briefly, placing the 3 newly purchased outfits on his bed before heading out again, this time towards a nearby bank. It was only after witnessing Yiman use her credit card earlier today that he realized he could also engage in forward consumption. The prospect of loans and credit card transactions was now within his reach. Upon entering the Save or Not Save Bank hall, it was already 4:30. With just 30 minutes until closing. I made it just in time, Lin Linkai mused. Sir, how may I assist you? The bank teller inquired. I wish to apply for a credit card, he replied. Certainly, please follow me. 20 minutes later, after completing a myriad of application forms and procedures, Lin Linkai received his first credit card with a limit of 50,000. Even in his previous life, adhering to a principle of borrowing only when absolutely necessary. He had never utilized a credit card until his rebirth. After securing the credit card, Lin Linkai hurried to an automobile dealership a few hundred meters away. In less than half an hour, he successfully financed a Wuling Hongguang van. Signing the loan agreement felt akin to unlocking a Pandora's box. Having tasted the joys of leveraged loans and forward consumption, he knew he would continue down this path, growing accustomed to it. However, he couldn't shake the thought that one day, should a crisis erupt, he could easily become a debtor. Reminded of the multitude of individuals from his past life who had fallen into debt due to excessive consumption, ultimately becoming pariahs, Lin Linkai felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, he reassured himself that even if he were to become a pariah, it would not be the end of the world. At the very least, he had once basked in glory, unlike many others who perpetually toiled at the bottom, scrapping by. Lin Linkai remained confident that he would never face a collapse. In Chapter 68, the authenticity of Lin Linkai's funds was discussed. Sir, your car will be ready for pickup tomorrow. However, there are a few formalities that still need to be completed. Additionally, the license plate is expected to be mailed to your home by next Friday. If you are in a hurry, you may check at the vehicle management office next Wednesday. The saleswoman stated earnestly. All right, understood. Thank you. I will come to collect the car tomorrow morning, Lin Linkai replied, taking the relevant documents before departing. Noticing that it was already past 5, he called Zhong Xiaomei. As previously agreed, he planned to accompany her this weekend, taking the newly acquired Wuling Hongguang for a drive on Saturday. On the other end, Zhong Xiaomei had just finished work and was exiting the sales hall. She was delighted to receive Lin Linkai's call. Today, he had made a considerable profit in the stock market, and in her view, she had a share in that success. Lin Kai, are you coming to see me today? Shall we have dinner together? Sounds good. Half an hour later, the two met at a modest restaurant they had agreed upon. Unlike the upscale establishments frequented with He Yiman or the budget eateries of the past, this was a more respectable setting, costing Lin Linkai over 100 yuan. After their meal, as they exited the restaurant, Zhong Xiaomei remarked, Lin Kai, what has changed? You're no longer taking me to the small stir-fry place. Holding Lin Linkai's hand, she expressed her curiosity. Today, I applied for a credit card, so I thought I might as well indulge a bit and not keep myself too financially constrained, Lin Linkai admitted. Oh, I see. Indeed, you are now a millionaire. Being overly frugal would not suit your status. Zhong Xiaomei was genuinely pleased with Lin Linkai's transformation. By the way, Xiaomei, I bought a Wuling Hongguang van today. Shall we pick it up together tomorrow and then go for a drive? Sure, let us check out the little waste area. I haven't been there yet. All right. Lin Linkai agreed. This outing would serve as a reconnaissance mission to avoid feeling lost when he visited with He Yiman in the future. His previous visit had been a hurried affair, feeling overwhelmed by the crowds and realizing he had wasted money on admission without truly experiencing much. Afterward, they returned to Zhong Xiaomei's rented apartment to rest. In contrast to Tan Yashin's cramped quarters, Zhong Xiaomei's space was another extreme, where one could not see their feet when looking down. While Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei rested at her home, He Yiman returned home to dine with her family. Yiman, did you and that Lin Linkai fellow engage in any inappropriate activities today? Lu Miling inquired with a serious demeanor. Why are you asking this, Mom? He Yiman pouted in response. Humph, I fear that Lin Linkai might resort to underhanded tactics and leave you with child, leading us to an unplanned marriage. Lu Miling retorted dismissively. Nonsense. We are always cautious, and nothing will happen. Lin Linkai does not wish for children at this early stage. Huh. I find that hard to believe. To enter this family, those impoverished wretches might concoct devious schemes. Before you know it, they could secretly compromise your safety. He Tiangang stepped in to support his wife. Dad, that's simply untrue. Also, please refrain from calling Lin Linkai a poor boy. He is no longer destitute, He Yiman replied. Feeling vexed, upon hearing her father refer to Lin Linkai as poor, she recalled an unpleasant encounter earlier that day with a young man at a clothing store, which irked her greatly. How can he not be poor? 30 to 50,000 is hardly anything. He can't even afford my car. He Tiangang continued to belittle Lin Linkai. Though they had agreed to cease interference in He Yiman's relationship with Lin Linkai, both He Tiangang and Lu Miling shared a common strategy. to consistently undermine Lin Linkai's worth and encourage He Yiman to engage with more accomplished young men. Who says he can't afford it? Lin Linkai now possesses over 10 million. Just look, this is his stock account. He Yiman could no longer contain herself and showcased the photos she had taken earlier to her father. Only the undeniable truth could awaken her father to the reality of the situation. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He Tiangang exclaimed as he scrutinized the account balance in the photo, confirming it to be indeed 34 million. This must be a fabrication. Lin Linkai is surely deceiving you. Wait. I will call my old classmate at Pacific Securities to see how he can expose Lin Linkai, He Tiangang said in disbelief. He promptly dialed a manager at the Pacific Securities branch in the Fanyu district, placing the call on speakerphone. Meanwhile, He Yiting and Lu Miling also glanced at the photos on He Yiman's phone, sharing in the disbelief. Old Peng, what is the current status of that kid Lin Linkai? Who opened an account at your branch? Is he destitute, or what? He Tiangang eagerly inquired once the call connected. The other three at the dining table waited anxiously for an answer. Even He Yiman felt a tinge of nervousness, fearing Lin Linkai might be misleading her. Old He, please hold on. Let me check, replied Peng Xinyu on the other end, as he reviewed the reports from Zhong Xiaomei. Old He, it appears that Lin Linkai has quite the gambling spirit. His account currently shows a balance of 67 million. However, he has taken out financing with a threefold leverage. So his actual funds are only around 300 to 400,000. After reviewing the records, Peng Xinyu was somewhat astonished. It seemed Lin Linkai had some substance after all. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner next time. You're welcome. Sure, let's arrange it. After exchanging pleasantries, He Tiangang hung up the phone. Yiman, look, you've been deceived. Lin Linkai doesn't possess 10 million. It's more like 3 or 4 million. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it. Damn, he just slapped himself in the face. That impoverished fellow Lin Linkai has turned his fortunes around, and he inadvertently contributed to that belief. Chapter 69. The more I think, the more frustrated I become, Dad. 3 or 4 million is still quite impressive. Lin Linkai mentioned that his shares in a certain steel company in Shanghai could rise until mid-September this year, potentially doubling. If held long-term, it could multiply several times by 2015, right? Wouldn't that also amount to over 10 million? Dad, do you think it's appropriate for Lin Linkai to propose in a few years? He Yiman's excitement grew. She no longer felt deceived by Lin Linkai. She was increasingly convinced that he was involved in antique trading and stock investment. Accumulating over 10 million seemed unbelievable, but amassing a few million was still plausible. He Tiangang and Lu Miling were momentarily at a loss for words. Their initial reason for rejecting Lin Linkai was that he was a poor boy incapable of providing He Yiman with a lifestyle of high consumption. However, now they had an additional reason to reject him. He seemed to be eyeing their family's fortune rather than genuinely caring for He Yiman. Otherwise, why would he forsake He Yiting and pursue He Yiman? The two exchanged glances and decided to stick to their plan. Yiman, discussing marriage is a bit premature. It would be better to wait until after you graduate from university and establish stability in your careers with Lin Linkai, Lu Miling suggested, shifting the topic. The arrangements for your study abroad are already underway. You received a response today, and you can report to school in Hong Kong this September. Oh, but if Lin Linkai is wealthy now, why should I still go abroad to study? He Yiman retorted, clearly displeased. There's no way around it. Your enrollment has already been transferred. Besides, if Lin Linkai has money, he should be able to visit you in Hong Kong frequently. It's not a big deal. Lu Miling shrugged. Fine. He Yiman reluctantly agreed. By the way, Yiman, have you asked Lin Linkai where he got all this money? It's not from any dubious dealings, is it? He Tiangang suddenly realized an important issue. Well, he must have acquired it from selling antiques, He Yiman replied without hesitation. All right then. He Tiangang had no further comments on that answer. Antiques, after all, could very well be within his reach. He had numerous friends who enjoyed collecting antiques. Investing hundreds of thousands, or even millions to acquire just a piece or two was quite normal. After dinner, He Yiting and He Yiman returned to their respective rooms upstairs, while the couple downstairs continued watching television and discussing matters concerning Lin Linkai. Dear, it appears that Lin Linkai has amassed quite a fortune. Your strategy of sending him to study in Hong Kong may no longer suffice. Perhaps we should consider sending him to the United States instead. A round trip to Hong Kong would cost at most several tens of thousands, but a journey to the U.S. could easily exceed 100,000. I wonder if Lin Linkai feels the pinch, He Tiangang suggested. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Lin Linkai must not be allowed into our home. Yet I fear Yiman may disagree. Lu Milin concurred, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Initially, Lin Linkai's poverty was manageable, but the circumstances had changed. Moments later, the couple ascended to He Yiman's room to discuss the prospect of changing her study destination. The options had narrowed to the United States or New Zealand. Mom and Dad, you can't do this. If you persist, I will refuse to pursue this degree. You clearly wish to separate me from Lin Linkai. He Yiman reacted vehemently. Fine, fine. We shall stick with Hong Kong then. He Tiangang conceded upon witnessing his daughter's distress. The couple retreated from He Yiman's room, hoping she might encounter a more suitable companion at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. In the adjacent room, He Yiting overheard the commotion, easily deducing that her parents disapproved of He Yiman's association with Lin Linkai. The revelation of Lin Linkai's wealth astonished her, prompting her to eagerly share the news with her friend Tan Yashin. Their conversation meandered through various gossip, and upon learning of Lin Linkai's substantial wealth, Tan Yashin was equally astonished. She had initially perceived him as merely a somewhat impoverished yet physically fit and attractive individual, unaware of the inheritance he possessed. Just the amount of money Lin Linkai had access to suggested that his parents' wealth was likely tenfold. Thus, it became evident that Lin Linkai was indeed a proper second-generation rich heir. Yashin, considering Lin Linkai's affluence and his pursuit of me for 3 years. Why hasn't he revealed his wealth? He Yiting pondered, perplexed. Lin Linkai, possessing a good measure of fortitude and decent looks, could have declared his status earlier. Had he done so, she would have readily accepted his affections, and there would have been no complications involving He Yiman. That is hard to say. Perhaps he has only recently realized the need to acquire significant wealth, like meeting the threshold for being your family's son-in-law, Tan Yashin speculated. Ah, that makes sense. He Yiting agreed with Tan Yashin's conjecture. Once, I engaged in a conversation with Lin Linkai, discussing the threshold for becoming a son-in-law. It seems that it was from that moment onward that he began to sell his antiques. Subsequently, the two of us continued to idly speculate about the reasons behind Lin Linkai's liaison with He Yiman, pondering when it all began. Yet, despite our conjectures, no definitive answer emerged. This, however, only deepened He Yiting's suspicions. From childhood, He Yiman had always sought to usurp what belonged to her, and now it appeared that Lin Linkai had been taken from her as well. For a fleeting moment, He Yiting contemplated confronting He Yiman next door, but she recalled her previous declaration of severing ties with Lin Linkai. To raise this issue now would be tantamount to slapping her own face. The more she thought about it, the more anger and frustration welled up within her, leading to a sleepless night. In her boredom, she flipped through her photo album, discovering images of herself with Lin Linkai, some of which required blurring, igniting a wave of embarrassment. That wretched Lin Linkai, taking advantage of me. I cannot let this go unaddressed. The following day, Saturday, at 5:30 in the morning, Lin Linkai was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. He hastily grabbed his phone, noting the early hour, and was about to hang up to avoid disturbing the nearby Zhong Xiaomei. However, upon seeing that the caller was He Yiting, he decided it best to answer. Chapter 70. Purchasing a Wuling Hongguang. Lin Linkai muted the ringtone and stealthily made his way to the bathroom, closing the door before answering the call. He Yiting, what do you need? You scoundrel Lin Linkai, why have you taken advantage of me? In an effort to keep her voice low and not disturb her family, He Yiting's tone had a somewhat flirtatious quality to it. Ahem, I like you. It's quite straightforward, I assent to it. Lin Linkai replied without hesitation. You like me? Then what do you make of your entanglement with my sister? That was a mistake. I had no choice. Lin Linkai narrated the circumstances surrounding his involvement with He Yiman, particularly the events of the teacher appreciation dinner that night and the following morning. Since you are already with my sister, why pursue me? He Yiting pressed further. I am not pursuing you. It's all coincidence. The goals I mentioned before were not intended for you. When I held your hand, I was thinking of Yiman. Lin Linkai clarified. Ah, how infuriating. He Yiting's patience snapped. She continued to interrogate Lin Linkai about various details, realizing she had been completely taken advantage of by He Yiman. What a wonderful sister, stealing not only her boyfriend, but also ensnaring her further. At the end of the conversation, He Yiting posed one final question. Do you still like me? Would you be willing to give up Yiman for my sake? Lin Linkai's response was a brief 4 words, after which the phone line went dead. After the call ended, Lin Linkai chose to disregard it, opting instead to indulge in a brief rest before returning to bed. Observing Zhong Xiaomei in her deep slumber brought him a sense of relief. Meanwhile, He Yiman, having hung up, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, realizing she had overthought the situation. Adding to her ire was He Yiman, who had caused quite a stir. How could Lin Linkai, that infuriating man, have feelings for her yet refuse to forsake He Yiman? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, suddenly gripped by an impulsive desire to reclaim Lin Linkai. If he still harbored affections for her, surely a mere gesture would summon him to her side. She could then send photographs to Yiman, relishing in her vexation. Once Yiman was irate enough to sever ties with Lin Linkai, she would swiftly discard him as well. It seemed a flawless plan. The more she contemplated, the more feasible her scheme appeared. To enhance its success rate, she resolved to gauge the situation first. After breakfast the following morning, He Yiman sought a private conversation with her sister. Yiman, do you truly have feelings for Lin Linkai? What would you do if he were to cheat? He dares to cheat? I would sever his third leg. He Yiman replied with mock seriousness. So, if he were unfaithful, you would break up with him, correct? He Yiman pressed on. Absolutely. Why do you ask? You're not still pining for him, are you? He belongs to me now. You cannot take him. He Yiman's excitement was palpable, thinking of how Lin Linkai had pursued He Yiman for 3 years. Perhaps a casual remark from her sister would entice him back. No, absolutely not. How could that be? He Yiman quickly refuted. Listening to He Yiman's denials, He Yiman remained wary, suspecting her sister might covet what was hers. After washing up alongside Zhong Xiaomei, Lin Linkai and she ventured out for breakfast. As they closed the door, Zhong Xiaomei chided him. This is all your fault, Lin Linkai? Look, it's already 10 o'clock. You promised to set an alarm to leave early. This is utterly inconvenient, and I'm on the verge of starvation. Can you really blame me? It's simply that you are too captivating. Lin Linkai chuckled, taking her hand as they departed. At a nearby eatery, they grabbed a few steamed buns before shielding themselves under an umbrella and strolling to the 4S dealership. Salesperson, I'm here to pick up my car. Certainly, sir. Your vehicle is ready. Just sign here, and you may drive it away. The salesperson recognized Lin Linkai as a valued customer. Shortly thereafter, Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei climbed into a Wuling Hongguang van, embarking on a joyful drive through the city. Heading towards the Guangzhou Tower. Lin Linkai, you're surprisingly steady behind the wheel. You must be quite the seasoned driver. Indeed. I've had my hands on countless vehicles, at least 8 or 10. Hee hee, it's amusing to wonder which cars you're referring to. Certainly, it is indeed a real car. Engaged in playful banter, the two of them shared laughter as they arrived at a parking lot near the magnificent Guangzhou Tower around 12:30, ready to embark on their delightful journey. In the bustling heart of Guangzhou, the towering Guangzhou Tower captivates countless visitors with its unique charm. Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei ascended this iconic edifice together, preparing for an unforgettable adventure. They rode the swift elevator, seemingly traversing through the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, reached the summit of the tower. Standing on the observation deck, they were profoundly awed by the breathtaking panorama before them. The vibrant cityscape of Guangzhou unfurled at their feet, with towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and the scenic beauty of the Pearl River all laid out in splendid display. Following this, they made their way to the Sky Restaurant within the tower. The restaurant exuded an elegant ambience, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering stunning views of the city. The two savored exquisite dishes while engaging in light-hearted conversation, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, in a nearby bubble tea shop, Lin Guohua and Zhong Jiejun were laboriously attending to the demands of a multitude of customers, utterly exhausted. Despite their frenetic efforts, they found themselves unable to satisfy the throngs. That rascal Lin Linkai claims he is still on the money-making path. How outrageous. He didn't even come home last night. Lin Guohua grumbled. Uncle, relax. He has already sent me his plans. For now, we should recruit some staff and train a team of bubble tea makers. Let's not mention anything else. During our free time, we should teach my parents the ropes. Once they are proficient, I will oversee the shop. In 10 days to half a month. Lin Linkai should have secured the funds, and then we can rent a shop, carry out renovations, and aim to open 8 additional bubble tea stores before the start of the university semester, monopolizing the bubble tea business in the entire university town. Zhong Jiejun recounted his conversation with Lin Linkai from the previous night. Is that so? That little rascal hasn't mentioned any of this to me. How is he planning to gather the funds for 8 stores? That must cost at least 400,000. Lin Guohua expressed his confusion. Uncle, you need not worry too much. If he says he can secure the money, then he surely can. His little girlfriend, He Yiman, casually has pocket money in the tens of thousands. It should not be a problem for him. Zhong Jiejun reassured him. Isn't that a bit questionable, relying on someone else? Uncle, what's wrong with that? It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat. The one that catches the mouse is a good cat, right? Perhaps Lin Linkai is simply spending time with his girlfriend now. We shouldn't disturb him. All right, Lin Guohua sighed, resigning himself to the fact that he could no longer manage Lin Linkai's affairs. Just after finishing lunch at the Sky restaurant atop Guangzhou Tower, Lin Linkai received a call from Tan Yaxin. With a girl by his side, answering another girl's call felt rather inappropriate. Thus, Lin Linkai contemplated disconnecting the call. Lin Linkai, is that your little girlfriend? Zhong Xiaomei inquired. Well, sort of, he replied. Lin Linkai felt a touch of awkwardness. You should take the call. There's a restroom over there, and I want to eavesdrop. Zhong Xiaomei was well aware of her position. All right, thank you, Xiaomei. I adore you, Lin Linkai said, giving Zhong Xiaomei a quick kiss before heading to the restroom to answer the call. Tan Yaxin, what's the matter? Lin Linkai, why aren't you at home? I made soup for you. Didn't I mention that I would be busy today? Lin Linkai replied, somewhat impatiently. Is that so? Then I'll save it for you to drink tonight, okay? I'll leave it at your doorstep, so remember to have some. Fine, got it. You can head back now. Don't rush to hang up. When will you be free? I'll come to see you. That's hard to say. I've been quite busy lately. Let us see about next Saturday or Sunday, Lin Linkai stated plainly. All right, I'll come find you next weekend then. Tan Yaxin, feeling quite helpless, ended the call, placing the thermos of chicken soup at Lin Linkai's doorstep before departing. Upon returning home, Tan Yaxin's mother, Tan Yingying, noticed her daughter's dejected expression and grew concerned. What's wrong, Yaxin? Did you not see your young boyfriend? He's busy and isn't home. Tan Yaxin nodded. Isn't it normal to be busy? I told you not to go. It's really unnecessary. Be reasonable. Wait until he has time to invite you out. If he truly cares for you, he will make time for you despite his other commitments. If he doesn't, your persistent attention might only annoy him. Yaxin, there's no need to cling to one tree. There are plenty of men on the streets. Tan Yingying tried to console her, as she had little faith in her daughter's relationship with a poor boy like Lin Linkai. Mom, Lin Linkai is different. How is he different? Good looks don't put food on the table, Tan Yingying retorted. Yaxin, as someone with experience, I can assure you that being with Lin Linkai holds no future. You should focus on enhancing yourself and mingling with wealthy young men. Aim to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady of means. You're young and beautiful. Those are assets. By the age of 24, you must have your goals set and secure a marriage. Once you reach my age, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a partner. Tan Yingying sat beside Tan Yaxin, earnestly advising her. Mom, didn't you say that wealthy men turn bad and frequent undesirable places? Should I still pursue such a man? Tan Yaxin questioned, puzzled. It's natural for wealthy men to become corrupted, but it's better than being with a poor man who is still worse. Men are the same. Whether rich or poor, they can be flawed, but the bad traits are often hidden when they have no money. So if they're all flawed, why not seek out a wealthy one? Tan Yingying continued to explain. Is there really no good man out there? There are indeed very few of them. And even if you encounter them, they are not yours. Heed your mother's advice and refrain from mingling with impoverished youths. Mother, Lin Linkai's family possesses at least several million. Tan Yaxin could no longer contain herself. Him? Where would he acquire such wealth? What a joke. Tan Yingying was utterly unconvinced. Having attended several parent-teacher meetings in high school, she had gained some insight into the background of Lin Linkai's family. Lin Linkai's family has some antiques, which have now been sold, bringing in quite a sum of money. Tan Yaxin explained. Antiques, really? Where did you hear such news? Surely Lin Linkai isn't deceiving you? Mother, no. I learned this from my classmate He Yiman. He Yiman's father has investigated Lin Linkai's background. He has over 10 million in his stock account. Uffed. Tan Yingying couldn't help but spit out the tea she had just sipped. Goodness, what nonsense. Given the current state of the Huaxia stock market, has Lin Linkai lost his mind to invest such a large sum? Daughter, you must advise him well. He should desist from stock trading and purchase a house instead, treating it as your marital residence. Mother, you're thinking too much. He has no intention of marrying me. He is currently with He Yiman. Tan Yaxin replied awkwardly. That girl, He Yiman? Tan Yingying felt a headache coming on, but fortunately, having worked in certain unique environments for a long time, she was somewhat accustomed to such matters. Yaxin, if you insist on pursuing Lin Linkai, I shall refrain from commenting further. However, within this year, you must extract at least 80 to 100,000 from him. If you fail to do so, you ought to reconsider your association with him. If marriage is unattainable and you lack that money, that simply won't do. This year understood. Tan Yashin nodded in agreement. She was aware that her current actions were not particularly honorable. If there were no benefits, it was better not to pursue them. In the time that followed, Tan Yingying began another round of lessons for Tan Yashin, imparting knowledge on how to control a man from various aspects and capture his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai, who was enjoying a delightful weekend with Zhong Xiaomei around the Guangzhou Tower, remained oblivious to the scrutiny of the mother-daughter duo, continuing to revel in his leisure. After wandering around the Guangzhou Tower until late at night, Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei returned to their rented apartment. After a tiring day of activities, while Zhong Xiaomei went to take a shower, Lin Linkai seized the moment to check his QQ messages. He exchanged a few pleasantries with his father, Zhong Jiejun, and soon moved past that. To his surprise, he found that He Yiman had re-added him and requested to meet him alone the following day. Although Lin Linkai felt a surge of excitement, he was also apprehensive that this might be a test orchestrated by He Yiman's family. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Lin Linkai chose to decline the invitation. With a sudden ping, upon receiving the notification, He Yiman hurriedly checked her phone, only to discover that Lin Linkai had declined her invitation. Ah, how infuriating! That insufferable Lin Linkai. How dare he refuse me? If he truly has feelings for me, he should prioritize our meeting above all else. He Yiman was beside herself with frustration. She had been contemplating the initiation of her plan, yet Lin Linkai's lack of cooperation had caught her off guard. Subsequently, she reasoned that perhaps Lin Linkai was genuinely busy and resolved to propose another time to meet him. However, no matter how she adjusted the timing, Lin Linkai consistently rejected her offers, ultimately ceasing to respond altogether. It was utterly exasperating. In reality, on the other side, Lin Linkai, after spending time with Zhong Xiaomei following her shower, had little interest in his phone. Chapter 72. 100,000 or more in a state of urgency. He Yiman began calling Lin Linkai, but to no avail. It was absurd. This was a moment of revelry, and Lin Linkai would certainly not allow interruptions, silencing his phone. The inability to reach him only intensified her frustration. That detestable Lin Linkai, professing his affection for me, yet treating me this way. How infuriating. I must devise another strategy. In their rental apartment, Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei were engrossed in a television drama, eventually retiring for the night. It was not until the following morning that Lin Linkai found a moment to check his phone, where he discovered several missed calls from He Yiman, which he dismissed with indifference. This was a sensitive time. Just prior, He Yiman had conducted a financial audit, and now He Yiman was attempting to engage with him. This could very well be a test orchestrated by their parents. Should he fail, the consequences would be dire. Logging into QQ, he noticed numerous messages from Tan Yashin. Lin Linkai, why haven't you returned home? You didn't drink the soup I made for you yesterday. Where are you? I need to see you. If I can't find you soon, I will go to your parents. Ah, how could I have forgotten about this? Lin Linkai inhaled sharply, realizing he had been caught up in the excitement. After getting up and washing up, he turned to Zhong Xiaomei and said, Xiaomei, I have some matters to attend to. Let's finish our breakfast and then head out. All right, understood. Zhong Xiaomei assumed Lin Linkai was simply going to assist at the milk tea shop and thought little of it. After enjoying breakfast at a nearby eatery, Lin Linkai set off in his Wuling Hongguang. While en route, he called Tan Yashin, and within moments, the call connected. Yashin, I didn't come home yesterday. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Right outside your building. Okay, just wait there. After hanging up, Lin Linkai hurriedly drove towards his home. Half an hour later, he spotted Tan Yashin waiting at his doorstep, clad in a lovely white dress, flanked by 2 thermoses. Tan Yashin looked astonished as Lin Linkai emerged from the Wuling Hongguang. Lin Linkai, did you buy a car? Is this the one you chose? As a young lady nurtured by her mother to ascend into the upper echelons of society, Tanya possesses an acute awareness of the prices of various vehicles. The Wuling Hongguang belonging to Lin Linkai is evidently priced at no more than 100,000 yuan. Indeed, I bought this humble car. Will you join me? Lin Linkai is curious to discover what Tanya is truly like. I will, she replies. Tanya is fond of Lin Linkai as a person, indifferent to whether he is financially affluent or not. Once they are in the car, Tanya presents the chicken soup she prepared today before Lin Linkai. Here. This is the chicken soup I made for you today. You simply must drink it. All right, I will, he responds. Honestly, there is no need for you to go through the trouble of making this for me so often. It's quite bothersome. If you want some, we could just buy it outside. Lin Linkai takes the thermos from her and begins to drink. It's no trouble at all. I just enjoy making it for you. The ones from outside aren't as good, Tanya replies, watching with satisfaction as Lin Linkai finishes the soup she has prepared. Tanya, could you possibly lend me 100,000 or 80,000? Oh, you come right out asking for money. Is your chicken soup that expensive? Lin Linkai is momentarily taken aback. No, it's just that my mother is aware of our situation. If you cannot provide financial support, she won't allow me to be with you. Tanya explains. So, do you want to get married? Or should you find someone else? Lin Linkai inquires. I only wish to be with you. Whether we marry is secondary. However, you must assist me in dealing with my mother. But I don't have the money to give you right now, Lin Linkai responds awkwardly. You claim to be broke yet you bought a car? Don't think I'm unaware. You have over 10 million in your stock account, Tanya asserts firmly. Where did you hear that? Lin Linkai is suddenly alarmed, wondering if Tanya is merely a gold digger attracted to his wealth. Who else but my best friend He Yiman? He Yiman has shown the total amount in your stock account to her entire family, Tanya promptly replies. Ah, I see. So, when do you require this 100,000 or 80,000? Is it for a bride price or something else? I don't know. All I know is that my mother said I must extract that sum from you before the end of the year, or she will arrange for me to be with someone else. You're so candid about it. Are you really just going to sell your mother out like that? Lin Linkai is astonished. What is there to conceal? We are in a relationship. Shouldn't we face challenges together? If you have financial issues, we can earn that sum together. But since you have so much money now, you should just give it to me directly, Tanya states matter-of-factly. I can't give you the money at present. I bought this car on loan. And all my funds are tied up in the stock market and my bubble tea shop. Soon, I will need to open more branches, which will leave me even less money. 10,000 or 80,000. I will find a way to give it to you in December, Lin Linkai explained. All right, no problem. I can wait, replied Tan Yashin. Lin Linkai, you should have some free time now, right? It's all right. There's no one at your home. Let me in to have a look. Is it really necessary? Absolutely. After a while, Lin Linkai found a place to park and led Tan Yashin into his house. Normally, on Sundays, his mother, Chen Yuhan, would be home, but she had been called by Lin Guohua to the milk tea shop to learn how to make milk tea. After all, they planned to open a milk tea shop together in the future. Upon entering the house, Tan Yashin curiously observed the surroundings. Kai, your home is so small. Combined, it's about the same size as my room, she remarked after comparing it to her own villa. There's nothing I can do. This is my family's condition. Are you regretting it? Lin Linkai shrugged. No, let's take a break for a while. All right. The two rested on the sofa for a bit. Chapter 73. You live in a mansion? Lin Linkai and Tan Yashin relaxed until noon, went out for lunch, and returned home. Yashin, you don't need to make soup for me next time. I'll come to see you instead, Lin Linkai suggested, not wanting her to disrupt his plans. If you come to see me, with your personality, I doubt you would even acknowledge me if I didn't go to you. Tan Yashin retorted playfully. How about this? I promise to visit you once a week, and you shouldn't just come to me randomly. I still have quite a few things to attend to. Lin Linkai proposed. All right, but if you fail to keep your promise, I will still come looking for you, Tan Yashin replied helplessly. She yearned to be with Lin Linkai every day, but that was impossible. Yashin, are you going home now, or are you heading out somewhere? I can accompany you until 4 in the afternoon. There are still 3 hours left. Lin Linkai inquired. I'm not going anywhere. It's fine to stay here and play some games together. Okay. Lin Linkai nodded and led Tan Yashin to the computer desk, where they began searching for competitive games suitable for 2 players. By 4 in the afternoon, they set out, with Lin Linkai driving Tan Yashin home. As they drove, Lin Linkai suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait, do you live in a mansion? Yes, is there a problem? Tan Yashin replied, pleased with Lin Linkai's surprised expression. Of course there is a problem. You live in a mansion. What could you possibly see in me? Lin Linkai was bewildered. After all, Tan Yashin had shown interest in him not only in this life, but also in a previous one. In his past life, he was just a poor fellow. The future may be fraught with challenges, as evidenced by the dissolution of her parents' marriage. Yet, Tanya offered a comforting presence to him. Love is a wondrous emotion. It enables one to remember another's name and fills one's world with their essence, irrespective of their wealth or poverty, health or illness. One's mind is ever haunted by their shadow. Rather than adhering to conventional responses, Tanya instead posed a question to Lin Linkai. All right then, we've arrived at your home. May I take a look? Lin Linkai, intrigued, wondered whether she truly resided in a villa within the affluent estate or in the nearby village of Shaoluo. No problem, at this hour. My mother is not at home, Tanya replied candidly. Shortly thereafter, the two parked their car and strolled hand in hand to a grand villa. As Tanya opened the door, Lin Linkai was momentarily taken aback. No wonder she could befriend He Yiman. Her family's background must be exceptional. Surveying the villa, he noticed a distinct absence of male presence, reminding him that she came from a single-parent household. They settled onto the sofa in the living room, and Tanya went to pour him a glass of milk. Tanya, what does your mother do that allows her to purchase such an expansive villa? Lin Linkai inquired with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. She never discusses it with me. However, she claims that making money is quite simple. In her earlier years, she earned while reclining, and now she casually makes enough to provide me with a few thousand yuan in pocket money each month. I see. Your mother must possess considerable business acumen, Lin Linkai remarked, nodding in agreement. Back between 2000 and 2013, if one was clever, shameless enough, and willing to exploit opportunities, it was relatively easy to accumulate wealth. Indeed, that's my sentiment as well. It's curious, though, she never teaches me about business. Instead, she insists I learn to cook, ballet, and play the piano, seemingly hoping I'll marry into a wealthy family. However, I believe my current life is already quite satisfactory. There's no need for such aspirations, Tanya said as she nestled against Lin Linkai. Perhaps, in your mother's eyes, she considers herself merely middle class, with a few tens of millions, while the affluent families she envisions for you are those with fortunes exceeding $1 billion, Lin Linkai speculated. Perhaps, Tanya replied. Lin Linkai, my mother returns home quite late. Would you care to stay for dinner and sample my culinary skills? Certainly, Lin Linkai thought. Considering that her soup was quite good, her cooking must also be commendable. Moments later, they entered the kitchen together, with Lin Linkai assisting Tanya. After a half-hour of diligent effort, they prepared a sumptuous dinner. At the dining table in the living room, savoring the delectable meal, Lin Linkai found his appetite invigorated. Tanya is indeed a commendable choice, particularly in an era where enchanting maidens who shun culinary duties and childcare abound. She undoubtedly epitomizes the ideal daughter-in-law. However, it seems her mother has meticulously groomed her for such a role. After a hearty meal and a brief respite, Lin Linkai prepared to depart. Tanya, accompany me to wash the dishes, he requested. Of course, she replied, noting the numerous plates on the dining table. And together they ventured to the kitchen to cleanse the utensils. Yashin, what time does your mother return? This situation seems perilous, Lin Linkai inquired. Fear not. She won't be back before 9 in the evening, Tanya reassured him. Indeed, your mother works exceedingly hard, Lin Linkai remarked thoughtfully. Not at all. She only departs for work after enjoying her lunch, Tanya countered. Oh, I see. Yet, as a business owner, it is quite normal for her to stay out a bit longer, he responded. Indeed, she agreed. Chapter 74. The transaction of antique silver coins at 8:30 in the evening. Lin Linkai left Tanya's villa with a light-hearted stride. Once back in his car, he pondered for quite some time, bewildered by how such a wealthy and beautiful woman like Tanya could be drawn to a penniless fellow like himself. Despite his ruminations, clarity eluded him. Tanya's affections were not solely tied to his current financial status. In a previous life, she had shown him kindness even when he was devoid of wealth. Resolving to dismiss the perplexities, Lin Linkai drove to a nearby commercial center, where he used his credit card to purchase a high-performance laptop. With his stock account now bolstered, he realized that continuing to operate solely via his phone could lead to complications. Thus, acquiring a new computer was judicious. Upon returning home, he fortuitously encountered his parents, Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan, who had just returned from their endeavors at a bubble tea shop. Lin Linkai, what have you been up to these past few days? Don't tell me you've been preoccupied with women, as Zhong Jiejun suggested, Lin Guohua inquired with curiosity. Ah well, Lin Linkai hesitated, feeling as though the observation held some truth. Stop stammering, I have my suspicions. While relying on the generosity of others may be slightly embarrassing, I genuinely hope you find a way to make your own fortune soon, Lin Guohua speculated. Lin Kai, I too have been assisting at the bubble tea shop over the past few days. There is genuine potential in this business, and I believe we, as a couple, could open our own. We can contribute 50,000 yuan. What do you think? Chen Yuhan proposed. Mom, Dad, are you seriously considering starting your own venture? Lin Linkai questioned in surprise. Of course. Day after day, your bubble tea shop sells an impressive quantity. Yet I only receive a meager 5,000 yuan in salary each month. I'm not content with that, Lin Guohua replied without hesitation. Have you already decided where you wish to establish your shop? Lin Linkai asked. Not yet. This is merely an inquiry for your opinion. Well then, let us do this. You should find a location near the entrance of a university in the university town, and it will still be called Yiman Tea. Serving as a franchise, you will remit a monthly fee of 1,000 yuan to Yiman Tea Company. Lin Linkai stated promptly. All right, that shall be the plan. Yuhan, you will return tomorrow to resign from your job and then search for a shop. No problem. This job is a mere 2,500 a month. I've long wanted to quit, Chen Yuhan readily agreed. The trio did not discuss further, as it was already 9 in the evening. They hurriedly took turns to shower and retire for the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tan Yashin's mother, Tan Yingying, returned home to the luxurious villa in her BMW. Upon entering her room, she instinctively searched for her toys, only to find their arrangement altered. Yashin, have you touched my things? Tan Yingying exclaimed in anger. What's wrong? Mom, I just played with them a bit. Tan Yashin replied, perplexed. Well, just playing a little. But these things are not meant for a little girl like you to handle. Tan Yingying reprimanded. Mom, I understand my mistake and won't do it again. Tan Yashin hurriedly assured. It's good that you understand. Some of these items are absolutely off limits for you, while others can only be touched slightly. Since her daughter was already aware, Tan Yingying decided to take the opportunity to properly teach her how to use these toys. Such education is essential. Neglecting it could lead to adverse consequences. Being shy about such matters is not protective. Rather, it endangers one's own child. After an extensive teaching session, Tan Yashin learned how to play with a dozen different toys. After repeatedly assuring her mother that she would not touch certain items, Tan Yingying finally felt at ease. The following day, on August 12th, Lin Linkai rose early alongside his family, had breakfast, and set out. After departing, the three went their separate ways. Lin Linkai first visited a mobile service center to acquire a wireless card for his laptop. Subsequently, he drove to an international floral auction house located in Yueshio district. The auction house, which he had only heard of in rumors before, left him somewhat bewildered upon his first visit. Fortunately, the auction provided dedicated guides for each participant. Under the careful arrangement of the guide, an expert soon approached Lin Linkai to appraise his silver coin. After analysis, the expert stated, Mr. Lin, this silver coin was indeed minted by the Guangdong provincial government during the reign of Emperor Guangxu of the Qing dynasty. Such coins are relatively rare today and possess considerable collectible value. It is estimated that at auction, it could fetch a price between 300,000 to 1 million yuan. Our auction house will charge a 30% fee as a platform operation cost. After the appraisal concluded, the expert earnestly addressed Lin Linkai. Regarding the valuation provided by the specialist, Lin Linkai found it reasonable, as he had researched some information prior to his visit, and it was approximately the same price. How long will this auction take? Lin Linkai inquired. Mr. Lin, it's difficult to say. If all goes well, someone might show interest within a week. However, it could also take 1 to 2 years before it sells, as there is a possibility that it may not find a buyer at all, the expert responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Linkai couldn't help but frown. Is there any way for me to expedite the process, perhaps by selling it directly to your auction house? Mr. Lin, what you're suggesting is a buyout, which is certainly feasible. However, the price will be somewhat lower. We can only offer a base price of 300,000. The expert replied promptly. That is far too low. I'll set a firm price of 400,000. If not, I'll seek another auction house. Lin Linkai countered decisively. After the expert conferred with another manager, they engaged in further negotiations, ultimately settling on a price of 380,000 for the coin. Chapter 75. Plans for selling antiques upon receiving a notification from the bank confirming the transaction. Lin Linkai departed from the auction house and ventured into a modest restaurant for a meal. As he dined, he contemplated how best to utilize the 380,000 he had just acquired. According to their agreement, upon selling the coin, he was to give half of the proceeds to his uncle, Chen Yuxing, while the other half would be considered a loan to him. However, Lin Linkai felt that simply letting the money sit idle was a waste. Investing it seemed unwise as well. Thus, after finishing his meal, Lin Linkai transferred the entire sum of 380,000 into his stock account, and, after leveraging it threefold, he invested in shares of a certain steel company in Shanghai. He chose not to alter his existing positions, fearing he might miss out on potential gains. In recent days, the stock had either reached its price ceiling or was on the verge of doing so. As anticipated, within 10 minutes of his purchase, the shares of the steel company surged to their ceiling price. Based on his recollection, during the week, the stock had achieved 3 price ceilings over 5 trading days, with the remaining 2 days also showing a bullish trend. Lin Linkai believed that the following week would present an excellent opportunity for him to sell, coinciding with a surge in Zhongqing insurance, leading to a potential windfall from his stock exchange activities. After executing his stock transactions, Lin Linkai decided to visit his uncle to gauge the situation. He drove back to the Fanyu district, arriving near his uncle's home around 5 in the evening. Upon finding that his uncle was not at home, Lin Linkai dined at a nearby restaurant, waiting until 7:30 when his uncle returned from work to enter the house together. Lin Linkai, what brings you here? Is there progress regarding the coin? Chen Yuxing inquired. Indeed, dear uncle. I have successfully established contact with the auction house and submitted the auction application. In a month or 2, once the auction concludes, you shall receive your funds. Lin Linkai presented a delegated auction agreement to Chen Yuxing, concealing the supplementary buyout agreement for the time being. Oh, Hawaii International Auction House. I have never heard of this company. Is it reputable? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify it online. Chen Yuxing, intrigued, proceeded to search the company on his computer, confirming its legitimacy. He delved into Tianyanka and discovered that it was a company with a registered capital of 50 million, further solidifying his trust. Lin Linkai, just how much can I expect to receive from this coin? Chen Yuxing inquired, scanning the lengthy agreement which failed to specify the anticipated selling price. Well, the experts over there estimate it could fetch around 400,000, Lin Linkai candidly replied. 400,000? Really? Is it truly possible to sell it for that amount? Chen Yuxing gasped in astonishment. He had attempted to sell antiques several times before, only to be deceived, with promises of substantial returns that never materialized. Once, it even escalated to the point of involving the police, resulting in a frozen bank account. It is indeed feasible. If you are in urgent need of cash, I can arrange for funds to be transferred to you next week. But that would only yield a buyout price, which might not be as high as expected. Lin Linkai contemplated providing his uncle with a bit more money given a longer time frame, as the compounding interest in the stock market was quite formidable. Oh, no need for that. If you can secure the funds for me next week, just give me what you can. I am not counting on anything more. I simply wish to see the money at once. Chen Yuxing was resolute, genuinely fearful of being swindled again. After a while, Chen Yuxing procured his wife's bank card and sent Lin Linkai the corresponding number. Lin Linkai, once you have the money next week, deposit it into your aunt's account. As agreed, just transfer her 200,000 first, and use the remainder to open your milk tea shop. My sister has also mentioned this to me. Understood, uncle. By the way, do you have any interest in selling some of the other antiques from our home? Lin Linkai probed tentatively. Sell more? Let us discuss that after you've given me the money next week. I'm wary of being misled at this moment. All right, I understand, Lin Linkai conceded, feeling a pang of regret for hastily investing in stocks. After conversing with Chen Yuxing for a while longer, Lin Linkai took his leave, driving home in his Wuling Hongguang. Upon arriving, he found his parents already having taken their showers and comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. Lin Linkai, you're back. Your uncle just called me. Are you off to sell antiques with him? Qin Yuhan inquired. Yes, I'm currently raising funds to expand my bubble tea business. Lin Linkai promptly replied. Lin Kai, didn't you say you were going to live off easy money? Yet here you are, seeking out your uncle instead, Lin Guohua teased. From the outset, he had deemed the notion of living off easy money as impractical, and it seemed Lin Linkai was indeed unable to pursue that path. Ahem, I never said I was going to live off easy money. That was just you and Zhong Jiejun blowing hot air, Lin Linkai quickly refuted. Well, not living off easy money is quite commendable. Hurry up and sell your uncle's antiques, turn them into cash, and open a few more bubble tea shops. That's where the real profit lies. Qin Yuhan nodded in agreement. Got it, Mom. How did your resignation go today? It's all settled, though they deducted 7 days' worth of my salary. Otherwise, I would have had to continue working for 3 more days. Oh, that is good. Mom and Dad, be sure to learn how to make bubble tea properly, and also recruit a few people to train. In the future, when I open several stores, I'll need managers and staff. All right. After discussing the location of the bubble tea shop for a while, Lin Linkai went to his room to find clothes and take a shower. Afterward, he lay on his bed playing on his phone and noticed a considerable number of accumulated QQ messages. Opening a message from Zhong Xiaomei, he found a congratulatory note. The shares of a certain steel company in Shanghai had hit the ceiling today, and Lin Linkai had made a handsome profit. After exchanging a few casual remarks and advising her to rest early, Lin Linkai turned his attention to other messages. He found invitations from He Yiman and He Yiman. And without hesitation, he declined He Yiman's offer while accepting He Yiman's invitation. He Yiman could only watch from a distance, unable to approach. But He Yiman was a different story. After yet another rejection from Lin Linkai, He Yiman was nearly beside herself with rage. Damn Lin Linkai, how unreasonable. Is it so difficult to meet just once? Chapter 76. He Tiangong's troubles deeply frustrated. He Yiman began confiding in her best friend, Tan Yashin, about this distressing matter. Yashin, what does Lin Linkai mean? He says he likes me, yet he keeps turning down my invitations. Is it really that hard to meet up? Well, he might genuinely be busy, Tan Yashin replied, feeling somewhat relieved. If Lin Linkai were to meet with He Yiman and not have time for me, I would be furious. Busy? What on earth could he be so busy with? Perhaps raising funds? Isn't he trying to expand his bubble tea shop? That's what he is doing now. But hasn't he already made a lot of money in the stock market? The two friends stayed up late discussing, yet ultimately could not ascertain what Lin Linkai was truly busy with. On the first floor of He Yiman's house, He Tiangong sat before his computer, lost in thought. His mindset was somewhat frayed. He had purchased tickets and incurred a minor loss of 100,000 today. However, he observed that Lin Linkai had invested his entire fortune into a certain steel company in Shanghai, which had reached its price ceiling. That rascal Lin Linkai was employing 3 times leverage, and he had directly accrued over $1 million. Perhaps Lin Linkai indeed possessed some acumen. He decided to wait a few days to reassess the situation. Buying at the peak was unwise, so he would wait for a correction. He Tiangong silently lamented. Old He, stop meddling with your stocks. You lack the talent for it. Millions in the stock market are ephemeral. If they vanish, let them vanish. Do not continue to inject more funds into trading. You might end up as a shareholder, Lu Miling cautioned, glancing at the screen where He Tiangong's account was bathed in green. Ah, fine, I understand. I'll just play around with this modest few million, nothing more. He Tiangong replied. The following morning, He Tiangong hurried to the office, sipped the coffee poured by his secretary, and logged onto his computer. Upon checking his stock account, he found it once again awash in green. However, when he looked at the steel company in Shanghai, it had already hit its ceiling, rendering any purchase impossible. Damn it! He Tiangong exclaimed, nearly smashing his keyboard in frustration. Hearing the commotion, his secretary entered to inquire. Mr. He, is there anything I can assist you with? Nothing. Just leave me be. Of course. After a considerable time, He Tiangong managed to compose himself and commenced his workday. As a businessman whose fortunes fluctuated by millions in mere moments, he was not overly anxious about such trivial losses. It was primarily Lin Linkai's success that irked him. Meanwhile, after rising, Lin Linkai checked his stock account. Seeing no issues, he promptly arranged to take He Tiangong's daughter, He Yiman, out for some fun. Time flew by. And as the clock struck 10 that same day, He Tiangong opened his stock account again and was somewhat relieved to see a slight uptick. Nevertheless, he opted to cut his losses and liquidate his holdings. After doing so, he had 4 million remaining in his account. He had not employed any leverage, merely activated the margin trading feature, and his account was composed entirely of his own funds. Upon examining Lin Linkai's full investment in the steel company, he discovered that it had not reached its ceiling today. Rather, it had surged and then retreated, with substantial sell orders following one after another. Looks like it has peaked recently, he mused. With such high trading volume, it's clear that the major players are offloading their stocks. A correction is certainly on the horizon. I shall sell as well. He Tiangong swiftly altered his initial buying strategy and decided to short the steel company. By 3 in the afternoon, his short position had yielded a 2 profit, filling him with delight. He called a classmate to confirm that Lin Linkai had not made any moves all day, missing out on several 100,000. Experience prevails. Young Lin Linkai remains oblivious to the intricacies of the stock market. He Tiangong returned home, brimming with pride, eager to share his achievements of the day with Lu Meiling. After incurring losses in the previous days, he had short-sold a certain steel conglomerate in Shanghai, successfully recouping his losses, and now he merely awaited the opportunity to close his position and realize his gains the following day. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, He Yiman returned home after a long day with Lin Linkai. He Tiangong turned to her and inquired, Yiman, You spent the entire day with Lin Kai. Did he check the stock account? No, he didn't. Why? The steel conglomerate in Shanghai is on the rise. There are no issues, replied He Yiman, glancing at her phone. That's a grave concern. If he had sold at this morning's peak, it would have been fine. Now there's only a 7 increase, and tomorrow it could plummet. He Tiangang exclaimed with palpable agitation. He then showcased his own account, boasting, "Look, I short-sold the steel conglomerate at a high point today and have already made 2 points. Oh dear, Dad. Lin Kai mentioned that the steel conglomerate will hit the ceiling tomorrow. Your short selling seems rather foolish," He Yiman said, scratching her head. Impossible. Absolutely not. Based on my 9 years of stock trading experience, it will definitely fall tomorrow, and significantly so. You should advise him to quit while he is ahead. He Tiangang was resolute in his disbelief. Well, I don't quite understand stocks, but I want to advise you. You men are all the same. Once you've made up your minds, nothing can sway you. I'm off to take a shower. Goodbye, He Yiman said, making her way upstairs without lingering on the first floor. Watching his daughter depart, He Tiangang felt a twinge of unease. Could the steel conglomerate genuinely rise to its limit once more? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he affirmed, wrestling with his doubts, but ultimately clinging to his convictions. The following morning, on his way to work, he opened his phone at 9:30, right after the market opened, to check the stock of the steel conglomerate. Humph. That inexperienced brat Lin Kai has only been trading for a little over a month. Does he really think he can compete with me? Seeing his account drenched in red while the steel conglomerate plummeted by 3, he felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself that once he returned to the company, he would close his position and secure his profits. However, upon arriving at the office at 10, he reopened his account, only to be struck dumb. Is this a joke? The steel conglomerate has hit its ceiling? In just half an hour? Overwhelmed by frustration, He Tiangang could not contain himself and hurled his coffee cup to the ground, the cacophony startling his colleagues, who were bewildered by his sudden outburst. In stark contrast to He Tiangang's frayed nerves, Lin Kai was in high spirits. At the market's opening, he had felt a flicker of worry when he saw the steel conglomerate drop, but upon witnessing its eventual surge, he joyfully sought out Tanya Xin to celebrate. Chapter 77. Heavy Trust. Lin Kai arrived at Tan Yashin's home and joined her in her room to play with toys. At that moment, Tan Yashin inquired about Lin Kai's recent activities. Oh, the usual, busy making money, Lin Kai replied dismissively. Come on, haven't you already amassed over 10 million in the stock market? What more are you working for? Tan Yashin expressed her disbelief. If you doubt me, there's nothing I can do. I truly am making money. I'm currently organizing my plans for a milk tea shop. I don't intend to touch the funds I have in the stock market. The stock I'm interested in still has plenty of room for growth. And the pace of earnings in the stock market far surpasses that of running a milk tea shop, Lin Kai explained. Is that so? Can one really earn that much through stock trading? Tan Yashin asked, intrigued. Of course. While the risks are high, so too are the rewards. Look at this stock I hold, Shanghai Steel Union. It has hit the daily limit today with a 10 increase. If one had a capital of 1 million, they would have made a profit of 100,000 today, Lin Kai stated as he took out his phone to check the stock. Seeing the bold red figures, Tan Yashin felt a twinge of excitement. So, if you have 10 million in the stock market, doesn't that mean you earned 1 million today? Indeed, under these circumstances, would I dare withdraw my funds from the stock market? Lin Kai did not deny it. Impressive. How about this, Lin Kai? You help me with stock trading. Once I make enough, say, 80 to 100,000, you can consider it a gesture towards my mother, Tan Yashin proposed enthusiastically. That seems a bit inappropriate. How much can you afford? Lin Kai hesitated. Not much. After years of saving my pocket money, I have about 170,000. I'll give you 150,000 to trade with. When you make a profit of 100,000, just return it to me, Tan Yashin suggested. Lin Kai was momentarily speechless. The sight of her modest savings stirred envy within him. All right, I can double your money in a month. How does that sound? Lin Kai agreed. Great. I trust you, Tan Yashin exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lin Kai's cheek. After watching a romantic movie at home, they noticed the time had passed 11 o'clock and decided to go out for lunch. In the afternoon, Tan Yashin went to the bank and transferred the money to Lin Kai. As he received the 150,000, it felt like a weighty trust bestowed upon him. In front of Tan Yashin, Lin Kai opened his computer and transferred the funds to his stock account. Seeing over 13 million in his account intensified Tan Yashin's faith in him. With so much money, he was unlikely to abscond with her 150,000. Today, Shanghai Steel Union has reached its limit, so it's not a good time to buy. Let us reassess tomorrow, Lin Linkai remarked. All right. Tanya Xin is not particularly knowledgeable about stocks, so she simply listens to Lin Linkai. Upon checking Zhongqing Bao, Lin Linkai discovers that the stock has resumed trading today and has reached its upper limit, making it impossible to purchase. Consequently, he shuts down his computer and takes Tanya Xin out for leisure. She does not inquire about Lin Linkai's earlier claims of being busy. The fact that he has time to accompany her is sufficient. They spend a delightful afternoon together, watching a film, strolling through the park, and meandering around the shopping mall. After enjoying dinner, he sees Tanya Xin home. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Linkai finds his parents exhausted, while he himself has had a splendid time. Feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, people are inherently different. Some toil endlessly for meager earnings, while others can amass wealth with mere gestures. Lin Linkai contemplates confessing to his parents about his stock market profits, suggesting they need not work so hard. However, recalling his mother Qin Yuhan's disdain for the stock market, he decides against it, fearing it might jeopardize his ability to trade in the future. It seems wiser to spend a year or two establishing his career first, allowing his parents to enjoy a peaceful life thereafter. After a refreshing shower, Lin Linkai returns to his room to attend to messages. He notices He Yiman, displaying remarkable persistence, has sent numerous warm greetings, resembling an affectionate admirer. Nonetheless, Lin Linkai perceives this as a likely trap and opts for a casual response. Engaging in conversation is acceptable, but meeting in person is out of the question. After addressing various messages, Lin Linkai begins to devise his stock trading strategy for the following day. He visualizes the price trends of Shanghai Certain Steel Union and Zhongqing Bao within his memory palace and compares them to the current market conditions. Upon comparison, Lin Linkai finds little discrepancy, likely due to his relatively modest capital not significantly impacting the main player's strategies. Tomorrow, Friday, he predicts a 5-drop for Shanghai Certain Steel Union, accompanied by a long upper shadow with a peak increase of 6. On the following Monday, he anticipates a 10 surge for Shanghai Certain Steel Union, while Zhongqing Bao is expected to decrease by 3 tomorrow, followed by a limit up on Monday. Given this scenario, Lin Linkai concludes that he can execute a strategy of high selling and low buying. He plans to sell half of his holdings in Shanghai Certain Steel Union at a high point, then repurchase them once the price declines or invest in Zhongqing Bao. However, after careful calculation, he decides it is more prudent to liquidate all shares of Shanghai Certain Steel Union and reinvest the funds into stock. Having made his decision, Lin Linkai sleeps soundly. The next morning, he awakens to his alarm at around 8 o'clock, steps out of his room, and finds that his parents have already left home, leaving behind a bowl of cooked noodles in the pot. My parents are indeed quite diligent, yet hard work does not necessarily equate to substantial wealth. Lin Linkai sighed, completed his morning routine, consumed his noodles, and then powered on his computer, awaiting the market's opening. Shortly thereafter, the stock market commenced trading, with Shanghai Steel Union plunging by 5 at the opening. Lin Linkai refrained from hastily exiting his position, choosing instead to remain patient. As the clock approached 10, a surge akin to an arrow piercing the clouds occurred, and Shanghai Steel Union began a remarkable ascent. In a matter of minutes, Shanghai Steel Union regained its footing. At that moment, Lin Linkai swiftly placed an order, setting all his positions to sell around the 5 mark. A few minutes later, amidst a throng of speculative traders, his substantial order of 5 million was completely consumed. The price surged by 55. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Linkai executed several large sell orders, initially releasing dozens of thousands, and subsequently unleashing a single order of 1 million. There was no alternative. If he did not act decisively, others would. With Lin Linkai's decisive action, Shanghai Steel Union seemed to reach its zenith, soon reversing course and beginning a relentless decline. Having liquidated his holdings, Lin Linkai chose not to concern himself with the stock's fluctuations. Observing over 14 million in his account, he felt a sense of satisfaction, promptly repaying the borrowed funds, leaving a balance of 8.4 million. This comprised over 3 million of his principal, funds from selling antiques, and money from Tanya Xin, with the majority stemming from his recent week of profits. The allure of leveraging and financing proved to be remarkably enchanting. With a reflective sigh, Lin Linkai engaged in another round of financing, elevating his account to 25.2 million. This sum was substantial, and he harbored concerns about its potential impact on the main player's strategies. Consequently, he hesitated to invest all in a single stock. After careful consideration, he opted to divide his investments into smaller orders, acquiring a total of 10 million shares of Zonkingbao. By the time he had made his purchases, it was already midday. After enjoying lunch, Lin Linkai awaited the afternoon market opening to continue his acquisitions. Ultimately, at market close, he held 10 million in Shanghai Steel Union and 15.2 million in Zonkingbao. With his portfolio fully invested, Lin Linkai felt exhilarated, confident that his future profits would only increase. He mused to himself, wishing for even greater leverage. With this thought in mind, Lin Linkai drove to the vehicle management office to install his license plate, and then proceeded to the Pacific Securities office. Arriving just before 4:30 p.m., with the trading hall still open, he entered and sought out Miss Zhong Xiaomei. "Miss Zhong, I am here to conduct business." "Mr. Lin, please follow me," she replied. They retreated to the VIP room, maintaining a facade of formality as if they were strangers in a public setting. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire about the nature of your business here? I find that a leverage of 3 times is rather insufficient. I wish to apply for a 5-fold leverage. My capital has exceeded 5 million and has now reached 8 million, qualifying me as a significant player in the domestic market," Lin Linkai stated candidly. "You must be out of your mind. 3 times ISNT enough, and you wish to venture even larger?" Zhong Xiaomei exclaimed, struggling to maintain her composure. Disregarding the public setting, "I'm not insane. I am entirely serious. You must trust me," Lin Linkai insisted. "This is exceedingly perilous. I cannot assist you today. You should leave now, and we shall discuss it in greater detail after work," Zhong Xiaomei said, as she firmly guided Lin Linkai toward the exit. Reluctantly, Lin Linkai acquiesced, returning to his vehicle, pondering how to persuade her to agree to an increased leverage. After a considerable wait, at around 5 past 5, Zhong Xiaomei finished her shift and joined him in the car. "Have you truly lost your senses? Are you really willing to gamble so recklessly? With 5-fold leverage, 2 consecutive downturns could obliterate you. Do you comprehend that?" Zhong Xiaomei retorted, her tone sharp. "Trust me, it's not a significant issue. I can certainly manage it," Lin Linkai asserted while grasping Zhong Xiaomei's hand. "No, must you insist on this? A leverage of 3 times is already quite high," she replied, her brow furrowed. "It's manageable. The situation could escalate considerably. I will only permit you a maximum of 4 times. I cannot bear to see you lose everything after just 2 downturns. 4 times is still bearable," she concluded. "Very well, let it be 4 times, Lin Linkai nodded, acknowledging that this concession was still commendable. "Could you arrange for me to have a large account? That poses no difficulty. I shall facilitate it for you next week. You must come by then," she replied. Agreed. With matters settled, they drove to a restaurant for a delightful meal before returning to Zhong Xiaomei's rented apartment. Around 8 in the evening, as Lin Linkai prepared to leave, Zhong Xiaomei insisted that he stay the night. In a villa at Qingde Garden, He Yiman finished her dinner and returned to her room, intending to send Lin Linkai a message as part of their daily routine. She strategically chose to send it around 9 o'clock, a time when Lin Linkai was typically available. However, this time, her message was met with silence, without any response. Instinctively, she sensed that Lin Linkai was likely engrossed in a conversation with He Yiman. Upon peeking into the adjacent room, she indeed found He Yiman laughing heartily. "Sister, what brings you here?" He Yiman quickly halted her conversation with her friend Zhao Yueling as someone entered the room. "Nothing in particular. I was merely curious about what you find so amusing. Care to share with your elder sister?" "Nothing of great interest. Since you don't have a boyfriend, it would be better for you to let your future partner share those things with you." He Yiman firmly rejected the notion of sharing anything colorful with her sister. How could she risk her sister informing their parents? Very well. He Yiman was increasingly convinced that Lin Linkai was preoccupied with chatting with He Yiman, showing little regard for her feelings. How utterly unfair. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Linkai was not attending to anyone. He was genuinely busy. An idea struck He Yiman, and she resolved to acquire He Yiman's phone in order to arrange a meeting with Lin Linkai. The following Saturday, while He Yiman was occupied in the bathroom, He Yiman stealthily entered her sister's room and attempted to locate her phone, only to find herself unable to bypass the password lock. However, she discovered that QQ was logged in on the computer. Consequently, she hastily sent a message to Lin Linkai via QQ, inviting him to meet at the Boya Hotel. After receiving his affirmative reply, He Yiman quickly deleted the messages, restoring the interface to its original state before quietly returning to her own room. acting as though nothing had transpired. When He Yiman emerged from the bathroom, she was none the wiser. After breakfast, He Yiman proceeded with her original plan to enjoy some leisure time with her close friend Zhao Yueling. Meanwhile, He Yiting, feeling triumphant in her scheme, drove to the parking lot near the Boya Hotel. Chapter 79. Sister, put away your little tricks at 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Linkai and He Yiting met at the Boya Hotel. At first glance, Lin Linkai could not distinguish between He Yiting and He Yiman based solely on their appearance. Additionally, having not lived with them continuously, he was unfamiliar with their daily habits and mannerisms. He Yiman, as always, you call the shots. How shall we arrange our day? Lin Linkai said as he took her hand. Well, let us head to the hotel room and have a chat, she replied. All right, Lin Linkai agreed without hesitation, recognizing this as typical of He Yiman. Soon, the two checked into a room using Lin Linkai's identification. Afterward, He Yiting lay beside him and began to issue her commands. Lin Linkai, now you must call He Yiman and tell her you want to break up. From now on, you'll be with me. Let me think it over, he replied. You better think clearly. Aren't you fond of me? You should be with me unconditionally. And only with me, He Yiting insisted. My heart is shattered, lying in pieces on the ground. I can't bring myself to say it. I like Yiman as well. Lin Linkai spoke with a tone of deep sorrow. Ah, you scoundrel. Taking advantage of me and refusing to take responsibility. Go to hell. He Yiting exclaimed in exasperation, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Lin Linkai, unable to retaliate against a woman, quickly fled. Within the expansive luxury of the hotel room, the two darted about, creating a chaotic scene. Yiting, you mentioned that you and Yiman are twins, so why not share certain things instead of competing for them? Is this truly something that can be shared? With a sense of displeasure, Yiting contemplated launching an assault on Lin Linkai, sending a pillow soaring into the air. Lin Linkai quickly shielded himself. The two engaged in a heated exchange, neither persuading the other. I'm leaving, Lin Linkai. Just wait. I'll inform Yiman about our affairs. And she will certainly take the initiative to break up with you. With her belongings in hand, Yiting departed with a flourish, secretly vowing to kick Lin Linkai to the curb. How dare you entertain such fantasies? A toad dreaming of swan meat is one thing, but to desire to? Preposterous. Observing Yiting's retreating figure, Lin Linkai couldn't shake the feeling that she harbored ulterior motives, likely intending to deceive him rather than covet him. Thus, once Yiting was out of sight, he dialed Yiman's number from within his room, wary of sending a message to the wrong person. When the call connected, he promptly inquired. Yiman, where are you now? Oh, I'm at a mall with Zhao Yueling. What is up? Yiman replied. Well, Yiting just impersonated you to summon me. And some things unfolded. Lin Linkai hesitated to elaborate. Ah, I see. That girl seems to have accessed my QQ today. I had no idea my computer messages could sync with my phone. How foolish. Yiman responded nonchalantly. All right, as long as you're aware. Continue your shopping. I'll see you tomorrow. Sure. After hanging up, Lin Linkai exhaled in relief. This incident likely wouldn't escalate into a disaster. Dismissing the matter, he packed his belongings, checked out of his room, and drove to the parking lot to leave. Returning to Zhong Xiaomei's rental, he invited her out for lunch. Meanwhile, Yiting drove straight home, sharing a meal with her mother, Lu Miling, as they awaited Yiman's return. They waited until 7:30 in the evening. With the family gathered, Yiting refrained from mentioning her encounter with Lin Linkai. At 8:30, after everyone had bathed, Yiting finally entered Yiman's room. Sister, what is going on? Aren't you studying? Yiman remarked, glancing at Yiting over her phone. Yiman, today Lin Linkai has been unfaithful to you. Can you tolerate that? He has been with someone else. Yiting did not state it outright, hoping to gauge Yiman's reaction. Oh, really? I understand. That. Yiman nodded, showing no further response. He Yiting was quite displeased to see He Yiman's nonchalant demeanor. This was not in line with her expectations. Yiman, shouldn't you be feeling agitated? Lin Linkai has cheated. You should be putting an end to him right now. He Yiting was anxious. Oh, why should I end things with him, dear sister? Put away your little schemes. Just look, this is your handiwork. He Yiman opened her phone and scrolled through the messages exchanged with Lin Linkai on QQ. Seeing the chat history she had foolishly deleted still intact, He Yiting was taken aback. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, so what if it's like this? Ultimately, it's Lin Linkai who cannot resist temptation. He is with you now, claiming to like me. This is disloyalty towards you. Such a fickle-hearted man is not worth your time. Yiman. Chapter 80. Sister, if you intend to deceive me, let it be in the next life. Haha, sister. If you wish to deceive me, let it be in the next life. There's nothing else. You should return to your room. He Yiman was completely unimpressed, directly pushing He Yiting out the door and shutting it behind her to conserve the air conditioning. Back in her room, He Yiting was beside herself with frustration. Why wasn't He Yiman following the expected script? Shouldn't she be furious and causing a scene with Lin Linkai? How infuriating. He Yiting leaped onto her bed, using her pillow as a stand-in for Lin Linkai, hitting it repeatedly. She was truly exasperated. It felt as if she had been played for a fool by Lin Linkai, and she was too afraid to tell her parents. If she did, they might think she was scheming, and that would lead to a scolding beyond measure. Such a distressing situation left her feeling like a mute suffering in silence. Even her close friend Tan Yashin was not to be confided in. This ordeal was simply too humiliating. Finding her phone, she once again blocked Lin Linkai from all her contacts. In her world, that scoundrel should not exist. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Zhong Xiaomei stepping into the shower, Lin Linkai, who had just found a moment of free time to message He Yiting, once again encountered the dreaded red exclamation mark. Whatever, it was painfully sweet. It felt as if he had rectified the regrets of both this life and the last. Lin Linkai chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of elevation. When Zhong Xiaomei emerged from her shower and saw Lin Linkai grinning foolishly, she mistakenly thought he was lost in thought over her appearance. The next morning, after having breakfast with Zhong Xiaomei, Lin Linkai parted ways with her. Driving to the entrance of Shengde Garden Community, he quickly rolled down the window for some fresh air and sprayed some floral water to mask any lingering scents. After waiting for a while, He Yiman finally emerged. Lin Linkai got out of the car and waved at her. As He Yiman approached, she took a glance at the new car Lin Linkai had purchased. Lin Linkai, is this the car you bought? What could I do? It's just a temporary measure. Once the new year arrives, I'll buy a Land Rover. What do you think? Lin Linkai shrugged and said, all right, it's settled. If you can't purchase a Land Rover next year, I shall not ride in your car. He Yiman pouted. Fine, let us get in, Lin Linkai opened the car door for her. Once settled inside, it was not long before Lin Linkai noticed He Yiman sniffing incessantly. Lin Linkai, what's with this floral spray? She inquired. It's just that my new car has quite a strong odor. I feared it might be overwhelming for you. Lin Linkai hastily explained. Very well, let us be off. We shall head to the Zhengqing Baishui Zhai, she replied eagerly. Knowing the destination, Lin Linkai started the vehicle. On the way, He Yiman suddenly began to interrogate him. Lin Linkai, did my sister bring you out yesterday for some mischief at the hotel? She deceived me. I had no such intentions. Lin Linkai quickly deflected. You recognized her, didn't you? Now tell me, who is better, me or my sister? He Yiman gazed at him with anticipation. Well, you are identical twins, so you are quite similar. However, I must concede that you, Yiman, have a bit more playfulness about you. You are the seasoned one, he replied. Oh, so you admit it, humph. He Yiman pinched Lin Linkai sharply. Hey, don't move. You might cause an accident while I'm driving. He exclaimed. Humph, I shall let you off this time. The car continued to glide along the road. And after more than an hour, they arrived at the Zhengqing district, where the number of people and vehicles began to dwindle. Unlike the bustling city center with its high urbanization rate, this area leaned more toward a rural ambience. Park over there, beneath that large tree. He Yiman indicated a secluded spot, devoid of any nearby structures or people. What is the point of stopping here? We are still quite far from Baishui Zhai, he remarked. Just stop, and you will see, He Yiman insisted. Reluctantly, Lin Linkai complied and slowly brought the car to a halt. Before long, Lin Linkai understood her intentions. He Yiman knows how to seek thrills. Fortunately, the spacious Wuling Hongguang van provided ample room. Otherwise, it would have been quite cramped. Upon reaching the scenic area, the two enjoyed a delightful lunch, embarking on a splendid day. They marveled at the breathtaking views along the way, inhaling the crisp air as they chatted and laughed together. Although the mountain paths of Baishui Zhai were somewhat steep, their spirits were high, and they felt no fatigue. As they traversed several viewpoints, they beheld the undulating mountains in the distance and the crystal-clear Baishui Zhai waterfall nearby, marveling at the wonders and beauty of nature. Along the path, they encountered other visitors, from solo backpackers to families on outings. Everyone greeted one another, sharing snippets of joy from their journeys. Lin Linkai and He Yiman joined in the conversations, exchanging anecdotes and experiences from their travels. They also brought along some simple provisions and beverages. When fatigue set in, they would rest upon a large rock, savoring their delicacies while admiring the surrounding scenery. After a brief respite, they continued their ascent and ultimately reached the mountain summit. At the peak, the Baishuizhai waterfall cascaded magnificently from above, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The thunderous roar of the water echoed like a clap of thunder, allowing one to truly feel the might and vitality of nature. Lin Linkai and He Yiman stood beside the waterfall, allowing the mist to envelop them, relishing the refreshing sensation. They captured photographs to commemorate this unforgettable moment. After their explorations, they began their descent. Although the journey down was somewhat arduous, their spirits remained high as they chatted and laughed, swiftly returning to the foot of the mountain. Along the way, Lin Linkai and He Yiman encountered several photographers capturing the waterfall and mountain scenery. They joined the group, using their phones to take numerous beautiful photos and videos. These images and recordings preserve their cherished memories of the Baishuizhai adventure, becoming treasured keepsakes. During this time, He Yiman planned to upload some of the photos and videos to her QQ space. Meanwhile, at home, He Yiting, feeling bored and scrolling through her phone, stumbled upon the photos of Lin Linkai and He Yiman on QQ space. A wave of envy washed over her. Alas, her meticulously orchestrated scheme only resulted in her own entanglement, which was truly vexing. Gazing at the joyful smiles in the pictures, she momentarily believed she should have been the one in those moments. If only Lin Linkai had confessed directly during the teacher's banquet, instead of resorting to that playful kiss. He Yiting lamented. Ironically, she had originally intended to deliver a scathing rejection to Lin Linkai. Sharing a similar blend of envy and frustration was Tan Yashin. The relationship between her and Lin Linkai was somewhat clandestine. Although they had photos together, they could not be displayed publicly or shared online. Witnessing the sweetness between Lin Linkai and He Yiman stirred discontent within her. Why should the latter openly bask in their happiness while she remained in the shadows? After much contemplation, she decided to endure it, especially upon receiving a message from Lin Linkai indicating he would see her the following day. After a day of joy with He Yiman, Lin Linkai returned her to the Shengda Garden community around 8 o'clock in the evening. Following a heartfelt farewell, he drove back home. Noticing that He Yiman had returned late, He Yiting questioned her. Yiman, do you truly not mind that Lin Linkai is two-timing? Haha, I'm not bothered at all, sis. Don't waste your thoughts on it. He even said you can't compare to me. He Yiman replied with a chuckle before darting off to find clothes and take a shower. Upon hearing He Yiman's words, He Yiting was utterly infuriated. Being overshadowed by Bai Pu and hearing that she was deemed inferior to her sister was intolerable. Throughout her life, she had excelled in every aspect compared to her sister, and she could not accept others asserting that she was lesser than He Yiman. Resolutely, she contemplated confronting Lin Linkai about this matter. Chapter 81. Quadruple Leverage. He Yiting opened her QQ account, only to discover that Lin Linkai's account was no longer there, and his phone number was absent from her contact list as well. She was not one to idle away her time, and her indifference towards Lin Linkai meant that she had not bothered to memorize his phone number or QQ details. The last time they had connected was through He Yiman's assistance. Let it be, she thought. It might be better to consider him as if he no longer existed. Shaking her head, she resolved to forget about that scoundrel Lin Linkai and sought solace in a good night's sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Linkai sat before his computer, intently gazing at his account. Today, both Shanghai Certain Steel Union and Zhongqing Insurance in his portfolio were poised for a surge, but which would reach the limit first was uncertain. As long as Lin Linkai could sell off the one that surged first and then invest in the other, he could reap the benefits of two price surges. Furthermore, purchasing while the limit was being breached was the least likely to attract the attention of major players in the market. In fact, they would welcome assistance in driving up the stock prices. At 9:40 a.m., Shanghai Certain Steel Union surged to its limit of 10, prompting Lin Linkai to decisively sell off a portion of his shares. With ample funds of 50 million locked in, he sold 5 million without hesitation. This amount was then redirected to acquire shares in Zhongqing Insurance, which had only risen by 3 at that moment. Lin Linkai's investment pushed it to 4. Noting the potential for further growth, he decided to purchase additional shares. Thus, Lin Linkai continued to sell shares of Shanghai Certain Steel Union while buying into Zhongqing Insurance. Although subsequent transactions were less conspicuous, consisting of smaller trades, by 10:30 a.m., Zhongqing Insurance had also reached a strong limit. Lin Linkai sold off 400,000 shares to address a matter with his uncle. At this point, his account retained 1.5 million in Shanghai Certain Steel Union, 27 million in Zhongqing Insurance, and 400,000 in available funds. After shutting down his computer and gathering his belongings, Lin Linkai departed. He drove to the Pacific Securities office, where he met with Zhong Xiaomei. She escorted him to the VIP room, where he meticulously reviewed and signed a multitude of documents. Lin Linkai, are you truly certain about this? It is exceedingly perilous. She expressed concern. Yes, I am certain. I've signed, he affirmed. Very well, I cannot intervene. Zhong Xiaomei sighed, shaking her head. By the way, Lin Linkai, I noticed you have 400,000 in idle funds in your account. Aren't you fully invested? She inquired, suddenly recalling something. I wish to withdraw 400,000. Didn't I deposit 380,000 last time? It's merely a temporary loan, Lin Linkai responded. Unfortunately, that's not feasible. Since you've secured financing, the funds cannot be withdrawn casually. You must first repay all financing, liquidate all stocks, and then wait for one trading day before you can access those funds, explained Zhong Xiaomei. Is it really that complicated? Is there no quicker way? I urgently need to gather money to repay my uncle, Lin Linkai frowned. To repay, you would need to sell everything, which would incur a significant loss. If that's the case, it would have been better not to borrow from your uncle at all. Well, if you are in urgent need of funds, you could consider a stock pledge. However, during the pledge, you can only access 70 of your principal, and it will accrue an interest rate of 8 to 12 annually, Zhong Xiaomei elucidated. All right, please proceed with the stock pledge. I need to secure 400,000. Lin Linkai instructed. Understood, Zhong Xiaomei replied, turning to gather the necessary paperwork. After Lin Linkai signed all the documents, he continued to wait in the VIP lounge. By 11:20, Lin Linkai received a notification that 400,000 had been deposited into his bank account. Gazing at the message, he couldn't help but reflect, money facilitates matters, and familiarity eases processes. Fortunately, I possess both. After receiving the funds, Lin Linkai departed, anticipating Zhong Xiaomei's end of day, and invited her to lunch. With some money in his pocket, he treated her to a decent meal. While not extravagant, a meal costing over 200 was certainly agreeable. Xiaomei, thank you for today. Here, enjoy some lobster, Lin Linkai said with a smile. Just be cautious. Tomorrow your quadruple leverage will be available, and apart from the pledged shares, everything else can be sold for refinancing. Choose your stocks wisely to avoid pitfalls, Zhong Xiaomei cautioned. Understood, I'll be prudent. I won't leverage so heavily unless I'm certain, Lin Linkai assured her. Good to hear, she replied. After their sumptuous lunch, Lin Linkai drove Zhong Xiaomei back to the vicinity of the Pacific Securities office. Subsequently, he set off to find Tan Yaxing. In a villa at the Rich Manor, Tan Yaxing had prepared soup. Upon his arrival, she promptly served him, with her mother absent. They indulged in their activities without restraint, spending time playing computer games together. When the time was right, they shared dinner at the villa before Lin Linkai departed, driving to his uncle Chun Yuxing's home. At that moment, his uncle's family was gathered at home, and he felt it was time to openly discuss matters. Uncle, the funds have been credited today, amounting to 380,000. As per our agreement, I can transfer 200,000 to Aunt. Lin Linkai conveyed to Chun Yuxing. How fortunate we are. Let us proceed to the bank tomorrow to complete the transfer, Chun Yuxing expressed with palpable excitement. Indeed, uncle, now that the money has arrived, would you be interested in selling some of the antiques at home? I can assist you in selling them as well, Lin Linkai suggested, his intentions veiled. In his estimation, these antiques, merely gathering dust, likely held little true collectible value. It would be far more prudent to seek a willing buyer sooner rather than later. He envisioned using the proceeds to generate further wealth, ultimately reaping greater rewards. Chapter 82. A fortune of millions. These relics are treasures left by our ancestors. I cannot bear to sell them all. If I were to sell too many at once, their worth might diminish. Let us just proceed as planned. After the transfer tomorrow, I will also give you a blue and white porcelain vase and a gold coin. Chun Yuxing pondered before responding. Agreed, Lin Linkai acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, Lin Linkai expressed a desire to view the collection. He discovered a trove of silver and gold coins, along with 5 exquisite blue and white porcelain pieces, haphazardly piled in a corner. To his astonishment, Lin Linkai had anticipated perhaps only a few coins, yet this was far beyond his expectations. It seemed that his uncle might not truly be better off than his father. Rather, it was the ancestors' fortune that left behind such bountiful treasures. Selling even a fraction of these could yield sufficient funds to purchase a property around the year 2000, a feat well within reach. Seeing this, Lin Linkai felt no remorse in persuading his uncle to part with the antiques. After all, these items should have belonged to his mother, yet they now resided with his uncle. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Linkai departed from Chun Yuxing's home. The following day, as agreed, they visited a bank to facilitate the transfer of 200,000 to Aunt Liang Yueying's account. Returning to Chun Yuxing's residence, Lin Linkai received a gold coin and a blue and white porcelain vase. Time was of the essence. Upon acquiring these items, he swiftly drove to the Huai International Auction House. After enjoying a quick lunch in the Ueshio district, Lin Linkai entered the auction house to sell the two antiques. As was customary, he opted for a direct buyout rather than endure prolonged waiting. This transaction netted him 1.2 million. Having concluded the sale, Lin Linkai hastily made his way back to the Pacific Securities Office in Fanyu District, where he sought out Zhong Xiaomei. The newly acquired 1.2 million would not be immediately returned to his uncle. He planned to hold on to it for another week before settling the debt. In the VIP lounge, Lin Linkai sat across from Zhong Xiaomei. "Miss Zhong, I need to release my collateral and apply for access to the private trading room." "Certainly. That will not be a problem," she replied. Zhong Xiaomei produced several prepared documents for Lin Linkai to sign before escorting him into a designated VIP room. Contrary to Lin Linkai's expectations, the room did not feature an assembly of influential figures. Instead, it was a small chamber equipped with a desk and a large computer monitor. Under Zhong Xiaomei's guidance, Lin Linkai took a seat before a dedicated computer and logged into his account. The trading system within this VIP room operated several seconds faster than a typical personal computer system. Additionally, it offered secondary access and various indicators in an unrestricted manner. Lin Linkai could observe bids across 10 levels and utilize various fee indicators. Even trading activities were prioritized, rendering this setup significantly superior to operating independently via a computer or mobile device. Lin Linkai first lifted the pledges and repaid his debts, subsequently liquidating his holdings in Zhongqing Insurance and Shanghai Steel Union. Following these transactions, his account balance stood at 11.83 million yuan. He then transferred 500,000 yuan from his bank card into his trading account, raising his total funds to 12.33 million yuan. The remaining 500,000 yuan in his bank account was earmarked for opening a milk tea shop. After executing a round of extreme fourfold leverage financing, the funds in his financing account surged to 49.32 million yuan. With an hour remaining before market close, Lin Linkai diligently purchased Zhongqing Insurance shares in small increments. Anticipating a drop in Shanghai Steel Union's stock the following day, he refrained from engaging further, primarily due to restrictions on financing that prevented him from using borrowed funds to short sell. Zhongqing Insurance exhibited a high trading volume, with commendable turnover rates and active discussions in the comments section. Currently, both institutional and retail investors were engaging in frequent trading. Consequently, Lin Linkai was able to acquire a substantial number of shares without significantly inflating the stock price. By the time the market closed, he had successfully repurchased 32 million yuan worth of Zhongqing Insurance shares. He intended to continue purchasing more shares the following day, as he anticipated a modest increase in price, with a larger surge expected the day after. As the market closed, Lin Linkai intended to depart immediately. However, he was called back by Zhong Xiaomei. She then introduced him to the manager, Peng Xinyu. In the VIP lounge, after Zhong Xiaomei served tea to Lin Linkai and Peng Xinyu, she exited, leaving the two to converse. "Mr. Lin, you have become somewhat of a legend in our trading hall, transforming an initial investment of 300,000 yuan into a fortune exceeding 10 million. I have long wished to meet you and have followed your progress closely," Peng Xinyu remarked calmly. "Ah, it is merely fortune. I happened to select a promising stock," Lin Linkai replied modestly. "Is that so? I'm curious if Mr. Lin has any insights on stock trading and if he might be interested in becoming a private equity fund manager," Peng Xinyu continued. "I apologize, but I have no such interest. I have merely been fortunate lately," Lin Linkai replied. "Once you enter the depths of private equity, it can be quite daunting. At present, I am merely relying on my memory to navigate this field. Joining a private equity firm would expose me to numerous stocks I have never encountered before, and I would be left with no choice but to reveal my true self," he added. "After 10 years of trading stocks in my past life, I suffered significant losses and did not amass any wealth. If I possessed such talent, I should have made money in my previous life. Oh, I see. Well then, I wish Mr. Lin a pleasant experience in stock trading. Should you require assistance, feel free to inform Xiao Zhong. If you find yourself in urgent need of funds, we can certainly address it promptly. Peng Xinyu concluded with a courteous remark as he escorted Lin Linkai out. Peng Xinyu felt no need to be overly enthusiastic toward those who could not bring him benefit or value. Lin Linkai paid little heed to this, stepping outside and driving to a bubble tea shop in the university town. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and the flow of customers was sparse. Lin Guohua, Zhong Jiejun, and several newly hired employees were quite relaxed. Dad, Zhong Jiejun, get in the car. Let us go check out the new storefront. Lin Linkai called out from the window of the car. Sure. Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua replied, allowing Qin Yuhan and a few other shop employees to oversee the bubble tea store while they joined Lin Linkai in his vehicle. The shop was already overstaffed, crowded with Lin Linkai's parents, Zhong Jiejun's parents, and an additional 2 hired employees. Chapter 83. Expansion of the bubble tea shop. The influx of people was not merely to manage the bubble tea shop's operations, but to cultivate talent for the future establishment of more stores. Once Lin Guohua and Zhong Jiejun were inside the car, Lin Linkai started the engine and began to cruise around the university town. Following the previously scouted locations for potential shops, they drove by one after another to assess their conditions. Lin Kai, have you managed to secure any funds? How much? Zhong Jiejun inquired curiously. It's going well. I've recently assisted my uncle in selling antiques and can currently borrow 500,000 to get started. You need not concern yourselves with the finances. The priority is to get this bubble tea shop up and running, Lin Linkai responded. Oh, I see. Lin Linkai, since you've injected 500,000, should I also consider contributing additional funds to maintain my shareholdings? Zhong Jiejun asked. That is indeed the case. Otherwise, your shares would be diluted. Lin Linkai nodded in agreement. In that case, why don't we initiate a profit distribution first, and then we can reinvest? As you wish. Today we will focus on assessing the shops, and we can discuss the remaining matters over dinner tonight. Sounds good. Under the guidance of Zhong Jiejun and Lin Guohua, Lin Linkai assessed several potential locations for a bubble tea shop. He dismissed options that were spacious yet exorbitantly priced, reasoning that with a singular product like bubble tea, one cannot rely on a high volume of customers, especially given the seasonal fluctuations between peak and off-peak periods. The emphasis was on maintaining a light asset model. Ultimately, Lin Linkai narrowed the choices down to 8 sites that, while modest in size, offered promising locations. After a long day, the trio convened at a restaurant to finalize their equity arrangements. Currently, Lin Linkai holds a 70% stake in the bubble tea shop, while Zhong Jiejun possesses the remaining 30%. Lin Linkai has invested 500,000, which would imply that Zhong Jiejun should contribute 210,000. However, he is unable to furnish such a sum. After some negotiations and compromises, it was decided that Zhong Jiejun would contribute 70,000, altering the equity distribution to Lin Linkai at 80. The following morning, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun visited the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to execute the share transfer and investment. Lin Linkai transferred the funds into the company's account. From now on, I'll leave the bubble tea shop matters in your and my father's hands. I have other pursuits to attend to, such as securing a benefactor for investment, Lin Linkai remarked after exiting the bank. All right, I've got this covered, Zhong Jiejun replied, feeling reassured about their venture and hopeful that Lin Linkai would indeed find a suitable investor. Even if that proved elusive, he had confidence in the bubble tea business. After dropping Zhong Jiejun off at the University District, Lin Linkai drove to the vicinity of the Pacific Securities Trading Hall. He sought out Zhong Xiaomei to request a large trading room. Why didn't you come earlier? Today, Zhongqing Insurance has seen a substantial rise. She exclaimed. Oh, the market is unpredictable. Sometimes one is simply too busy to make it. Lin Linkai replied nonchalantly, quickly entering the trading room. He logged into his account on the computer and commenced a flurry of small-scale purchases. It must be noted that Zhong Xiaomei's observation was accurate. Had Lin Linkai arrived earlier, he could have earned an additional 200,000. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue, as the stock price, which had surged in the morning, experienced a decline by 2 o'clock. Had he purchased at the peak earlier, he would have incurred losses. As the stock price fell, Lin Linkai intensified his buying strategy, absorbing each sell order that came his way. Ultimately, he fully invested 50 million into Zhongqing Insurance, securing 14% of the total market capitalization. Meanwhile, as Lin Linkai traded. Zhong Jiejun had already driven back to the university district to the bubble tea shop. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, the funds have been deposited. We now have a new investment of 570,000. Mom and Aunt, you can stay here for now, while Dad and Uncle accompany me to finalize the shop acquisition. Zhong Jiejun announced to those in the bubble tea shop. All right, just a moment, Zhong Liming replied, and together with Lin Guohua, they entrusted their current tasks to the two newly hired employees, then proceeded to Zhong Jiejun's van. The trio spent the afternoon securing leases for several storefronts that Lin Linkai had previously identified, finalizing contracts. After the stock market closed, Lin Linkai departed from the trading room, exchanged greetings with Zhong Xiaomei, and left. The capital within the stock market remained largely stagnant, yet it had yielded substantial profits. However, to garner even greater returns, some action was necessary. Upon returning home, Lin Linkai began to review past transactions and strategize for future investments. Subsequently, he resumed compiling contacts and links for ordering various equipment for the bubble tea shops, sending them all to Zhong Jiejun. Thanks to the collaboration of Zhong Jiejun, Zhong Liming, and Lin Guohua, all storefronts were secured within 3 days. They enlisted several teams to assist with renovations, completing the work within a week. Consequently, beyond the original store, 8 additional He Yiman bubble tea shops emerged within the university town. 6 operated independently and 2 were franchises. Lin Guohua and Zhong Liming each invested in 1 bubble tea shop, marking their personal investments, independent of Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun's finances. Future profits would also belong to them. While these men busied themselves with the store operations, Qin Yuhan and Zhong Jiejun's mother, Sun Shuxian, continued to recruit staff and managers. As the bubble tea industry had not yet gained widespread momentum nationwide, finding individuals with relevant experience proved somewhat challenging. All hired employees underwent training in batches. Once 3 employees were trained for a particular store, the shop would commence operations. Given that the stores were managed by outsiders, Lin Linkai felt a tinge of unease and opted to invest in a professional cash register system, installing surveillance in each store. After toiling until August 25th, all 8 bubble tea shops finally opened. The shop adjacent to Xinhai Music College was notably spacious, featuring a dedicated office that served as the new small headquarters for He Yiman. Zhong Jiejun would be working there. On the evening of the 25th, Lin Linkai and Lin Guohua gathered, crammed into the small headquarters office of the bubble tea shop. The data had arrived, impressive, with each store averaging daily sales of 4,000 yuan. After deducting employee wages and other costs, the net profit stood at 1,500 yuan. Zhong Jiejun remarked, gazing at the figures on the computer screen. This data is somewhat disappointing. Compared to our first bubble tea shop, the performance of the others is lacking. Lin Guohua noted, observing that the first shop was particularly striking with daily sales reaching 9,000 yuan. Father, we are currently embarking on a new venture. We must not be overly ambitious. Our new store has only just opened, and the number of people aware of it is still insufficient, especially since school has yet to commence. Given our current achievements, we are already doing quite well. At least no store is operating at a loss, Lin Linkai reassured. Indeed, you 2 young fellows are set to earn a fortune. Surely, you must be making at least 10,000 a day. In 2 months, you'll have recouped your investment, right? Zhong Liming remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Huh, it's not too shabby, Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun responded with delight. Although Lin Linkai had earned more in the stock market, the tangible profits from their new business brought him far greater joy. Sometimes, an abundance of wealth merely becomes a number. Having reviewed the data, let us head home. We must continue our work tomorrow. The downside of our profession is that we seldom get a day off, Lin Linkai suggested. All right, let us call it a day. After a short while, they tidied up the store and locked the doors. Both Lin Linkai and Zhong Jiejun drove home. At that moment, Qin Yuhan was anxiously awaiting their return. As soon as the father and son stepped through the door, she inquired hurriedly, Linkai, how are the numbers? This venture won't end in vain, will it? Rest assured, Mom, we are poised for substantial profits. On average, we're earning about 10,000 a day. Lin Linkai replied with a smile. Oh my goodness, 10,000 a day translates to 300,000 a month. That's more than we've earned in our entire lives, Qin Yuhan exclaimed, marveling at the contrast to her previous meager monthly salary of just over 2,000. Come now, Mom, don't be like that. You visited the store today, didn't you? Your contributions are certainly part of this success. You will have plenty more earnings in the future, Lin Linkai encouraged. Yes, yes, Qin Yuhan nodded in agreement. The three of them settled onto the sofa, and she began to envision a bright future. Guohua, Linkai, let us earn for a year or two, and then we can hire staff to manage the store while we travel the world. What do you think? That sounds splendid, Mom. I'm all for it. However, you might not have to work for so long. After this year, you can retire in place. Lin Linkai responded eagerly. Is that for real, Linkai? Are you certain your store can generate such profits? Absolutely, no doubt about it. The family then engaged in lively discussions about how to spend their newfound wealth and plan extravagant travels. While this may seem a touch presumptuous, typical newly rich individuals might fall into a poverty trap. However, Lin Linkai was not among them, for he was a true tycoon. After showering and returning to his room, Lin Linkai opened his computer and logged into his stock account. There lay over 100 million in assets. In a few days, the Zhongqing insurance would undergo adjustments, and I must seize this opportunity to maneuver wisely, lest I be caught unprepared. Lin Linkai compared the market performance of his stocks with what he remembered, and he noted some discrepancies, albeit minor. A fortnight ago, after securing financing, he had merely 50 million. During these past days, his holdings in Zhongqing Insurance experienced an astonishing surge, more than doubling in value. As his capital grew, merely holding Zhongqing Insurance was no longer sufficient. He gradually acquired shares in a certain steel conglomerate in Shanghai. Lin Linkai repaid the borrowed funds, leaving him with a balance of 100 million on paper. The allure of leveraging financing lies in the fact that the profits earned post-financing are entirely yours. Now, after financing, his capital has reached 400 million. He meticulously organized his funds and devised a new strategy. Given the substantial amount of capital he now possesses, both Zhongqing Insurance and the Shanghai Steel Company can scarcely accommodate his investments. While he could continue purchasing shares, the magnitude of his investment raises the question, would the major players still support him? Thus, Lin Linkai resolved to gradually divest some of his shares in Zhongqing Insurance and the Shanghai Steel firm during this adjustment period, redirecting his investments towards high-potential stocks such as Jichuan Pharmaceuticals, Junzheng Group, Hailuo Cement, and Damon Jean. While he was confident these stocks would rise significantly, unlike Zhongqing Insurance and the Shanghai Steel Company, he could not precisely predict their price fluctuations. Therefore, Lin Linkai decided to exercise caution, planning to reduce his leverage when acquiring these stocks to mitigate the risk of a margin call during any minor downer. Given the substantial size of his capital, employing a fourfold leverage might be overly ambitious. Just as Lin Linkai was about to drift off to sleep, he received a call from his uncle, Chen Yuxing. Uncle, is there something you need? Lin Linkai inquired. Well, regarding the money I lent you, how about I forego repayment and instead take equity in your milk tea business? Chen Yuxing suggested, having recently learned from his sister Qin Yuhan about the lucrative returns from the milk tea shop. No, uncle, that is not how this works. I will repay you what I owe, but I cannot offer you shares. Consider this. If I were to borrow money from a bank to start a business and succeeded, would the bank then demand equity? Lin Linkai firmly rejected the idea. Lin Linkai, remember that your uncle lent you money during your challenging times. Without my support, your milk tea business would not have achieved its current scale. Chen Yuxing began to lecture. Uncle, I truly do not need your money. I only asked for it to ease my parents' concerns. My girlfriend's family has a fortune exceeding 10 billion. I could easily ask them for funds. Please do not overestimate your value, Lin Linkai retorted. Faced with Lin Linkai's audacious response, Chen Yuxing found himself at a loss for words. Currently, Lin Linkai's girlfriend, He Yiman, is openly acknowledged within their family. He Tiangang, a prominent businessman, is well aware of her existence. Acquiring several 100,000 is indeed a trivial matter for him. However, it could tarnish Lin Linkai's reputation. Lin Linkai, how about this? I have a considerable amount of money on hand. I could invest in a franchise for your milk tea shop and open 10 to 20 locations throughout Guangzhou City. What do you think? Chen Yuxing proposed another lucrative idea. For no one ever resents an excess of wealth. Franchising sounds feasible. If you are willing to invest, then by all means. However, each franchise must remit 20 of its profits along with a basic franchise fee of 2,000 yuan to our headquarters monthly, he added. After some contemplation, Lin Linkai agreed. Recognizing that they were relatives, and it would be impolite to deter someone willing to invest their own money. 20% profit seems reasonable. It's settled then. Chen Yuxing, enticed by the prospect of daily earnings exceeding 10,000, chose to overlook the associated risks. Chapter 85. He Yiman's departure after concluding his call with Chun Yuxing. Lin Linkai began addressing several messages on QQ. He Yiman had sent a message requesting Lin Linkai to accompany her on a trip, which would later include a visit to Hong Kong Island to help her settle into school. Faced with this request, Lin Linkai found himself in a predicament. Over the course of the upcoming week, the stock market was projected to experience significant fluctuations, necessitating a series of adjustments on his part. Failure to do so could lead to catastrophic losses, not merely a question of diminished profits, but rather the threat of bankruptcy and substantial debt. Alas, his leverage was excessively high. Yiman, I've been quite busy lately and might not be able to accompany you on your trip or to your school in Hong Kong Island. Perhaps after September 4th. I will have more availability, Lin Linkai explained over the phone. What could possibly be more important than me? He Yiman retorted, displeased. I genuinely cannot afford to be away right now. The stock market has been quite volatile these past few days, and I must monitor it closely from the trading room. Lin Linkai quickly clarified. Didn't you say that your Shanghai Steel Union stock would continue to rise until 2015? Just let it be. Stop meddling with it like my father, who constantly fussed over it, and is now down by half, He Yiman advised. Yiman, it's not that simple. My stock account is leveraged at 4 times. If there are a few consecutive drops, I could face a margin call and bankruptcy, Lin Linkai reiterated. Are you out of your mind? 4 times leverage? Buying stocks is akin to gambling. This is unacceptable. Tomorrow is Monday. You must reduce the leverage, He Yiman insisted. Visibly shocked. I cannot do that. Not now at least. This is a prime opportunity for substantial earnings. If I miss this chance, it may never come again. Lin Linkai firmly stated. Lin Linkai once again declined. All right, Lin Linkai, you seem to value money more than me now, don't you? He Yiman was somewhat infuriated. Having been pampered since childhood, she could hardly fathom how Lin Linkai could place such importance on wealth. Yiman, I promise I will come to accompany you in a few days. I will resolve everything as quickly as possible tomorrow and the day after, Lin Linkai hurriedly reassured her. Sensing her agitation. Come to Xingda Garden to find me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you don't come tomorrow, then don't bother coming at all, He Yiman retorted angrily before hanging up the phone. Faced with the abrupt disconnection, Lin Linkai found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, one does not appreciate the value of household necessities until one assumes the responsibility of providing for them. Confronted with this young lady who seemed indifferent to the significance of money, Lin Linkai felt utterly exasperated. While he relished the feeling of being with He Yiman, he could not deny the stark contrast in their worldviews. With a sigh, Lin Linkai casually addressed a few other messages before retiring for the night. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Lin Linkai arrived punctually at the Pacific Securities Trading Hall, engaged in intense trading operations. The substantial sum of over several hundred million was under his management, with his fingers nearly smoking from the rapid typing. Each minute truly represented millions in fluctuation, prompting him to turn off his phone to eliminate any distractions that could hinder his performance. Meanwhile, within the Xingda Garden community, He Yiman awaited eagerly, hoping that Lin Linkai would adhere to her command and pick her up at 10 o'clock. For this occasion, she had adorned herself beautifully. However, when 10 o'clock arrived and Lin Linkai had yet to appear, followed by 10:30 with still no sign of him, her frustration escalated. By 11, her anxiety turned to fury as she attempted to call him, only to discover that his phone was turned off. That infuriating Lin Linkai. For the sake of that filthy money, he truly won't come to find me, and has even turned off his phone. He Yiman's voice echoed throughout the villa, startling Lu Miling, who hurried upstairs to investigate. Yiman, what's the matter? Why are you so upset? Lu Miling inquired. Mom, that wretched Lin Linkai not only hasn't he come to see me, but has also gone off the grid. He claims he is busy with stock trading. He Yiman exclaimed in exasperation. I've always said that Lin Linkai is unreliable. Why do you still want to be with him? He has simply grown bored with you and is now more interested in money, Lu Miling remarked with utmost seriousness. Criticizing Lin Linkai. That is exactly how it is. Oh, Mom, I feel so miserable. Lin Linkai only loves money now. He Yiman cried, embracing Lu Miling. Well then, let us forget about this money-obsessed Lin Linkai. You should break up with him. You two are simply not suited for each other, Lu Miling comforted her daughter. Break up? Is it really necessary? He Yiman responded, somewhat taken aback. He cherishes wealth more than he cherishes you. It is evident that he will not treat you well in the future. It would be more pragmatic to part ways. Exceptional men are plentiful. And when you arrive on the island, You will discover that there are many boys far more captivating than Lin Linkai. Lu Miling continued to persuade. Let us not break up just yet. I am waiting for him to apologize. Mom, let us head to the island today. All right, gather your belongings. We can depart at once. Wiping her tears, He Yiman hastily packed her things and made her way downstairs. Lu Miling secretly rejoiced, thinking Lin Linkai had dug his own grave and would never be welcomed into their home again. Come, Yiman, get in the car, Lu Miling called, assisting He Yiman with her luggage. Once He Yiman settled into the passenger seat, Lu Miling started the car and headed towards Baiyun Airport. Yiman, activate airplane mode on your phone. Play less with it. You can enjoy it freely once we reach the island. We're not short on time. Glancing at He Yiman, who was engrossed in her phone, Lu Miling advised. All right, He Yiman agreed, switching on airplane mode and setting her phone aside. After a hasty lunch at the airport, they boarded the plane bound for the island. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai hastily exited the trading room after the stock market closed at 11:30, found his car, and drove to Xingda Garden. He attempted to call He Yiman along the way, but to his dismay, the call could not be connected. Could she still be angry? Lin Linkai pondered. With growing concern, he arrived at Xingda Garden's entrance and tried calling He Yiman again, but to no avail. Frustrated, he decided to call his mother-in-law. Lu Miling, thinking that, as a full-time housewife, she would have some free time. To his surprise, that call also failed to connect. What is going on? She can't have blocked me, can she? Confused, Lin Linkai reluctantly dialed He Tiangong's number. Chapter 86. The call connected on the other end. He Tiangong and Peng Xinyu had arranged to dine at a private club. When He Tiangong's phone rang unexpectedly, displaying Lin Linkai's name, he was slightly taken aback. This was the first time Lin had called him. Of course, it was unavoidable to have him in the contacts, as he was his daughter's boyfriend. Old He. Who is it? Who else could it be but that kid Lin Linkai? He Tiangong chuckled. Just moments ago, he was chatting with Peng Xinyu, discussing the legendary stock market genius Lin Linkai, feeling a surge of pride in having such a son-in-law. Initially, he thought Lin Linkai was nothing but a nuisance. But now it seemed he was truly remarkable. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, He Tiangong was thoroughly impressed. At last, his daughter had not made a poor choice. Go on, old He. Answer it, Peng Xinyu encouraged. All right. He Tiangong answered the phone. Lin Linkai, what brings you to call? Uncle Tian. It seems that Yiman is quite upset. I can't reach her on the phone, nor can I get through to Aunt Miling. What is happening? Lin Linkai inquired directly. Well, they have already set off for Hong Kong Island. Perhaps you should wait a few days and then visit Yiman. It might be better for you to focus on your own stocks for now, He Tiangong replied. All right, thank you, uncle. I understand. Lin Linkai hung up, feeling a bit disheartened by the turn of events. He decided to find a place to dine, as he still had stock trading to attend to in the afternoon. Meanwhile, He Tiangong and Peng Xinyu continued their conversation regarding Lin Linkai. Old He, which of your daughters is Lin Linkai currently dating? The younger one, Yiman. It's rather strange. This lad pursued my eldest daughter for 3 years, only to end up with my youngest, He Tiangong chuckled. Your 2 daughters are twins, and both have had interactions with Lin Linkai. It seems your eldest may have a difficult time finding a husband, Peng Xinyu remarked wistfully. Is that so? It's no big deal. If she can't marry, then so be it. She might as well be with Lin Linkai. I see great potential in him. My family's future is secure with him around, He Tiangong stated. Oh really? Old He, are you planning to groom Lin Linkai as your heir? What else can I do? I certainly can't have my daughters manage the family business. It's not fitting for women to struggle in the outside world. They should enjoy life at home. Let the men handle the hard work. I simply refuse to let my daughters endure hardship, He Tiangong asserted. His overt masculinity was evident. Indeed, however, that may be a bit problematic. I don't believe Lin Linkai would be interested in your modest estate, given his adeptness in stock trading. Surpassing you could simply be a matter of time, Peng Xinyu said, taking another sip of his drink. Times have changed. The financial sector yields wealth swiftly, while my business endeavors seem slow by comparison. Unfortunately, I lack the talent for finance, He Tiangong lamented. In his eyes, Lin Linkai's achievements in trading were extraordinarily impressive. In contrast, his own investment of 5 million yielded a mere 2 million, making him feel like a fool. Around 1 in the afternoon, He Yiman and Lu Miling emerged from Hong Kong Island Airport and took a taxi to a hotel near Chinese University of Hong Kong. With some time before university commenced, she intended to explore the area and familiarize herself with her surroundings. Once settled, He Yiman finally had the opportunity to check her phone. She noticed a missed call from Lin Linkai and couldn't help but smile. Look at you, still eager to seek me out, she mused. Taking her time, He Yiman dialed his number, only to be met with silence. Damn Lin Linkai. Ugh. He Yiman tossed her phone onto the bed and, after switching to a dedicated phone for Hong Kong Island, ventured out shopping with Lu Miling. Meanwhile, Lin Linkai toiled away until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the stock market closed, before finally emerging from the trading room. Upon disabling his phone's flight mode, he received several messages notifying him of missed calls. When he attempted to return the call, he found it unanswered. Alas, today seemed to be an ill-fated day, unsuitable for communication with He Yiman. The inability to connect over the phone was disheartening. He decided to seek the company of another woman instead. Lin Linkai ceased his attempts to call, exited the trading hall, and drove off to the luxurious villa. At the villa, knowing Lin Linkai was on his way, Tan Yashin was filled with excitement. She donned the sailor outfit that he favored and set aside a nurse's uniform nearby. As soon as Lin Linkai stepped through the door, she hurried over and embraced him. Mua, Lin Linkai, you have finally returned. Yes, he replied, let's enjoy our time at home today. Absolutely. Tan Yashin had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Before long, the two retreated to the computer room to engage in gaming, continuing their spirited play until after 6 in the evening. When they finally shut down the computer and set out, they drove to Wanten Plaza, where they indulged in a sumptuous dinner before attending a film. Meanwhile, He Yiman and Lu Miling had spent the afternoon shopping, and upon returning to the hotel, she noticed missed calls on her other phone, but chose to wait for Lin Linkai to reach out again. Unfortunately, as the next day dawned, there was still no word from him. It was quite inconsiderate to accompany one woman while neglecting another with phone calls. Lin Linkai endeavored to avoid such a predicament. Having spent the night playing late with Tan Yashin, he ended up staying at the hotel. The following morning, after breakfast, he escorted her home before returning to the trading room to resume his activities. As he navigated the stock market, witnessing his account balance swell, Lin Linkai felt a surge of exhilaration. However, this thrill began to dull after a time. Were it not for his rebirth, he would have felt compelled to boast, yearning for the world to recognize his wealth, often uttering phrases like I don't care about money or I have no interest in wealth to feign modesty. After a busy morning, Lin Linkai emerged from the trading room and, seizing a moment to dine at a restaurant, decided to call He Yiman. This time, the call finally connected. Yiman, are you in Hong Kong Island now? Have you eaten? I will come to see you in a few days. Why not come now? He Yiman responded, her irritation rising upon hearing that Lin Linkai was not starting with an apology. Chapter 87. Unforgiving Yiman. I am not in an urgent situation at the moment. I truly cannot leave. In a few days, I will be quite free. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, Lin Linkai hurriedly explained. In a few days, you say? Then do reach out to me then. Goodbye. He Yiman abruptly hung up the phone and switched it off, no longer concerning herself with Lin Linkai's affairs. On the other end, Lin Linkai could not help but frown. Has He Yiman become accustomed to my kindness? It seems that without a little push, she is oblivious to following instructions and instead has the audacity to throw a tantrum at me. By all that is holy, having been reborn, there is no way I shall become a sycophant. If it works, splendid. If not, so be it. With this silent resolution, Lin Linkai stowed away his phone and, after finishing lunch, drove back to the securities office to immerse himself in work. For several consecutive days, Lin Linkai remained engrossed in his tasks, reallocating all high-risk short-term investments to mid- and long-term ones. He ceased holding onto various stocks in full, instead leaving some margin, effectively reducing his leverage. This way, even in the face of a market crash, he would not be completely wiped out, but could instead await the subsequent rebounds and continued surges of stocks. For the next half-month, Lin Linkai found himself free from excessive operations. He merely needed to bide his time as the stocks continued to rise. Furthermore, with the assistance of Zhong Xiaomei, he pledged some stocks he intended to hold long-term and liquidated 10 million renminbi. Exiting the bank, Lin Linkai was beaming with joy, feeling triumphant. Previously, the funds at his disposal were tied up in the stock market, intangible and unusable, merely a string of numbers. But now it was different. With 10 million in hand, he had immediate access to his wealth. He even opened a private banking service at the bank, acquiring a prestigious card, driving his Wuling Hongguang. He ventured into a park, seeking a quieter spot to release his pent-up emotions. What bliss! I have finally achieved financial freedom. I can now live a life of luxury. After a fervent outburst, Lin Linkai gradually calmed himself. Ahem, I must remain composed. Once he had gathered himself, Lin Linkai exited the depths of the park, retrieved his car, and headed towards the Pacific Securities office. Upon arrival, he found that Zhong Xiaomei was nearing the end of her shift, so he decided to wait. At 5:20 p.m., Zhong Xiaomei entered Lin Linkai's vehicle and settled into the passenger seat. Linkai, where are we headed? She inquired. We're going to Guangzhou restaurant for a delightful meal, he replied. Sounds good. I trust your judgment, she said, aware of Lin Linkai's newfound wealth and feeling no need for pretense. Once the car was in motion, Zhong Xiaomei asked, now that you've acquired 10 million, how do you plan to spend it? A fine steed deserves an equally fine saddle. Let us first procure a splendid vehicle. Tomorrow, you and I shall go to acquire a car, but do not consider anything below 2 million. Lin Linkai remarked with a faint smile. Purchasing a car pales in comparison to acquiring a home. I have heard that your family has yet to establish residence in Guangzhou City. Zhong Xiaomei suggested. There is no rush. The expense of buying a house is rather substantial. Even 10 million may not suffice for my endeavors. In half a month, I plan to liquidate some assets in the stock market, purchase the building where my family resides, and acquire several villas. Lin Linkai replied. This is excessive. Why do you intend to buy multiple villas? Silly boy, would you like me to reserve one for you? Oh, absolutely. Zhong Xiaomei exclaimed with unbridled joy. Presently, her rented room is barely 20 square meters. Transitioning to a grand villa would be delightful. Indeed, it is settled then. Subsequently, Lin Linkai and Zhong Xiaomei engaged in a discussion about which car to purchase next and the locations for acquiring buildings and villas. Upon arriving at Guangzhou restaurant, they indulged in a lavish feast, spending several thousand on their meal, which they regarded with indifference. After dining, they proceeded to a nearby luxury hotel, where they booked a supreme suite for rest, extravagantly spending several thousand for the night. The following morning, September 4th, Lin Linkai was stirred from slumber by the sound of ringing phones. Groggily, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? Are you still asleep? Lin Linkai, you scoundrel. You said a few days, and this is how long it has taken? We agreed on the 26th of last month that you would come to find me. And now it is the 4th of September. The voice of He Yiman erupted from the phone, waking Zhong Xiaomei, who lay beside Lin Linkai. Lin Linkai, suddenly alert, understood the situation and gestured to Zhong Xiaomei to remain silent. However, Zhong Xiaomei was not willing to comply. It was only when Lin Linkai retreated to the bathroom that he resumed the conversation. Numbers below 10 and above 3 denote several. I said a few days, not specifically 3 or 4. How about I visit you the day after tomorrow? Humph, I don't care. I want to see you today. If I do not see you, do not bother coming to find me again. He Yiman's voice thundered through the phone. Before Lin Linkai could utter a word, the call was abruptly terminated. Moments later, a new message appeared on QQ. It was an address sent by He Yiman. This is troublesome, Lin Linkai muttered, shaking his head as he emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, Zhong Xiaomei, now dressed, sat with a serious demeanor, casting a dark glance at Lin Linkai. Lin Linkai, He Yiman, is it? Now that you possess considerable wealth, must you still seek her approval? You are now a man of over 1 billion. Why still covet her family's assets worth over 10 billion? Wait, Zhong Xiaomei, what do you mean? Are you aspiring for a higher status? Lin Linkai intended to clarify, but he soon realized there was little need to explain himself to Zhong Xiaomei. Indeed, even if I cannot be your legitimate spouse, at the very least, you ought to grant me a title that allows me to exist within the public eye, Zhong Xiaomei asserted. Xiaomei, for our relationship to endure, you must remain in the shadows. I hope you do not overthink this. If I do not dwell on it, must you then idolize He Yiman like a devoted dog? Is that truly necessary? Zhong Xiaomei retorted. Regardless, she is my first woman. It is only fitting that I extend a modicum of tolerance towards her. You may call me a sycophant, yet I believe I shall not stoop too low. When I was destitute, she, a lady of affluence, chose to accompany me, investing her resources into my endeavors, including my foray into stock trading. A significant portion of my initial capital was provided by her, and now, even as I have attained wealth, I must not be ungrateful and should return her a substantial share of my assets, Lin Linkai elucidated. Is that so? Zhong Xiaomei fell into a contemplative silence. Though He Yiman is rather willful, she has shown me kindness, and our emotional bond is far purer than what exists between you and me. She is a good girl, and I should not let her down. I sincerely apologize. I cannot accompany you to purchase a vehicle today, for I must seek her out in Hong Kong, Lin Linkai continued. beginning to gather his clothes and belongings in preparation to leave. Very well, I shall await your return at home. Once you are done, do come find me, Zhong Xiaomei replied, a surge of frustration urging her to voice thoughts of separation. However, reflecting on her status as not truly Lin Linkai's girlfriend, she realized he would not mind her departure. Rather, it was she who feared being cast aside. Consequently, her tone softened. All right. Lin Linkai felt a surge of joy at Zhong Xiaomei's understanding. Subsequently, the two proceeded to the restroom for personal grooming before setting out. After a simple breakfast at the hotel, Lin Linkai drove Zhong Xiaomei back to her workplace. He then returned home, retrieved his newly acquired Hong Kong transit permit, changed into a different outfit, and packed a few belongings before driving towards Baiyun Airport. Upon arriving at the airport's parking area, Lin Linkai received a call from Zhong Jiejun. Linkai, it's exploded. It's exploded. Zhong Jiejun exclaimed exuberantly. What has exploded? Naturally, the sales figures of our milk tea shop have skyrocketed. In recent days, university students have been returning to campus, and they have flocked to our milk tea shop. Our 9 outlets in the university town are overwhelmed, raking in over 10,000 yuan daily, yielding profits of 30 to 40,000 yuan each day. Isn't that exhilarating? Zhong Jiejun continued, brimming with excitement. To Lin Linkai, however, it seemed merely par for the course. At present, his stock account remains untouched, yet it generates millions daily. Ah, very well. You may continue to manage your milk tea shop. When necessary, perhaps you could hire some university students for part-time work to assist in attending to customers. University students are quite affordable, costing merely 1,000 yuan a month, and there are many willing to take on such roles. You can simply provide them with an internship certificate later on, Lin Linkai casually remarked. Goodness, Lin Linkai, you truly are a clever merchant. How did I not think of that? Zhong Jiejun exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Cough, cough, what merchant nonsense. It's all about making money. I don't shiver at the thought. Lin Linkai replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. By the way, Lin Linkai, I've decided I no longer wish to attend school. This wretched university is not for me. I might as well become a boss and earn money directly. Zhong Jiejun continued. Really, you intend to quit school? There is still some knowledge to be gained at university. And who knows, you might even encounter a sweet romance, Lin Linkai said as he exited the vehicle, making his way toward the airport, continuing to converse with Zhong Jiejun through his headphones. My major is utterly uninteresting, civil engineering. Are they going to teach me how to carry bricks? Not even a dog would study that. As for romance, once I have wealth, everything will follow, Zhong Jiejun countered. Very well, do as you please. Whether you attend university or not is your choice. I am at the airport now and about to board my flight. Is there anything else you need? Furthermore, I plan to continue expanding our milk tea shop, aiming to encompass all universities within the Pearl River Delta region. What do you think? All right, you make the call, Lin Linkai said, having lost interest in the trifling milk tea business. Agreed, let it be settled then. I will allocate a significant portion of the recent profits to open new stores. After discussing a few more details, they ended the call. Lin Linkai hurriedly went about his business, passed through security, and after a brief wait, officially boarded the plane. Guangzhou City is quite close to Hong Kong Island. The plane ascended and descended within half an hour. Upon arrival, he faced another round of tedious checks, which took even longer than the flight itself. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Linkai arrived at a hotel near the Chinese University of Hong Kong and called He Yiman. Yiman, I've arrived. I'm downstairs at the hotel. Great, I'll be right down. Just wait a moment, He Yiman replied, her excitement palpable. Lin Linkai had finally made it. After exchanging a few more words, she hung up and hurriedly changed her clothes. Lu Miling, noticing He Yiman's flurry of activity, was curious. What is going on, Yiman? Where are you off to? Oh, my mom. Lin Linkai has come to see me. I'm leaving, bye. He Yiman exclaimed, bouncing out after changing. Ah, you rascal. Lu Miling couldn't help but remark. It seemed she had underestimated her daughter's affection for Lin Linkai. After a while, He Yiman ran downstairs and, upon spotting Lin Linkai with his backpack, disregarded the gazes of others and dashed straight to him, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace. Lin Linkai promptly reciprocated, ensuring she did not tumble. Mua, Lin Linkai, you finally arrived. I've missed you terribly, He Yiman exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek and holding him tightly. Indeed. I have missed you too. I haven't had lunch yet. You've been here for a while now. Please take me to indulge in the local delicacies, Lin Linkai replied, returning her kiss. Certainly. However, I must tell you that the food in this hotel is quite mediocre. It's not very appetizing. Follow me, He Yiman said as she released him and took his hand, leading the way. After half an hour, they arrived at an opulent restaurant, resplendent and immaculate, with all the waitstaff dressed in crisp uniforms. Good day, sir and madam. What may I get for you? The waiter inquired. We shall have the 1888 set meal, He Yiman responded, guiding Lin Linkai to a table where they settled down. Very well, please hold on a moment. The waiter noted their order and departed. Lin Kai, let me tell you about the drunken goose here. It's absolutely delightful, as well as the roasted chicken. He Yiman nestled against him, enthusiastically describing the various dishes and the sensations they evoked. Lin Linkai, having never tasted these before, could only express his anticipation, actively engaging with her excitement. Observing He Yiman's innocent demeanor, he recognized her slight capriciousness but appreciated that her intentions were rooted in genuine care for him. After a brief wait, the dishes began to arrive, each plate a feast for the senses, enough to serve 4 or 5 people. In his past life, Lin Linkai would have felt a pang of regret at such extravagance, as wastefulness was not in his nature. Yet, understanding it was He Yiman's custom, he acquiesced. Come, Lin Kai, try this. I had it yesterday with my mother, and I adored the drunken goose. He Yiman insisted, offering him a piece. Yiman, aren't you going to have any? Lin Linkai asked after sampling several bites, which were indeed delectable. Although rather pricey, the flavors were undeniable. Otherwise, the discerning He Yiman would not have recommended this place. I've already had my lunch today. I'll simply enjoy watching you eat, she replied, serving him more dishes. Ah, this is too much. I can't possibly finish it all, Lin Linkai frowned. He had initially assumed He Yiman would partake with him, which would mitigate the potential waste. However, with such an abundance of food before him, he realized he would only manage to sample a couple of bites from each dish. If you can't finish it, then just leave it. It's not a big deal. He Yiman remains as willful as ever. Sighing, Lin Linkai decided to let her have her way. Half an hour later, under He Yiman's arrangement, Lin Linkai had indulged in a sumptuous lunch, feeling quite overstuffed. However, more than half of the dishes on the table remained untouched. One dish, in particular, had not been touched at all, simply because He Yiman hadn't served it to him, claiming it was unappetizing. And he felt reluctant to partake in something so unappealing himself. All right, Lin Linkai, now that I'm full, I'll take you back to the hotel to meet my mother and drop off the luggage so we can rest a bit before heading to Hong Kong Island University for some sightseeing. He Yiman stood up, ready to take out her wallet to settle the bill. No need. I can handle it myself. I have the means to pay now. Lin Linkai revealed his newly acquired black gold card. A black gold card? Have you really withdrawn all your funds from the stock market? He Yiman was well aware that such a card could only be issued to individuals with assets exceeding 8 million. I liquidated a portion of my stocks and managed to pull out 10 million. It should suffice for a while, Lin Linkai explained. Wow, you withdrew so much. Didn't you say you wanted to keep your money working in the stock market? Why the sudden willingness to take out such a large sum? He Yiman was taken aback. Previously, Lin Linkai had been rather frugal, and now he was willing to withdraw 10 million. It was indeed astonishing. That was then. Things have changed now. My total assets have reached a level that allows me to spend freely, Lin Linkai clarified. All right then, with over 100 million in assets, you're still being stingy? I'm anxious for you. He Yiman couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, they settled the bill and left, leaving a crowd of onlookers astonished. Is it true? Are these two really billionaires? Who cares if it's true or not? 10 million is barely enough to buy a house in Hong Kong Island. How much can one truly take out of that 100 million? After a moment of surprise, the onlookers returned to their usual calm. Lin Linkai held He Yiman's hand as they returned to the hotel, taking the stairs to a luxurious suite on one of the upper floors. When the door opened, they were greeted by the sullen face of Lu Miling. Hello, Auntie, Lin Linkai greeted promptly. Lu Miling acknowledged, allowing Lin Linkai and He Yiman to enter while she retreated to the living room to continue using her phone, showing no intention of attending to Lin Linkai. Now that the decision had been made and He Tiangang had accepted Lin Linkai, who now possessed the means, Lu Miling, despite her disapproval of him, could only acquiesce to the relationship between He Yiman and Lin Linkai. Lin Linkai refrained from imposing his presence and followed He Yiman into her room. Placing his travel backpack down, with a resounding thud, He Yiman forcefully shut the door behind them. Yiman, this isn't quite appropriate. Your mother is still outside, Lin Linkai remarked, observing the cooling demeanor of He Yiman, which made him realize her intentions. Don't worry, it's all fine. This isn't our first time here, My mother isn't an antiquated figure. She reassured him. The two settled into the room for a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Lu Miling, overhearing their conversation, felt a pang of urgency. Does Yiman truly forget that I'm here? She muttered, then promptly shouted towards the door. Yiman, stay cautious. I have no intention of becoming a grandmother just yet. Got it, Mom, came He Yiman's reply, and the pair continued to enjoy their time together. Oh my, it's already 4:30 in the afternoon. Are we still heading to Chinese University of Hong Kong? Lin Linkai glanced at his phone in astonishment, realizing that over 2 hours had slipped away unnoticed. Yes. Let's freshen up first. Then we can explore the university, and I'll introduce you to the dining hall. He Yiman nodded. They lingered close together, whispering sweet nothings and sharing their feelings of longing during their time apart. At 5 o'clock, they finally decided to freshen up and stepped out hand in hand. Mom, I'm taking Lin Linkai out now. You can have dinner by yourself, He Yiman called out. All right, just remember not to stay out too late and return home early, Lu Miling advised. Understood, He Yiman replied, pulling Lin Linkai along. The hotel was a mere 10-minute walk from the university, and soon they arrived at the entrance. With the school year beginning in a few days, the area buzzed with students and parents carrying luggage. Luxury cars occasionally pulled up, adding to the lively atmosphere. Chapter 90. He Yiman's roommate. Hey, that girl's quite appealing. She truly piques my interest, He Tianlong remarked as he stepped out of his vehicle. Spotting He Yiman laughing and chatting with Lin Linkai as they entered the campus. If you fancy her, go for it. Even if she has a boyfriend, just win her over. A few designer bags should do the trick, Xin Yuehu suggested with a smile, finding He Yiman to be quite attractive as well. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Having money certainly opens doors, He Tianlong agreed, though he refrained from rushing to obtain her contact information, aware that it might lead to trouble. He decided it would be more prudent to wait until Lin Linkai was absent before making his move. Many others shared He Tianlong's thoughts on the matter. In an era untainted by the influence of short videos and AI beautification technology, He Yiman, a captivating beauty, effortlessly commanded the attention of the entire audience. Her rosy cheeks were utterly enchanting. Acutely aware of the multitude of gazes converging upon her, He Yiman remained composed, blessed with an innate beauty that could not be overlooked. She had grown accustomed to being in the spotlight since childhood. When she made an appearance alongside her sister, He Yiting, the rate of admiration was undoubtedly 100%. Lin Linkai couldn't help but furrow his brow. The current situation felt akin to being surrounded by a pack of wolves. Some onlookers merely wished to steal a glance, hesitant even to request contact information. The moment they learned of He Yiman's relationship status, their hopes were dashed. However, some affluent young men and seasoned suitors were undeterred. Regardless of her relationship, they were inclined to pursue their interests first. Yiman, do you think you might need to wear a mask in the future? I worry about your skin getting sunburned, Lin Linkai whispered near her ear. Ah, now you realize how precious I am, don't you? He Yiman replied with a knowing smile, melting the hearts of certain bespectacled admirers. Lin Linkai quickly urged her to walk a bit faster. Yiman, the students here in Hong Kong are far more open-minded compared to us on the mainland, and they are quite bold. You will undoubtedly attract many admirers. Perhaps you should consider transferring back to the mainland. No, I think Hong Kong is quite lovely. If you're worried about me running away, why don't you transfer here instead? He Yiman promptly dismissed the idea. Yiman, all my assets are on the mainland and require my management. It's not so simple for me to relocate here, Lin Linkai replied, shaking his head. Then you must remember to visit me often. If someone sweeps me away, you'll have to prepare to weep. All right, I promise I will visit frequently, Lin Linkai assured her. He gradually came to understand that sending He Yiman to study in Hong Kong was a cunning ploy devised by her parents, aimed at creating a spatial separation to expose her to more suitors, all while imposing the burden of high expenses to drive him away. Had it not been for He Yiman's struggles with English, Lin Linkai had no doubt that Lu Miling would have sent her across the Pacific to America. In the ensuing hours, He Yiman showed Lin Linkai around the Chinese University of Hong Kong, focusing on the dormitory and academic areas. These places would become her frequent haunts, and Lin Linkai would need to remember them for future visits. Later, they enjoyed a meal at the campus cafeteria. The variety of food available was impressive. While it may not have been as delectable as that found in five-star hotels, it was certainly on par with the local eateries. After dinner, He Yiman glanced at her phone for a moment and said, Lin Kai, my new roommate here has invited me to go out for some fun. Would you like to join us? Sure, I would like to see what your roommates are like, Lin Linkai replied. The two waited outside the cafeteria for a while until three young women approached He Yiman. Yiman, is this your boyfriend? One of them asked imperiously. Yes. This is my boyfriend, Lin Kai. He is also from Guangzhou, and his family runs a milk tea business, He Yiman introduced. Oh, I see. Du Meiwan immediately downgraded Lin Kai in her estimation, considering him to be of a lower status since his family merely owned a milk tea shop. Lin Kai. These are my three roommates, Du Meiwan, Deng Xiaoli, and Li Mingkai. They are all locals from Hong Kong Island. He Yiman introduced them one by one. Nice to meet you, lovely ladies. Lin Kai made an effort to remember their names and shook hands with each of them. Yiman, we plan to go karaoke tonight. It might be a late night. Is that all right with you? Deng Xiaoli suggested. No problem. I'm good with that. He Yiman instantly forgot her mother's warnings. Not minding the opportunity to hang out with several young women, Lin Kai agreed to join them. The group of five took 2 taxis to a KTV venue. Upon entering, they reserved a private room. We'll split the bill. I'll pay first, and you can reimburse me later, Deng Xiaoli stated as she covered the cost up front. All right, the others responded. Lin Kai found this a bit surprising. He had prepared himself to be taken advantage of, yet they were splitting the cost. In contrast, if he were dating in mainland China, he would probably be expected to cover the entire meal, with her relatives being invited along as well. Afterward, they entered the private room, calculated their share of the expenses, and settled with Deng Xiaoli before officially starting their fun. All right, I'll sing Glorious Years first. Great. I love that song too. I'll choose a song as well. The atmosphere began to warm up as 2 microphones were quickly seized, while the others chatted. Those who had the microphone sang one song before passing it to the next person, ensuring that no one monopolized it. During their casual conversation, the 4 roommates shared a bit about their family backgrounds, and Lin Kai briefly mentioned his own situation. He did not boast about his accomplishments in the stock market, but instead mentioned that his family owned several chain milk tea shops, some rental properties, and had assets amounting to several tens of millions. He Yiman did not elaborate much on her family situation, merely mentioning that her father owned a garment factory in Guangzhou City. She claimed to have an asset worth several million, although the number of workers was exaggerated from 5,000 to 50. Her roommates also boasted about their families, each asserting that they possessed assets in the millions, though the veracity of these claims remained uncertain. Chapter 91. Lu Miling's regret when venturing out. One's reputation is self-crafted. Whatever one presents becomes their reality. Listening to each other's family circumstances is merely for amusement. Ultimately, what truly matters is the amount of money one can access for entertainment and leisure. The group reveled until 11 p.m. before finally exiting the KTV, during which Lu Miling had called He Yiman to hasten her return. Yiman, why does your mother keep urging you to come home? Aren't you with your boyfriend? Du Meiwan remarked irritably. She was not yet ready to call it a night. If it weren't for the fear of He Yiman's mother worrying too much, they could have continued their merriment for another couple of hours, or even all night. Oh, it's just that I'm concerned about safety outside. Look at you all. Having had some drinks, if anyone were to get drunk, they could easily be taken advantage of, Lin Kai interjected. Fine, boring. Lin Kai, you're responsible for getting us home, Li Mingkai said, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. However, there was some merit to Lin Kai's argument. There were indeed some unsavory characters lingering around KTVs and bars in this area. All right, let us take a taxi home. After a while, they hailed a cab back to the Chinese University of Hong Kong, where they bid each other farewell. Lin Kai and He Yiman returned to their hotel, while the others headed back to their dormitory. Lin Kai, I'm not walking anymore. Carry me, He Yiman declared. All right, my princess, Lin Kai replied, somewhat helplessly as he noticed her tipsy state. He quickly crouched down and hoisted her onto his back. As they walked back to the hotel, the weight on his shoulders reminded Lin Kai of that fateful night over 2 months ago when he had also carried He Yiman. It marked the beginning of their story. Lin Kai, tonight, you're carrying me back to the hotel. Are you a beast or just pretending to be one? I'm about to pass out. He Yiman whispered sweetly in his ear. Isn't it the same? We're practically an old married couple now. If I am a beast, then aren't you a beast as well? Lin Kai chuckled. Such a nuisance, He Yiman weakly retorted before gradually drifting off to sleep. This time, she fell into a deep slumber, unlike 2 months ago when she merely pretended to sleep. A few moments later, Lin Kai carried He Yiman back to their hotel room. It was now 3 a.m., yet the room was still brightly lit. Auntie, why are you still awake? Lin Kai opened the door to find Lu Miling waiting in the living room, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. You scoundrel! Returning so late after gallivanting with Yiman. How can I possibly be at ease? Lu Miling remarked, her tone laced with irritation. Oh, it was merely Yiman's roommate who invited us out for karaoke. This could have a significant impact on Yiman's social life in university, Lin Linkai continued, shouldering the weight of He Yiman as he returned to his room. What kind of worthless friends are these? It's better not to associate with them, Lu Miling retorted, visibly displeased. Auntie, nightlife here in Hong Kong is quite normal. But not having trouble adjusting, are you? After ensuring that He Yiman was comfortably covered with an air-conditioned blanket, Lin Linkai stepped back into the living room, persisting with his explanation. Nightlife? You, my boy, are experiencing Hong Kong for the first time. Whatever they say, you seem to take at face value. Lu Miling shot him a fierce glare. Auntie, this is the reality. There are plenty of bars, nightclubs, and KTVs around here, Lin Linkai clarified. Oh dear, I truly regret bringing Yiman to study here. Not being nearby makes me quite uneasy. Lu Miling sighed. I can hardly imagine what it would have been like had we taken Yiman to study in America, the land of the free, where gunfights occur daily. If you believe sending Yiman to Hong Kong is ill-advised, perhaps we should let her return to Guangzhou. Our family is in Guangzhou, and Yiting studies there too. It's close to home, and any issues can be swiftly resolved. But Yiman is currently in Hong Kong, and you must return eventually, just as I do. If Yiman truly encounters any trouble, we would be of no assistance, Lin Linkai responded, echoing her sentiments. Sigh, I've had this thought for quite some time. Who would have known your stock trading skills were so formidable? In such a short span, you've amassed considerable capital. No amount of our efforts could deter you. Lu Miling lamented. The issue now is that Yiman disagrees. She claims to enjoy life in Hong Kong and wishes to continue her studies here. Lin Linkai, why don't we arrange for you to study here as well? Lu Miling suggested. Ah, Auntie, that's simply one to do. My ventures in Guangzhou are just beginning to take shape, and I have numerous responsibilities to attend to. To be candid, at this stage of my life, my education is no longer of paramount importance. What matters now is the expansion of my career, Lin Linkai declined. Is that so? Ah, indeed. You possess assets worth billions in the mainland. It would be remiss to neglect them, Lu Miling exclaimed, reflecting on the reality. Sigh, I'm exhausted. I shall retire for the night. Very well, Auntie, Lin Linkai replied, heading to the bathroom to run some water before taking a few minutes to wash up. He then returned to He Yiman's room to sleep. The following morning, at 8 a.m., Lin Linkai was stirred awake by the incessant ringing of his alarm clock. With a reluctant effort, he rose to silence it. This is the alarm clock he requires for his daily stock trading, but now he contemplates granting himself a reprieve, perhaps indulging in a little more slumber. With Lin Linkai's antics stirring, He Yiman too awakens. Ha, Lin Linkai, you rascal, exhibiting behavior worse than that of a beast, are you not? He Yiman, still in a daze, realizes that her attire remains largely unchanged. Alas, what a long night it has been, devoid of time to attend to such matters. She is utterly fatigued. Perhaps a venture out for breakfast is in order, followed by a return to the comforting embrace of sleep. Lin Linkai hastily offers an explanation. Huh, what an abundance of excuses. You go procure some breakfast, and I shall await your return, He Yiman commands. All right, understood. You should hurry and freshen up. You smell rather unpleasant, Lin Linkai responds. Ah, you wretched creature, how dare you express disdain for me? He Yiman exclaims, swiftly seizing a pillow to hurl at Lin Linkai. He, in turn, dashes from the room, grabbing the room card as he descends to seek breakfast. Once Lin Linkai departs, He Yiman takes a moment to assess her own scent, which indeed proves unbearable, reeking of alcohol and sweat. Truly, Lin Linkai, who knows what mischief he engaged in last night. She finds herself somewhat overwhelmed and hastily retrieves some clothing before heading to the bathroom to cleanse herself. Chapter 92, finalizing transfer school arrangements after a short while. Lin Linkai returns to their hotel suite bearing 3 breakfast portions, one placed in the living room for Lu Miling, while he carries the other 2 into He Yiman's room. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by the sight of He Yiman, draped in a towel, casually lounging with her legs crossed, awaiting him. Yiman, you were surprisingly swift in your bathing. Of course. Come here and assist me with my hair, she insists. Certainly. Lin Linkai sets the 2 breakfast portions aside and takes up the hairdryer to help her. Moments later, her hair is dry. All right, let us first enjoy breakfast. Only after can we muster the energy for our tasks, Lin Linkai declares, placing the hairdryer aside. Very well. He Yiman replies, as she plays music on her phone. And together they savor their breakfast. Hey, you two rascals. What on earth are you up to so early? Can you keep it down and allow someone to sleep? Lu Miling bellows. Understood, Mom. He Yiman responds, unable to suppress a mischievous grin. Lin Linkai covers her mouth, finding her laughter a tad excessive. He quickly lowers the volume of her music. After breakfast, they silence the music on their phones and indulge in another round of sleep. Although the external noise has ceased, Lu Miling, having been roused, finds herself incapable of returning to slumber. Reluctantly, she rises from bed to freshen up, discovering another breakfast portion in the living room, which provides her with some solace. These two little rascals do possess a modicum of conscience. After finishing her breakfast, she returned to her room and began dialing He Tiangang. Miling, is there something amiss? How are things on Hong Kong Island? Just as He Tiangang settled into his office chair, he received the call. Tiangang, it's bad news. That rascal Lin Linkai has arrived and is directly in the adjacent room, playing with Yiman. Last night, he took her and her roommates out for karaoke, and they returned quite late, leaving me sleepless, Lu Miling lamented. The complexities of the female world. There's little we can manage in such matters, He Tiangang thought. Feeling disgruntled, yet resigned to the situation. Alas, I wish to transfer Yiman back to Guangzhou. I truly cannot rest easy with her out there. I can't possibly remain here to accompany her forever. I miss you dearly. Lu Miling tightened her legs together involuntarily. But it ultimately depends on Yiman's consent. If she is unwilling to return, I cannot intervene. Please persuade her. If she can come back, that would be ideal. If not, I can reach out to relatives in Hong Kong Island to assist with her care. He Tiangang expressed his predicament. Understood, Lu Miling agreed. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call, as He Tiangang needed to return to his work. As noon approached, Lin Linkai and He Yiman had changed their clothes and emerged from their rooms. Yiman, Lin Linkai, shall we go for lunch? Sure, Mom. Absolutely, Auntie, they both promptly responded. The trio exited the hotel and found a nearby restaurant, requesting a private room. Once the dishes were served, Lu Miling began her gentle persuasion. Yiman, both your father and I are somewhat uneasy about you being alone out here. Neither Lin Linkai nor I can stay with you indefinitely, so we have decided that you should return to Guangzhou for your studies. What do you think? Mom, I truly believe that life here on Hong Kong Island is quite pleasant. I enjoy living here, and the Chinese University of Hong Kong is commendable. I wish to stay and continue my studies, He Yiman replied anxiously. However, being alone here lacks any safety assurance. Just think of how you were last night, intoxicated. If Lin Linkai had not been by your side, what would you have done? We are genuinely worried, Lu Miling reiterated. Indeed, Yiman. I believe returning to Guangzhou would be the better option. We have more acquaintances there, and if anything were to happen, we could manage it. Lin Linkai joined in the persuasion, concerned for He Yiman's well-being. Oh, but we have relatives here who can help keep an eye on me. He Yiman attempted to resist. This matter is non-negotiable. At most, you may remain on Hong Kong Island for a year, but by next year, you must transfer back to Guangzhou. Just like your sister Yiting, to attend the university for your third year, Lu Miling asserted firmly. Very well, I shall remain on Hong Kong Island for another year. He Yiman softened a bit. She still felt somewhat intimidated by her mother's resolute demeanor. Thus, it was settled. Shortly, I shall escort you to your uncle's residence, where he will take good care of you. After a while, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Observing the seemingly insurmountable array of 7 or 8 dishes, Lin Linkai realized from whom He Yiman had inherited her lavish tendencies. Alas, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed as well. With a sigh, he began to indulge in a splendid Australian lobster. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to squander resources. Now that I too have wealth, it is my turn to indulge. After lunch, Lu Miling made several phone calls. All right, I have arranged for one of your uncles to meet us. He is also studying at Chinese University of Hong Kong, although he is a first-year graduate student. Once the arrangements were made, Lu Miling addressed He Yiman. Very well, my dear, where shall we meet? We can wait here. He will drive over shortly. First, jot down his number. Lu Miling displayed the number she had just dialed. He Yiman and Lin Linkai hurriedly noted it down in their phones. Chapter 93. He Yiman's relatives on Hong Kong Island. He Tianlong had just received a call instructing him to pick someone up. He was rather displeased. He had been preparing to flirt with a junior classmate, and now he was being tasked with fetching a relative, truly vexing. However, under pressure, He Tianlong drove his Bentley to the designated restaurant. As the car came to a halt, He frowned upon seeing 3 individuals waiting at the entrance. No way. The girl I had my eye on yesterday is now my relative? With a puzzled expression, he exited the vehicle and approached Lu Miling. Are you Lu Miling's sister-in-law? Yes. Indeed. Tianlong, is it? This is your niece He Yiman, and her boyfriend Lin Linkai. Lu Miling greeted He Tianlong with enthusiasm. Hello, uncle, He Yiman uttered reluctantly, spurred on by Lu Miling. It was difficult to fathom that this individual, merely a few years her senior, was her uncle. Greetings, it is a pleasure. Lin Linkai extended his right hand. Ah, hello, niece Yiman, and Lin Linkai. Nice to meet you. He Tianlong's composure was slightly rattled. Yet he extended his hand to shake Lin Linkai's. Such a beautiful young woman was indeed his niece. It was quite a pity. Were she anyone else, he might have thrown money at her without hesitation. However, since they were relatives and her family was not significantly less affluent than his own, that was not an option. Sister-in-law, you too, please get in the car. I will take you home for a visit. All right. The 3 of them replied and boarded the vehicle. On the way, they began to engage in light conversation. Ah, Tianlong, you are currently studying at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, aren't you? What is your major? Lu Miling inquired, seeking to strike up a conversation. Yes, I am majoring in business administration, as I will soon return to take over the family business, He Tianlong replied. What does Lin Linkai's family do that has garnered Yiman's favor? He Tianlong's curiosity about Lin Linkai persisted, despite the impossibility of the situation. With Lu Miling, who knew him well, present, Lin Linkai felt compelled to be honest. My family doesn't have anything particularly impressive. I've just been fortunate with stock trading and currently have 100 million. I plan to invest in a milk tea shop and real estate soon, Lin Linkai confessed. 100 million? Sister-in-law, is that for real? 100 million from stock trading? What was your initial capital? He Tianlong asked, incredulous. Ah, Lin Linkai is quite ambitious. He seems determined not to be looked down upon by our family, having leveraged heavily, starting with 300,000 and now reaching 100 million. He currently has a 4-fold leverage. I fear he might lose it all one day. Lu Miling chuckled. It's true, a 4-fold leverage is rather perilous. Lin Linkai, you should exercise caution going forward. With such a sum, it's wise to cash out and secure your gains, He Tianlong advised. Uncle is right. I plan to gradually cash out in the latter half of the month. Just recently, I cashed out 10 million, Lin Linkai responded. That's good to hear. If you're skilled in stock trading, I wonder if you have any insights on Hong Kong stocks. Any recommendations? He Tianlong inquired, having several million at hand and hoping to grow his wealth. Lu Miling also perked up, eager to hear Lin Linkai's thoughts. I'm not very familiar with the Hong Kong market, but I'm quite optimistic about Tencent holdings. Just buy and hold for 10 to 8 years. And it should multiply several times without issue, Lin Linkai suggested. Tencent holdings? I'm somewhat familiar with that. A friend of the Li family invested in it recently, but has since sold. I'll keep an eye on it, He Tianlong nodded, finding Tencent holdings intriguing. After all, QQ is the leading internet social software in mainland China, and controlling traffic equates to holding significant power. After half an hour of jovial conversation, the car arrived at an affluent villa district and came to a halt in front of a hillside villa. We've arrived. Let's get out, He Tianlong said, opening the door, prompting everyone to exit swiftly. Under He Tianlong's guidance, they entered the villa. Mom, I'm back, and I've brought sister-in-law, niece, and her boyfriend. He Tianlong called out as he stepped into the courtyard. All right, come in, Shen Yui responded, beginning to prepare tea. As the crowd entered, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing He Yiman. She immediately recognized her as the girl her son had shown interest in just the day before. Oh dear. This is troublesome, for she is a relative. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea, she said, concealing her astonishment and shifting to a warm tone. Aunt Yu, it has been quite a while. Lu Miling greeted. He Yiman and Lin Linkai quickly followed suit, extending their greetings to the well-preserved woman in her 40s before them. Greetings. Aunt. Ah, very well, please sit. Everyone settled down and took a sip from the teacups before them. Yiman, where is your sister Yiting? Why didn't she come with you? Since you are both studying in Hong Kong, she should join you, Shen Yuru inquired. Aunt, my sister is in Guangzhou, attending high school. If it weren't for my mother insisting, I wouldn't have come to study in Hong Kong, but now I find it quite pleasant here. He Yiman replied promptly. Oh, I see. Your mother must have your best interests at heart. Did you not perform well on your college entrance exam? Shen Yuru speculated. It was a bit below expectations. I scored just over 500, He Yiman admitted, feeling a bit awkward. Ah, And your boyfriend, Lin Linkai, is it? Yes, aunt. What school did you get into? Are you planning to study in Hong Kong alongside Yiman? Xin Yu continued her questioning. Aunt, well, my results were also average. I'll be attending a second-tier university in Guangzhou. My family is all there, and they hope I will study locally, so I won't be coming to Hong Kong. Lin Linkai responded. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards He Yiman, whose path seemed to be meticulously arranged by her parents. Even her transfer to a prestigious high school was spoken of so effortlessly. Oh, I understand. The group continued their leisurely chatter, sharing insights about their family situations. Lin Linkai couldn't help but marvel at the He family's impressive stature. The He Yiman family in Guangzhou boasted assets worth billions. Yet they were merely a branch of the family. In contrast, the Hong Kong side was intricately woven and represented a prominent, affluent lineage. As evening fell, He Tianlong's father, He Jigang, returned home, and the entire family gathered for dinner. Chapter 94. Establishing a Shell Company. The dinner concluded amicably. Yet He Yiman harbored a lack of fondness for Lin Linkai, maintaining only a facade of politeness. Lin Linkai recognized the necessity of befriending such influential figures, but would not resort to sycophancy. Tianlong, please see your sister-in-law and niece off. He Yiman instructed as the conversation drew to a close around 8:30. All right, Dad, He Tianlong replied, leading the way out. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. 3 individuals took a seat in He Tianlong's vehicle, which transported them back to a hotel near the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Yiman, if you encounter any issues in Hong Kong, just call your uncle. He will look out for you, He Tianlong reminded her. All right, goodbye, Uncle, Yiman replied, waving her hand in farewell. Goodbye, He Tianlong said as he drove off in his Bentley, leaving the 3 behind to return to the hotel's luxurious suite. After each took a shower, they settled onto the sofa. Yiman, what do you think of your uncle's family? Lu Miling inquired. Well, they're all right, Yiman responded. That's good to hear. Remember to reach out to Uncle Tianlong if you need anything, she advised. Okay, I will, Yiman acknowledged. After conversing in the living room for some time, Yiman and Lin Linkai eventually retreated to their room. Once lying on the bed, Yiman began to speak softly. Linkai, I can't shake the feeling that my uncle's gaze is a bit strange. He seems to sneak peeks at me. Well, what can we do? Our little princess Yiman is naturally stunning. I suspect Uncle Tianlong is quite the charmer. It might be best for you to avoid him in the future, Lin Linkai replied. I agree. It's probably for the best if I don't interact with him too much, lest he starts to think too much, Yiman nodded. Let's watch a movie before we sleep, she suggested. Yiman, please lower the volume, or your mother might complain again. All right, Yiman agreed, turning down the sound on the computer before starting the film. The two watched the movie late into the night before finally resting. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Linkai accompanied Yiman back to the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Today marked her official return to school, with classes commencing the day after tomorrow. Lin Linkai, who would be attending Guangdong University of Finance, had a little more time to spare in Hong Kong. While Yiman spent time familiarizing herself with her dorm mates and enjoying herself, Lin Linkai reached out to He Tianlong. They arranged to meet at the school gate. Though he was reluctant for Yiman to maintain contact with this individual, he recognized the value of expanding his network in Hong Kong. Lin Linkai, what brings you here? He Tianlong asked. Uncle Tianlong, I'm hoping to establish a shell company in Hong Kong to obtain a long-term access permit, which would allow me to visit Yiman more frequently. Could you assist me with this? Lin Linkai stated candidly. A shell company? You've got some ambition there. Would you be interested in developing a genuine business in Hong Kong? He Tianlong chuckled. Developing in Hong Kong? I believe opportunities are becoming scarce. The social hierarchy is solidifying, and avenues for upward mobility are nearly non-existent. I don't foresee much growth here. Perhaps you could find opportunities in the mainland, Lin Tianlong suggested. Lin Linkai declined. Indeed, your observation holds merit. The island is indeed quite akin to what you've described. Meanwhile, the mainland has been experiencing rapid development recently. My cousin He Tiangang is currently serving as a trailblazer for our family in that region. Once I graduate with my master's degree and take over some family assets, I too shall invest in the mainland. He Tianglong resonated with Lin Linkai's sentiments. Uncle Tianglong, it is still feasible to invest in the mainland. But if we wait 3 years, everything that can be achieved will have already been accomplished, and there may be little left for us. Lin Linkai shook his head. Oh, is that so? Surely it cannot be that drastic. The mainland won't develop to its peak in just 3 years, will it? It may not reach its pinnacle, but by that time, the opportunities will have been seized by others, leaving us with mere scraps. How much can one truly earn from leftovers? Lin Linkai elucidated. That is indeed a valid point. Had we ventured to the mainland earlier, alongside my cousin, our family assets could have seen substantial growth. He Tianglong nodded, steering the conversation back to the initial topic. Linkai, you needn't go through such complications to obtain a permit for the island. You can simply register with my family's company, and securing a work visa will be swift. Brother Tianglong, perhaps one day I might indeed find the need for a company on the island. It would be prudent to have a shell company. Don't you have the necessary resources? Lin Linkai was wary of being constrained. Should circumstances change, and He Yiman were to part ways, their connection would no longer be beneficial. Very well, since you are so adamant, I have a friend who can assist you. With the proper documentation, it can be arranged within 2 days. Thank you. Lin Linkai felt a surge of joy. It was evident that some individuals were indeed adept at facilitating matters. After a while, Lin Linkai obtained a phone number from He Tianglong and reached out to a contact. Armed with the requisite documents, he met with this individual. After several hours of navigating the necessary processes and expending over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, Lin Linkai officially established a shell company on the island and secured a long-term permit. On the afternoon of September 8th, Lin Linkai, He Yiman, and Lu Miling dined out for lunch once again, after which they escorted He Yiman back to her school. Upon arriving at the school gate, the three shared a farewell. Yiman, you will be studying here on the island for a while. If anything arises, do remember to call your parents. I expect a call from you every 3 days. Understood? Lu Miling admonished. Got it, Mom. He Yiman found Lu Miling somewhat repetitive. Lin Linkai, however, recognized that Lu Miling was expressing her concern. Yiman, farewell. I shall come to visit you at the end of the month or in October. Lin Linkai embraced He Yiman warmly. All right, good. Mua. They exchanged a parting kiss. Subsequently, Lin Linkai and Lu Miling took a taxi to the airport, embarking on their flight back to Guangzhou. On board, Lu Miling casually inquired, Lin Linkai, while you're here in Hong Kong, what about those stocks of yours? Can you truly afford to neglect them? We're talking about assets worth billions. A moment's inattention could lead to losses in the millions or even tens of millions. Chapter 95, The Travel Plans of Parents Andy. The stocks have been rising just as I predicted, so there's no need for concern at the moment. I've slightly reduced the leverage, so any fluctuations won't lead to a margin call, Lin Linkai explained. Is that so? Very well, Lu Miling nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She harbored a fear that Lin Linkai might, through a moment of carelessness, revert to being destitute, considering they were now under the scrutiny of other relatives. A misstep could lead to disgrace. After a 30-minute flight, they arrived at Baiyun Airport in Guangzhou. With vehicles parked in the lot, they parted ways, each driving off in separate directions. Upon returning home, Lin Linkai took a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes, as he had only brought 2 outfits to Hong Kong, which was rather inadequate. Just as he finished bathing, a phone call came in. Lin Linkai quickly answered. Hello, Yashin, what is on your mind? Lin Linkai, you've been with Yiman in Hong Kong, but you're back today, so you must come to see me. It's our weekly ritual, and today is Sunday, she reminded him. All right, I understand, Lin Linkai replied before hanging up. The presence of so many women in his life was somewhat burdensome. He needed to master the art of time management. Yet, he constantly sought to experience life's myriad facets and enrich his experiences. After tidying himself up, Lin Linkai opened his computer to check the stock market trends from the past few days, discovering everything was stable and his investments were steadily climbing, which put him at ease. He hung up his freshly laundered clothes and officially set off, driving towards the rich manor. On the way, he received another call from Zhong Jiejun, who informed him that several newly opened establishments had met with great success and extended an invitation for a celebratory gathering. Lin Linkai readily accepted the invitation, agreeing to meet the following day at the Tianxiang Foot Massage City for a foot bath. By 4:30 p.m., Lin Linkai arrived at the rich manor and walked into Tan Yashin's home. Given their long-standing relationship, Tan Yashin was no longer the excitable girl she once was. Upon seeing him, she simply embraced him without much fanfare. Please, have a seat. I just made some delicious soup. Enjoy it while it's hot, she offered. Delicious? Lin Linkai responded, taking a sip. Yashin, your culinary skills are unparalleled. Of course, my nimble hands are unmatched, Tan Yashin replied proudly. After finishing their soup, they both proceeded to wash the dishes together. Yashin, I have visited several times, yet I have not seen your mother at home. Today is Sunday. Does she work as well? Lin Linkai inquired curiously while washing the dishes. Well, my mother is always very busy. Sometimes she doesn't return home to sleep at night. And it seems she only has 1 or 2 days off in a month, Tan Yashin replied. I see. But why are there only your photos at home? Where are your mother's? Lin Linkai glanced around, feeling a bit puzzled. I really don't know. My mother enjoys taking pictures of me, but she never takes any of herself. That's quite strange. Lin Linkai lingered at Tan Yashin's home until 8:30 before hurriedly leaving. On her way home from work, Tan Yingying caught a fleeting glimpse of Lin Linkai's silhouette in the car. He appears quite tall, though I wonder if he is as good as he looks. Lin Linkai drove back home just as his parents returned, engrossed in watching television in the living room. Linkai, how was your trip to Hong Kong? Chen Yuhan asked with curiosity. Lin Guohua also looked at Lin Linkai with interest. The couple had not visited Hong Kong in decades. They had only heard tales of its bustling vibrancy. It was all right. It's quite similar to Guangzhou, just with more English-speaking places and a cost of living about double. Lin Linkai responded. Double the cost of living? And what about the salary levels? Perhaps 3 times as much. Well, it seems Hong Kong is indeed more developed than the mainland, Lin Guohua sighed. Now that our franchise store is up and running, we can earn 5,000 to 6,000 a day. By the end of the year, we could save over 1 million. What do you think about buying a house then? Chen Yuhan inquired. Buying a house? Mom, you need not worry about that. If we plan to purchase a home, I will take care of it this year. Lin Linkai suddenly remembered that their current residence was slated for demolition. He intended to discuss purchasing it from the landlord in October. All right, as long as you have a plan, that's good. You are now a big boss with so many stores. Earning over 10 million a year is quite feasible. Your father and I could then enjoy ourselves with the money. Yes, go wherever you like while you're still young. Lin Linkai replied. All right, let us do that. Lin Guohua had long harbored dreams of exploring the world, but was hindered by financial constraints. Now that his son had achieved success and could earn money, they felt free from worries. They could now spend their savings without much concern. Afterward, Lin Guohua and Chen Yuhan began discussing when and where to travel. Oh, the 7 days of National Day 1T2, everywhere will be crowded. We should plan our trip for a different time. But if we don't go during this period, it might affect our earnings. With such a modest sum, we could simply transfer a couple of employees from Lin Linkai's shop to fill the gaps. Yes, it is settled then, after the National Day holiday. We shall venture to Huanglong and Zhuhaigu, for autumn is the most splendid season for such a journey. Upon returning to his room, Lin Linkai busied himself with an array of trivial QQ messages. Among them were greetings and invitations from Zhong Xiaomei, as well as information from Zhong Jiajun regarding his newly opened shop. A glance revealed that Zhong Jiajun had channeled all his earnings into establishing new ventures. The financial situation appeared quite precarious. Should the bubble of the milk tea business burst one day, the entire chain could very well collapse, halting operations for a considerable time. Even so, he could only manage to open 4 new shops. Beyond that, the funds would indeed be insufficient.